The Lich King has been resurrected, and all the Guardians have been activated. Argets.
1. Kill the Lich King. 2. Kill the Skeleton Queen.
Victor slowly opened his eyes, his surroundings cloaked in darkness. The absence of light was unsettling, so he quickly retrieved a flashlight from his storage ring and activated it. The beam illuminated an ancient, desolate room, its walls built of gray stone, the kind one might find in a medieval castle. Dust coated every surface, and the air carried a faint mustiness. 3 narrow windows or embrasures were choked with dirt, giving the impression that this castle-like structure had long ago sunk into the earth. Good, Victor muttered, satisfied. Constructed dungeons were notorious for their dangers but equally renowned for their rewards. While riddled with deadly traps, such places often contained treasures beyond imagination. This particular dungeon wasn't just ancient, it was a remnant of a developed world from a bygone era. After ensuring the room was secure, Victor activated his dungeon map, a gift from his Dungeon Explorer title. His eyes widened slightly at the sight. The layout was a sprawling spiraling maze with 10 levels, each growing larger as they descended. He was currently on the 3rd floor. "This is going to take longer than I thought," he murmured. The map marked 2 grand rooms that could be the boss's chambers, one on the 5th floor and the other on the 9th. He would have to hurry, his schedule left little room for delays. Victor turned his attention to the ancient wooden door leading to the corridor. It looked absurdly old but remarkably intact. Intrigued, he ran his fingers over the surface and nodded to himself. This must be some kind of rare, precious wood. Carefully, he unbolted the door and pushed. It resisted, its weight immense, and only after exerting considerable effort did it creak open. Satisfied that the corridor beyond was empty, he decided to test the door's durability. Taking an E-ranked sword from his ring, he swung at the wood. The blade chipped, leaving the door unscathed. Incredible, Victor muttered. This material could be invaluable. Determined not to let such a treasure go to waste, he attempted to disassemble the door by removing its hinges. However, the rusted metal resisted every effort, defying even his soul poison. After some thought, Victor retrieved a vial of green corrosive goo from his ring and applied it to the hinges. The substance hissed and sizzled, slowly eating through the rust. 10 minutes later, he managed to unhinge the door and leaned it against the wall. Just then, a faint noise reached his ears. Turning swiftly, he spotted a skeleton soldier lumbering toward him. Its eyes glowed with an ominous green light, and its rusted armor clinked with each step. Victor quickly appraised it. Skeleton soldier. STR-31/AGI*21. Not bad, Victor thought. For a novice, this creature would have been a formidable foe. The skeleton's weapon, a rusted sword, shattered against the wooden door Victor had been examining. What kind of dungeon is this, where the doors are sturdier than the weapons, he mused. A theory formed in his mind. Perhaps this dungeon wasn't as low-ranked as it seemed. Carefully observing the skeleton, Victor noted the worn sigils on its armor, different from those on the dungeon walls. Interesting, he murmured. This dungeon might have been an S-ranked fortress in its prime. Over millennia, its power had faded, and it was now misclassified as F-ranked. This soldier was likely the remains of a past adventurer, fallen and transformed into a guardian. Victor dispatched the skeleton, dissecting it for any valuables. All he found was a chipped gem. Frustrated but undeterred, he pressed onward toward the nearest boss chamber. The journey was grueling. Dozens of skeletons crossed his path, but their brittle bones and shoddy weapons posed little threat. Victor's mace shattered their skulls with ease. Occasionally, a gem or two dropped from the remains, but treasures were sparse. 2 hours passed before a scream shattered the eerie silence. Victor recognized the voice and broke into a sprint. Entering a dimly lit chamber, he found Teacher Isabella surrounded by 10 skeletons. 2 terrified girls clung to her, holding glowing blue torches. Isabella wielded a bright sword, her shield deflecting the relentless blows of her undead attackers. Victor quickly appraised her gear. Miracle Torch, F. Light Source, requires 1 gem every 30 minutes. Demon Slaying Sword, A. 200% damage to demons and undead. 0.5% instant death chance against undead. Shield of the Cinders, A. Deflects 10% of damage back to the attacker. Not bad, he thought. Victor stepped into the fray, his mace crushing skeletons with methodical precision. Isabella, initially startled, soon recognized him. Victor. When did you get here? She shouted, cutting down a skeleton. About an hour ago, he replied casually, smashing another skull. What's going on? The dungeon's mutated, Isabella said between strikes. It's more dangerous than we anticipated. No kidding, Victor muttered, dispatching the last skeleton. He noted that the undead seemed to ignore him unless directed by some distant force, perhaps the Lich King himself. Andrea, one of the girls, stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you for saving us." "It's my duty," Victor said with a charming smile. "Have you found the boss room?"
No, Isabella admitted.
"We're regrouping on the first floor. It's barricaded and relatively safe."
Victor shook his head. "I'll be heading down."
"I need to find the boss room. If you see Lily or Margaret, tell them to wait for me." Isabella hesitated but ultimately nodded.
"Be careful.
"There are other players in this dungeon, and not all are friendly."
Victor smirked. "I'll keep that in mind."
Turning to Andrea, he handed her a storage ring. "This has a few energy bars. They'll keep you going." Andrea blushed, clutching the ring tightly.
"Thank you. I'll repay you someday."
Victor waved her off and disappeared into the shadows, his sights set on the challenges that lay ahead. Victor looked around and sighed. After parting ways with Isabella and the girls, he had finally reached one of the stairways connecting the third floor to the fourth. It had taken him 2 hours, delayed by the discovery of numerous lonely doors that begged to be taken along. He now carried a total of 21 doors in his inventory. During his journey, he had encountered and defeated 57 skeletons. Though his high level prevented him from gaining experience points, he had earned 57 order points. These points could potentially reveal many secrets once he left the dungeon. Name * Victor von Weiss. Level * 119.
Titles *. Dungeon Explorer. Discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2. Triggered a dungeon clear event.
Savior. Saved a human from an unavoidable death flag.
Avenger. Killed a stigma title holder.
Master Demon Slayer. Killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Status *. Authority * infinity. Health * 4645/4645. Stamina * 3570/3499. Mana * 3915/3331. Stats * Strength 331. Agility 297. Intelligence 370.
Luck 46. Charm 55.
Order points * 65. Class * Fate Weaver. Subclass * None. Class skills * Eyes of Destiny X +2. Destiny Shield SSS +1.
Fate Tracker X +1. Fate Instinct X +1.
Recognized skills *
Womanizer A.
Face Slapping C.
Butt Slapping D. Silky Tongue D. Gourmet E. Pain Tolerance E. Poetry E. Creative Writing E. Songwriting E. Sword Arts E. Sleeping E. Poison Brewing E. Acting E. Lying E. Evading E. Self-Healing E. Dagger Arts E. Needle Arts E. Movement Arts E. Martial Arts F. Piano F. Guitar F. Quick Reading F.
System Skills *. Admin Appraisal SSS +3. Admin Merchant SSS +2. Master Seal SS +3, 5 out of 5. Contractor of Doom S. Unlimited Disguise SS +3.
Eidetic Memory A.
Super Enhanced Senses A. Silent Blade A. Fire Breath A. Disabled due to lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger Throw B. Health Regeneration E.
Lie Detection F. Enhanced Senses F.
Magic Affinity * None. Bloodline * Elder Dragon AAA 3% Awakening. Fate Strength * B. Unaffected by outside fate.
Equipment *. Defense Talisman S.
Dragon Storage Ring S. Shadow Shifter Ring SS. Area Inspect Ring C. Levitation Necklace A.
Hidden Armor B. Skull Crushing Mace A.
Victor's exploration of the third floor had proven fruitless. Aside from the skeletons and the indestructible doors, the area appeared to have been looted long before his arrival. What a bunch of sick bastards, leaving nothing for this young master, he cursed under his breath. Victor's primary concern was ensuring his classmates didn't wander off in search of food. It would be unbecoming to host a wedding after their tragic demise. As he approached the stairway to the fourth floor, Victor paused, assessing his stamina and mana levels. 7 more hours of activity were possible, but he decided to rest briefly. The lower floors might hold unforeseen challenges, as Isabella had hinted. Seated near the stairway, He activated his blood slave communication power to check on his team. Alex was battling black skeletons in a dark, ominous place. Though her location was unclear, Victor was confident in her survival skills. Tom was holed up in a small room with 2 female players and Peter, who was awkwardly excluded. Victor noted the apparent temperature changes between levels. Lynn, on the other hand, was on the 5th floor, accompanied by 2 classmates and a severely injured Mr. Gold. They were being pursued by rogue players.
Lynn, where are you? Victor asked. The 5th floor, she replied.
A group of rogue players is chasing us. Why aren't you killing them? Victor demanded. Lynn explained her predicament. She had been poisoned, reducing her strength. Victor quickly devised a plan. Use a cheap talisman and claim it's a rare disguise talisman. I'll use my power to hide you for 15 minutes. Escape during that time, he instructed. Lynn obeyed, successfully misleading her pursuers. Victor advised her to guide Mr. Gold and her group to the 1st floor and remain there until she fully recovered from the corpse poison. Victor resumed his descent, mindful of the dangers ahead. The dungeon's mysteries deepened with every step, but so did his determination to conquer it.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Outside the dungeon, Naomi was pondering about when Bella and those students would come out. Naomi had noticed that her best friend was looking strangely at one of the students earlier, and that made her a little annoyed.
Bella was hers.
She should never look at a boy like that. She suddenly remembered Victor's hot and domineering eyes when he looked at her. It was as if he saw everything.
And oh, that's impossible. But what if?
Could it be that he dropped those papers on purpose? She felt nothing before, but now that she was thinking about it, she felt that it was a little unnatural. Could it be that he was checking her? She quickly bent down and tried to imitate grabbing the papers from the ground, just to see what he could have seen.
Damn it. He had seen it all. Wait, what is that?
She noticed something covered by dirt right under the dungeon gate. Forgetting what she was thinking about, or maybe trying to escape reality, she quickly knelt and carefully reached under the dungeon gate that was hovering only a couple of inches above the ground. It was a piece of paper, and was stuck as if it was nailed there. She pulled harder, tearing it, and then stepping back and carefully inspected it. It was a talisman that she didn't see anything like before.
What is this for?
She didn't have to ask that as seconds later the vortex at the dungeon gate began to grow bigger and turn from cyan to dark blue. It took her a few minutes to realize what this was. *T, this was a C-ranked gate, not an F-ranked one. It must be this talisman's fault. Someone must have placed it here and hidden it carefully so that everyone would think this was a low-ranking dungeon. She had no idea what this talisman is and how it worked, as it even managed to screw her appraisal skill. But who would do this? That's not the important thing. The kids were in danger. C-ranked dungeons were not for noobs. Just as she was about to stand up and then run to sound the alarm, a strange thing happened as the gate slowly turned. From blue to purple, from purple to red, then to gold. *T. An S rank. She yelled as she fell on her, but while opening her eyes wide. Margaret cursed as she kicked the door for the 100th time. Why wouldn't it budge? No swords or spears seemed to be working on it. She even tried to seduce it, but it turned out to be a gay door, standing firmly, totally unaffected. Earlier she heard the familiar sound of someone screaming.
"No."
Margaret wanted to yell for help, but the ominous shrills that came right after made her change her mind. It sent shivers up her spine. Shivers that she hadn't felt anything like them yet in this life. Those things were definitely chasing after Alex. Victor was right, Alex is a jinx. Those things seemingly felt her. They knocked a couple of times on the door separating them from her, but it didn't budge at all. This fucking golden door was super sturdy and didn't even have cracks.
Of course, it wouldn't have cracks. It was a fucking vault door after all.
Yes, the poor girl was locked inside a vault without her toys. A super grand palace vault. It was earlier full of strange treasures and gold coins that made their way into Margaret's little ring. Thankfully Victor was wise enough to give her one with extra storage space after she told him her secret. It was supposed to store their dirty cash. Those things retreated moments later just as the message of the dungeon's rank increase appeared, making Margaret affirm her decision to stay here.
Like she had any choice.
She liked to believe she had one. Margaret could only sigh and look at the piles of strange bricks left behind her. She left them earlier because they were super heavy. Storing a thing in the ring took time proportional to its mass, and it should be able to be moved freely. So storing those bricks in her ring would take more than a few days of hard work. That's what she had discovered earlier when it took her 5 minutes to take one of them. Could those be some kind of treasure?
Duh, of course they were.
She was in a hurry to go level up earlier, but now she had all the time in the world. After some thinking, she decided to begin working. If no one came to her rescue, she would have to spend this raid in here, moving bricks and eating sweet tea. Did they really think that adding sugar to their energy bar would improve its taste?
Alex ran.
She knew that she should not have returned to this dungeon. She should have run away while Victor was in here. But somewhere in her heart, she didn't really want to do that. She didn't dare to. Earlier, when she sneaked into the dungeon, she woke up and found herself in a dark room. So she did the natural thing to turn on her flashlight. That's when she discovered that she was in a large Gothic-style hall with heaps of black bones and skulls all around her. Seemingly, feeling the light, some bones slowly assembled as Alex, who knew that she shouldn't stay here, frantically began looking for an exit in a hurry. She kept shedding more and more light on scattered bones and causing them to start trembling. She finally found an exit a minute later behind one large heap of broken bones. Without thinking, she jumped over it, collapsing it to the ground as she ran to the exit.
It was too late.
%who% sa %aa%aa. A skeleton that had fully assembled behind her screamed something incomprehensible as red light flickered in its eye sockets, causing all dormant bones to start assembling in a hurry. Alex knew that she had to run, but bad luck struck again as a few skeletons seemed to have already assembled next to the hall's exit. They jumped at her with their sharp black bony spears that materialized out of thin air. Alex quickly took out her own spear and began fighting them. Strangely enough, no matter how much she hacked at them, they didn't seem to be affected. Their bones seemed to be extra hard as her spear didn't even leave a scratch. Thankfully, their rib cages were exposed, so Alex quickly thrust her spear forward into the biggest and meanest looking skeleton's rib cage, then rotated the tip to act as a hook, creating a skeleton hammer that she began to swing around, cleaning the entrance in seconds. Finishing, she quickly swung her spear as she rotated it again, causing the stuck skeleton who was about to throw his spear at her to be flung away, crashing a few of his colleagues who had just assembled. Alex didn't have time to celebrate her victory as she ran. She ran and ran as the sounds of screeches and bone cracking followed her. That was until she reached another circular hall that was a close end. *T. She could only turn around and pray that those skeletons from earlier didn't follow her.
They were there.
Strange enough, they didn't dare to enter the hall and just stood right outside the arching doorway glaring at her with their flickering evil eyes. Alex nervously looked at them as she relaxed her fighting stance. They couldn't enter here. She realized that when they began hissing at her from outside as if to tell her to leave there quickly. Could it be that something was scaring them here? Alex wondered as she looked around using her flashlight to slowly inspect the hall. It is a circular hall with a single rusty sword that was struck with a black stone in its center. It seemed to form some kind of array. Other than that, the hall's walls were full of fading murals depicting a great black shadow demon being fought by armies of men who had pointy ears. There was another mural of a sword banishing that demon. Alex looked around and checked that the sword in the mural was the same one in the center of the hall. Those evil creatures must be scared of the sword. Alex smiled as she moved to the sword that seemed to be extra shabby. She thought for a second, then tried to pull it. It didn't budge. Alex frowned as the skeletons outside began to scream louder. *TCH. Get away from that ominous thing, they screamed, but she didn't understand them. Just you wait, she yelled as she used her entire strength to pull the sword out. Crack! The sword broke in half. Oops, Alex frowned as she inspected the flimsy hilt in her hand, before noticing that the sword's blade that remained stuck in the stone began to disintegrate slowly into a cloud of black smoke that began to slowly consolidate behind her. She slowly turned around and watched the smoke slowly forming a miasma that thickened by the second, turning into an oily substance that began to solidify into a slimy black matter, where a group of ominous skulls began to emerge and then drown again as they howled and reformed. Alex stepped back and used her spear to hack at it. The spear melted as soon as it touched that thing. Damn! This was an A-ranked spear. It was Victor's first gift to her. Swallowing her saliva as she stepped back, Alex decided that she preferred to fight the skeletons behind her than that thing, so she quickly took another spear from her ring and turned around. She was preparing for a fight, but the skeletons were not. They had already begun to run away. She didn't need any thinking to run after them, while looking back at that thing completed its solidification into a giant amalgamation of skulls and bones that looked like a muddy giant frog that had hollow eye sockets that flickered with red flames seconds later. It opened its giant mouth and sprung a huge tongue made of slimy bones. Alex used her spear to hit the wall and push her moving body to the side as the tongue went past her and grabbed the group of poor skeletons, then pulled them into that thing's mouth where they melted. *T, Alex shouted as she hurried through the now empty tunnel. Reaching the hall she was in before, she was confronted by a sea of skeletons that formed in her absence. They looked at her with surprise. Wasn't she dead already?
She didn't pause.
She just used her spear as a jumping stick to fly into the air and continued her run using the stunned skeleton skulls as stepping stones. Thanks to their great numbers, they couldn't move their limbs or try to grab her. By the moment the skeletons realized what she was doing, and decided to form a plan and deal with her. It was too late, as they began feeling their bodies getting disintegrating as if something was sucking all of their energy. They looked to the back and realized that the thing they feared most had awakened. Alex, who was running like crazy, soon lost her footing and fell as the skeleton below her feet lost its energy and began to denigrate. She quickly looked back to realize that the frog was sucking the entire sea of skeletons like soup. It was getting bigger and more ominous too. It finished quickly sucking the hall clean of skeletons as Alex slowly stood up. Now that the hall was clean, she realized that the hall had another smaller exit, just as that thing looked at her. "No!" Alex screamed as she began to run. She even activated a bunch of speed talismans. That thing followed. It didn't walk but floated like a ghost. It was not fast, just moving slowly like a lion that knew that nothing would escape it. Alex didn't know how much she ran. All she knew was that she passed from one hall to another and finally reached the end of the tunnel she was in.
Damn it, a dead end.
She shivered as she heard the ominous shrills of her pursuer who was just behind the corner. She quickly turned around and prepared to fight as she took out her spear, which coincidentally struck the side of the wall, activating a hidden mechanism. Alex only had to hear the sound of the wall sliding open behind her to turn and run through it. A girl that seemed familiar was fighting some golden skeletons behind that gate, but she didn't care.
"Make way!"
Alex yelled as she passed them. She was not going to die here today.
"Damn you, Alex!"
Victor cursed as he sat up. He was currently resting in a secured room after spending 5 hours on the 4th floor, which looked very similar to the 3rd with more skeletons and super doors. He had just finished a quick one-sided battle with a horde of skeletons when the dungeon update notification startled the sh*T out of him. He didn't expect that Alex would be able to make trouble here too.
No, this was beyond trouble.
That S-ranked monster that was following her was bad news even for him. Although Victor had no idea what it was, he read about those kinds of creatures before. It was very similar to the demon that the Von Zwei family injected into Rita. But this one had a physical body made out of miasma, which he was not sure if his soul poison would work on. Wasn't Alex too unlucky lately? She had been causing one problem after another without rest. Victor frowned as he suddenly thought about something, and opened Alex's status screen. What if there was something affecting her?
Name, Alexis Donner. Level, 71. Class, Warrior.
Abnormal status.
Blood Slave, SSS.
Authority, 7. Strength, 165. Agility, 129. Intelligence, 127.
Luck, 37. Charm, 50. Order, 29. Skills. Thunder Fist Arts First Half A. Spear Arts A.
Survival Instinct B. Spider Hater C.
Equipment. Gender Swapping Ring, S. Storage Ring, A.
Sigma Silver Spear B. Black Leather Armor C. Thunder Sect Disciple Token.
Cancelled.
Fate Status.
Fate's Power S.
Summary, Dark Scion. Defined fate, Dark Scion suffer in misery.
Live for revenge.
Die in glory. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil.
Victor frowned.
Her fate was affecting her again now that she was far from him. And other than the fact that Alex had very few skills and was still holding on to her stupid Thunder Sect token, there was nothing unusual here. Could it be a coincidence? Thinking for a moment, he pressed on the Destiny list and paid the price of 10 order points.
Destiny list.
World Fate Dark Scion, suffer in misery.
Live for revenge.
Die in glory.
Active, SS.
Birth Fate Holy Princess of the Phoenix Clan, SS. Self-set, fall in love and build a family S. Self-set, revenge for father's death S. Self-set, find why mother left me, was I not a good girl?
S.
Self-set, rebuild the Thunder Sect S. ID_X_147337 Great Misfortune, 2030th Day SS.
Holy what? Phoenix Clan.
That was her hidden bloodline.
Ooh.
Many things began to fit in. No wonder the world hated her guts. The Phoenix Clan was one of the most powerful otherworldly races that appeared after the Reckoning and established gates to this world. Although he never met any one of them, he read about them. The Phoenix Clan does not keep male descendants as they lack bloodline power. They only accept females. That would probably be the reason why Alex's father told her to act as a male. But that didn't explain why her bloodline was locked. This must have been done by her mother, but why?
It was obvious.
The word princess indicated royal struggles. It seemed like his bet to keep Alex was spot on. Although she was a little troublesome, if he could tame her, he would be able to control the Phoenix clan from the shadows using the same tactic he planned for the other great powers.
Interesting. What is this?
Victor still had many questions after reading the fate list, but what finally caught his eyes was the last entry. ID_X_147337, Great Misfortune, 2030th Day SS. Wasn't this ID the same one he saw earlier in his fate log? The one that gave his grandmother and Harvey death fates? The one he suspected to belong to the Fate sect? Why were they targeting Alex with misfortune?
No.
Victor quickly paid another 10 order points to look at Lynn's destiny list.
Destiny list.
Self-set, marry Victor von Weiss F. Self-set, give birth to a cute child for Victor von Weiss F. Self-set, help mother F. ID_X_147337, Great Misfortune, 2030th Day SS. The same fate existed. What about that idiot Tom?
Destiny list.
World Fate Scion, fulfill your destiny with the world's blessing.
SS.
Birth Fate, kill Nova von Astrum S. Birth Fate, kill Esmeralda Swan S. Birth Fate, kill Afir Binisviral S. Birth Fate, kill 1000000 demons S. Self-set, marry 1000 pretty wives S. Self-set, get reunited with Nova S.
Self-set, be rich S.
Self-set, be the strongest player S. Self-set, be very popular S. ID_X_147337, 30 days. Great Misfortune, 2030th Day SS. That was disgusting. It was like diving into the mind of a horny teenager.
Tom was a horny teenager.
Anyway, the same Great Misfortune fate is also exciting here. Was it applied to him and his followers? What about right?
Destiny list.
Birth Fate, miserable death A. Self-set, marry a good husband. Self-set, make my family great again. It was not there.
Who was left?
Poe or Paul, whatever that sick bastard called himself now.
Destiny list.
Self-set, live a happy life S. Self-set, find good partners S. Those were interesting. Poe was definitely using some kind of technique to control his thoughts and disguise them so that the world would not go against him.
And he didn't have a birth fate.
Does this apply to all demons? What did he mean by a happy life and good partners? Victor knew perfectly. It was happy for him and good for him. Not for the other party. Anyway, also Poe didn't have that bad fate. This means that it was not aimed at him. Victor frowned and sighed. He was sure that if he didn't have his Fate Weaver class, this effect would have been applied to him too. Lately, he had been wondering whether his actions had alerted the Fate sect. Now he had his answer. This misfortune curse was probably a local area effect, but he was not sure. 10 days ago when this fate was applied coincided with the time just before he left for the auction. It must be the reason why Alex was doing all that bad sh*t recently. This thing was making her bad fate go on steroids. Lynn, who had an F fate rank, seemed to have been also badly affected. Why are they using it here? Did they find out about him? Probably not, but he was definitely on their suspects list. They were probably fishing out the variable that was affecting their plans. Anyone who was not affected would definitely be a major suspect. He must try to be more careful from now on. He might even be able to use those idiots in the wedding. He only needed a scapegoat, and he had one. No matter what, he must take care of this dungeon first. The wedding must not be delayed. Victor slowly stood up. He had just noticed that Lynn and her group had reached the 4th floor where he was, and it was through a stairway near him. He noticed that because of the corridors she was passing, they didn't have any doors. He must have been there. Lynn, I am near you. Tell your group to take a rest. Victor sent her before quickly hurting in the direction she was in. It was easy to navigate this maze-like structure with his eidetic memory and the map. Tristan causally pretended to be inspecting the murals on the wall as he secretly checked Lynn's ass. She was bending down helping Mr. Gold lie next to a wall. His injury was very severe. This place is strange. Look, there are metal hinges on those doorways. It is as if someone took away those doors. The smart girl who was with them said as she carefully inspected the room and then hung one of the torches she got from the lower floors on the wall. All dungeons have unreasonable things. We must be professional and not care about such trivial details, Tristan said, trying to act knowledgeable. This was his first dungeon raid though.
Oh boy.
The girl nodded as she continued to inspect the room. Her family was very conservative with their daughters. She was raised to be a good wife, and a good wife did not question things. She did not need trivial skills like critical thinking.
Don't listen to him.
You have to question everything. Mr. Gold, who was in pain, scolded. He couldn't take his students' bullshit. Dungeons have many mysteries. The more you uncover, the easier the boss battle would become. And the better player you would get. Question everything. He then began to cough blood, causing Lynn to quickly hand him a healing pill as Tristan sneered.
Don't waste those on me.
Those pills can't cure my injury, he said. He doesn't know where those men got that filthy sickle, but it was very poisonous. But Lynn was a little distressed. She knew that Mr. Gold's situation was very critical and he had to be saved fast or he would die.
You heard the teacher, Lynn.
We must focus on clearing this place, Tristan said, earning himself a glare from his teacher. That was rude. That is rude, Lynn said as she pouted. Why was Victor taking so long to get here?
Sorry.
I am just telling the truth, Tristan said as he scratched his head. Damn, he needed to be more careful with his words. Those aristocratic B** cheese were very sensitive. That wouldn't be bad in bed, he. Forget about clearing this dungeon. Mr. Gold, who was not aware of his students' wild thoughts, said, now that it has become an S rank, we must focus on survival until the outside assembles a raid. It might take months to get a group of high-leveled players together, Mr. Gold said. Would it take that long? Tristan asked. I heard that a B-rank dungeon takes about a month to clear. So an S rank would take about 3 months? He was wondering if he stayed here for a couple of months, wouldn't those girls start to depend on him after this nosy teacher dies?
Idiot, didn't you study?
A B-rank dungeon usually takes 3 months, an A rank takes about a year, an S rank might take a decade.
Mr. Gold coughed again.
Teacher, the girl hurried to his side.
I am fine, he said as he relaxed.
I can't understand how this dungeon changed rank though, Tristan said, totally unaware that a certain fate was making him show his real selfish persona.
It happens.
Sometimes something evil in the dungeon awakens while the players are inside. Or perhaps a seal became undone by some monster, he said. This might also happen after the dungeon had been cleared, creating another dungeon and trapping all the excavation workers on site. This happened at least 3 times before, he explained.
Who is there?
The girl who was with them suddenly yelled, startling everyone as she raised her sword. She spotted a shadow walking through the dim doorway. It is this young master, Victor said as he walked out of the shadows. Lynn didn't even blink as she threw herself into her fiancé's embrace and began to kiss his mouth, making her friend blush as Tristan cursed silently.
Victor.
I missed you, Lynn whispered in his ear as she hugged him. I know, he said as he patted her silky hair while inspecting her group. It cost him 30 order points to discover that they had no interesting fates other than great misfortune.
Toby Gold. Fate Power B. Destiny List.
Birth Fate be a good teacher. Self-set, teach an S-ranked player B. Self-set, find good wife B. ID _X_147337, great misfortune, 2030th day S.
Tristan Blake. Fate Power E. Destiny List.
Birth Fate rape 100 girls 1/10 F. Self-set NTR 100 girls 4/100 E. Self-set, become very rich. ID _X_147337, great misfortune, 2030th day S. What a piece of *T. Elma Greentree.
Fate Power D. Destiny List.
Birth Fate, be a good wife C. Self-set, live a happy life D. ID _X_147337, great misfortune, 2030th day S. What a good girl.
Now he was sure.
The misfortune was an area effect. Now, he needed to determine its diameter. That would have to wait until he exits the dungeon. We have things to do, he whispered in Lynn's ear as he spanked her, but she was still hugging him after all. She blushed as she reluctantly let go. Damn, I should be the one spanking her. I am the protagonist of this world. Tristan thought as he watched angrily as Lynn began to rub her butt with a bashful smile. She obviously wanted more. Victor acted as if he didn't notice anything. He quickly went to check on Mr. Gold. He was suffering from the same poison affecting Lynn, but due to his lower attributes, it was affecting him very badly. Was it the nutcracker? Victor asked as he checked Mr. Gold with a frown.
The nutcracker? What's that?
Mr. Gold asked as he felt gratified seeing the caring look in Victor's eyes.
That's how students should be. It's a legendary monster.
I found its traces in the dungeon. It attacks only men, but never kills them.
Just plays with them.
I have seen its victims. It's ugly, Victor said with a heavy voice, making the girls shiver a little. Mr. Gold's face turned black. This dungeon was more dangerous than he anticipated. They must secure the students. It was not that nutcracker. It was a rogue player. He slashed at my chest with a poison sickle, Mr. Gold said. Oh, if it's just that, I have nothing to fear. Teacher Isabella warned me about those. Let me check. Victor said as if he was relieved it was not the nutcracker. He simply took out a small bottle and dripped a few drops from it on Mr. Gold's black festering wound. The drops changed color from clear to blackish purple and began to hiss.
Corpse poison,
Victor said with a frown, making Mr. Gold gasp. He suspected as much but didn't dare to confirm it.
Check Lynn.
She was hit too, but she is hiding it, Mr. Gold quickly said. Unlike his stupid students, knew that Lynn was hiding her injured shoulder this entire time. Victor was her fiancé after all. Show me your injury, Victor ordered, turning to Lynn, who blushed and exposed her jade-like shoulder, where a black cut a little smaller than the one on Mr. Gold appeared. Victor didn't care about Tristan, who was licking his lips secretly. He just ran the test again. The result was the same.
Corpse poison.
Mr. Gold sighed. If they didn't exit this dungeon fast and get the help, their situation was hopeless. Corpse poison was very tricky to remove, even in a player's hospital, as its survival rate was 7%. Thankfully, it's only a corpse poison, Victor said as he took out another bottle that he had just purchased from the system for a lot of coins. This is the brilliant dew pill, Mr. Gold said as he watched Victor take out 2 pills.
He knew about those.
They were the best medicine for corpse poison. Yes, I happen to have this. I found it in a dungeon a while ago. Victor lied as he gave Mr. Gold a pill, then popped one in Lynn's small mouth with his finger, which she made sure to lick and suck. What were they teaching this girl? You should heal in a few hours. I met teacher Isabella earlier today. She is barricading herself with a few students on the upper floor.
Victor said. Oh, that's a relief.
Where are you going? Mr. Gold asked as he began to feel better. From that moment on, he owed Victor his life. I need to go down and clear the dungeon. My cousin Zoe is down there. I must save her, Victor said chivalry, making the girl who was sitting to the side and looking with envy at Lynn blush. Why can't she get such a cool fiancé?
It was her fault.
She must have not refused when her father wanted to offer her as a concubine for Victor after hearing that he was in her class. Damn it, she thought she was some perverted young master.
Now she knew better. Perverts could be cool.
I want to go with you, Lynn quickly demanded. Her wound was healing fast.
Very fast.
No, first you have to help Mr. Gold reach the top floor.
Victor scolded. But, no buts.
You can come to find me after that. I will wait for you on the 5th floor. Victor said, making her reluctantly nod. He might need her powers. She was the strongest player in this dungeon after all.
Victor.
Be careful there, Mr. Gold said, knowing perfectly that Victor, as an elite heir of the von Weiss family, had many life-saving treasures. Those guys down there are dangerous. They seem to have been here for a long time. And now that this dungeon has become an S rank, things might get dicey at any moment.
I understand.
But this young master only fears the nutcracker. Victor said as he slowly stood up. Teacher, do you know why don't those guys roam the upper floors? He suddenly asked. He felt strange because he encountered none until now. From what he saw, the skeletons became stronger as you went down. I am not sure, but if I had to guess, I would say it is because of the food. The upper floors have no food or light. The 5th floor has an artificial sun and some kinds of fruits and mushrooms that can be eaten. Mr. Gold said.
I see.
Victor said as turned to leave, then stopped to give some parting words. I want to remind you, make sure to watch out for the nutcracker. I think he is still around here somewhere, he said as he gave poor Tristan some last look, then walked out. After Mr. Gold rested enough, he was healed enough to be able to walk by himself. Let's go, he told his students as Elma helped him stand up. He wanted to rest a bit more, but he could see the hurried look on Lynn's face. He was sure that she couldn't wait to deliver him upstairs and then run back to her beloved. It's nice to be young. The group quickly began heading to Victor's instruction. He had told them the way he came through so that they could quickly reach the next stairway. The trip was uneventful for the first 15 minutes when the murals-filled walls around them became empty, containing strange glowing symbols. It was as if everything became dimmer. Mr. Gold quickly ordered them to prepare for an attack that never came. Only a strong wind blew, and strangely enough, turned off all of their torches. They drowned in darkness.
What is going on? Elma asked. I don't know, be careful.
Mr. Gold said as he took out a glowing sword that shed enough light to barely illuminate a few feet around him. Come stand next to me, he said, making the 2 girls quickly hurry to his side.
Tristan, you too, he said. No one replied. Tristan. An
A bone-chilling scream sounded as all the torches that had been off earlier sprung back to life. The corridors were normal again, but Tristan was missing. "Stay vigilant and follow me," Mr. Gold said as he ran following the scream's direction. It was close and he found it a minute later. The scream came from behind a bloody door. The only door in this entire corridor. He could hear the voice of someone wailing in pain from the room behind it. It was Tristan's voice.
"Hang on,"
Mr. Gold screamed as tried to open it, but it didn't budge. He quickly began hammering it with his sword that didn't even scratch the stubborn door.
"Lynn, you try it."
Mr. Gold said he had witnessed Lynn's power before. "Yes," she said as she used all of her strength to push against the door, but only managed to make it shake a little.
"Again."
Yes, Lynn attacked the poor door again, this time with more resolve. It still refused to budge. "Together," Mr. Gold said as he and Elma began to help Lynn. The door began to move little by little as the voice from inside disappeared. The next moment the door swung open by itself, making them fall to the ground. Elma could only blush as she felt Mr. Gold's hand grab her from her waist and support her. Lynn didn't need any help as she quickly adjusted her stance by herself. Inside there was no enemy. Just Tristan, who was hanging on the wall with a big splash of red on the wall behind him originating from the spot his crotch should have been. His blood was still dripping from the hole that was dug there and pooling on the ground.
"Tristan,"
Mr. Gold yelled, as he carefully inspected the room.
It was empty.
There was no trace of the assailant.
"Tristan,"
Mr. Gold yelled again without approaching Tristan, who was already dead. What kind of monster would do this? Elma shivered as she stepped back and carefully looked around as she held her mouth with her left hand. She was about to puke.
"The Nutcracker,"
Lynn whispered as she hid her smile, acting as if she was feeling nausea too. Victor definitely did this because Tristan was looking at her improperly, and this made her strangely pleased. It meant that Victor really considered her his own. Despite the fact that Joseph was one of the richest guys in town, he had never seen a treasure like this before. It was a perfect fist-sized golden egg without any imperfections or traces of machining. He completely ignored the baffled look of his stupid daughter and her friends as run to grab it from the hands of the little girl who was showing it around. "Where did you get this from?" he asked the shy girl who shrank back in fear. She didn't answer, but his spoiled daughter did.
"Daddy,
Lara was showing us this egg, saying that it was pure gold." "She is obviously lying," his daughter said. Joseph said nothing as he inspected the egg. It was as if a true egg turned to gold. He knocked on it twice to hear its ring. He frowned and looked at the girl Lara. She was one of his stupid daughter's friends. She bought a home for a sleepover today under the pretense of getting to know each other. But he knew that she just wanted to show off her wealth.
No, his wealth. It was not hers.
This little brat was slowly growing up to be a slut like her snobbish mother. Finishing inspecting the egg, he looked at Lara who was about to cry. He realized that he acted a bit rashly earlier and that he might have scared the little girl. He could only sigh and kneel beside her. "Sorry, I was a little emotional," he said. "Where did you get this child?" Michelle asked softly. He had just finished inspecting the egg and it was really pure flawless gold. It was definitely the work of a master artisan. As a master antique dealer, he could tell. "Ah, my esteemed brother gave it to me," Lara said shyly after gathering up her courage, making Joseph sigh and ponder why couldn't he have a cute daughter like this. His wife only gave birth to 3 goblins. Of course, he was totally oblivious to the smaller girl standing behind observing him with an active mobile phone in her pocket. If he did do anything to Lara, a faithful group of 12 ferocious chickens would make sure that he would not live to know who he offended.
"Oh really? Do you know how much it is worth?"
"Didn't your brother tell you to keep it safe?" he asked, wondering whether this girl had taken her family's heirloom to brag. He didn't suspect that she stole it from somewhere. His daughter's school was one of the best in the country and only elite students could get admission. He had to bribe half of the city to get his stupid daughter in.
"Ah,
Not really. Isn't it just gold? It shouldn't be that expensive," she asked as she cutely tilted her head. She had a lot of golden toys at her home in the family archipelago. Even the dogs there had golden chewing bones. "My brother just said that he didn't like it because it didn't vibrate and that I should take it and play with it," she added, defending herself.
stop lying," Joseph's daughter exclaimed.
She heard Lara at school brag about her super big brother and his mansion, so she invited her here to show her what real wealth meant. She didn't expect this girl to be so shameless and show off with a golden egg. "Eggs don't vibrate," she added as she crossed her arms knowingly. Her friends nodded as she glared at Lara who was now pouting. Joseph really wanted to correct his daughter that her sentence was not entirely correct and that vibrating eggs do exist. In fact, her mother had a couple of pink ones in her secret drawer. In the end, He chose to remain silent. He didn't want to corrupt those noble little girls who were waiting for his answer. Ah. Stephanie, don't be rude. He finally scolded before turning back to Lara. Did she just say that this was just gold? How fucking rich was she? What does your brother do for a living? He quickly asked Lara, changing the awkward subject. Lara thought for a second. I don't really know. Esteemed brother is always out of the house bringing new girls every now and then, she pondered, making Joseph frown. Oh. Miss Arya did say that he has this company, Horizons Media. She wanted me to appear in the new movie they were doing. What? Horizons Media? He frowned. He was not knowledgeable about media companies, but he heard about Horizons Media before. He was invited to a party that they sponsored a while ago, but didn't go because he didn't think it was worth it. Maybe that was a mistake? What about your father? He asked. Esteemed father is always busy. I don't really know, but he travels a lot and has a lot of wives, she said. She really had no idea what Theodore did. Wives? What is your father's name? He finally asked. Lara got nervous as she didn't dare to say it causally, but finally, under her classmates' questioning eyes, she uttered it. My esteemed father is called Theodore Vaughn. No. Theodore White. She corrected herself after remembering that Victor told her to use the fake name outside. HSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Joseph gasped. Theodore White was a name he knew. Damn it. He quickly headed to the window and looked outside. Sure, they were there, 3 black Whitestead vans with burly men in them waiting. Damn, the girl whom his snobbish daughter was planning to bully was a princess from the White family. *T, that was close. He almost lost his head. Oh. I heard of your father. He is a great businessman, he said as he turned back while trying hard to calm his shaking legs. But, little girl, you shouldn't go around showing off your wealth like this. There are bad people in this world. He calmly advised as he walked to Lara and gave her back her golden egg, then carefully patted her little head. His life was more important. Daddy. But Stephanie, who didn't anticipate her father to act like this, wanted to say something, but only got a smack to the back of her stupid head. Stephanie. Lara is a really good girl, she would never lie. He scolded. You will be good friends from now on. Now apologize to her. He ordered. If his stupid daughter really managed to befriend Lara, he would have struck gold. No, as Lara said, gold was not that precious. Then, what would have he struck? He quickly took out his phone and began to check precious metals prices as his daughter turned to face Lara. I am sorry, Stephanie spat unwillingly. She didn't dare to disobey her snobbish father. It's okay. Lara said with a sweet smile. She never held grudges, that's what her mother taught her to do. Is your brother really the head of Horizons Media? Another girl who was silent until now asked as stars twinkled in her eyes. She was knowledgeable about movies. Yes. Last time he was with Miss Mira Elvin and he introduced her to esteemed mother as his girlfriend. She said, making the girls gasp. They finally realized that Lara's esteemed brother was a really big guy. They all knew and loved Mira. Really? Are you telling the truth? Stephanie asked skeptically. She didn't want to recognize her defeat. Yes. Lara nodded and took out her phone and began to show her friends the selfies she got with Mira that day. Jacob silently nodded as he glanced at the phone casually. Wait. HSSSSSS, he gasped. Mississippi. Lara. That purple-headed youth. He asked suddenly. That's my esteemed brother. He is the coolest in the entire world. Lara said proudly, as Elle in the back nodded. He is very handsome, Stephanie, who was completely entranced, said as she looked at Victor's photo. She finally conceded. That guy is too fucking hot. She had decided from now on, Lara was her sister-in-law. Jacob just stood there in shock. Wasn't this guy the pervert grandma's boy who was in the news lately? Victor cursed as he hurried toward the 5th-floor stairway. He didn't intend to kill Tristan, he just wanted to castrate him. At first, he wanted Tristan to get a little excited so that the cutting would be swift. Victor, who disguised as a horned demon, threatened the terrified Tristan and then asked him about his thoughts on the girls he was with. He promised that he would let him go if he told the truth. That bastard's words were so twisted that Victor couldn't help but snap and shatter his entire crotch into oblivion. Damn it, Tristan must have also been affected by the misfortune fate. It seemed to be more dangerous than he had first anticipated. Victor was worried about Lily and the girls. They might be in some real danger. Lily had already been in the dungeon for 4 hours. When she first entered here, she found herself thrown into a huge exotic garden with strange plants and trees. She quickly surveyed her perimeter as she used her skills to hide her presence as per her young master's instruction. She was to survey and plan before anything. After making sure that no enemies were in sight, she carefully climbed a tall tree and began to map her surroundings. This place was strange. It was as if a garden and a maze were merged together. It was full of trees and plants, yet it was indoors. She could easily see the high vaulted ceiling where giant hanging lanterns burnt, illuminating this entire space in the blue gloomy light. Looking around, she noticed other things, like how the trees that grew out of the gray dirt looked dead at first glance, but they were alive with purple and brown ominous-looking leaves. Some even bore some kind of black fruit that she didn't dare to taste. Victor had warned her to not put anything unknown in her pretty mouth. Still looking around, she kept feeling that something was missing.
She quickly knew what.
There were no insects, and there weren't even any scents. It was as if the entire forest was frozen in time. Other than some skeletons that sometimes wandered aimlessly, there were no living things. These skeletons seemed to hate the light here, and walked very sluggishly, struggling and tripping over the tree roots. Lily was watching one such skeleton when it suddenly lost its head to an arrow going through it and pinning it to a tree. A group of unknown players soon appeared below her, totally oblivious to the beauty hiding in the shadows watching them. They were dragging a chained group of other players whom she recognized as her classmates. The others seemed to be from the academy but probably belonged to another class. 2 of them were dead and were being carried by the rest, who were crying for their mommies. She decided to not interfere and remain hidden as she watched. That group had more than 20 players who were armed and dangerous. Lily frowned, wondering if she should follow them or not. After some pondering, she decided to follow as she had nothing better to do, but just as she began to do that, she noticed a certain mark on a nearby tree trunk. Victor taught those signs to the girls to use them in dungeons. After checking it, Lily stopped and quickly changed planes, then started heading at a different angle, heading in the direction the mark was indicating.
It was a distress mark.
Lily quickly found a second mark, then a third. The marks were getting sloppier as she followed their trail. She kept jumping from one tree to the next while remaining hidden. This place might be more dangerous than she had first anticipated. 30 minutes later, she reached the end of the trail, where she found a girl who was curling up, hiding inside an elevated hollow tree trunk covered in her own blood.
Mina.
Hearing the sound of someone landing beside her, Mina, who was vigilant, quickly raised a dagger defensively.
Lily.
Seeing it was Lily, Mina smiled and then completely relaxed. She dropped her weapon as she lost consciousness. She was badly hurt and could only remain awake until now by sheer willpower. Why didn't she take a healing pill? Lily wondered, then realized that Mina not only didn't have her ring, but she was also missing her entire left arm. *T. Lily gasped as she quickly took a high-grade healing pill and fed it to Mina. Then, after placing a couple of isolation talismans around, she began to bandage the latter's wounds. She was now really angry beyond angry. She considered the twins her sisters after all. Whoever did this shall be cut into pieces and then fed to the dogs, she sentenced them. When Victor landed on the 5th floor, he was shocked by this place. Not because of the exotic atmosphere, but because he recognized the fruits on a few of the trees. Miracle apples were one of the most addictive substances in the world. This thing was as delicious as it was dangerous. Once someone ate it, he would just be amazed by its taste, and feel like strange energy was making him stronger. Too bad that after a few days he would start to desire to eat it again. At first, it would be manageable, but after eating a few more of those, he would come to desire it more than anything else in the world. He would be ready to even sell his wife and children for another bite. So that's where those things were brought from.
Victor pondered.
In his past life, he never heard of this dungeon, but he had seen the fruits. They were controlled by some shadow organizations that were later discovered to be minions of the von Zwei family. They used them to control many of the world's elites and politicians before the reckoning. Although he didn't try it himself, he heard that it does have some benefits, like it increases metabolism and strengthens the body. He wanted to get one back then, but he didn't have the money to buy it. Those things sold for a lot. Victor carefully took one and inspected it.
Soul apple E.
Converts soul to energy. Oh, Victor frowned as he read the brief description. So that's how it works. No wonder it made people stronger, but that was in exchange for their soul energy. Compared to normal energy, soul energy was 10,000x denser, so if this apple only managed to dissolve 0.01% of someone's soul, it would be enough to grant them great power. However, that comes at a great price. Soul energy can't be generated easily, so slowly the person would become more ruthless and reckless until he turns into a complete animal. Victor quickly took a few soul apples and stored them in his ring. Victor had a crazy idea that he might be able to develop something interesting using them later. After that, he tried cutting one of the trees. But as he expected, his sword didn't even leave a mark. He really wanted to take one of those with him, but he knew that he would have to spend a few days cutting it. Sighing as he was thinking about what to do next, Victor suddenly heard a voice. It was of a woman screaming for help. Although he planned to stay near the stairs and wait for Lynn, he decided to see what was going on. Running in the sound direction, Victor soon reached a clearing where he found an injured bleeding woman laying on the grassless gray dirt with a little boy crying and shaking in fear beside her. No, this bastard was not a kid, but a midget. Those two were acting.
Yvonne Blackie, the woman. Level, 54. Poisoner. Authority, 6. Fate B. Milo Moir, the midget. Level, 16. Warrior.
Authority 2.
Fate E. Mommy. Please someone, the midget cried in a fake voice.
If Victor was a noob player, he would have been fooled. This bastard had purposefully put dirt on his face to mask his age. Help! The midget began to yell again, but stopped as the woman's head blew up. It took him a few seconds to realize that a handsome purple-haired guy that he had never seen before had somehow appeared on top of them and then shattered the skull of his colleague using a giant club. "Don't worry, kid, my men will take care of you," Victor said as he searched the woman's corpse, totally ignoring the midget who began to look around. Where were those men? The woman didn't have anything important, just a few leather sachets, and a poisonous hairpin in her hair which Victor took.
Poison pin E. Inflect sleeping poison. Itch poison F.
Mild aphrodisiac E. Corpse melting poison E. Black fever poison D. 3 pains poison B. She also had a few carefully wrapped packages that contained meat inside. Victor could easily tell that this was human meat.
Cannibals.
This practice, although uncommon, was not unheard of in dungeons if people got stuck. The apples, although they could sustain a person's life in exchange for their soul, they didn't fill the stomach. "Why did you kill her?" the midget finally asked as he couldn't believe what just happened. He was still searching for the imaginary men.
"She didn't vibrate,"
Victor said as he turned and looked at his new shaking prey after packing his loot. "I like you more," he added, licking his lips. The reason he killed the woman first was that after inspecting her he realized that she was the most dangerous one. Pensioners were always tricky, especially if they were faced alone. They must be disposed of ASAP. This was written in Dungeonology 102, Chapter 3, Good PvP Practices.
Oh, this course didn't exist. Not yet anyway.
"I am just a kid." The midget continued his act as a kid while he crawled back, carefully grabbing the dagger hidden behind his back. Where was his dagger? "Are you searching for this?" Victor casually looked at the bone dagger in his hand. It was made out of bone, yet it was gold. Gold skeleton ceremonial dagger, A. Increases intelligence.
Does not dull.
"You must have gotten this from some skeleton, right?" Victor asked as he inspected the dagger. "Have you been to the lower floors?"
Ah.
"When did you get it?" "How?" The midget ignored Victor's question as he couldn't believe that his trusty weapon was taken from him like this. "How many humans have you eaten until now?" Victor asked again.
No. I didn't. What? You don't eat men?
"Then what are you doing here near the stairs to the upper floor?"
No.
Blah. The midget who was carefully stepping back while keeping his eyes on Victor suddenly felt a strong hand catch his neck, forcing his jaw open and filling it with wine. Victor was no longer in front of him, but beside him. He refused to drink, but a precise kick to his balls convinced him to swallow what was in his mouth. This technique always worked. The nutcracker technique. "Ah, ha." The midget howled as he was thrown to the ground seconds later. He wanted to clutch his crotch but couldn't. His hands and feet were shackled with pink fuzzy cuffs.
When?
What the F***CK? Don't focus on the color. I brought those to use on a naughty girl a while back, but had no chance. Now answer truthfully, and I will let you go," Victor said with a blush as he took out a foldable chair from his ring and sat on it. "Go to hell," the midget said. "You bastard had tricked me. You are here alone." He began to yell as he tried to break free, not realizing that Victor had already stuck a power-sealing talisman on his back.
"Yup."
Victor said nothing else and just carefully sat and watched as the midget's eyes, which were glaring hatefully at him, changed to that of an idiot a few minutes later. The soul fruit was the only food source here. Those men who have been using it for a long time would very slowly weaken their souls. The soul wine, which usually had a weak effect on players, would be very effective here. Margaret should be having a blast.
Achoo.
Margaret sneezed. Someone was definitely thinking about her in a perverted way, as if anyone would think about her in any other way. She didn't care. She had better things to do. As she was busy moving the strange blocks in the vault to her ring, she discovered a trapdoor hidden carefully underneath a big stack. It took her 3 hours to finish clearing the blocks above and making room so that she would be able to open the door. Unlike that stupid vault door, this one was not gay, it was as straight as an arrow. Under her gentle touch, it shook and squealed with pleasure as she pulled it open. HSSSSSS. She gasped at what she saw inside. Although the cellar was small, it was filled with large carcasses of many exotic animals that had glowing metallic bones. There were even shiny golden human skeletons chained to the walls. What kind of place is this? What are those for? Like with the blocks, Margaret had no idea, but she knew that they were expensive. This slut was getting filthy rich. Victor smiled as he looked at the chained-up midget who began to have dreamy eyes. Now he could be interrogated easily.
Now, what is your name?
Victor asked as he relaxed in his foldable chair and took an energy bar to eat. Milo, the midget answered as he drooled. How old are you?
31. Bachelor. No. Yes.
I just became one, he said, feeling absolutely no remorse for his dead evil girlfriend. Milo, what was your plan waiting here?
Victor asked. Nothing. It was Yvonne's plan, he said.
Yvonne was his now-dead girlfriend. What was her plan then? Wait here, and trick those who descend the stairs. The other groups have been hunting a lot lately. There is a new group of idiots who entered the dungeon. We wanted to try our luck too.
Typical.
How many people are in your group?
Just me and Yvonne.
The others didn't like her because she used poison, he said. You two met here?
Yes.
She caught me stealing her food. She said that I was not worth eating as I didn't have a lot of meat. She poisoned me and then forced me to help her hunt, and maybe attend to her other needs.
I am innocent here. We will see about that.
How many men did you eat?
None.
Yvonne eats the men, I eat the women, he said, licking his lips. The apples were causing the players here to have a degraded sense of values. Victor expected that.
How many did you eat?
How long have you been here anyway?
Victor asked. 4 months.
I have eaten 3 girls, he said, licking his lips again as he remembered the taste.
Victor frowned.
Damn, this dungeon was dangerous. If this weak midget could eat 3, what about the others here? How did you get to this dungeon?
Victor asked.
I paid a black market guide. He took $10,000 to tell me about this place. That bastard, he charged Yvonne half of that.
Who was he?
Victor asked as he squinted his eye.
I don't know.
I found him through a dark web website. True Player Network. Victor knew of this. It was one of the unauthorized websites that players can use to subvert the Players' Council's supervision. Of course, that was a lie. The Player Council was the one behind it. It was built to scam and keep an eye on the rogue player who hated the current way things were done.
I see.
Didn't your mother teach you not to trust shady people online?
No.
My mother always went out with people she met online.
Oh.
Tell me what you know about this place. Victor finally said. Why should I? I will let you eat this. Victor took out an energy bar from his ring and dangled it in front of the midget. One major sign of soul damage was craving sugar.
Okay.
The midget quickly nodded as he drooled. Although the apples were delicious, he was craving some candy lately. This dungeon is very strange. It is composed of different levels. The upper 4 are dark and filled with skeletons, so no one really goes there except when we are hunting. Even then, it is not really feasible as we can be easily spotted when we use light and the skeletons would easily sneak up on us if we stayed in the dark, he said. What about the lower floors?
Victor asked.
This 5th one is the only one that has food, the black apples. He licked his lips again. Going down, the dungeon changes and gets much bigger. Even the rocks change and become more sinister. Magic lights barely work down there, and it is very dim. So we can only crawl in the dark. We only reached the 7th floor. It is very dangerous there. Hearing that, Victor frowned. The places where Alex and Tom were in had strange wall lights, so they must be on the 8th, 9th, or 10th floors. No, the 10th floor was where that abomination appeared.
How about this floor?
How many players are there here? Victor asked again as he casually threw a dagger, shattering the skull of a curious skeleton that wondered what was those two talking about. Maybe he was interested in the handcuffs, who knows. This floor is big. There are 3 main groups who hunt here. They founded their bases on the fringes of this floor. The rest are groups of stragglers who managed to survive alone, he said. Does this floor has a boss room? Victor had noticed a big hall on the map, right in the topmost section of this garden. It looked perfect to be a boss's room. I have no idea. Wasn't the bosses on the lower floors? The midget wondered, making Victor sigh. This idiot knew nothing. There is a big round hall on this floor. What is it for? Victor asked again. I don't know. This hall was being used by one of the dangerous groups as their base ever since I came here.
I see.
How many players are here exactly? Yvonne said that there are about 150 players, maybe more.
*T, Victor cursed.
He knew that something was very wrong here. Why was someone collecting players inside this dungeon? He didn't notice anything strange near the gate, but he couldn't really check carefully because that exhibitionist Naomi was eyeing him. Victor didn't like it. He had the feeling that he had stumbled upon some weird conspiracy. And maybe a trap. He was 99% that the von Zwei family was behind this because of the fruits, but he was not sure. But why would they give up this dungeon so that the Free Players Association could use it? It was either that they finished with it or that they entered it and then the association just happened to find it later. Or maybe they wanted to scam the association too. Either way, whoever controlled this place before must have already entered here. Looking at the midget, Victor asked, "How long has it been since the last group of players entered here?" he asked. "Ah, the last one was yesterday."
The one before it?
"It was 3 months ago maybe. Those guys were very dangerous. They grouped themselves near the big tree."
Oh. Victor frowned.
He couldn't tell which group was the main perpetrator. If he guessed right, those people were collecting players in here to do something evil. They carefully disguised a C-rank dungeon as an F-rank before luring weak players in.
But why? He had no idea.
No matter what, now that this dungeon had become an S-rank, things would change. Victor took out a piece of paper and began to draw the shape of this floor on it, then began to ask the midget to specify the places of every group with their description. It took him half an hour to collect all the information he needed. It took him a few minutes to formulate a plan and began preparing for it as the midget watched. Victor took a wooden door, then using some green gooey substance he was making a slit in it. After that he took a very fancy sword, and pushed it through the slit before clamping it from the back by 2 strange pieces of metal. They looked like damaged door hinges. "What is this?"
the midget asked.
"Watch and learn," Victor said, then ignored him as he continued to work. This floor was big and Victor didn't want to risk going around the bases of the 3 groups as that would take all day. He just needed to get those guys here. So he was setting a trap. For the next hour, the midget watched as Victor kept taking talismans from his ring and then burying them in the ground with loads of gems. So many gems that the midget's eyes popped open. Were there this many gems in the world?
"What is this for?"
the midget finally asked as he couldn't understand what Victor was doing. "Oh, something you will help me with," Victor said as he quickly adjusted a few things, then took an apple from a tree and gave it to the midget.
"Eat this.
You will need your energy,"
he told him.
The midget wanted an energy bar, but he didn't refuse the apple. He was hungry. Although he ate those apples for breakfast, lunch and dinner, he still liked them. And it couldn't be poisoned since he saw Victor pick it up. Biting onto the juicy apple, he didn't notice that Victor was slowly stepping away until he disappeared. The midget frowned as he felt the energy draw from his body. Wasn't this more than usual? He began to feel pain as slowly his body puffed up, his muscles swelled and his bones creaked. "Ah!" he screamed in pain as he felt his body become like a balloon.
Boom!
The midget was blown into a ball of blue fire seconds later, and a shock wave blew everything around him. Even the vaulted ceiling of the dungeon shook because of the explosion. Thankfully, the indestructible trees that only shook a little absorbed most of it. *T. That was bigger than I expected. Victor, who stood up after getting blown away, said as he looked at the apple in his hand. He was correct. This thing turns souls into energy. Usually, the soul was in a solid state, like an egg. The apple could only affect its outer shell, turning just some wisps at a time into energy. But if combined with the soul wine that somehow liquidates the soul, it would cause an excessive amount of energy to be released as most of a person's soul turns into energy. Now it was time for him to hunt some naughty players. Mina woke up 3 hours later to see that Lily was sitting by her side, silently guarding her. She could smell the distinct scent of fresh blood on her. She must have killed more than one enemy while she was asleep. "Thank you," Mina said with difficulty, making Lily notice that she was awake, then quickly help her sit up. "It's my duty, you would have done the same." Lily said, "What happened? How did you end up like this?" she asked as she checked Mina's injuries. She was mostly healed, but her arm was still severed. Amputated parts can't be regrown by healing pills. Lily believed that her young master would definitely find a way though. "It is those bastards." Mina cursed and then began to tell Lily what happened to her. Yesterday, when she entered the dungeon, she appeared on a lower floor than this one. It was hell there with minimal lights and very strong silver skeletons everywhere. She fought her way and escaped until she reached a stairway that led her to this floor. Reaching the garden, she immediately encountered a group of players who were seemingly waiting near the stairway. They acted very nice, but being guided by both Hilda and Victor, she didn't trust them. She just feigned being a noob and managed to get some information from them about this place. According to them, this dungeon was very large, going more than 7 levels. They were now on the 5th floor, and no party ever succeeded in reaching the 8th floor where they were presuming the boss's chamber was located. The 7th floor was very hard as no light sources worked there at all. And players could only see a couple of feet around them. So naturally, players who entered this dungeon had no place to go, and they got stuck here and kept accumulating like mice in a forgotten trap. They were waiting and biding their time until enough powerful players entered the dungeon and formed a team to confront the boss. Apparently, this was not only the safest floor, but it was also the only place that had food and water, so the players who had been locked inside this dungeon for more than a year had all survived here. They have split into different groups, some of which began to resort to cannibalism. According to those bastards, they were the good guys. Mina could easily tell that they were lying. Mina could easily tell from the way they were looking at her. She didn't expose their evil thoughts though, but played along acting as a first-time dungeon raider, asking about many stupid things to lower those guys' guard. By then, she had long noticed how they used a formation to close any escape routes she had. The only reason she didn't attack or escape at that time was that she felt that they were heading in the direction her sister Mana was in. After awakening their skill, the Yin-Yang sword, and training it, the twins gained the ability to feel each other's location. Thinking about what to do, Mina decided to risk it. She could always escape using one of the talismans Victor gave her. The more she walked with them, the more she became certain that they had her sister. Especially when one of them asked her if she had a twin sister. She answered with a no, but he was not convinced. Knowing that she would most likely get imprisoned, she quickly hid her storage ring in her mouth and replaced it with a normal one on her finger. She was right. As soon as they stepped inside the camp and the wooden gates were closed, those guys showed their true faces. They used the edges of their swords to help Mina strip her clothes. After that they took her possessions before throwing her in a cage where 10 girls were imprisoned. Mana was there in addition to 1 other girls from her class. The rest of the girls were rogue players who found themselves in deep shit after rushing into this F-ranked dungeon before the big forces monopolized it. They were imprisoned here and they have been through hell many times after being captured then raped. According to them, they were the lucky ones in their groups. Their captors would kill the men and eat them. As for the women, they would keep them as a strategic reserve and for entertainment. Thankfully, Mana and her classmate were fine. Although they had some very bad luck and got rendered unconscious and then imprisoned as soon as they entered the dungeon. The men didn't really touch them yet. Not all the way. They seemed to have fed them some strange fruit though. It caused them to become very weak. Apparently, they were waiting for their big boss who went on a raid to the floor 2 days ago. He wanted to get a rare flower that bloomed on the 7th floor. And the men didn't dare to touch the goods in his absence. Knowing that they must act fast, Mina quickly took out a stack of clothes, vanishing talismans, and some weapons from her ring and gave them to the girls who waited until most of the men went to drink and eat then began to escape. They quickly used their weapons to cut holes in the makeshift cage and sneak out. Their plan was going perfectly until they reached the gate, where to their terrible luck, the boss who had just returned was unloading his trophies. He was standing there with his giant body and grand bastard sword overseeing his men as they unloaded the goods from their backs. They didn't have storage rings. The girls tried to sneak past them, but that man quickly noticed them and screamed for his men and activated some weird skill that burnt all their talismans. The vanishing talisman had no effect against him, as he had some skill that allowed him to smell his enemies. That's why he was one of the few who could go raid in the darkness. Having no other choice, the twins screamed to the girls, telling them to escape in different directions, then used an explosion talisman to create chaos as the men quickly followed them. Mina, who ran alone, had the worst luck. The boss had chosen her as his pursuit target. That man had some very high level as he easily outpaced her and then, cutting her road off, began attacking her. She tried to fight back, but she was quickly overpowered and disarmed. That man was a monster. Having no other choice, she decided to risk it all. First, she had to approach that man. Taking another sword from her ring, she quickly attacked again, waited for him to parry, then locked her weapon to his. Using her sword as a guard, she used the momentum of that guy's strike to slide down to the ground and kick the man's crotch. This bastard had a really large body, and she was using it to her advantage. Too bad, he was an experienced fighter, as he quickly moved aside dodging her dagger, but that gave her the chance to stick the exploding talisman she had already prepared on the back of his leg where he won't be able to notice it. This was her plan from the beginning. Too bad that she had to sacrifice her arm for that. She had to choose between it and her head, as that man was able to move his sword at an impossible angle and stick again before she could jump away. Thankfully, she managed to ignore the pain as she rolled to the ground and activated the talisman just as that man moved his sword for a second strike. The explosion sent them both flying, but she was not affected much as she was closer to the ground. She didn't even look back as she quickly stood up and then ran using the dust as a cover. She was not stupid to think that the explosion was not enough to kill that man, as she could see the armor he was wearing, but at the very least he would never walk again. After she ran away for 5 minutes, she began feeling anemic and realized that she didn't have the ring that contained her healing pills. She was about to lose consciousness because of blood loss. Having no other choice, she firmly wrapped her wound with her clothes and then hid after leaving some markings. Lily nodded after hearing Mina's story. What she did was correct. It was just that her luck was horrible. We should go and find Mana. She doesn't have her ring as those men took it away after capturing her. She might be in danger, Mina said. Can you feel her direction?
Lily asked. No.
I can feel that she is alive, but something is blocking me from locating her, she explained, making Lily frown. Have you rested enough? Can you walk?
Lily asked.
Yes, Mina nodded. The healing pill that Lily gave her was a very high-grade one that Victor gave only one of to each girl. Naturally, Mina didn't know that Lily had 10.
Let's go then, Lily said.
Victor casually collected some twigs that were broken after the explosion as he waited in the secure area he prepared. As he predicted, soon a few players one by one reached the area next to the explosion. They wanted to see what happened here. Those noobs didn't know that they should stay clear from areas of explosions. Before those guys could explore around, 2 groups that each had 15 players approached, making the ones who came earlier quickly step aside. There was a hierarchy in this place. They stood there and looked with greedy eyes at the ornate golden sword that was inserted into a rock. At first, they didn't dare to approach it, but then a brave man carefully decided to pull it out after making a bet with his colleagues. He failed, causing some of his friends to jeer at him. One by one, the top players tried to take it out to no avail. Even the other players who didn't belong to the 2 groups got a chance to try and fail. After all of them failed, no one left. Although they couldn't take it and couldn't even make it budge, they didn't lose hope. Maybe someone would be able to pull it out eventually. This was clearly an S-ranked treasure after all. How would they know that Victor was evil enough to disguise the large wooden door under their feet to look like bedrock? It was physically impossible for them to lift the sword while standing on the door that weighed a few tons. *T this thing is stuck, one of the men said as he looked at the other group who took out some digging tools.
We were here first.
The boss will be here soon, so don't even think of doing anything funny.
Fuck you and your boss.
A wild girl from the other group scolded as she pointed her shovel at the man. Don't even think that we fear him. This thing is ours, she said. Then she struck the rock under her feet with her shovel, making it break.
Ha 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 ha.
Stupid slut, don't you know that most things in here are indestructible? *CKU. Wait until the rest of our men come here and we will see, she barked back at him, feeling a little ashamed. What are you guys doing? What was that? A wicked voice that suddenly sounded from the woods startled them. A third group suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making the other 2 flinch and step back as a pale middle-aged man slowly made his way toward the sword. It was as if he was a living corpse. On the contrary, the 4 men around him, although appear to be living, Victor knew that they were undead. This was Victor's target, a guy who surely knew what the hell was going on in this dungeon. Victor didn't even need to use his appraisal as he knew this bastard.
Name, Gustav von Zwei. Level, 129. Class, Necromancer. Authority, 12.
Strength, 233. Agility, 280. Intelligence, 370.
Luck, 21. Charm, 7. Order, 49. Skills. Raise Undead, S. Corpse Bomb, S. Animate Undead, S. Death Speech, A. Shadow Steps, A. Alchemy, A. Poison Resistance, A. Steal Life, B. Pain Resistance, B. Stun Resistance, B. Energy Shield, C. Cleaning, C. Sword Art, D. Staff Art, D. Dagger Arts, D.
Survival, D.
Map Drawing, D. Cooking, F. Kissing, F. Equipment.
Death Master Staff, S.
Defense Talisman, S.
Von Zwei Family Token, A. Storage Ring, A. Necromancer's Pouch, B.
Fate Status. Fate's Power, D. No defined fate.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. This guy was one of the 5 nightmares of the Von Zwei family, the Undead King. Victor didn't expect or like encountering this monster so soon. However, now he realized what was happening in this dungeon. No wonder he was locking people in here. This bastard must have known that its name was the Skeleton Dungeon, so he purposely lowered its grade and then used it as a honey trap to get the rogue players in here and then turn them into undead servants. As a necromancer, he should be able to control the skeletons here to some extent. The skeletons inside would be disintegrated once the dungeon was conquered, but the players who turned undead would not. Victor was pretty sure that this bastard had already filled his necromancer pouch with corpses and skeletons. He must have planned to conquer this dungeon and then leave with a new army. Or that's what he was supposed to do, but from the anxious look on his face, Victor realized that he was having some difficulty doing that. He must have been stuck here for a few months now. This probably meant that he was not able to wrestle control of the skeletons from their master. The dungeon's boss, the Lich King, who was probably a greater necromancer than he expected. Victor was not really sure, and he could only watch. He was wondering if activating his trap would be enough to kill this man. The one who killed this bastard in his past life was none other than Yulian, who always bragged about it. According to him, this man was very tricky as he had a lot of corpses in his pouch, and those corpse warriors were players who could use their skills. Victor casually looked at the 4 men around him, and as he expected, they were corpse warriors. That's when he noticed in the back behind the necromancer and his men, 3 mud-covered girls in rags were being dragged in chains. One of them was a girl he knew.
Mana. His mana.
Victor, who was hiding in the forest, didn't even bother to watch as Gustav coldly looked at the players from the other 2 groups, then tried and failed to lift the sword in the stone. Although Victor was super angry, his mind was turning fast, searching for a method to save Mana. She was shackled to 2 other girls using collars that circled their necks. The chain binding them was held by an undead servant.
Undead servant? A. STR 147. Int 1. AGI 100.
Although Mana appeared to be tired and there were a few red traces of whips on her body, she didn't seem to be in mortal danger.
Damn it.
How dare those piles of sh*t to touch his things? Victor took a deep breath, calming his mind as he frowned. He really didn't want to confront Gustav, who probably had an entire army hidden in his pouch. He could only give up on his plan to collect most of the players here, as only 46 players appeared. He wanted to wait for more players to come, maybe at least another 30 others, but Mana's safety was the top priority. First, he took out a voice transmission talisman and set Mana as its target. "It's me, don't look around and act casual, I will pull you out in a few minutes.
Don't resist.
And hug the 2 girls toward yourself when I give you a signal. Oh, and make sure to take a deep breath." Mana was a little startled, but she quickly adjusted and slowly nodded, carefully grabbing the hands of the other 2 girls. Thankfully, they didn't resist. They seemed to have been domesticated thoroughly. First, Victor waited until Gustav carefully touched the sword and made a series of ancient symbols appear briefly on the ground and then disappear. He made them so they appeared right below Mina and the girls.
Step away.
Gustav yelled at them as he controlled his undead to drag the girls further away, just as Victor wanted. He wanted them away from the others. Making sure that everything was set, Victor quickly took out the fishing rod he got from Poe. Waiting for the moment when Gustav knelt to check the symbols, he aimed the hook at Mana and threw it. The hook quickly became like a living snake as it dived underground, making its way toward its target as if circling its prey. It went around the busy players in a wide circle and then approached the girls from the back. After that, it slowly moved until it reached right under Mana's feet, where it climbed up on her body and attached to the collar. Mana, who felt it, tried hard to act naturally. Although controlling the hook to make this big movement was a little difficult and exhausting for Victor, he was able to do it somehow by exhausting his mana. He quickly popped a mana replenishing pill in his mouth and prepared for the hard part. Victor decided to use his disguise through the fishing pole. It was one of its features. He quickly cast an illusion that mirrored reality, displaying an illusionary scene in front of the girls. He wanted to earn enough time to drag them out of the clearing so that he would be able to activate the trap he set. Now his problem was that undead servant who was holding them. Even if his vision was fooled, he would surely be dragged along with them. Gustav would feel it as if the undead was connected to him. He might even cause him to explode. The operation needed to be as swift as possible. Feeling that Gustav was about to finish his inspection, Victor knew he didn't have time. He had to risk it. Victor took out one of his best S-rank daggers that could easily cut steel. He aimed it at the chain connecting the girls to the undead. Now, he screamed to Mana as he threw the dagger after casting a disguise on it. His aim was to cut the chain. Mana quickly surprised the 2 girls by hugging them hard. They didn't have time to resist as the sharp sound of metal hitting metal rang, startling them and the undead. Especially after it noticed the dagger that flung away after hitting the chain. It landed next to Gustav. The chain was not broken. It seemed that Gustav got it from this place as Victor's dagger didn't even make a scratch on it. *T bad luck. Victor cursed as he quickly pulled the fishing hook. Now he had no other choice but to risk it. Pulling with all his might, he watched as the girls and the undead who refused to let go of the chains were pulled underground by the fishing pole. Gustav, who was alert, looked back quickly and then frowned as he watched the girls standing there casually behind him.
No. Enemy.
He yelled as he noticed the disparity between what he saw and what his undead was seeing. This was an illusion.
It was too late.
Jumping to his feet, he activated his strongest protection talisman, just as an explosion rang in the clearing again. This time, it was 10 times stronger. Victor didn't have time to care about Gustav as hid behind a large tree and pulled the hook. He didn't care about the tree shaking behind him or the twigs that fell on him as a result of the explosion. He used all of his strength to quickly retract the hook. Although pulling 4 people was extra hard, Victor didn't spare any strength. He didn't want the girls to stay underground for long because they might suffocate or suffer a concussion because of the explosion. It took 30 seconds for the hook to reach Victor's position. He quickly pulled it out of the dirt, throwing the injured girls who were gasping for breath to the ground just as an undead hand reached out still holding the chain. It was moving. Victor knew that this meant that Gustav was still alive. He quickly used a dagger to cut the hand.
But it was too late. Boom.
Another explosion blasted, sending Victor and the girls flying. The undead, who were ethereal until moments ago, solidified under the ground, as he lost his connection with the hook. 2 masses couldn't take out the same space, and the undead should have been squished, but Gustav had seemingly already given it the detonation command, so the undead blew up. Although the explosion was not as grand as the one Victor initiated, and the fact that the dirt absorbed most of the shockwave, it was enough to badly hurt Victor, who used his body to shield the girls who didn't have any protection. Although his protection talisman had absorbed most of the explosion, he was still badly hurt. He fell between on top of the girls, startling them. They were closing their ears that had gone deaf due to the repeated explosions. Victor had no time to console them, so after making sure that they were alive, he quickly stood up, then threw them a bottle of healing pills. Ignoring the terrified girls and the blood that was dripping from his back and mouth, he hurried toward the explosion zone as he activated his disguise skill. He couldn't simply let Gustav escape and get a chance to release his undead army. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of one of the Vaughn's Vi pillars. The explosion rang again and a ball of fire lit the vaulted ceiling.
Then another smaller one.
It was a little far from Lily's location, but she could easily spot it.
Again?
What is going on? Mina, who was walking with difficulty, said, then paused as she watched Lily switch direction and began to head toward the explosion. Why are you going there? Didn't you say earlier that we must make use of the disturbance to check those guys' base? She asked with a frown as she hurried after Lily, who was spreading up. This explosion is the result of the young master's array. It must be him, she said. She knew better than anyone what this fireball signaled.
Ah, really?
Mina quickly hastened her steps, then paused.
I can feel Mana again.
She is in that direction, she said in a little cheerful voice. Mana was definitely with the young master. Gustav cursed as he felt his bones crack.
Damn it.
Who is that bastard who set a trap here? He wondered as the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a ground full of minced meat and the sword in the stone that still stood tall despite the blood covering it. As expected of an S-ranked weapon, Gustav slowly stood up while being vigilant. He felt it when his undead servant who was getting dragged exploded, but he couldn't tell because he was preoccupied with the death sensations of the other 3. Damn it, those undead servants cost him a fortune. He had raised them from infancy as his own children, giving them a special diet of expensive herbs that not only poisoned them but also made them stronger. Then he had to kill them swiftly, making sure not to damage their bodies.
They cost him a lot.
He carefully looked around searching for his enemy but could find nothing. He quickly reached for his necromancer pouch tied to his belt. He was intending to take a new set of undead out, but to his surprise, the pouch was not there. Wait, no, it was on his other side. He switched it earlier so that he could kneel and inspect the sword easily. Sighing in relief, he reached for it just as a fine needle struck him on his neck, turning him into a green goo. Victor landed near him moments later.
That was close.
He sighed in relief as his disguise dissipated and he fell to the ground. He was completely out of mana and stamina. In fact, he could barely move a finger. Taking both healing and mana replenishing pills, he tried to stand up, but his legs had no energy. So he began to crawl away. He was sure that many players would crowd this place again very soon. He didn't even have time to clean the green goo. Victor didn't have to go far when a dashing female player landed beside him. He knew this one, it was none other than Margaret.
Oh.
Margaret. He said, then paused at no, this was not Margaret, but Rebecca, the slutty girl he turned down at the academy. She was disguised in Margaret's shape.
Why?
Victor frowned but said nothing as she glared at his sorry shape. Oh, look who we have here, she said in a mocking voice, unlike the one she used in the academy. He heard her talk this way in his previous life when he confessed to her and got rejected like an insect. This B***TCH didn't have good intentions, she didn't even try to mimic Margaret's speech. No wait, Margaret did speak like that to the other male students who tried to court her. He suspected that Rebecca was part of the plan against him in his previous life as she was one of Linda's close friends, but had no evidence so he didn't really plan anything against her.
Rebecca Owen. Level 5. Class, Mimic. Authority 3. Strength, 23. Intelligence, 27. Agility, 20. Luck, 16. Charm, 22. Order, 11. Skills. Mimic B. Quick Steps, C. Hide Presence, C. Self-Disguise D. Untraceable, E. Sweet Talk, E. Search Area, E. Sword Arts, E. Dagger Arts, E. Self-Defense Arts, F. Map Drawing, F. Cooking, F. Equipment. Standard Lance, E. Defense Talisman, E. Storage Pouch, F. Fate Status. Fate's Power, C. No defined fate.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Victor frowned. That's a lot of skills for someone with her level. Someone must have been sponsoring her. Margaret, help me, Victor ordered in a genuine tired voice. He was not sure what she wanted to do, so his only choice was to stall with a little speech while his mana filled up. Why wasn't his mana filling up fast? It barely filled up by a few points and then stopped.
Poisoned, corpse gas, A.
Stops mana regeneration, stops health regeneration. Damn it, it must be that bastard Gustav releasing it before he died. Victor wanted to quickly take an antidote pill, but with Rebecca glaring at him with murderous intent, he didn't dare to reveal his state. Oh, you know that you should ask nicely, right? She said, testing him as she looked around without approaching Victor.
What happened here? She asked.
Some players were fighting over that golden sword. One of them, one on the verge of death, self-detonated. I only managed to survive because of the high-ranking talisman my family gave me, he lied. The only thing that remains of him is that green goo pool. He added, feeling a little sorry that he couldn't grab Gustav's pouch and storage ring that was probably getting dissolved slowly as they were covered with that green goo.
Oh.
Rebecca nodded, giving the green goo a fleeting look, then heading slowly to the sword to try to pull it off. Carefully grabbing the handle, she used all of her strength and the sword was pulled off surprisingly easily. Seemingly, the explosion had loosened up the joints clamping it from behind. This thing is not bad, she said, inspecting it, not aware that Victor was carefully inspecting her. She should not have looked away from him. She was still a noob.
Margaret, come on, help me?
I will let you ride on top next time in bed, he asked in a pleading voice that made Rebecca turn to face him again with a disgusted expression that quickly turned into a smirk. Really? She asked as she approached him, then swung the golden sword aiming for his neck. No one had insulted her before. And this bastard dared to make fun of her in the academy. She was going to kill him and pin the blame on the slut Margaret. She could feel that some players had just arrived and were watching from afar. Margaret slowly descended into the cellar, using a torch she got from the vault as a light source. Standing a few steps above ground, she frowned as she looked at the alien monsters' carcasses thrown on the ground and the metallic skeletons pinned to the walls. What if they moved? She asked herself. If that happens, I will turn from a rich slut to a dead slut, she pondered. She didn't want to end up as a dead slut. Thinking for a while, she took 3 bottles of soul perfume from her ring and then began throwing them around the cellar, covering the entire place with it. She stepped up again, looked at her mechanical watch, timed 5 minutes, and waited. Victor told her that the soul wine weakened the soul, and those monsters were definitely undead. If they had any souls left, the perfume should weaken them, right? Of course, Margaret was wrong because those things didn't breathe. Finishing with that, she slowly took off her clothes, held the mace gave her before entering the dungeon in her hand, then slowly stepped down.
Nothing happened.
She activated her charm skill.
Nothing happened.
Still, she was not sure. What if those skeletons were females? What if they were gay? Thinking for a few moments, she poked one of the carcasses with her club, then stepped back.
Nothing happened.
Margaret frowned. Although there was nothing wrong here, her intuition was telling her to be careful, and the feeling that something was wrong was getting stronger. She always trusted her intuition. The last time she ignored it, she ended up with a swollen butt. She was unsure of what to do. Sure, she could leave all of this, but she was reluctant to do that.
No, she better leave.
Making up her mind, Margaret quickly stepped back.
It was too late.
From the 17 golden skeletons pinned to the walls, threads of black gas suddenly appeared, then in a flash surrounded her. They began to form strange shapes that quickly collapsed after mixing with the pink perfume floating around the room. Margaret could hear them curse as they collapsed into smoke again, then ignoring the protective talismans, The 17 enter her mind's soul space to seek shelter in there. Inside they began to fight. She didn't see them but heard their voices of angry shouts of murder. All of them had been here for ages and they wanted her body. Too bad that gas outside had made them weaker. Margaret quickly sat down in a meditative posture as blood seeped from her eyes. The pain was intolerable, but it was nothing compared to what she suffered in her past life. She quickly remembered what Victor told her about how to protect her soul. She firmly closed her eyes and began to dive into her soul space where she began to build a defensive castle in her imagination. Margaret had no experience in this at all, but she tried her best. Slowly as they fought, all of the gas threads were devoured by the strongest one that made its way toward Margaret's soul, which was now surrounded by a flimsy cartoon castle that fell in seconds. And Margaret's soul froze in its place.
She failed.
The gas thread that showed its true form as a giant red-eyed demon made his way to Margaret's frozen soul and then tried to bite her off.
It tickled.
That thing had the teeth of a marshmallow monster. Vasat Kalapyu's tote W, the demon said. Strangely enough, Margaret understood what it said. It was cursing and saying that she should just die. That soul perfume she scattered had affected it, making it squishy. It couldn't affect Margaret's solid soul. Feeling that the demon was weak, Margaret decided to struggle again, but the demon simply stepped back away from her. Frowning a little, he began to slowly draw a symbol in midair. As he drew this symbol, his body began to become smaller and smaller, as if drawing this thing consumed tons of energy. Margaret tried to interfere, but she couldn't move her soul around here. Some strange suppressing force was affecting her. She could only watch as the demon finished his work. Although the demon shrunk so much that he was no larger than a small mouse, he wasn't bothered. He flicked his finger, making that symbol slowly hover over Margaret. He couldn't eat her, so he was taking ownership. Just when Margaret thought all was lost, a strange similar symbol flashed in a blue light behind her. It made the demon symbols shake, then pause. Margaret knew that it was the symbol Victor activated that day. The one that he told her he drew on her talisman. It was an ownership symbol. Car Vegaterra. The demon mocked as he made a shape in his hand, forcing his symbol above the other one. He was going to write it. Margaret watched nervously as the two symbols overlapped, then the demon's symbol shattered. Insufficient authority. What? The demon asked just as the energy from the shattered symbol got absorbed by Margaret. This was her body after all. What does insufficient authority mean? The demon wondered. When he ate the other 17 demons, he also acquired all of their authority. All of them were once the grandest wizards in the world. He had an authority of 1741046. Although the demon didn't understand what just happened, he firmly decided to leave. He was now too weak to face another soul. Unfortunately, it was too late for him. Margaret's soul, which was now 100 times larger than him, had already set her angry eyes on him. All the shackles that stopped her suddenly vanished as she caught him and then slowly pushed him into her mouth. He tasted like sh*t. Old sh*t. Rebecca's sword struck down swiftly, hitting nothing but dirt as Victor used all that was left of his strength to roll to the side. "Bastard, stay still," she said as she prepared to strike again. Seemingly she wanted a clean cut. Before she could strike again, she felt a threat coming from behind, so she turned and swung her sword to parry the stone that was thrown at her. "Margaret, you slut. What are you doing?" Mana, who was out of breath and in very bad shape, said as she entered the clearing, running toward Rebecca and then attacking her with a wooden stick. Rebecca easily parried, intending to cut the stick and Mana with it. Too bad the sword simply slid on the stick, earning Mana a hit on Rebecca's ribs. The stick was a branch that fell from one of the trees after the last explosion. It was tougher than steel. Rebecca growled in pain but didn't pause. The attack was not strong enough to really hurt her as Mana was simply very weak now. Rebecca, who noticing that, smiled then attacked back. This time she waited until Mana parried before using her iron-covered boot to kick Mana in the chest, sending her tumbling into the ground with a couple of broken ribs. Mana, who was already drained, didn't have the energy for a long fight. She just winced in pain as the two girls who were saved by Victor hurried to her side, giving her a healing pill. "Oh. Do you think you can defeat me with your wimpy skills? You better stay in your place and be a good girl, or I swear your end would be crueler than his," Rebecca asked in a mocking voice, then swiftly looked back and pushed her sword down into Victor's thigh. He was trying to crawl away. "Ah!" What she didn't expect was that in the next moment, Victor, who was screaming in pain, moved in a flash and tried to prick her leg with a needle. It was the same one he used on Gustav and was still in his fist. Too bad, because of the paralysis, he was too slow and she managed to step away in time and then use her other leg to step on his fist hard, making him drop the needle. She wanted to break it, but she couldn't. "You sneaky bastard sure have some tough bones," she said. Can I tell you one thing first?" Victor said with difficulty as he watched her raise her sword.
What?
Wanna beg for mercy? She asked as she stayed vigilant. I just want to know how dare you to kill a von Weiss heir? He shouted, making Rebecca frown and then start cursing as she looked back. A few players entered the clearing. They seemed to have been hiding earlier and decided to enter when they heard his words. You guys seem to be having fun. A skinny man suddenly said. He seemed to be the leader of this group.
Guys.
Save me and I will reward you handsomely. Victor suddenly shouted shamelessly. I am a von Weiss heir, he repeated. *T. Rebecca cursed inwardly. Why was her luck this bad? Now even if she killed Victor, those guys would surely grab her to claim a reward from the family. She was not sure that her disguise would last long enough until she exited the dungeon. We heard you, young master. We are here to help. The skinny man said as he turned and looked at Mana, who was frowning, and the two girls who were a little surprised.
Girl.
Let this little brother go, the man said as he turned back and looked at Rebecca.
Don't come any closer.
Rebecca, who thought of something, suddenly said as she put the sword on Victor's neck.
The men stopped.
Shit, if she killed him now they would take a part of the blame, and now that he asked for their help they can't just walk away. What shit luck of this? They should have waited until she finished.
How about a deal?
She asked as she bit her lip.
What? He asked.
Why don't you just ignore what is happening here? I will share the bounty with you, she said after some thinking. You only have to eliminate the witnesses, she said, pointing to the girls with her eyes.
Bounty? The man asked.
He has a $100 million bounty on his head. As long as no one knows, we all win, she said, slightly moving her sword and leaving a red mark on Victor's neck.
Oh boy.
The man was tempted, really tempted. He had no way to save Victor. And the reward was more tempting. He turned and looked at the three men who were with him. They met here, so he didn't really trust them. What do you guys think? He asked. If they said yes, they would be considered accomplices in the crime. And they would never rat out.
Okay, yes, maybe. Oh. Okay, I am in.
The men didn't really have a choice, so they agreed. Little did they know that their boss had already planned their end. Get the girls. The man said, making his men run and surround Mana and the two girls. Kill him, he turned and told Rebecca, who cursed inwardly. This man was smarter than she thought. I can't trust you. We do it together, she said to the man as she fixed the sword on Victor's neck. If the man tried anything funny, Victor would die and he would be the cause. The man frowned, then nodded, moving toward her. If he could, he would kill her, but he didn't know from where he could claim the bounty, so he had to listen to her for now. How dare you? Victor yelled angrily. This is your last chance. Help me and this young master will spare you. Don't trust this *TCH, he added as he looked at his mana bar. It filled up slightly. He would be able to use his disguise to run if he rolled around, but attacking would be impossible. And Mana would surely be in danger. Damn it, this was what he gets for being overconfident. Maybe he can create some chaos. Victor slowly formulated a plan. It was very dangerous with a success probability of 11%. But he would rather risk it than live his entire life with the guilt of not being able to save Mana. He had already sworn not to let any of his loved ones suffer again. The man seemingly made up his mind and put his hand on the sword with Rebecca. Then together, they cut down on Victor's neck. Too bad, the sword only passed through him as Victor's body turned into smoke.
Fuck. Rebecca cursed. Fuck you.
Were you tricking me? The man asked nervously as he kept his hand on the sword. Let go, that bastard is still here somewhere, he is badly hurt. Rebecca said, not letting go of the sword too. If that guy escaped, both of us would be in deep *T. Let go of the sword and I will believe you, the man said.
Damn you.
Rebecca said, letting go of the sword and jumping back. This guy was stronger than her. The man, seeing that Rebecca cooperated, decided to prioritize disposing of Victor.
Kid, you better come out, he said.
Use the girls. That red-haired one is his maid. Rebecca said, making the man nod and look at Mana, who began cursing. This was the first time she cursed this much in her life. Margaret, you whore, bitch, slut, piece of *T. The young master trusted you. Sorry, I like money more, and his was too small for my taste, she said, making Mana pause and frown.
No, it wasn't.
Was this really Margaret?
Hey kid.
If you don't show up, I will start raping your maid in front of you, the man said after thinking. He slowly headed toward Mana, kicked the stick out of her hand, then ripped the clothes she was wearing. She tried to struggle, but to no avail, she was too tired to fight back. Victor cursed as he slowly began to roll toward Mana. He had already taken an antidote pill, but it needed time to work. His only choice was now to slowly approach Mana and use his disguise on her before pulling her away, he didn't have enough energy to disguise the entire area. Sadly, he knew that the man and Rebecca were expecting this, so he needed to be extra careful. Suddenly, a beeping sound startled not only Victor but everyone in the dungeon.
System notification.
One hashtag quest had been completed. The Skeleton Queen had been eliminated.
Oh.
Rebecca and the man paused and frowned, not realizing that this notification spelled their end. Who do you think the first girl to be pregnant with Victor's child would be? 2 choices possible. Ul DPMB equals yes. Lily votes 0%. Mana votes 0%. Mina votes 0%. Arya votes 0%. Lynn votes 0%. Margaret votes 0%.
Alex
votes 0%. None. Victor will have blue balls forever. Votes 0%. Total voters 0. Input type equals hidden value equals 9385. Input type equals hidden value equals 2. Victor, who was preparing to use some very nasty method to end the situation, slowly opened his eyes wide as he sighed in relief. He slowly put the strange-looking talismans in his hand away, then wiped the blood off his finger. This was a really close call. He almost used that nasty bug. It would have been a real waste to use it on those weaklings though. Thankfully, he was right. His waiting had paid off. After Rebecca attacked him earlier, he plotted many different scenarios. Finally, he decided to bet and stall for time waiting for this moment. Too bad, the moment he waited didn't come. And when Mana hurried to help her young master, she didn't realize that she was limiting Victor's options, because he would have to take her into consideration. She really tied his hands. Victor didn't really blame her as he knew how much she loved him. But he would have to punish her later no matter what. Victor slowly stood up as he leveled up, filling up his mana and health bars. Yes, he leveled up. Ever since that midget told Victor that there was no boss on this floor, he felt that it was strange as he could clearly see the hall that was clearly a boss chamber on the map. All the pieces fell into their places when he saw Gustav. Victor had been waiting for this moment when the pouch was completely dissolved by the green goo. It was then the Skeleton Queen who was in it perished. Yes, as Victor expected, that bastard Gustav should have subdued her earlier, wanting to use her against the Lich King or other players. And as the one who caused this, Victor von Weiss earned a ton of experience and leveled up immediately. Thanks to his upgraded system, he didn't have to wait until the dungeon was cleared. Leveling up not only reset his attributes but also remove any temporary effects like paralysis. He was still poisoned though, so he quickly took another antidote pill as he quickly glanced at his log. Level up. Level up. Level up. Skills upgraded. Admin appraisal, +4, see player skills and artifacts feedback, require authority x10. Master seal, +5, added 1 slot. Can transfer attributes .2 or from when slaves level up. Unlimited disguise, +4, can disguise other players and artifacts skills feedback, require authority x10. New titles. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Once in a month, if your health dropped to 0, it would turn to 1 instead. The queen was not that high leveled, so Victor only got 3 levels from her, but this was not bad. Name, Victor von Weiss. Level, 122. Titles. Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror x2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior x2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Status. Authority, Infinity. Health 4680/4680. Stamina 3600/3600. Mana 4020/4020. Strength 335. Agility 300. Intelligence 375. Luck 47. Charm 55. Order points 172. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, None. Class skills. Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills. Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, D. Silky Tongue, D. Gourmet, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Sword Arts, E. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Acting, E. Lying, E. Evading, E.
Self-healing, E. Dagger arts, E. Needle arts, E. Movement arts, E. Martial arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick reading, F. Dismantling, F. Poison resistance, F. Bleeding resistance, F. Mace arts, F. System skills. Admin appraisal, SSS, +4. Admin merchant, SSS, +2. Master seal, SS, +4, 5/6. Contractor of doom, S. Unlimited disguise, SS, +4. Eidetic memory, A. Super enhanced senses, A. Silent blade, A. Fire breath, A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger throw, B. Health regeneration, E. Lie detection, F. Enhanced senses, F. Magic affinity, none. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA, 5% awakening. Fate strength, A. Unaffected by outside fate. Equipment. Broken defense talisman, S. Dragon storage ring, S. Shadow shifter ring, SS. Area inspect ring, C. Levitation necklace, A. Broken hidden armor, B. Victor smiled and nodded. This is more than he had anticipated. Now it was payback time. Rebecca frowned and then returned her eyes to the clearing. She didn't expect the first boss to be eliminated at this time. Never mind, she needed to finish here then disappear forever with Victor's head. She coldly watched as the skinny man, who seemingly didn't care a lot about the announcement, slowly approached and grabbed Mana by the neck then. He vanished, not just him, everything around her in the clearing vanished. She was surrounded by a white emptiness. Illusion, she yelled then activated her area inspection. It didn't work. She quickly prepared for an attack, but it came from an angle she never expected. The sword in her hand suddenly became alive and began shaking at her, forcing her to throw it away. It vanished. *T, she made a mistake, this was definitely Victor moving it. Rebecca got flustered as she reached for her storage pouch to take her dagger, but her pouch was not there. Suddenly she felt something go around her neck. It was some kind of a wire. She tried to pray it off or to kick the attacker behind her, but it was to no avail. It was as if she was kicking empty air. In her last seconds of clarity, she could barely see the bloody handsome face of her strangler. He was like a ghost floating in midair. His purplish-black eyes were like an endless abyss, and his cold smile came straight from hell. Moments later, she passed out. She was lucky though, because she didn't get to hear the bone-chilling screams that followed. Martin, the Von Zwei patriarch, casually stopped out of his practice cave just as an elder ran toward him in a way that was not fitting for a man his age. Master. Thankfully you are out. We are in trouble. Waha hm, he yelled then began to cough as he tried to catch his breath. Zamika, I always told you to stop smoking. It is not good for your health. Look at you gasping for breath after a slight effort. Martin scolded as he watched the old man calm down. Ah. Master. Mas you. Gus AAA have dead. Zamika coughed a little more. Gus? The gardener? Why should I care? Martin raised one eyebrow. No, Master Gustav, not Gus. Gustav, the undead king. He is dead. His soul jade had just broken moments ago. What? Martin gasped. Gustav was one of the 5 nightmares, the pillars of the Von Zwei family. Who did it? Where was he? We don't know. Master Gustav always acted secretly when he went out to collect new servants. Damn it, Martin yelled, call the other 4 nightmares. We need to talk. Master, while you were in your closed practice cave, another one of the nightmares were killed, Zamika said after some hesitation. It was Master Alvar. What? When? Wasn't he at the Wyron mansion supervising that kid Troy? Martin asked as he checked Zamika's expression, making sure that he was not joking. Master Troy was killed, and the mansion. It blew up with a nuclear bomb. It was about a month ago. What? It took Martin 10 whole minutes to get all of this. Zamika had just told him that the family had lost half of its hidden cards in just 2 weeks. Who was it? Martin asked finally as his eyes turned red and his shoulders began to shake. One must know that Alvar was not only his uncle, he was one of the elders who supported him. We don't know yet. Then find out. Martin yelled, and make Levi come see me, he hissed angrily as blood seeped from his squeezed hand. His son would need to readjust his plan. Lily stealthy landed in the devastated clearing, followed by Mina who quickly began to inspect the surroundings with shocked eyes. This was a bloody massacre. Not only were there random body parts and blood splotches around, but she coils spot 11 freshly dismantled corpses.
3 were in the center of the clearing, while the rest had seemingly been caught sneaking or lurking around. All the corpses had one thing in common. They had bloody holes dug in their nether regions. They were fresh as blood was still seeping from them. Maybe 15 minutes or less. What monster did this? Mina asked with an ashen face as she looked around in vigilance.
The Nutcracker.
Lily replied she knew who it was.
Her young master.
He was the one who told her to blow the crotches of anyone who dared to touch or even look at her improperly. She took it metaphorically as just kicking their balls off. She didn't expect Victor to mean it literally.
What? The Nutcracker? Mina asked. Was it a monster?
She heard that name before, but she had no recollection of when. It must be at the academy. We should leave. What if it was still lurking here? She said as she began to look around nervously. Don't be afraid, you will be cracked by him sooner or later, Lily said with a smile. No one can escape his grasp, she added as she began to giggle. Her mood had just super improved after noticing a mark on a nearby tree. The young master was close.
Wah!
Mina didn't get it at first, but after witnessing how Lily began to giggle as she started to hurry in a certain direction, she understood.
Oh, she blushed, then awkwardly touched her cut hand.
Will the young master accept her like this? She didn't have to wait long to know, as Lily quickly found Victor's trace and began to follow it until they reached a very dark and ominous place in the forest. Lily said nothing as she walked forward, then vanished from Mina's sight. Mina, knowing that this must be a safe area, quickly followed. The darkness vanished and was replaced by a small clearing. Victor was sitting there with Mana. They were scamming 2 poor girls into signing some shady contract. And a girl they knew, Margaret, was tied and hanging from a tree with a burning hot campfire below her. That slut finally got her due. That was what Lily thought as she smiled and ran to her young master, then threw her nimble body in his embrace as he stood up to welcome her. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with his sweet smell. Sister, what happened to your hand? Mana suddenly asked. Running the harmonious atmosphere. One of the guys before Mina began to tell her sister the story.
Young master.
Lily asked as she felt Victor's body tense up and release a murderous aura that she never felt before in her life. She slowly let go of him and stood to the side as she knew what this was about. She was not the one who needed his hug the most.
Come here,
Victor said as he reached for Mina, who was looking down, and pulled her into his chest, then embraced her hard. Don't worry, he said, no matter what, you are still mine. I will find a way to fix you up, he whispered in his little ear. She said as her tears began to tear up. She feared that Victor would not like her now that she became like this. Is that bastard still alive? Victor asked slowly. Probably, she whispered as tears began to fall from her eyes. Don't worry, you are still my sweet Mina, he whispered and kissed her hair, reassuring her again. Mina didn't answer as she began to weep. She had been holding it all this time. She was just a teenager after all. Don't worry, he kept saying as the 2 girls who were just forced to sign their lives away began to shake from the very scary cold look in his eyes. She slowly opened her eyes as she smelled the smoke and felt the heat on her foot. It was one of her sneakers. It was on fire.
Warareawaya.
Rebecca screamed as she struggled and realized that she was tied up and hanging over a campfire. She had no time to think as she used her other foot to take off the flaming sneaker and then kicked it away. This was a white dragon sneaker, damn it.
It cost her a fortune. But damn, that was close.
She always wanted to look hot, but not that hot. Now where was she? She began to look around as she swung her burnt foot away from the flames which were 3 feet below her. Her shoelace must have caught fire by accident. Was she captured by some cannibals?
Was she about to be cooked and eaten?
She wondered as she surveyed the clearing around her and spotted the 2 girls who were sitting to the side chatting and giggling. Weren't those 2 girls the ones who were with that twin, the ones who hurried to help Victor?
Right, Victor.
Where was that paycheck? His head was her way to riches. She looked around using the rope that bound her to make a full rotation. There was no one else in sight. You too, she yelled, making the girl look at her coldly. So you woke up, slut, one of them said as they walked toward her. How dare you try and hurt the young master, the other one spat. Ah. Why am I hanging? She asked. She knew the answer though. The young master said that your flesh is very tender, it would be a waste to kill you, the first one said. We will use you as a living food supply, we will only cut the parts we need to eat, the other one replied while trying hard to contain her laughter. Victor had told them to frighten her a little, and they were more than happy to follow their new young master's command. Truth be told, the 2 girls were really miserable all their life. Both of them were orphans who were lucky to get to be chosen to be disciples for a 9th grade sect called the Raging Flint sect, which in fact was just a beggar's sect that collected orphans to try an 80% death chance awakening artifact on, then used them to work for the sect. So the two of them, like all their brothers and sisters, had two choices: either leave the sect and fend for themselves or go out and search for resources and then bring them to their sect master. As poor girls without a background, they knew better than to try to survive alone, so they began to go on missions to acquire resources. That's how they ended up getting scammed into this dungeon, where they lived a life worse than hell. Thankfully, they were pretty enough that those men didn't eat them, but kept them as pets. One day ago, they managed to escape from the base they were kept at, thanks to the twins, but due to their lack of supplies, they were captured pretty quickly by a more dangerous group. They heard rumors that the stoic men didn't leave any survivors. They thought that this was their end, but 2 hours ago, they were blown away by the charming prince. No, by the young master Victor von Weiss, who not only saved them but also killed no less than 50 evil players with ease. The girls should have been terrified by his bloody actions, but seemingly living on the edge for 5 months had changed their perceptions. The look of Victor cracking those men's crotches with a mace was unforgettable.
He looked dashing.
After that, young Master Victor took them to this secured area where he gave them only two choices: to become his maids and serve him forever, or to become his maids and serve him for eternity. They, as young girls who didn't know any better, chose the first choice with some reservations as they feared their sect master. But after Victor explained that he was an heir of one of the 5 families, they were blown away once again, surrendering immediately before signing the contracts he presented them without thinking. Their sleazy old sect master would wet his pants if he realized whom they would be working for. Now, after Victor left to finish off the guy who hurt his maid, they finally felt that something was wrong. They have just sold themselves into servitude. Why did they do that? They had no idea. After confronting each other, they realized that Victor must have used some kind of skill on them. But weren't system contracts only applicable if signed with free will? They had no idea, but after some thinking, they realized that this was much better for them. They have seen Victor kill many players after all, and he could have chosen to silence them forever instead of subduing them. Although they were just a little annoyed that he ticked them, serving Victor was not bad at all. After all, in their sect, they were no more than servants to the sect master and the elders. At least here they will have a salary. A huge F*king salary, and the opportunity to get the protection of a grand family like the von Weiss. And to top it off, they would be able to serve that handsome young master. Just thinking about his dashing smile made them drool. Rebecca shivered as she saw the two girls who eyed her with dreamy eyes and smile with drool seeping from their mouths. Was this really her end? "Catch those cheese," the burly man said as he walked in a strange way. One of his legs was missing, so he was using a makeshift crutch to move around. That red-haired tch was the one who blew up his leg. Thankfully, one of his men saw her sneaking around and reported to him, so despite having some difficulty walking, he took 20 players with him and was to the moment pursuing the escaping girls throughout the garden. This place had many dangers and dead ends, but getting stuck and having to live here for the last 2 years, those men knew this place like the backs of their hands. "Boss, we cornered them. Those cheese ran to a dead end. It's the plantation." One man whom he sent ahead as a scout returned. "If we closed that stone gate, they would have no place to go." Oh, the boss then started heading toward the plantation as he considered his options. He was a very cautious man by nature. What if this was a trap? Impossible, the girls didn't have their rings or any weapons. He saw their frightened faces, and those can't be fact. Boss, what if this place had skeletons? A young man that had recently joined them interrupted the boss's thoughts just as they reached the location, earning himself a slap on the back of his head. "Don't worry, the skeleton hates this place. It's very muddy. It had evil plants before, but 5 months ago, all of the groups worked together to burn it down," the boss said as he surveyed the location. "Do you know those 2 girls? They should have come in with you," the boss asked the young man. "They are in the other class in the academy. I heard that they are some kind of maids." The young man was not sure. He only got to survive here because the boss was his distant cousin's son-in-law's second uncle's son-in-law. Useless things, the boss cursed as he moved forward toward the door, then began to sniff the area for any abnormalities. There was none. Only the smell of 2 frightened girls. He looked at an old veteran who was one of his assistants. "Keep the noob with here, you. The 2 of you will stay outside and guard the gate, the rest will follow me. I haven't eaten twins in a long time," he said with a murderous look. "This time he will not let them escape." "Boss, but we want to eat too," the young man who was ordered to stay outside complained. "Shut up, I will save you a thigh or an arm. You have to earn your food here. We will go round up the other runaway sluts later," the boss said, winking to the veteran, then licking his lips before entering the plantation. The boss nodded and then walked inside the plantation. Perhaps this place was once some princess's private garden, but it was now his hunting ground. Although he was very annoyed because the girls ran. The feeling of being a hunter made him feel alive, it made him feel young again. Maybe some action every once in a while was not bad. Perhaps he would try playing with him a little before eating them. The two who were ordered to stay outside used all of their strength to close the stone gate and then stood guards outside it. They could hear the jeers of the others from the inside, and that made them very disturbed. "Stay vigilant," the veteran said as he secretly checked the young man's figure.
Not bad.
The boss was right not to kill him with the others. "I will," the young man replied, totally unaware of his companion's thoughts. "Why didn't the boss leave more men to guard outside?" he asked. "The place inside is like a maze. He wants to finish this quickly," the veteran replied. Not revealing that the boss, who feared for his life, wanted all of his men with him in case an ambush awaited them there.
"Oh," the young man said, then sighed.
That's when he spotted something. A very pretty girl was walking toward them with an injured shoulder and stomach. She was bleeding heavily as she screamed for help, then fell to the ground behind a big tree.
The two men looked at each other. "Be careful."
"I will go check," the veteran warned. "Watch my back." "I understand," the young man replied as he started to survey the surroundings with a bow and arrow ready to be launched. The middle-aged veteran carefully headed to the girl and then stood there stunned. "Can such a pretty girl exist?"
"Old man."
"What's wrong?" the young man asked, waking the veteran from his trance.
"Ah,
"It's a girl. She is badly injured," the veteran replied as he swallowed. He really wanted this girl, he never wanted anything more in his life. He banged dozens of men in his lifetime. This was his first time feeling like this over a girl. Too bad he didn't have any life left to explore this new feeling, as he failed to realize that there was a dagger piercing through his throat. The young man, who was pouting, made sure that there were no other enemies around, then turned back to look at his partner, who had already pounced on that girl behind a tree. That bastard acted all high and mighty, but in the end, he couldn't even hold himself. He cursed as he ran toward his partner. He wanted some of her too. He carefully approached while being extra vigilant. His friend was busy raping that poor girl who was struggling hard. Soon he was close enough to see her face.
damn, this girl is pretty."
That was also his last thought as he failed to notice the thin thread that was stretched across the 3 trees beside him. It was being slowly tightened around his neck. He watched as the girl stopped struggling, then pushed the old man's corpse away before rolling to the side, pulling the threads, and decapitating the poor guy who could still not understand how such a pretty girl existed. After hearing the headless corpse hit the ground, Lily slowly stood up, dusted her clothes, and then put her veil back on.
Damn vermin.
How dare they look at her like that? Only her young master could do that. She slowly approached them and then used her mace that was meant to crush the skeleton to crush the 2 corpses' balls into oblivion.
She sighed. Why was she so weak?
If she was stronger, she could have helped the young master more. Rather than using traps, she would have been able to watch those scream in pain before she killed them.
Damn it. She should train harder.
Thankfully, those idiots only left 2 men outside. She was prepared to deal with 4 at the same time. But her preparations were unnecessary. Hopefully, the young master and the twins would not take long inside. Her role at the moment was just to secure the gate from the outside and wait.
Monster.
Help! A man came flying over the plantation walls moments later, startling Lily, who just watched him hit the invisible barrier and then bounce back in. The young master was right. When she asked him why he had to use all of those expensive barrier talismans when setting this trap up, he told her that she must always be 200% prepared when facing players. One can never know what kind of skills his enemies had. After entering the plantation and firmly closing the gate, the boss ordered his men to search around carefully as he began to survey the area with his nose. Damn it, those girls chose the right place to hide. In the past, it was filled with man-eating plants, but at the moment it was just a maze of charred trees and rocks. Too bad the ground here was very muddy and this place had some very disturbing foul burnt odor. That's why no group chose to use it as their base. Not even skeletons could be found here. The mud posed a problem for him too, as he could only walk using a clutch. It was all because of that B*TCH. He will make sure to. Boss, where are you? A call from one of his men alerted him.
Where were his men?
They were beside him just a moment ago.
Ah! A scream sounded from somewhere.
It sounded like one of his men, but which one was this? Why was his scream so high-pitched?
Where was it from?
Why can't he pinpoint the direction?
Ah!
What is that? Another man screamed.
He knew that one. He was his assistant.
*T.
This was a trap.
He was in some kind of formation. He quickly took a step back, but because he was not yet used to missing a leg, he fell down. That didn't stop him though. As a professional player, he knew quite well that those who usually survive dungeons were the ones who escaped first. He needed to find the way out. Where was that gate again? *T, an illusionist. He quickly used his skill, smell ultra sense. Despite the disturbing odor of this place, he could easily find the place where the gate was, as it was the place with the lightest foul odor. And it was not where he thought it should be. He almost fell for this illusion. Thankfully he had this skill. It has saved his life many times through the years. He would reward his nose later when he got the girls. With an evil grin, he slowly tried to stand up, but failed. Where was his clutch again? Damn it, he looked around but couldn't find it. Having no other choice, he began to crawl his way toward the center of the plantation where he thought the gate was. He needed to leave this place fast. Maybe his men would buy him some time. Around him, he could hear the loud voice of his men screaming in despair. He wanted to avoid them, but strangely enough, he could not pinpoint their location. The voices were coming from every direction. Come here, you be *tch.
Nu. A monster.
Where are you guys?
Boss?
You are not my boss.
No. Daddy. Please not. No no nu.
May the Nutcracker have mercy on your balls.
Spare us.
www. Where is he? Found you.
No.
Hail the Nutcracker.
Call his name.
The Nutcracker. No.
Not there. Nu. Mommy.
The voices of his men were slowly getting a few pitches higher the more the boss moved forward. He was really scared at the moment. What the hell was attacking them? Was it the gas in this place causing hallucinations? His men couldn't fall this easily. They were all veterans who knew how to survive. Soon the voices faded, and the only thing he could hear was the frightened beats of his heart. That's when he saw it. A monster like no other. It was standing there, looking at him. A demon with 2 long horns, dark black hair, and empty eyes that spelled death. Found you. It said in a monotone voice. Then the world turned black around him. Is this the guy? Victor asked as he looked at Mina, who had just finished butchering some naughty men and was now covered in blood. Yes, young master, she said as she glared at that unconscious man with hatred. She slowly approached, intending to smack his balls off. She had finally remembered what the Nutcracker was.
And she wanted to become one.
Victor suddenly held her hand off, stopping her.
Wait.
I have some use for him, he said. Don't worry, he will get his due punishment, but not from you. Only I can finish him off. You are mine after all, he told Mina, making her nod and blush. Victor slowly knelt beside the man, popped a power-disabling pill in his mouth, then searched his body for treasures. That man only had one storage pouch. From inside it, he took out 2 rings that belonged to Mina and Mana. Storage rings were very rare after all, and this man probably kept them for himself and hid them from his team. He was probably waiting to kill the twins so that the rings would become ownerless. Come here, he told Mina, then slowly held her left hand, then slid her ring into her finger, making her gasp and then smile with a blush. The girls always wore the rings on their right hands, but Mina, who had only one hand right now, had no other choice. That's what she would tell Lily later anyway. Until now, because of the girls being extra aware of their status in the family, there were only 3 who dared to wear their rings in their left hands. The first was of course Lily, who clearly made her point of being Victor's property no matter what. She wore the ring on her left hand ever since the young master gave it to her. The second was Margaret, who didn't have any shame, and lastly Alex, who was obviously a guy. Mana, who was a little jealous, silently watched her sister get her ring, then shyly lifted her left hand toward Victor while pouting. Victor gladly put the ring on her slender finger, turning her pout into a smile. If the girls asked later, she would just say that she wanted to be like her sister. You 2 will always be mine now, he said as he spanked their little butts, making them both look at the ground to hide their blushing faces. Let's get this trash back to the base. I need to cut him up while he is still fresh, he said as he tied the man, preparing to drag him. What is this place, young master? Mana asked as she began to help him. I didn't really have a chance to fully explore it, but it should have been some kind of plantation. Too bad those idiots burn it up, it could have some nice specimens. Victor lamented, not telling the girls that he made sure to collect some seeds that he would try to revive later. He liked the idea of having a living plant maze around his base. Hopefully, the world would not reject those seeds. Victor pondered as slowly walked toward the door, where Lily was waiting. She quickly noticed the rings on the girls' fingers but said nothing. They earned them after all, unlike that slut Margaret. Rebecca was cursing her bad luck when Victor entered the clearing, while dragging behind him a large man covered in mud. Behind Victor followed his veiled maid and the twins, whose bright smiles contrasted well with the blood of their enemies that covered their clothes. Rebecca didn't dare to say anything as she watched Victor tie that man to a tree beside her with a strange chain. You are awake? Victor said as he looked at her after finishing securing the big man. Ah. Can you let me go? she asked, still acting as Margaret. I was joking.
Dear Rebecca.
Do you think I am a fool? He asked, making her gasp as she realized that he knew she was not Margaret.
What? Rebecca?
Isn't she Margaret? Lily asked in shock, earning herself a glare from the twins who have long realized the truth. It was as if they were saying, do you really hate Margaret that much? Lily hiccuped and looked away in embarrassment. She didn't really hate Margaret, but that slut made her feel threatened. So she was glad earlier when she thought Victor was punishing her. Victor chuckled and watched as Rebecca dispelled her mimic skill, returning to her old looks. That skill was really good, as it physically changed the looks, so even if the owner was unconscious it didn't break.
What do you want from me? Rebecca asked coldly.
She was trying to act strong, but her wet pants showed how scared she really was. You will know later, he said as he looked at the two sect girls who were left to take care of this place. Lena.
Mila.
Did anything happen here while I was away? He asked.
No.
Young master. The girls shook their pretty heads. Other than touching themselves while thinking about him, nothing really happened. Good, go help the girls wash out the blood off their bodies. I will ask this guy some questions, he said, then paused and waved his hand, making a thick smoke surround him, Rebecca, and the tied-up boss who was feigning being unconscious. I just want to have a private talk with him, he explained after noticing the girls' questioning looks. After that, he turned around and entered the fog. The girls didn't know what happened next. They headed to a nearby water canal, where they took a quick bath, washed the blood splashes off their bodies, then changed into fresh clothes. Lena and Mila acted as guards. As archers, they had good scouting ability. The girls finished their bath and returned to where Victor was just as the fog he created had disappeared. Victor, who was stretching his arms and neck, sat to rest near his oily portable cooking utensils that were still hot. As for that boss, he was no longer a man, he wasn't even a human anymore. He had long become just a piece of charred smoking meat. A lump of smoking meat with a hole where his crotch should have been.
What did you do to him, young master?
Lily asked curiously. The blood and oil splattered everywhere told a very interesting story. Even as an expert assassin, she was having difficulty figuring out the torture methods he used.
Nothing.
I just wanted him to vibrate a little. But he couldn't do it even after I drowned him in boiling oil. Victor sighed as if this was that man's fault. Maybe you should have untied him first, young master, so that he could vibrate freely, Mina said. She was completely content with Victor's revenge for her. This proved how much he liked her.
Oh, good point.
Why didn't I think of that? Victor said, making the girls giggle. It doesn't matter, I have a better toy. I didn't expect that dear Rebecca here knew how to vibrate so well, he said, making Lily finally look at poor Rebecca, who had witnessed the entire private talk Victor had with that man. She was still shaking wildly to this moment after wetting her pants 3 times, causing the campfire below her to be extinguished. It will be your turn next. Victor turned to Rebecca and told her as he slowly stood up, then walked in her direction.
Nuu, please.
Spare me. She began to kick around and shake wildly, making Victor really consider sparing her. This girl can vibrate well. Who was the one who offered a bounty on my head? Victor asked as he slowly lowered her rope. I don't know, your name was on the bounty list of the Assassins' Organization, Pinkblood. It appeared 3 days before we entered the dungeon, she answered quickly and truthfully. She had seen how Victor interrogated that man who lost a layer of skin every time he told a lie. Victor had peeled him like a potato, cut him into small pieces, then deep-fried him after that. All of this while stuffing him with the best quality healing pills to make sure he would not die. After a quick interrogation, Victor kept asking that poor man one question. How dare you touch my toys? The man tried every possible answer while screaming in pain, but in the end, he died without giving Victor a satisfactory answer. This young master was a crazy maniac. She should have never crossed paths with him. The organization's information only described him as a pervert. No one said anything about him being a psychopath.
Pink blood.
Victor pondered, he never heard of it. According to Kai's information, there was a couple of assassins' organization after him, but after the assassination attempt on the highway back then, the family should have already sent warnings to everyone. Only idiots would dare to attack him nowadays after his status as an elite heir was revealed.
Oh.
Are you a member of this organization, or are you a freelancer?
Victor asked.
A member, I am a bronze-ranked assassin, she replied quickly. Rebecca belonged to a fallen noble family, only she and her family managed to awaken in 3 generations. Although her family was relatively poor, they had firm ties with this assassin's organization, so she joined them to take advantage of her skills. Who made the order on my head?
Victor asked. I don't know.
But the rumors were that the giver was someone the boss didn't dare to offend, she answered, making Victor squint his eyes. Is someone more fearsome than his family? He needed to investigate this. I see, Victor said as he carefully inspected the vibrating Rebecca. Do you want a chance to live? He asked suddenly, preparing to scam a new girl. Although she threatened his life before, she didn't really cause any harm, and he really appreciated his talents. It was already dusk when Lara returned to the mansion, where she quickly headed to her room, took a quick shower with Elle, then went downstairs for dinner. How was your sleepover, Miss Lara? Hilda asked as she prepared the table with the girls. They usually had their meal together. Victor made sure that they saw each other as family. It was okay, Lara said with a smile on her face as Elle, who sat beside her, secretly nodded. Lara made a lot of new friends. As a girl who grew up without any friends, she felt refreshed. Although that girl Stephanie was a little snobbish, she was passable. Good. You must remember not to trust people easily though, Hilda warned as she watched the other girls take their seats. Arya and Hannah seemed to be getting along rather fine. Monica was still feeling awkward, but Theta, who became much more confident lately, seemed to be leading her by the nose, so she would be fine. I understand, Lara said as she pouted. Her mother and teachers on the island had already taught her how to be cautious. Good. Now, let me introduce you, Hilda said as she clapped her hands, and a little girl whom Lara didn't see before stepped forward. She was wearing a black suit that fit her perfectly and made her look super cool. This is Ian. Young Master Victor has assigned her to be your personal bodyguard, Hilda said, nudging Ian. Seemed a little distracted inspecting the people around the table. That young Master Victor was definitely a pervert. Thankfully he seemed to be only interested in much older girls. Ah. Nice to meet you, young miss. Please take care of me from now on, she said as she awkwardly bowed as Hilda taught her. Yesterday she had a crash course in proper etiquette. Ah. Nice to meet you too. I will be in your care too, Lara said with a sweet smile. She liked having new friends, and this girl Ian looked really pretty nice. And her esteemed brother would only choose the best of the best to be her bodyguard. Come sit with us, there are no strangers here, Lara added the same way Victor usually invited the girls. Ian looked for approval from Hilda, then grabbed a seat next to Lara where she sat and remained silent as the girls began to question Lara about her sleepover. Where is esteemed brother? Didn't he return from New Lore City? Lara asked after putting a slice of potato in her small mouth. Ah. He had to go on a field trip with his friends at the academy, Hilda quickly answered. He should return any time today, she said. It was just an F-rank dungeon after all. Oh boy. Lara pouted as she continued her food. She wanted to ask for permission to invite her new friends for a sleepover here. Ian, who had finished observing everything, sighed and began to eat as she disabled her soul vision skill, before rubbing her eyes, which hurt a little. She had just inspected her new mistress, Lara. To her surprise, the girl's soul had something wrong. It was very pure, but somehow it felt strange. Like a withering flower. Victor had warned her not to reveal this soul skill to anyone though, so she could only tell him what he saw when he got back. But what really distracted her earlier was not Lara, but the little girl beside her whom Lara called Elle. Why was her soul so damn bright? Looking at her was looking straight at the sun. It hurt her eyes. She suddenly paused and looked straight at a girl who was awkwardly chatting with the other girls. They called her Monica. She had a demon scent on her. It was very faint, but Ian could smell it. Was she a demon? Ian inspected her soul while using her hand to shield her eyes from Elle's dazzling soul light. No, Monica was perfectly normal. It was not her. She must have met or touched a demon in the last couple of days. After finishing with the twins' revenge, scamming Rebecca into signing a very fair contract and getting some intimate sleep in his large sleeping bag, Victor, with his ever-expanding entourage of pretty maids, made his way through the garden. Yes, Rebecca was now with him and she had become one of his dogs. It was in her contract. Victor even put an electrified leash on her. The girls had to ask him why he had that thing on him, but he didn't reply and just smiled smugly. He didn't want to disappoint them by telling them he just took it from one of the men he killed. He wanted to create the illusion that he was always prepared. As for Rebecca, he was conflicted about her, but there were a couple of reasons why he decided to spare her. First of all, he didn't want a lot of his classmates to die, as that might cause the wedding to be delayed. Secondly, like the two girls Lena and Mila, he planned to expand his spy network, and a girl with mimic skills was really precious. It was an uncommon skill after all. Victor planned to make this girl join Alpha's spy organization after leaving the dungeon. Thirdly, she was still young and can be trained to his liking. Lastly, Victor needed a scapegoat to escape the eyes of his enemies. He was planning to use Alex, but that idiot got herself sent immediately to the lowest floor, so Rebecca would work as a good temporary replacement. As for his feeling of resentment about what she did in his past life, he will make sure she would feel them in her bones when he trains her later. He. He began to smile evilly, then paused and threw a dagger at a nearby tree, making another poor player fall to his death. Now they were heading toward the base that Gustav used before. The Skeleton Queen's boss chamber. Along the way, Victor made sure to hunt every player who thought those girls looked yummy. Victor was in fact using the girls as a lure for the said players as he disguised himself. One must know that Victor had already succeeded in killing all the leaders of the three biggest groups in the garden. Gustav, the boss who was after Mana, and the skinny guy who attacked him with Rebecca earlier. Only scattered shrimps were left at the moment, and Victor had no plan to go after them as long as they didn't try to get his toys. In the end, they reached their destination after eliminating 31 players and 14 skeletons. Victor looked at the grand cathedral-like building and sighed. This was the first boss's room. It was built on the fringes of the garden.
Victor.
A short pretty girl jumped into his embrace as soon as he walked through the grand doors. It was none other than Lynn, who as soon as she reached this floor was instructed by Victor to come here before him and clean this place up. Victor casually hugged her and patted her head as he inspected the hall. The floor was full of corpses that she cut into pieces.
No, they were undead.
Gustav must have left them to guard this place, and after he got killed they began to roam freely. That guy probably didn't have any living men with him, as all of his followers were undead. The Lich King has been resurrected, and all the Guardians have been activated. Argets.
1. Kill the Lich King. 2. Kill the Skeleton Queen.
Victor slowly opened his eyes, his surroundings cloaked in darkness. The absence of light was unsettling, so he quickly retrieved a flashlight from his storage ring and activated it. The beam illuminated an ancient, desolate room, its walls built of gray stone, the kind one might find in a medieval castle. Dust coated every surface, and the air carried a faint mustiness. 3 narrow windows or embrasures were choked with dirt, giving the impression that this castle-like structure had long ago sunk into the earth. Good, Victor muttered, satisfied. Constructed dungeons were notorious for their dangers but equally renowned for their rewards. While riddled with deadly traps, such places often contained treasures beyond imagination. This particular dungeon wasn't just ancient, it was a remnant of a developed world from a bygone era. After ensuring the room was secure, Victor activated his dungeon map, a gift from his Dungeon Explorer title. His eyes widened slightly at the sight. The layout was a sprawling spiraling maze with 10 levels, each growing larger as they descended. He was currently on the 3rd floor. This is going to take longer than I thought, he murmured. The map marked 2 grand rooms that could be the boss's chambers, one on the 5th floor and the other on the 9th. He would have to hurry, his schedule left little room for delays. Victor turned his attention to the ancient wooden door leading to the corridor. It looked absurdly old but remarkably intact. Intrigued, he ran his fingers over the surface and nodded to himself. This must be some kind of rare, precious wood. Carefully, he unbolted the door and pushed. It resisted, its weight immense, and only after exerting considerable effort did it creak open. Satisfied that the corridor beyond was empty, he decided to test the door's durability. Taking an E-ranked sword from his ring, he swung at the wood. The blade chipped, leaving the door unscathed. Incredible, Victor muttered. This material could be invaluable. Determined not to let such a treasure go to waste, he attempted to disassemble the door by removing its hinges. However, the rusted metal resisted every effort, defying even his soul poison. After some thought, Victor retrieved a vial of green corrosive goo from his ring and applied it to the hinges. The substance hissed and sizzled, slowly eating through the rust. 10 minutes later, he managed to unhinge the door and leaned it against the wall. Just then, a faint noise reached his ears. Turning swiftly, he spotted a skeleton soldier lumbering toward him. Its eyes glowed with an ominous green light, and its rusted armor clinked with each step. Victor quickly appraised it. Skeleton soldier. STR*31/AGI*21. Not bad, Victor thought. For a novice, this creature would have been a formidable foe. The skeleton's weapon, a rusted sword, shattered against the wooden door Victor had been examining. What kind of dungeon is this, where the doors are sturdier than the weapons, he mused. A theory formed in his mind. Perhaps this dungeon wasn't as low-ranked as it seemed. Carefully observing the skeleton, Victor noted the worn sigils on its armor, different from those on the dungeon walls. Interesting, he murmured. This dungeon might have been an S-ranked fortress in its prime. Over millennia, its power had faded, and it was now misclassified as F-ranked. This soldier was likely the remains of a past adventurer, fallen and transformed into a guardian. Victor dispatched the skeleton, dissecting it for any valuables. All he found was a chipped gem. Frustrated but undeterred, he pressed onward toward the nearest boss chamber. The journey was grueling. Dozens of skeletons crossed his path, but their brittle bones and shoddy weapons posed little threat. Victor's mace shattered their skulls with ease. Occasionally, a gem or two dropped from the remains, but treasures were sparse. 2 hours passed before a scream shattered the eerie silence. Victor recognized the voice and broke into a sprint. Entering a dimly lit chamber, he found Teacher Isabella surrounded by 10 skeletons. 2 terrified girls clung to her, holding glowing blue torches. Isabella wielded a bright sword, her shield deflecting the relentless blows of her undead attackers. Victor quickly appraised her gear.
Miracle Torch, F.
Light source, requires 1 gem every 30 minutes.
Demon Slaying Sword, A.
200% damage to demons and undead. 0.5% instant death chance against undead. Shield of the Cinders, A. Deflects 10% of damage back to the attacker.
Not bad, he thought.
Victor stepped into the fray, his mace crushing skeletons with methodical precision. Isabella, initially startled, soon recognized him.
Victor.
When did you get here? She shouted, cutting down a skeleton. About an hour ago, he replied casually, smashing another skull.
What's going on?
The dungeon's mutated, Isabella said between strikes. It's more dangerous than we anticipated. No kidding, Victor muttered, dispatching the last skeleton. He noted that the undead seemed to ignore him unless directed by some distant force, perhaps the Lich King himself. Andrea, one of the girls, stepped forward and bowed. Thank you for saving us. It's my duty, Victor said with a charming smile. Have you found the boss room? No, Isabella admitted. We're regrouping on the first floor. It's barricaded and relatively safe.
Victor shook his head. I'll be heading down.
I need to find the boss room. If you see Lily or Margaret, tell them to wait for me. Isabella hesitated but ultimately nodded.
Be careful.
There are other players in this dungeon, and not all are friendly.
Victor smirked. I'll keep that in mind.
Turning to Andrea, he handed her a storage ring. This has a few energy bars. They'll keep you going. Andrea blushed, clutching the ring tightly.
Thank you.
I'll repay you someday. Victor waved her off and disappeared into the shadows, his sights set on the challenges that lay ahead. Are there any living survivors here? Victor asked Lynn as he slowly let go of her.
No.
There were some fresh bloodstains in one of the inner chambers though, she said as she followed Victor, who began to walk around inspecting this place. She sneakily pulled his hand and held it as she began to walk beside him. Although this place was designated as a boss room, it was more like a throne hall of some palace with a high gilded ceiling and long faded murals filling the walls. The girls walking beside Victor began to slowly walk around and inspect the area curiously. What with all of these gibberish symbols? Mila, one of the 2 girls Victor saved, asked as she inspected the engravings that accompanied the murals on the walls. They seemed to be some kind of writing, Lynn replied as she tried really hard to ignore Lily, who was shooting daggers into her. Bam. Lynn, who was distracted, bumped into Victor, who stopped abruptly at the largest mural in the hall. It depicted a pretty woman with armies of skeletons coming out of a strange coffin and kneeling in front of her. Below the mural, there was a long text that seemed to be describing the scene above. Young master, can you read this? Mina asked as she watched him squint at the text. Yes, Victor replied, surprising the girls. This language was not the one he knew, but it was very close to one he learned before when he worked as a librarian.
High Elvish.
Among all the possible languages in the world, the Elvish language had a very distinct feature.
It was timeless.
Elves considered themselves better than anyone else, and their language holy, so they disdained speaking in any other. Coupled with their long lifespan, it meant that the language didn't change a lot throughout the time, and between the worlds, the elves sprawled through. That's why Elvish was considered one of the 10 lingua franci of the universe. And Victor in his research had learned 6 of those to some varying degrees of proficiency. The other 4 languages were impossible to learn for a human. Really? Rebecca asked in surprise. What does it say? She added, earning herself a glare from Lily and the girls. She quickly shut up, remembering her position. She was at the bottom of the food chain in this group. Victor didn't seem to mind the question though. It was a rare chance for him to show off in front of his girls. It tells the story of the owner of this place. My mistress. No, sorry, wrong subject. A queen. She was probably that same skeleton queen boss, Victor said as he carefully began to read the text. Elvish was not a language he liked, as every letter could mean different things depending on the social status of both the writer and the reader. Earlier he was reading it as a subject to the queen. The queen who conquered the something-something grand dungeon.
Did what?
Gave blowjob?
Ah. No. Ah yes.
She spared the demon boss and offered to make a deal with him and spare him in exchange for him serving her forever and granting her kingdom unlimited prosperity and...
Bananas?
No, that's the word for fruit.
Strange.
Anyway, this mural was built to commemorate that scam.
No.
Deal, yes it's a deal, Victor said, affirming his words. He didn't recognize all the letters, but he got the general meaning. Although the mural didn't say what happened next, Victor could guess. Deals with demons never go well. Except for Lynn, who thought that Victor looked really good when he had that expert look, the other girls looked at Victor while unsure if he was joking earlier or did he really read that. Even Lily, who was taught to speak 5 languages proficiently as an assassin, had never seen anything like this before. Not that she doubted Victor, but lately she began having this strange feeling that he seemed to be always scamming the people around him. What language is this young master? Mana asked just to be sure. Elvish, High Elvish to be precise. I met an old hidden master once. He spoke it to show off, and I made him teach me, Victor lied casually. He learned this from one of the pretty slave elf maids Yulian gifted to him. She was a princess or something.
Oh.
The girls didn't know how to reply to that. What about the symbol drawn on the coffin? Lynn suddenly asked, making Victor frown and look up again. He didn't notice it before because it was a little faded. This is not an elvish letter, but a hell symbol, he said with a frown, a very deep frown. Change of plans, he said as he turned to face the girls with a very grave expression. Hell was the name that people gave to the demons' original world. Any demons who came from there were not to be trifled with. Those guys were the real deal. The levels blue would be much more dangerous than I expected. So Mina, Mana, Mila, Gina.
I am Lena, she protested. Really?
Whatever, too many names to remember. Anyway, you girls with Rebecca will now make your way upstairs to the top floor, then wait there, he said. Only Lynn and Lily will accompany me. Victory really wanted to send Lily away too, but he didn't dare to. She would not like it at all if he was left alone with Lynn. Taking care of Lily alone would not be too troublesome. He also wanted to level her up a bit before the wedding so that she would have enough stamina to face what would happen that night. But young master, the twins suddenly said. They wanted to protest. No buts, your safety is my top priority. Downstairs with your level, you will only hinder me. Victor scolded, then turned to the 2 other girls, Mila and Lena. From now on, the 2 of you will act as if nothing happened between us. After the dungeon gets cleared, you will contact my team by the number on the card I gave you. The girl named Alpha would tell you what to do, he explained before looking at Rebecca, who began to vibrate. No, shake a little. After the dungeon gets cleared, you do the same, and my women will contact you, he corrected himself. For now, I have a mission for you though. If you do it well, I wouldn't mind forgiving your past mistakes. I might even start giving you a good salary, he said, making her nod like a chicken.
What should I do? She asked. Mimic me,
he said. Simply from now until the end of this raid you will be acting as an arrogant young master. A slightly injured young master, he added, taking a spare ring and giving it to her. Oh, she nodded as she grabbed the ring and wondered on what finger should she put it. This one has an extravagant tent and food. Use it with the twins when you reach the upper floor. Make sure that all the teachers and the students think that I am there, he explained, winking at the twins who nodded unwillingly. They really wanted to go with him, but this mission was important too. With this, Victor might be able to feel the Destiny sect, who would surely review the reports after this raid was finished. Harvey von Geldstadt kicked Tobias' chest very hard, breaking a couple of his ribs and sending him flying through a couple of walls and a dinner table. The poor man finally stopping after hitting the reinforced concrete wall on the other side of the mansion. Harvey slowly moved through the nude openings in the walls and stood above his grandson, who was coughing up blood. The poor maids, who were shocked by the sudden destruction, all ran away as soon as they saw the patriarch's angry face. Grandpa! That maniac killed Clint. Tobias screamed after wiping his mouth. I had to do it. I already said that no one was allowed to make a move against Victor. Harvey said as a silver sword slowly formed in his hand. Clint was already expelled from the family anyway. Do you think I didn't know you were secretly sending him money? He added as he slashed Tobias's arm. Ah! Tobias screamed in pain as 2 men ran into the ruined dining room, nearly stumbling upon the crushed glassware on the ground. Father/grandfather, please stop, they said. Those 2 were Calmer, the punishment hall master, and William, Gary's father and Harvey's favorite grandson. What? Do you want to defend this bastard too? He said angrily before beginning to cough hard, causing him to cover his mouth with his pale hands. Black blood seeped through his fingers. Father, appease your anger, Calmer said. You already cut his hand. I think this is enough punishment. You must care about your health. We already sent out an agent and removed the bounty on Victor. Fine then, Harvey said angrily as he glared at his son while wiping his hand. But if anything were to happen to Victor, the first will kill you myself, he barked. If Victor was hurt by his family, this would be some real trouble, as Victor had already made him sign a contract. Calmer sighed as he ran to help his father, who leaned on the wall for support. He became a little weak after his outburst. His health was not very good.
Will.
Take your brother to the infirmary, Calmer told his nephew, who nodded and hurried toward Tobias.
Wait.
Harvey said, William, about what I told you last week, make it happen soon. Grandfather, but Elise is.
That man is a pervert.
William said with a complex expression.
Shut up.
Don't act as if you really care about the girl now. Your wives and sons almost bullied her to death last year. All you truly care about is your King image. Harvey scolded, then coughed a little. But father, can't she be an official wife? No, it would take a lot of time for that. I need someone to carry the seed of the Von Weiss as soon as possible. If my sources were right, their family might not last until the winter. Harvey said as he turned around and began walking to return to his office with Calmer's help. He slowly passed through the broken opening in the wall, which slowly began to repair itself after him. Father, wasn't this a bit too much acting? Calmer asked his father, who was completely fine. He sat on his chair, raised his legs on the gilded mahogany desk, and watched the office's wall repair itself. This wall material cost a fortune, as it can only be found in some specific dungeons, but it was worth it.
No.
Fooling the dark chamber is our priority now. They must not know that I was cured of that poison, Harvey said after some pondering. But wouldn't Tobias try to attack Victor again? Clint was his favorite son.
I am counting on that.
That fool Tobias is as useless as his son. I am sure he will go and ask the dark chamber for their help very soon. But didn't you want to protect Victor? If Victor can be killed this easily, then I would be a fool. My hunch is never wrong. If the Von Weiss family manages to survive this crisis, the kid might become one of their supreme elders, if not the patriarch, one day. Harvey replied, I just want to watch the chaos and wait for a chance to gain some benefits.
Father.
You mean that Victor's latest blunder in the brothel was a cover-up? Calmer asked. He even dared to damage his own public image like this on purpose? Yes, I was pretty surprised when I met him that day in the auction. That kid is a snake. He has been deliberately building a certain image around himself, and he managed to pull a cover over everyone's eyes. Harvey said as he looked at the report on his desk, and those toys he left at the brothel are very interesting, he said. Aren't they just normal toys? Do they serve some purpose?
Calmer asked. No.
It is just that those are handmade. You can't find things like that on the shelf.
They reflect some fine taste.
Find out where he got them from.
Okay.
Calmer was not really sure what to reply. His father was beginning to revive his old habits after he was cured. Calmer was already expecting to gain a lot of new little brothers and sisters pretty soon. Now leave me, I need to meditate, Harvey said as he took out a leather-bonded book from his storage ring, while waving for Calmer to exit the room with his other hand. Yes, grandfather, Calmer said as he walked out of the office while wondering what kind of top-secret things that book continued. His father always kept it with him. Margaret cursed as she began to bang her head against the rock-solid ground. It hurt like hell, and she felt that it was about to explode. Why was this happening? She had no idea. The moment she ate that demon in her soul space, everything was fine, but the moment she regained her consciousness, she felt this pain. It was getting stronger, as if her very soul was tearing apart. She could taste the blood in her mouth, and she knew that she had bit her tongue, but she didn't care. She had no time to care. She felt everything around her clearer than ever, but at the same time, the pain was 1,000 times more severe. She could feel the burning lines appearing all over her soul.
It was breaking apart.
Was she going to die? Just as the pain became unbearable, from deep within her soul a series of symbols shone, as in Margaret's soul space a large talisman began to form as it absorbed energy around it. The pain slowly subdued and then stopped. Margaret slowly sat up and focused on her soul space, where now a complete golden talisman was floating in front of her soul.
What was this?
Margaret had no idea, but she knew it was not harmful, as on it, Victor's symbol was engraved. Were you telling the truth earlier? Lily asked Victor as she watched the girls leave after getting their instructions. Victor usually told her the truth when they were alone. Although Lynn was with them at the moment, from the way Victor treated her, Lily knew that he would not mind telling the truth in her presence. About what?
Victor asked. Everything. The mural, she said. Oh. About 90%.
I only lied about one thing. Can you guess what it is? He asked as he eyed both Lynn and Lily. The one who guesses right will get a kiss. While the other would get her but spanked, he declared as he inspected the rest of the murals. The language name? No. The woman on the mural is definitely an elf. Lynn pondered as she frowned, trying hard to remember what Victor said exactly. Is it about the deal with the demon? In the mural there was no demon, Just skeletons, she said. No. The deal is true. This entire garden was probably the result of that deal. The demon is hiding in the black coffin, he explained, spanking Lin's but out of nowhere. Ah, she moaned in surprise then blushed. That was not a voice a noble girl like her should make. She hoped that Victor liked her reaction though. Lily glared at Lin hatefully. That slut was definitely trying to seduce her young master. You lied about the old man who taught you. It was definitely a pretty girl. That's the only reason you would listen to her, Lily said finally, earning herself a surprise reward kiss on her pouting lips as Lin, who was glaring at them with some jealousy, rubbed her butt.
She lost this round.
Exactly. You are prettier though, Victor told Lily as he chuckled, then let go of her and began to move deeper into the hall. There is nothing in that direction, I already checked, Lin said as she ran after Victor and grabbed his arm while glaring at the still stunned Lily with challenging eyes. Lily quickly sobered up and touched her lips with a smile, then, not wanting to lose, ran to Victor's other side and grabbed his other arm. There is something there, Victor said, then paused. Ladies, I might need my arms later, Victor pointed out, but none of the girls let go. Did he push them too hard earlier? Okay, since both of you don't want to let go, grab hard. This might hurt a little, he said as they reached a certain bland wall. Then the world around them wrapped as Victor used his shadow-shifting ring to pass through the wall. The girls watched as the scenery changed around them. They were now in a white room with a marble pedestal in its center.
What is this place?
Lin asked as she tried hard to regain her balance and in the end, had to let go of Victor and sit down. Her mana was a little drained. The reward room for the upper dungeon, Victor said as he took a pill and put it in Lily's pale mouth. Her state was not good at all as the process of passing through the thick wall had drained all her mana. Her intelligence attribute was not high enough.
First dungeon?
Lin asked as she watched Victor lay Lily on the ground slowly. This was her punishment for not listening to his command earlier. Yes, if I guessed correctly, this dungeon is composed of 2 or 3 dungeons above each other.
What? Lin asked.
You saw the mural earlier. The elf queen must have found the dungeon below this one, and instead of clearing it, she must have made a deal with its boss.
Victor explained.
I presume that the deal must have had a curse that shattered the elf queen's world. But how could she leave a dungeon after entering it?
Lin asked.
Different worlds have different rules, or maybe she had some artifact for that. I can't really tell, he said as he slowly walked toward the marble pedestal. On it, there was a small golden apple.
Inverse soul apple, S.
Convert energy to soul. *T. This thing was amazing, Victor said with a smile.
What is it?
It looks like the ones in the garden, Lin exclaimed as she grabbed his arm again.
Lin.
We can be intimate later, Victor scolded, flicking her small nose with his finger. Lin bit her lip and then slowly let go of his arm. She was a bit reluctant, but his tone was clear. This apple is useful to me. For others, it might be wasted or be very dangerous, he said finally as he put the apple in his ring. What does it do?
Lin asked.
It allows someone to convert energy to soul power. Basically, it is for enlarging one's soul. Why is it dangerous then?
Lin, who didn't fully understand, asked.
You must know that enlarging someone's soul recklessly is a very dangerous process. Souls are not usually that flexible. In fact, most souls have a hard limit. If they grew any larger than that, they might explode. I have ways to mitigate its effect that others can't understand, he explained as he surveyed the empty reward room one last time, then headed toward Lily, who slowly opened her eyes and sat up. Do we have to go through the wall again? Lily asked with a little fear. She had just recovered. No. The wall here can be opened from the inside, he said, moving a secret lever that opened the wall. We will rest a bit here, then move downstairs toward the second dungeon,
he said as he frowned.
That hell symbol thing?
Lin asked.
Demons that come from hell are very unique. You can consider them nobility among demons, who usually have some very tricky and underhanded techniques. If my guess is correct, that Lich King is such a creature. Victor said, we must rest and prepare well. The battle downstairs would certainly be hard. He paused as an announcement rang throughout the dungeon.
System notification. 2 #quest had been completed. The Lich King had been eliminated. *T. What the hell happened?
Victor asked as he read the notification while ignoring the girl's questioning eyes. 30 minutes earlier in the dark, barely lit corridor, a group of valiant warriors was running. In front of them, hordes of skeletons of all shapes and colors were running too while totally ignoring them. What's going on here?
Tom asked.
Earlier, when he and his team were slowly grinding against the skeletons, they were interrupted by the legions of skeletons. First, they thought they were coming to get them, so they hid in an opening to the side while preparing for a defensive battle, but to their surprise, the skeletons completely ignored them. It was after they saw Alex and Zoe who were running while out of breath among the fleeing skeletons, they realized that all of those were running away and that whatever was chasing them was not to be underestimated. But what was it? It only took one look to the back to join the stampede. All of them were now escaping the crawling darkness that slowly moved behind them like a tide while constantly changing its shape. When it turned into a frog, it would snap its tongue, grabbing a bunch of skeletons to eat them. When it turned into a snake, it would spit awesome black poison that melted whoever it touched into a black goo that the monster swallowed when it turned into a slug that covered the entire tunnel with its slimy body. The ever-dark tunnels were now being lit by that thing's flame-like eyes. At least they had enough light now to wonder about the majesty of these tunnels. As if they had the time. What should we do? Alex asked as he crushed a slow skeleton in front of her so that she could pass. What is that thing first?
Tom asked. We have no idea.
It has been chasing us since the second floor blew. Zoe answered. I am presuming is Isfigar the Great or something.
The new boss?
Did you try attacking it? Tom yelled as the girls around him cleared the path for him. It doesn't work. Zoe answered. I tried to throw some dagger at it, but they melted the second they touched him. She had already figured out that Tom was the leader of the other group.
I have a plan. Follow me.
Tom suddenly said and tried to move to one of the near side tunnels. Stop, Zoe wanted him, but it was too late. The side tunnel was packed full of skeletons that were not escaping but heading their way with sharp lances. The moment Tom tried to jump above their heads, a swarm of arrows began to fly in his way from the skeleton archers hiding behind. If it were not for Madeline, who jumped and pushed him to the side, he would have become a porcupine. Falling to the side with an injured shoulder, he realized that if he wanted to force his way, he would be delayed enough that the thing in the back would reach him. He had no choice but to resume his running. At least the skeletons in the main tunnel were not attacking him. Wait, why were the skeletons in the side tunnels not escaping? Those skeletons are not escaping, they are heading somewhere. Tom suddenly said as he caught up with the others again and took a healing pill, then gave one to Madeline.
She was hit too. We know.
Can you just listen for once? Zoe scolded. As long as we stay with the flow they would not touch us, but if we tried to exit to some side tunnel, all of them would attack us at once. She explained, then looked back as the Isfigar who got stalled for 32 seconds on the side tunnel then turned and continued to run their way. Tom, aren't they heading toward the black door?
Peter suddenly said. Ah, right. Tom remembered. Black door.
Zoe asked as she popped a stamina refilling pill in her mouth. She was getting tired. We saw it earlier, it should be the boss's room, it was heavily guarded. Tom said, tripping one poor skeleton to his side, then ran above him. We didn't dare to come closer to it before clearing the surrounding tunnels. Peter added as he watched Zoe use a giant bone to crush a skeleton in their path. I understand now. Tom suddenly said, that boss is collecting his armies, and the reason they are not attacking us is that he wants to use us. That's logical, Zoe said. She had been wondering why those skeletons were not attacking them as long as they didn't leave the flow.
I have a plan. Tom suddenly said. What? Alex asked.
We will wait for the two bosses to fight to run away.
Tom said.
No **T.
You call that a plan? Zoe scolded.
No, you don't understand. Madeline here has a skill that allows her to create a repelling energy barrier. It's not strong, but the skeletons would not be focusing on us. It will only last for 10 or so minutes, but that would be enough as we just need to barricade near one of the door's posts and then hunt for benefits once the boss fights with each other, he explained while patting his succubus girlfriend's head. This seems dangerous, Peter said as he looked at Tom and his girlfriends with envious eyes. Why can't he get a harem too? He was both handsome and rich. Relax, we will just use the chaos when the two bosses are fighting to finish them off. Tom said confidently. What if they corporate against us?
Alex asked. Don't be a jinx. Zoe scolded.
Earlier when they were running, Alex wondered if there were traps here, and seconds later a pit full of pointy sticks opened below their feet. Thankfully, Zoe was able to react on time and throw a rope to the other side. This Alex was a jinx.
Don't worry.
Tom said, the skeletons belong to the boss in the dark room. The guy is clearly not on his team, he said as he focused on conserving his energy. He planned to perform the killing strikes later. That was his secret plan that everyone around him had already realized. We just need to wait for them to tire each other out. Can't we just run while they are fighting each other?
Alex asked.
If any of the bosses survived, they will be after us next.
Tom explained.
Get ready, Zoe, who was not entirely convinced, said just as a dark door appeared in the distance. They wanted to go forward toward it, but the swarms of skeletons who were running earlier seemed to have stopped and created a barricade in front of the gate. They were like an army in formation.
Jump over their heads,
Zoe said, then grabbed Peter to her side and jumped. She had long realized that he didn't have that kind of stamina. Tom also grabbed two girls, while Madeline caught another as they jumped over the skeletons' heads. Alex needed no help as she was already a few feet ahead after using her spear as a jumping pole again. She was getting proficient in this. The skeleton, as expected, didn't flinch as the spears in their hands pointed to the crawling darkness that they began attacking moments later. Zoe frowned as she escaped. She had just noticed that the skeleton's spears were hurting that thing. Not a lot, but it was affecting it at the very least. Her weapons were completely useless against it. Too bad Peter was being carried by her and she didn't have any room to attack. Wait. Tom, throw me that arrow that was stuck on you earlier, she quickly said. Tom to her side, who was also using the skeleton's heads as stepping stones. Tom frowned, then opened his eyes wide and nodded after noticing the same thing she did. Peter, take this arrow and aim it at the monster, Tom said, making Tom, who was being carried like a stack of weed, curse. How was he going to pull this off? After some thinking, he formulated a way. Zoe, turn me to the other side, he said, making Zoe throw him up and then catch him after he flipped in midair.
Now do it.
We will reach the door soon,
Tom said.
Stabilize me for a few seconds, Peter said again as pulled the bowstring and then fired the arrow at the monster's burning eyes. The monster screamed as the arrow passed through its body, creating a burning line that vanished moments later.
It didn't slow at all.
It didn't work,
Peter said. No, it did,
Zoe explained as she adjusted Peter again to be carried in a more comfortable. Weapons that came from this dungeon do work on him. We reached the gate, everyone to the right side, Tom commanded as he formulated a plan. The group quickly found the place Tom told them about behind a grand pillar next to the gate. They quickly landed near it, killing all the skeletons around in a few strikes and then erecting the barrier. Zoe, who was not sure about Madeline's powers, also took out a few barrier talismans and pasted them around as the others kicked the few skeletons who complained about it being too crowded away. Isfigar reached their position moments, turning into a slime that melted all the skeletons and began to melt the barrier. Zoe was about to order a retreat, but just then the black gate opened and a huge coffin appeared from inside. From it, a black ray of energy suddenly shot toward the monster that turned into a frog that opened its mouth wide and swallowed the ray, then shot it back. The coffin shattered, revealing a golden skeleton with two long horns and dark eyes inside. The skeleton didn't have a chance to do a thing as the frog's tongue shot at it and then swallowed it whole seconds later.
System notification. 2 #quest had been completed. The Lich King had been eliminated.
Just like that. Alex gasped as she began to step away.
Retreat.
Tom screamed as he began to run to the side over the now lifeless skeletons. He could hear the sounds of the crushing bone behind him. Then the sound of a barrier getting shattered. Tom, who didn't like that sound at all, slowly looked behind and discovered that the monster who turned into a slug had decided to go after them. It just leisurely followed their tracks as it devoured the skeleton's bones it passed over. His plan was a failure. Whimsical system, help me, Tom screamed in his mind as he raced with the others to run away. It has been a while since he asked for the system's help, ever since it began to bother him about Nova. But he had no other choice now. Victor cursed as he used his blood slave ability to view what was happening below. He only ignored those guys for a few hours, and they managed to screw everything.
What happened?
Lynn asked as she saw Victor's face turn pale.
A big mess.
The final boss will be heading here. We should quickly head to the stairway and prepare a trap. It would be the perfect place, Victor said as he began to review his options. He already had a plan to kill that thing, ever since he came to this place. How long do we have? Lily, who could stand up now, asked.
3 to 4 hours.
It should be enough, he said as he began to think about a backup plan and a second backup plan, just in case. Alex was here after all.
We should split up,
Tom suddenly suggested after 20 minutes of aimless running. The group had finally managed to outpace the guy by escaping through the narrowest paths they could find. That thing was having difficulty moving because of its size, which had grown 3 times after devouring a lot of poor skeletons. It could only move now after turning into a slug and squeezing through the tunnels. It was advancing relatively slowly, but from the creepy sound in the darkness behind them, they knew that it was still following them. Thankfully, after the Lich King got eaten, all of the skeletons got deactivated, so the tunnels were now empty again. They just had to be careful not to step on any sharp bones. I will go right on the next fork. You guys go left, Tom explained to Zoe. Due to the darkness of the tunnels, an intersection would only be visible a few feet before they reach it. So he made sure to make things clear.
Don't listen to him,
Alex suddenly screamed. He knows where the exit of this floor is. He is planning to head there by himself, she explained. She knew this because 10 minutes ago, she received a talisman massage from Victor, giving her the map and telling her to meet him on the 5th floor if she was still alive. Although she was still hesitant to meet Victor, fearing his punishment because of the toys incident. She knew that he was probably the only one who could kill this thing. She has witnessed his power and shrewdness firsthand in the spider dungeon. Alex had already noticed how Tom was slowly guiding them toward the exit for the last 10 minutes. She was sure he has the MP too. Really? Zoe, who noticed Tom's reaction earlier, asked, forcing him to quickly hide his annoyance. I have no idea where the exit is.
How could I?
Tom said, hiding the fact that the whimsical system had already given him the map of this place. Splitting up is logical, Zoe said after some thinking. That thing had slowed down, but they were getting tired, and it would catch up with them sooner or later as they would never be able to sleep or rest. And even if Tom knew where the exit was, which she had a hunch he did, as long as Isfigar followed him, she could just stay here and find a way to kill that thing from behind. No, she would not risk getting trapped.
Let's do it.
But I will go to the right, she declared finally just as they reached the next fork in the tunnels. She didn't wait for Tom to say anything as she went right, giving Tom, who began to curse silently, no other choice but to go left with his group. The system had warned him not to divulge anything about having the map after all.
Shit. That asshole.
It took Zoe 5 minutes to begin cursing loudly. Uncle Falcon had warned her to stop with this vulgar language as it was not fit for a lady, but at the moment she couldn't help it. The monster had chosen to go after her and Alex, who seemed to have also followed her. Why did it go after them and not the bigger group? What kind of bad luck was this? We will split up at the next intersection, she said. She had the strangest hunch that the monster was purposefully following Alex. She needed to get away from this jinx.
No need.
I know where the exit is,
Alex said.
She didn't want to stay alone. Just follow me, we can leave this floor safely.
Really?
How did you know? Zoe asked, squinting her eyes.
And
it is my navigation skill. Alex lied. Now turn left, she said, turning to the left. Zoe frowned, then decided to follow. She didn't want to end up trapped at a dead end with that thing behind her, and with Alex, she can always escape if things went wrong. In another tunnel on the other side of the fork, Tom moving stopped after realizing that Isfigar stopped following him.
F***CK, he cursed.
Is everything all right? Peter asked as he glanced at the empty corridor behind him. He was worried about Zoe. Although she was not his type as he didn't like tomboyish girls, she was his classmate after all, and she saved his life earlier. Ah, yes, just need to collect my thoughts, Tom said as he closed his eyes. System, is there another exit? He asked as he began to examine the map in his mind. Zoe went through the only tunnel leading to the exit, and if he followed now, that thing might turn and attack him. The whimsical system pities you for getting outsmarted by a little girl. Unfortunately no, there's only one stairwell for this floor. Why are you in a hurry to exit anyway? Isfigar is no longer after you. You can go back and check that Lich King's room now, it would surely be filled with treasures. Does this whimsical system need to teach you everything? That's right, Tom quickly opened his eyes wide and smirked. He never thought of that. Follow me, he said to his entourage as turned around and began to run. Why are we going back? One girl asked as she followed. She was still shaking after the earlier encounter.
You will see.
Tom answered mysteriously while trying his best to appear charming. The system, although had a sharp tongue, really treated him well. In the safe zone on the top floor, Isabella frowned as she watched Victor walk into the safe zone with 2 stranger girls and the twins. One of them seemed to be missing a hand, but she was not sure which as she couldn't tell them apart. Thankfully both of them survived.
Mina, what happened?
Mr. Gold ran quickly to check on Mina's hand as the still shocked schoolmates watched from afar. This was the first dungeon raid for most of them, and now they were scarred for life.
We had an accident, Victor said. Where is Lynn? Didn't she meet up with you?
Elma, the girl who was with Lynn and Mr. Gold asked, still shocked after witnessing Tristan's ugly death.
She said she will search for the other students, Mina said. But
what if the nutcracker got to her? Elma asked, making Mr. Gold frown and Victor shiver and involuntarily yelp as if that name reminded him of a very horrific scene.
Oh, the twins didn't know how to answer that.
Did you meet with it? Mr. Gold, who noticed how Victor reacted, asked.
Teacher Isabella, also tuned in.
Mr. Gold had already told her about Tristan. Was this nutcracker real? She wondered. Yes, we saw it work from afar. More than 40 players died under its hands downstairs. Thankfully they were all bad players and not anyone from the academy. Mina said, carefully controlling her expression. The fake Victor's expression was genuine though, she had seen him work, she wanted to forget, But she couldn't, how could she? He warned her that she would suffer the same fate if she acted badly again. He made her sign a contract too.
How did you escape? Elma asked.
We got lucky as it was after some very strong players, Mana replied this time. Those poor guys didn't have a chance. I can still hear their desperate screams when I close my eyes, she said as she tried her best to appear frightened. How can you leave Lynn alone there? Mr. Gold looked at Victor and scolded. Lynn your fiancée, isn't she?
Ah.
I couldn't stop her, Victor replied as he quickly took out his tent, placed it in a corner then went into it not wanting to argue any further. I need to rest,
he explained in a frightened voice.
Mr. Gold. When we met that thing. The young master stood in front of us to protect us. Don't be hard on him, Mana said as she quickly followed Victor inside the tent. Mina and the two other girls also followed under the shocked eyes of the students. This tent was meant for 1 or 2 occupants max.
Pervert.
Isabella spat as she stood up. Where are you going? Mr. Gold, who was frowning, asked.
I will go down, she said.
I need to find the rest of the students. She lied, she just was worried about Tom and was going.
Be careful.
Return as soon as you locate any. Mr. Gold, who knew that he couldn't stop her, said after hesitation for a moment. This dungeon had just turned into an S rank, they should follow the protocol and protect the students while waiting for help that would definitely come. Thankfully, Victor had given them the energy bars that solved their need for food. Although a little eccentric, Mr. Gold felt that Victor was a good young man. Ah, a lewd sound shattered the serious atmosphere seconds later. It came from the tent.
Damn that pervert.
Alex and Zoe were utterly exhausted when they reached the stairway, and Isfigar, who seemed a little annoyed after eating most of the skeletons, began to pick up his speed again because the tunnel had widened near the exit. The escaping girls had no other choice but to run as if their life depended on it. No wait, their life did depend on it. They quickly climbed the stairway as Isfigar, who had turned into a snake behind them, hit the door and then shattered into smoke before reassembling into a slug and squeezing behind them. It took them exactly 1 minute to run their way up the stairs and into the bright garden. They stood there in shock for mere seconds as their eyes adjusted to the brightness.
Oh Zoe.
Victor, who was waiting there while relaxing on a sun lounger, said as he sat up.
Victor. Run. It is after us.
Zoe said, pausing for a second to catch her breath as Alex, who totally ignored Victor and kept running into the distance until she tripped and fell. Is it here? Victor asked in shock as he stood up abruptly, nearly stumbling. Yes. Zoe said as she began to run again. How did you?
Quickly follow me.
This area has a trap that I set. I was trying to act as a decoy to lure it in, he said, grabbing the exhaust Zoe's soft hand and quickly dragging her, and began to run, totally ignoring Alex, who he purposefully stunned and left on the ground. Zoe didn't know why she couldn't resist Victor's hand as he dragged her, maybe because she was tired. It took them a few seconds to reach an area far away that had been camouflaged. From here, they would have time to escape if their plan failed.
Young master,
Alex pleaded as the black fog began to appear at the ominous stairway gate. Seconds later a delicate hand grabbed her and pulled her into hiding. It was Lynn who was hiding to the side.
It is coming,
Zoe said as she swallowed and stepped back. Yes. It is time for revenge,
Victor said. Wait.
Cousin, did you also meet that boss before?
Zoe asked. What boss?
This was a trap meant for the Nutcracker. Victor said, isn't it the one running after you?
Ah? The Nutcracker? What Nutcracker? No.
I was getting followed by a monster who had just eaten the boss of the dungeon. I think it is the last boss, Zoe said as she wondered if she should continue running. Victor's hand, which didn't let go of hers, stopped her though. What? Bosses can't leave their chambers, Victor said. This was something he had been pondering about for a while now, and he had a theory. I am not sure, Zoe said as she just realized that what he said was true. This was taught in the academy. Could it be that this thing was not the boss? She frowned as she watched the slug that slowly crawled from the stairway. Its appearance was not clear in the tunnels because of the darkness, but here, she could see it clearly. It was a slug made out of bloody jelly with all kinds of floating skulls filling its innards while howling in pain. Victor frowned as he gripped Zoe's hand hard. Prepare, he said, although it is not the Nutcracker, my trap should be able to finish it off, he added as he pondered, waiting until the monster crawled onto a set position. Now, he shouted, making Lynn activate a talisman. Zoe, who didn't expect this, flinched from the giant explosion and was about to fall to the ground in shock, but Victor's strong hands quickly hugged her. Sorry, I should have warned you, he said as he softly hugged her while eyeing the smoke that slowly began to drift away moments later.
Confirmed visual.
The enemy is still standing. Lily's voice came from above the trees. Run, she said as her voice trailed away. She was already on the move using the network of ropes she prepared beforehand. Victor didn't wait to see the results for himself. He quickly carried the still shocked Zoe like a princess and began to move away. Lynn did the same with Alex, except that she dragged her like a garbage bag. Seconds later, a giant frog landed on the spit where Victor and the girls were seconds earlier and began to look around with its ominous flaring angry eyes. It was injured, not because of the bomb, but because of the tree twigs that Victor had purposefully sharpened using the green goo and a place all around. He had watched later how things from this dungeon could hurt it. Too bad the damage didn't seem to be that effective. What the hell is that thing? Lynn asked as they ran.
I have no idea.
Your driver Alex saw it first.
Zoe replied, watch out.
It's going to jump again, she yelled as she watched the monster begin to flex its muscles. Victor didn't flinch as he took out a talisman and then activated it before ducking with Zoe in his hands.
Kaboom!
Another explosion sounded, but this time it was way softer as it only caused the floor below the giant frog to collapse and it to fall into a lake of green goo. 9 trees around the pit toppled over seconds later, trapping it. Agagagaga, aid! The monster shrieked in pain for the first time since its awakening. Did we get it?
Alex the Jinx asked. No.
Lily replied from above. It is unaffected, she added, making Victor, who had stood up and resumed his running, frown. That sound was surely a sound of pain.
Put me down,
Zoe finally said as they reached a clearing. She was blushing slightly.
Oh, sorry.
Just bear with me for a minute or two, Victor said as he continued to run across the clearing until he reached another camouflaged area where he gently put her down behind a tree. Lynn casually threw Alex to the floor while glaring slightly at the blushing Zoe. Is there another trap here too? Zoe, who was trying hard to hide her blush, asked as she noticed the crate in the middle of the clearing.
Yes.
This was meant for the nutcracker.
Damn it.
Hopefully, that thing won't attack us from the back. He began to talk nonsense as he used his binoculars to observe the monster that had turned into a black fog in the shape of a snake and was slowly crawling out of the green goo and passing through openings between the toppled tree trunks like smoke. It appeared to be unaffected, but Victor realized that it lost all of the bones and skulls that were filling it. This smoke was not physical at all. Damn it, the soul poison, his best trump card, wouldn't work against such enemies. What is the origin of this thing? He wondered as he prepared to activate the last trap. Alex, were you the first one to meet that thing? Victor turned and asked the nervous girl as he unblocked her ability to move. He waited for the monster to reach the clearing. Its movement had slowed down considerably after the green goo bath.
Ah. Yes,
Alex replied nervously. She was still worried about facing Victor because of the toys. And now there is this monster.
He would surely punish her.
But was about to be erased. Did it appear like this when you met it? Victor asked as he inspected the monster.
Isfigar the Great Boss, STR-1, AGI-1.
Int, 54841884511110.
LCK, 14. CHM, unavailable. Skills. Devour, S. Ethereal Body, S. Body of the Smoke, S. Death Touch, S.
It didn't have any strength or agility at all. It must have been using the skills of the things it ate earlier. At the beginning, but not as solid as it is now, there were maybe some bones under the altar. She quickly shut up after realizing that she spoke too much.
What altar?
Victor asked as he looked back at the now sweating Alex.
Ah. You see.
When I found it, it was hovering on top of an altar, she lied, trying to pick her words carefully. Did you happen to touch that altar? Victor asked, causing Zoe to look at Alex with a gaze full of hate.
She knew it. Maybe a little.
Alex began to explain.
Oh.
The monster began to howl again, interrupting Victor's integration. Victor quickly looked at the monster as it slowly formed back its foggy body, but it didn't use bones this time, but the wood splinters of the fallen trees. It slowly crawled its way toward Victor and the girls, devouring everything in its way, including a certain lonely crate. Zoe quickly clogged her ears with her fingers, expecting an explosion, but nothing happened. There were no bombs in the crate. Zoe frowned as she watched the crate dissolve in the smoke. It was full of wine bottles that began to dissolve one by one.
We should run,
Zoe said nervously. That thing will not get drunk, and it's probably immune to poison.
It's not that,
Victor said. He began to slowly pull back. Lynn, take Alex and go ahead. Zoe, prepare to run on my signal. The monster slowly followed, very wary of traps as it left the clearing and entered another batch of trees where it began to devour everything. Those trees had some very ripe fruits.
Run.
Victor said as he grabbed Zoe's hand, then activated a haste talisman and began to run away.
Kaboom-moom.
A big explosion, far larger than the previous one, shook the entire dungeon. It threw Victor and Zoe to the ground, despite them being about a mile away at the moment. The explosion was so big that one of the giant lanterns that illuminated the garden fell from the ceiling and cracked over the ground not far from their position. It took Victor one whole minute to slowly stand up. Shit, he lost his hearing. He quickly took a healing pill as Lily's screaming voice finally reached his mind. It seems injured, but it is regathering, she was shouting.
What?
Regathering? It survived that. Victor frowned and slowly focused his eyes to see that the wooden snake had been totally shattered. He could see that random wisps of black smoke were beginning to gather in the deep pit that was left after the explosion. *T, he said as he grabbed Zoe and carried her like a princess again. She would not be able to run fast enough. Are you okay, cousin? He asked as he forcefully pushed a pill into her little mouth. I am fine, she said with a blush. He took the hit for her earlier. Why can't she fall in love with someone like him? What was she thinking now? It is not the time for this.
Where to?
Lynn, who was running to Victor's side, suddenly asked. Their prepared traps have all failed. I don't know, he said for the first time. Did he really need to use that bug? That boss's elimination won't be registered if he did that though.
It would be a waste.
Why is it this strong? Zoe asked. How could it survive that? Exactly, this thing was supposed to die by that final attack. It could have only survived if its soul was not entirely here. He stopped abruptly and then gestured toward Alex, who was still running, making her trip and falling to the ground again. Ah, she screamed as she hit the dirt with her pretty face. Dear Alex, Victor said as he gently put Zoe down and then walked slowly toward the poor Jinx girl. He was really tempted to finish her off. This was all his fault, he should have spanked her but more.
What?
Alex asked as she turned around, then intended to stand up and fail because he was over her, making her fall on her poor butt. Did you by any chance take anything from that altar? He asked very coldly, sending shivers down her poor spine.
Ah. Yes. Ah.
I remember now, she said as she nervously took out a sword hilt from her ring.
It is useless.
I tried swinging it at him but it didn't work, she explained as Victor quickly grabbed the hilt from her hands and began to inspect it. Sword of the Lost Ones, SSS. Like this sword have no blade, it can only be wielded by those who have no head. Strength plus 100%. Agility plus 100%. Intelligence plus 1%.
Skills. Soul lock.
Absorb a part of the enemy's soul and lock it in. *T, Victor said. Victor now knew how that thing was sealed. This sword must have contained Isfigar's soul. Not its entirety as the fruit had worked on it, but probably just a part of it. That's why it could leave its chamber, as the real boss chamber was technically this sword. The idiot Alex had been dragging it with him all this time.
Young master.
Why are you looking at me like that? Alex asked as she felt that Victor was really intending to kill her. Just deciding on your punishment, he said as he looked at the sword hilt again. *T, he cursed again. He pondered if he should destroy the sword with the soul poison, but he had no way to make sure that the soul part in it would not escape as the sword lost its power. If the soul really escaped, that thing would be free and would never fall for his tricks again. And it would be a waste to destroy this. But as long as that thing exists, the dungeon would not close. Young master, it is on the move again. Lily, who was tasked with the survey, reported again. That monster was building itself again using dirt.
Zoe. Quickly.
Bind this weapon, then use it to kill the monster. Victor finally thought of something. This sword should be able to kill it.
Ah.
You should do it. She said she was not really confident about her ability. I can't, this weapon requires its wielder to be headless. I don't want to lose my head, you see. My pretty face is the only redeeming feature I have left. He began to mumble some nonsense as he pushed the sword into her hand.
Cousin. I am not headless.
Zoe began to speak, then paused as the sword hilt began to shine in her hand and an ethereal blade appeared above it.
Ah, she was shocked.
As a hero, you can wield all kinds of weapons regardless of their welding conditions. Victor whispered in her ear. Name, Zoe von Weiss/Del Bolt/Del. Level, 0.
Class, Hero SS. Authority 3. Strength, 40. Agility, 45. Intelligence, 29. Luck, 20. Charm, 27. Order 10. Skills. Hero's Aura, SS. Versatile, SS. Last Breath, SS. Combat Expert, S. Quick Learner, S. Leadership, A.
Survival, B.
Cooking, B. Poison resistance, D. Sword arts, D. Dagger arts, D. Cleaning, E. Pain resistance, F. Staff arts, F. Equipment. Defense talisman, S.
Storage ring, B. Von Weiss elite family token, B.
Fate status. Fate's power, SS. Define fate, greatness.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil.
Bloodlines.
Elder Dragon 40%.
45%. 5%.
How did you know? She didn't continue to ask as she felt his hand grab hers. Not now, you are not in a good shape. I will help you deliver the hit, he said, preparing to use her state as an excuse to share the reward for the final hit. I can do it by myself, she protested with a blushed face. He was too close to her, and she could feel his breath on her ear as he held her from behind. I don't want you to be hurt, he softly scammed her, making Lily, who was watching, spit to the side. Why was her young master a pervert? Why can't she have a nice, well-behaved young master?
But
Zoe wanted to protest.
No buts. We don't have time,
Victor said as he carried her light body, then jumped high with the help of the levitating necklace. Zoe had no time to think when she heard his voice. Aim down, he said, helping her adjust the ethereal sword in her hand to direct down onto the monster that had just reformed and was crawling out of the pit. The moment it touched it, the black smoke forming the monster's body began to burn, then suddenly exploded like a chamber filled with gas, hurting both Victor and Zoe, who were now surrounded by the fire. Zoe screamed in pain, but suddenly she heard a shattering noise and felt her body getting hugged by a warm embrace as she began to levitate upwards. It took her a second to realize that Victor had surrounded her with his body, taking most of the damage. He could barely fly a little away from the burning pit before falling to the ground on its side.
Young master. Victor.
Lily and Lynn ran to his side to check on him. He was really burnt badly. Even Alex, who was at the moment considering how to escape, forgot her plan as she hurried toward him. They totally ignored the system prompt.
System notification.
3 #quest had been completed. Isfigar the Great had been eliminated. Zoe looked at Victor, who collapsed over her with panic. Tears began to fill her eyes. Although she rarely cried, she couldn't help herself now. Don't worry, Victor spat with difficulty as he flipped over to lay on his back, then began to laugh like a maniac. The girls surrounding him frowned, as if wondering if his head was injured, then began to smile as he miraculously began to heal.
Level up. Level up. Level up.
Skills upgraded. Contractor of Doom, +1, can convert normal contracts into system contracts. Voluntarity conditions apply. Time limit 60 minutes after signing.
New titles.
Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of a hero's team. Plus 10% to all normal attributes when assisting a hero. Hero's Journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Plus 30% charm. Plus 30% luck.
New system skills. Night Vision, D.
Fate power upgraded. A greater than A+. Recognized skills had been upgraded. Victor had risen by 21 levels. And his contract skill had improved. Maybe this was because he used it a lot to scam little girls in the dungeon. No matter what, this would spare him a lot of headaches later. Warning, the system is trying to add 2 authority points.
Allow yes no. He quickly pressed no.
Failed points were reallocated to order.
Name, Victor von Weiss.
Level, 143.
Titles.
Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Savior X2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of the hero's team. Hero's Journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Status. Authority, Infinity. Health 4680/4680. Stamina 3600/3600. Mana 4020/4020. Strength 395. Agility 350. Intelligence 415.
Luck 48.
Charm 56.
Order points 1371. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, None.
Class skills. Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1.
Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1.
Recognized skills.
Womanizer, A.
Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, D.
Silky Tongue, D. Sword Arts, D. Gourmet E. Pain tolerance E. Poetry E.
Creative writing E.
Songwriting E. Sleeping E. Poison brewing E. Acting E. Lying E. Evading E. Self-healing E. Dagger arts E. Needle arts E. Movement arts E. Mace arts E. Dismantling E. Torture E. New. Martial arts F. Piano F. Guitar F. Quick reading F. Poison resistance F. Bleeding resistance F. Castration F. New. Formations art F. New. System skills.
Admin appraisal SSS +4. Admin merchant SSS +2. Master seal SS +4 5/6.
Contractor of Doom +1 S.
Unlimited disguise SS +4. Eidetic memory A. Super enhanced senses A. Silent blade A. Fire breath A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger throw B.
Night vision D. New.
Health regeneration E.
Lie detection F. Enhanced senses F. Magic affinity none.
Bloodline Elder Dragon AAA 5% awakening.
Fate strength A+.
Unaffected by outside fate.
Equipment. Broken defense talisman S. Broken defense talisman S.
Dragon storage ring S. Shadow shifter ring SS. Damaged area inspect ring C. Slightly damaged levitation necklace A. Broken leather armor A. Congratulations! The dungeon had been cleared. Finalize in 1 hour. Victor, who was lazily lying on his sun lounger, watched as an army of summoned gargoyles worked tirelessly to collect all the debris from around the garden. Lin was using them to clean up before the dungeon closes. They were summoned earlier in preparation for the battle against Isfagar. They were meant to be a part of the last trap but ended up without a job. Why don't we descend and search for the reward room? Lily asked as she carefully fed her young master a grape. It would take at least 4 hours to reach the first room and at least 20 to reach the one at the bottom. Victor replied after a sigh, we better take what we can here.
You have a map too, don't you?
Zoe, who was watching the show while resting to the side, suddenly asked. Of course I have, he replied. How do you think Alex was able to find his way here so fast? I sent him the map, he explained, making Alex, who was tied by her ankles and hanging from a tree, look away as Zoe glared at her. She lied to her earlier. How did you get the map?
Zoe asked.
It's a system reward. That's all I can tell you for now, as you still can't get it, Victor said as he slowly looked at her slightly annoyed face. Don't worry, one day I will tell you.
Now I need a favor, he said. What? She asked.
After we leave the dungeon, they will probably question us. I want you to claim that you killed the monster alone with Lynn. Don't tell them anything about meeting me or Alex. No, that won't do. Just replace Alex with some poor player who died in the battle, he said.
Why? It was all your work.
I can't take the credit. I could only be carried around by you, she said, then blushed as she trailed off in a low voice.
Cousin, this is important.
Victor said seriously, you might not know it, but my situation in the family is very delicate. If I became too strong all of the sudden, some factions might decide to eliminate me.
What?
That can't be. The family might appear united, but it is a mess nowadays. Victor interrupted her. You don't have such restrictions as you don't belong to any branch unlike me, he explained.
But, no buts.
I don't want to ruin the image of a pervert young master that I crafted for myself, he said. Stop saying the word, but so casually like no one is noticing that. And why do you always act like a pervert anyway? Can't you just be normal? Zoe asked. From knowing Victor, she realized that he was a very dependable person, but he always acts like this, ruining his image. If you act decently with your strength, you might get to be an elder in the future or even the patriarch. I told you. I have enemies, and would have others in the future. And why would I want to be an elder or a patriarch? Those are some very tiresome jobs. I just want to relax and enjoy my life with my harem. He started, then stopped talking as Lily stuffed his mouth with a bunch of grapes. I can help you. But I have a condition, Zoe said, totally ignoring the pouting Lily, who might be trying to murder her young master. What? Victor asked as he chewed his way out of suffocation. Tell me how you knew about my class, she said. She had kept it a secret since the beginning, only the patriarch and Uncle Falcon knew about it. Oh, that's easy, but keep what I tell you a secret, Victor said as he lowered his voice and looked to the sides to make sure no one was listening. Alex tried to eavesdrop, but Victor used his disguise to make sure she couldn't.
Zoe nodded.
I have a very strong inspection skill. I can see everything from your class to your skills. I can even figure out your 3 sizes. You don't have to wrap your chest that tightly. No one would, he was interrupted. It's not your business. And you don't have to say that too loudly, she said with a blush as she put her hands on his mouth, making him briefly let go of the rope in his hand before catching it again as Alex dipped a few inches toward the boiling cauldron below. Young master, spare me! Alex cried out as she twirled around helplessly, making Zoe, who finally noticed her ambiguous position over Victor, quickly let go and then sit to the side as she crossed her arm, hiding her chest with a blush. She regretted asking her shameless cousin. Why can't he just be normal? And why does he smell this good? She questioned herself silently. Victor, who could easily read the thoughts of a little girl, chuckled, then softly bit Lily's finger that forcefully pushed an entire fig in his smirking mouth. She was getting jealous again. But that's to be expected. She was probably afraid that someone would take him away from her before she could have a chance to take a bite. Well, when she gets to taste his strength after the wedding, she will definitely beg him to take more wives. He. What are you grinning about? Zoe suddenly asked, ignoring her embarrassment. His grin was just too lewd. Nothing, just wondering that we are not that different from me. You two hide your true beauty, he said. Shut up, she said as she blushed and looked away again. It was what her late mother taught her. She was used to staying low-key. Being a beauty in a poor mountainous village was an invitation for trouble. Victor, who was watching her pout, sighed. In his previous lifetime, when he met Zoe at the Imperial Palace, she proudly walked around like a queen, digging the eyes of anyone who dared to look at her proud chest. What made this sweet girl so nasty? He quickly looked at her, sacrificing 10 order points to look at her destiny list. Destiny list. World Fate Scion, Greatness with the World's Blessing SSS. Birth Fate, Defend the World's Fire Gate SS. Birth Fate, Kill 99999999999 Demons SS. Birth Fate, Decapitate the World Eater SS. Birth Fate, Destroy the Book of Space SS. Self-Set, Find a Good Husband SS. Self-Set, Solve the Mystery of Father's Disappearance SS. Self-Set, Help Rebuild My Village SS. Self-Set, Help Oliver Overcome His Sorrow SS. Self-Set, Defeat Evil Everywhere SS. ID_X_147337 30 days. Great Misfortune 24 30th day SS. So that's what they hid back then. Zoe turned up to be one of the mysterious 5 Gates protectors. That's why the Imperial family respected her greatly. Victor pondered. What? The Book of Space? Did this have anything to do with the Book of Time? Yes, the Book of Time was discovered across the Fire Gate. What if he tried to get it before Zoe destroys it? Could it be done? Stop glaring at me, Zoe had to say finally, to wake him up from his contemplation. Why was she feeling like this? Oh, sorry, I was just enchanted, he said, then turned around, grabbed Lily's hand, then dragged her, forcing her to fall on his lap. Ah, young master. Lily complained softly as he glared at her clear eyes. I can only look at you now, he said, joking, making Zoe pout for no reason, and Lily chuckle. The truth was Victor wanted to take the opportunity to check Lily's fate. Destiny list. Birth Fate, Rule the World Ek. Birth Fate, Destroy the Fate Sect Ek. Self-Set, Marry the Young Master. Self-Set, Give birth to the young master's children. Self-Set, Be always beside the young master and protect him. Self-Set, Be the young master's favorite. Self-Set, Find out about my original family. Self-Set, Get filthy Margaret away from the young master. Holy sh*T, Victor suddenly cursed, making Lily flinch. Young master, Stay still and let me think, he scolded as he began to carefully inspect her like a porcelain doll. She didn't really mind, but the jealous glares she was getting from the girls and Alex were a little uncomfortable. Why was Alex glaring at her like this? She had no idea. Victor, on the other hand, was pondering about many things. First, he quickly scrolled through his log file and searched for the entries he got when he upgraded his class at the auction. Log Lily, X-Birth Destiny /Death/Overwritten, 10 million PTS. Log Lily, AID_X_147337, Destiny/Death/Overwritten, 5,000 PTS. Ever since then, he has been pondering about Lily's 2 death fates. The first one has clearly turned from death to rule the world. Why was that? He had a hunch it had something to do with her family, but was not really sure. The second death destiny was caused by that artifact, ID_X_147337, which Victor was now pretty sure belonged to the Fate Sect. It meant that they wanted her dead. She was meant to destroy them. They must have known about her. But the question was whether the Fate sect knew her real identity or they were using some kind of an identifier or a trace to target her. Victor suspected it was the latter. Wait. Could it be that the Great Misfortune curse was not aimed at him, but at Lily? He must have unconsciously disturbed some of their plans in Vane City. But they could justly target Lily specifically. Why did they need to fish her out like this?
It made no sense.
Should he make Lily his blood slave and use his disguise skill on her?
No way.
This would be very detrimental to his plans and to her too. This would need to be delayed until after she got baptized at Black Nest Castle. For the first time in a while, Victor had no idea what to do. There were many things he didn't really understand about fate. Maybe he just needed to play along. His plan would need to be readjusted though. Young master, my hair is burning. Can you at least lower the temperature a bit? Alex's repeated pleas broke Victor's line of thoughts.
Enough whining.
This is your punishment, take it like a man. If you told me about the sword hilt as soon as you reached this floor, I wouldn't have had to waste all of those gems. That explosion cost me a fortune. Victor scolded. He didn't care about the gems. Even with the sword, he would have needed to weaken Isfigar first. Victor was just using this as an excuse to punish Alex. Her bad luck was flaring very dangerously. He had to make sure that she got miserable enough to suppress it. All of this without making her hate him. It was a delicate balance.
Ow.
Can't you spank me instead? Alex asked, making Zoe who was listening blush. How can a man ask another this?
Could it be? She gasped.
No way, I can make Lily spank you instead though. Victor replied, making Zoe breathe in relief while Lily glared at poor Alex dangerously.
No thanks.
I am fine here.
I am a man.
I can take this punishment.
Alex retreated.
Unlike Margaret, who was a little lenient with her before, the merciless Lily would surely dig out every ounce of flesh from her tender, but before she got satisfied.
Tom, we are rich,
Peter said as he began to stuff his pockets with gems. The moment the announcement sounded, all the skeletons' corpses collapsed, leaving behind mountains of gems. Yes, Tom said with a frown. He had just ransacked the reward room behind the Lich King's chamber, which was full of treasures and had 2 very unique artifacts, but his happiness didn't last as the dungeon was conquered moments later, and he didn't get a chance to level up.
System, what happened?
Who defeated that monster? Tom asked with annoyance.
Calculating.
The monster Isfigar the Great was defeated after a bloody battle by Zoe von Weiss by utilizing a sacred sword.
You wouldn't have stood a chance.
Tom frowned but said nothing. He was not satisfied with the system's analysis.
Warning.
Critical mission. The Nutcracker had set his eternal eyes on you. Prepare a tribute and pray for survival. Survive for 24 hours. Reward, 10 million coins. In case of failure, the system does not need to punish a dead man.
What?
What is the Nutcracker?
Tom asked.
The Nutcracker is a multidimensional demon that was set free when this dungeon was opened.
What?
Tom wanted to question it more, but the whimsical system, being whimsical, decided to hold its silence. The zone around the dungeon gate was a mess.
Report.
The gray-haired 3-star general who slowly descended from the black unmarked, twin Draga jeep ordered his right-hand lieutenant as he looked at the ominous-looking gate.
Sir.
97 hours ago, player Naomi Chill reported finding a disguised talisman under the gate and discovering an anomaly. The Players' Council directly ordered our dispatch.
I know that.
I want to know what the appraisers found.
Sorry, sir.
It is an S-ranked gate, just as we suspected.
Sir.
Did the headquarters send any new instructions? Will they send a raid to save the students, or would they just ignore it and bury the gate like the one near Green Mist Town?
Sir.
They intend to conduct an emergency council meeting tonight. They would probably delay the decision.
The lieutenant said. Oh.
It has already been 2 days, what's going on? Inside the dungeon, there are 2 students with sensitive backgrounds. They are elite heirs from the von Weiss family. Oh, so this turned into a political game.
Yes, sir.
Raiding an S dungeon is not an easy task. Even with 10 master players, there is only a 20% chance. The council member would surely force the von Weiss family to handle the cost.
Probably, sir.
Well, let them fight this out. We are only here to collect our paycheck. Let's just hope that. The general was interrupted as the gate began to pulsate.
Sir.
Is it going to explode? The lieutenant asked. No, it has been conquered, the general said as he squinted his eyes. Clear the perimeter, he ordered in a loud voice just as the dungeon's vortex began to slowly expand, making everyone step away and watch. The vortex soon grew to fill the entire area around the dungeon gate, then began to retract, leaving piles of collapsed players. Don't let any player leave, make them wait to be thoroughly questioned, the general suddenly ordered. He had just noticed that most of the players who appeared were not teenagers. Those were not students from the academy. Now, once again, you said you were saved by. Describe what you saw, the old sergeant asked a haggard female teenage player as he filled the document in front of him. He was trying hard to ignore the old man in a black robe who was sitting behind him, carefully inspecting the player and supervising the questioning process. They were sitting in one of many tents that was built to debrief players privately.
Ah.
I saw this monster while I was hiding. It had long black horns and ominous eyes. He was chasing this evil man. The girl squinted her eyes trying to remember. Yes, the man said to the monster. Nutcracker, spare me, but the monster didn't care. He cut the man in half, then crushed his crotch. He crushed it with his giant mace, she said with a blush. In another tent, another player was saying the same thing.
Those men.
I had to work with them. They forced me.
Then it came.
It only had one sentence. It didn't say it, but we heard it in our minds. Hail the Nutcracker. Fear the Nutcracker, it kept repeating. That's when I remembered my grandma's old saying that all men are cowards. So I ran away. The man began to cry. If he wasn't a 7-tall giant with puffed muscles, the sergeant would have really felt sorry for him. During this debriefing, similar stories were getting told again and again. Other than how those players got scammed into here, the Nutcracker kept getting mentioned all over the place. Some of those players are faking it, the sergeant said to the general as they walked between the tents. That's why we separated them immediately and forbade them from talking to each other. We will cross-examine their statements later, the general replied, looking at the clearing to the side where the players were sitting silently 3 feet apart. I just can't believe things like cannibalism happened, the lieutenant said. If you managed to live long enough, you would see more, the general replied. He didn't take the stories about the Nutcracker seriously. He considered that it was just a monster in the dungeon, and was probably eliminated. Are we going to let them go just like this? Some of those guys are worse than monsters, the lieutenant said. Our job is just to file the reports. The council would make the call later. Just make sure to search for any storage pouches. Everything they got must be reported. The general sighed and said, Isn't this against the rules? Council order, this was an dungeon after all, the general said. The council was really evil, using the pretense of conspiracy to investigate the players' trophies. While nothing would be taken from them today, after a few days some of those players, who got the really nice stuff and had no background, would be visited by some nice macho men.
This is life.
Survival for the strongest, he pondered to himself. How many of the academy students survived? The general asked suddenly. About 60%, thankfully the really important ones didn't die. This is to be expected. The top families always provide their heirs with protection treasures. The general said as he looked toward the few other tents where similar debriefings were happening. A soldier suddenly ran from a nearby tent toward the general. General. A girl is making trouble. She is refusing to cooperate. Can't you even force a little girl? The general shouted, earning himself some strange looks from some of his soldiers who took his words out of context. She claimed to be the concubine of the von Weiss heir. She said she can only be interrogated with the approval of her young master, the soldier replied awkwardly. True. The families have such rules. Let's go see her, the general sighed awkwardly, then gestured to the soldier to lead the way. Inside the tent, a burly sergeant was about to lose his mind arguing with the unreasonable girl who was sitting on the metal chair in a very seductive way. She had no shame in displaying her pretty long legs. I know the rules. You can only question someone from the families under their master's supervision. And like I said, this ring contains sensitive materials concerning my duties. My young master had entrusted me with these, she argued just as the general walked into the tent. Where is your young master? The general asked immediately, realizing that this girl was not as dumb as she appears to be. In the other tent, probably flirting with some girl, she said, puffing her rosy cheeks. In the other tent, a young master was busy wrecking the nerves of a pretty female sergeant who was debriefing him. As I said, the Nutcracker pulled that guy's balls from his mouth. Victor said as he moved his hands to visually demonstrate the disturbing action. I couldn't even believe that such a thing was possible if I didn't see it with my own eyes. And why did it spare you? The sergeant asked, glancing at the cloaked man in the back who was frowning, not sure if Victor was kidding or not. Victor hesitated, then lowered his voice. Because of my handsome face. I think it was gay. Shut up, the sergeant pounded the table. Take this seriously, or I swear I would leave you here all day, she scolded. That's the most she could do. Fine, but don't tell anyone. I am only telling you this before you are pretty, he said before looking around, making sure no one was listening, totally ignoring the cloaked man and the fact that his statement was getting recorded. The truth is, I was so scared that I peed. No, forget that. I meant that I had to grovel on the ground, call its name loudly, and give it my storage ring. It accepted it before looking at me with admiration, then leaving, he whispered while looking disturbed. So that's why you don't have any storage artifacts? The sergeant asked, writing some things on her paper. Yes, he nodded, displaying his empty finger. I even had to beg my maids for some change, food, and a tent after that, he explained, making the sergeant not help but notice that he was truly wearing purple pants. Little did she know that these were Victor's own lily-picked pants, which he had to change into after spilling green goo on the other ones. I see, she said sarcastically. So after facing the
monster, what happened?
It is called the Nutcracker. Whatever, what happened next? Give me a kiss and I will tell you, he replied with a wink. Why don't you go f***ck yourself, she cursed angrily. Whatever good impression she had on this handsome guy when she met him had long evaporated. I tried. Although it sounds physically impossible.
Shut up.
The sergeant was about to lose her mind. How can a man be this shameless? Now she had an extra disturbing image in her mind to erase. The cloaked man in the back was suffering from the same problem. Sergeant, you have to make up your mind. I can't shut up and answer your questions at the same time, he stated the obvious. The pretty sergeant was really considering taking out her gun and shooting this young master in the head when the general entered the tent. She quickly stood up and saluted. At ease, the general said, then looked at Victor. Why? Young master Victor the First, presume, he asked. The one and the only, Victor said arrogantly, as if he didn't just confess to wetting his pants. Are you finished here? Mostly, but we have some things to clarify.
The sergeant replied.
We can do those later, the general said before turning to Victor. One of your concubines is refusing to cooperate. Can you perhaps talk to her?
The general asked. Of course,
Victor said as he stood up, then quickly followed the general into a nearby tent, not forgetting to give the sergeant a wink on his way out.
Young master.
Margaret, who was pouting, quickly jumped into Victor's embrace and hugged him as soon as he entered the tent she was in. I thought I would never see you again, she said as she groped his ass from the back, making everyone frown. How can this girl be this shameless? Little did they know that her other hand, which was sandwiched between hers and his body, was busy drawing certain letters on his chest.
I missed you too,
Victor said with a satisfied, wretched smile. Why are you giving those nice men some hard time?
He asked.
If the female sergeant who was questioning him earlier was here, she would have shot him immediately.
It's not that.
They wanted me to show them what's inside the storage ring. Isn't this against the rules? Victor asked in surprise.
Council orders,
the general coldly explained. Then we have no choice, Victor told Margaret apologetically. But young master, it is that ring.
What ring?
The one you let me carry for my nightly duty.
Ah!
Victor exclaimed, then paused in shock before turning to face the general.
General,
can you make an exception? He said with a troubled expression.
No expectations.
It was not the general who replied, but the man in the black cloak. Victor had long noticed him. Name, Elton Blackwing, von Zwei.
Level, 69.
Class,
Inquisitor.
Authority, 6. Strength, 181. Agility, 200. Intelligence, 201.
Luck, 15. Charm, 11. Order, 19. Skills. Lie detection, S. Appraisal, A. Perfect memory, A. Torture, A. Kissing, A. Intimidating aura, A. Alchemy, B. Speech reading, B. Poison resistance, B. Pain resistance, B. Stun resistance, B. Energy shield, C. Cleaning, C. Staff art, D. Dagger arts, D. Cooking, F. Equipment.
Identity hiding robe, A. Von Zwei family token, A. Storage ring, A. Fate status. Fate's power, C. No defined fate. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. **T.
Not again.
Victor cursed as he had enough of this bad luck. The man who monitored him in the tent previously didn't have a lie detection skill, so Victor wrongfully presumed that they would only use lower-ranked inquisitors. The situation had become a lot more complicated. Although he had long expected this interrogation after the dungeon changed into an S rank, he didn't expect it to be this through. He was not unprepared though. Not only did he instruct the girls on what to say and how to say it, he also made sure that all of the valuables in the girls' storage rings, except for Margaret's, had already been emptied beforehand just in case. Thankfully Margaret knew what to do without his instructions. I can make you see what is in the ring.
But you can't take anything out. And you can't tell anyone.
This might affect my reputation, Victor said after some hesitation as he quickly readjusted his plan.
Fine by me, the old man said.
He will just write a report later exposing everything. Give him the ring, Victor said.
But
just do it, and wipe it first. Don't think I don't know where you usually keep it, he scolded, making Margaret blush as she wiped the innocent ring with her cuff, then ignoring the weird looks from the audience, she gave it to the old man. The old man hesitated for a second before grabbing the ring. He closed his eyes, inspecting the things inside one by one, totally unaware that Victor was manipulating what he saw. The old man's face changed slowly from a stern expression to utter bewilderment.
Aren't those torture tools?
No, they are too fluffy for that. And what is that? He didn't have to think for a lot to know the answer, but he wondered how it could be this big. Could this fit? Master Elton, is everything all right? The general asked after 5 whole minutes, causing the old man to wake up from his bewilderment and then throw the ring at Margaret with disgust. Continue with the debriefing.
What a waste of time. He cursed as he sat back down. He would not be able to sleep tonight.
Margaret, who caught the ring like catching a treasure, quickly put it on her finger and then slowly sat down. Now would you answer the questions? The old sergeant asked.
Can I?
Margaret asked Victor, who nodded before finding a seat to the side to relax on. The others didn't notice, but while the old man was inspecting the ring, he had already secretly told her how to act. She was to only tell the truth as briefly as she can. And if she ever needed to lie, she would raise her foot a little so that he could intervene in time. Thankfully, he didn't need to do that.
So, what happened? The sergeant asked.
I just found myself in a closed room and couldn't get out. I spend the entire time being stuck eating shitty snacks.
Is that it?
Yes, she blushed, causing everyone to wonder what exactly she spent her time doing. Did you meet any other players?
No.
Was there anything strange in the dungeon? Or the room you were in?
No, she frowned.
Did anything out of the ordinary happen?
No.
Did you find any treasures? Not as far as I know. And like that, Margaret's troublesome interrogation ended. The Inquisitor never realized that she was lying because she was not. Although Victor could disguise the investigator's lie detection skill results using his upgraded disguise skill, this was a very delicate job that required a lot of concentration as he needed to know the lies beforehand. Especially with the Inquisitor having that speech-reading skill, meaning that Victor would have also to match Margaret's lips precisely, which was a very annoying thing to do. So he preferred to use another simpler method. He just changed the questions Margaret was hearing. Do you like your young master?
Yes. Are you a virgin? No. Do you like your cousin? No.
Do you have any STDs? Not as far as I know. Now that I am already here, how about you bring my other servants too?
I don't have all day,
Victor said as soon as Margaret questioning finished. That's possible, the general said as he looked at the old man Elton, who nodded just as a soldier entered the tent in a hurry and then gave a piece of paper to the general. What? The general exclaimed after reading a few lines, then looked at Victor with disgust. He always felt that he had seen him somewhere. Is there anything wrong? Elton asked, making the general give him the paper before turning to leave the tent. They have just finished the background check on Victor. Elton frowned deeply as he read the data, then glared at Victor. Let's get on with this, he spat, squinting his eyes. He was wondering about the toys in the ring for a while now. Seemingly they were genuine.
What a pervert.
So one by one the girls entered the tent for the debriefing. The first one was Lily, who made sure to appear as miserable as possible as she told them everything from finding the injured Mina until stumbling upon the Nutcracker trail of destruction at the garden. She didn't have to lie until that point. What did you do after that? The searchers who were doing the questioning asked. I found a few marks in the trees, and following them, I met with the young master who was with Mana and 2 other girls. She didn't really lie but chose her words very carefully. Just that? You did nothing else until the dungeon ended. The young master ordered the girls to go upstairs. The Nutcracker was in the woods. It was very dangerous. I was ordered to remain at the garden level, to keep an eye on the Nutcracker's activities, she said with an aggrieved look in her eyes, still not technically lying. She had been keeping an eye on her Nutcracker young master all this time.
Alone? Elton interjected.
Yes, she said after hearing an entirely different question.
Did you see the final battle?
Elton asked again, making her pause.
No.
Where were you at that time? She paused for a second, having a bath. Did you stay there until the end? The sergeant this time asked. Yes, she answered again truthfully to a totally different question. Then we are finished with you. I need to see your face. Elton suddenly interrupted, making Lily frown, then nod after getting her young master's consent. She slowly lowered her veil, revealing a face that even her mother would not dare to kiss.
Okay, put it back on,
Elton said with a disturbed expression. Next was Mina, who told the same story Lily did, except when she said that she went upstairs after the young master ordered the retreat. Her story was very credible, especially with her missing hand. Mana, on the other hand, completely skipped the story of how Harvey captured her. She told a fabricated story about how she first met the two beggar sect girls who were in the woods and then met Victor after that by chance. Victor had already trained them beforehand, just in case. He was expecting worst-case scenarios because of the misfortune curse. Is that all? Elton asked, feeling that she was hiding something. Yes, she paused for a second. You can ask the two beggar sect girls too.
They were there with me, she said.
We will question them when it is their turn, the sergeant said sternly. I think you should question them in my presence. Victor suddenly interrupted. Those girls are now mine, I should witness their debriefing too. A servant relationship should be official in order to. Elton scolded but was interrupted by the two ownership dead Victor showed. Those two girls were so scared of the Nutcracker that they offered their bodies to me in exchange for protection, he said, making Elton curse and order a soldier to prepare the girls for interrogation too while silently cursing. This young master was really evil.
He thought.
Fine, let's continue the debriefing. The old sergeant said. He was getting tired after getting interrupted repeatedly. What happened after you met Victor? After that? Mana continued with the same story Mina told earlier, picking her world very carefully. The two beggar sect girls, who were brought in seconds later, also said the same things with minor variations that Victor added here and there to make it more realistic. They all said that their young master told them it was too dangerous and ordered them to escape to the upper floor. When they were asked if Victor escaped with them, they all heard a question of whether they were biologically female and answered with a yes and a blush. After finishing with all the statements, all of the storage rings the girls had were checked one by one. Of course, nothing of value was found, just a lot of gems and a few B and C ranked artifacts. Are we finished here? Victor asked finally after he was questioned again in the presence of Elton. He appeared to be a little absent-minded, but little did they know that he was at the moment helping Lynn, who was getting debriefed.
Yes. You may go,
Elton said after looking at his report. Something was definitely wrong. His intuition was telling him that, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Victor, who was very cautious, nodded to everyone and then turned to leave when he was stopped by one final question. Do you know anything about the Nutcracker, other than what you told us? Elton asked, making Victor shiver. Please don't say his name like that out of the blue. What if he heard you and came here? Victor said. And no.
I told you what I know, he added.
How do you know its name? I told that pretty sergeant before, whenever he is around, you hear strange words like hail the Nutcracker, fear the Nutcracker. Victor whispered in a low voice. Good, Elton said, then gestured everyone out. Victor nodded, then exited the tent to meet with the girls who were waiting outside. Let's go back home, he said as they walked out, making sure to pass by the clearing where the players were waiting. He did that to send Rebecca, who was waiting, a message to go and hide in the ladies' room and then wait for his signal when he returned. Reaching outside of the camp and walking for 100 feet or so, Victor quickly found his car where Alex was waiting. She kept her hiding disguise when the dungeon was cleared and made her way out as soon as she regained consciousness. Although Tom and his party saw her inside, Victor could always claim that they saw someone else who died inside. And the council had no power outside the dungeon's perimeter anyway. If any of the Inquisitors were to recognize her as the Thunder Sect's young master, it would be a lot of mess. And Victor was not going to risk taking chances with her bad luck. Victor quickly hurried inside the car and lay with the girls at the back, then scolded poor Lily because she was slow. He ordered her to drive home. Alex, who was keeping her disguise, just in case, had to be pushed under the girls' feet to the car's floor. There were many sentries around after all. When Victor returned to the camp 20 minutes later, he made sure to keep his disguise as he checked the tents one by one, then cursed. 3 of the 5 tents had Inquisitors with lie detection skills. This was a close call. If any of the girls made a mistake, he would have been in danger. Lynn had already ended her questioning and she was now on her way home. She told the story they agreed on with Zoe. And with Victor using his disguise skill through her, he made sure to cover her words when necessary. The only remaining variables were Rebecca and Zoe. Victor was considering drugging one of them to delay her debriefing, but thankfully, he watched Zoe enter one of the rooms, so he quickly followed. Rebecca, as a girl, can take her time in the toilet. Zoe's story was the truth, of course. She even told them about Alex and how he ran like a maniac. This made Elton frown as he heard nothing of Victor's driver being in the dungeon. The true problem was when Zoe reached the part where she climbed to the garden floor. I met with Lynn there, She stopped talking, trying to keep her sentences as short as possible. She was not good at lying.
And, she hesitated, we fought the beast.
That idiot Alex seemed to be the one who woke it up. He confessed after getting his ass kicked. We were in a really bad situation.
Oh.
Alex had this sword hilt that he took when waking the monster. The moment I held it, it changed into an ethereal sword. The monster explored as soon as it touched him, she said.
That's it.
Yes, she answered the question of whether she was a girl. You mean you were the one who cleared the dungeon? Both Elton and the sergeant asked in astonishment.
Not alone.
But yes.
Can I see the sword? Elton asked.
Zoe hesitated for a moment, then took the sword hilt from her ring and handed it to him. He inspected it with a frown. Can you really activate this? He asked. Zoe nodded and touched the hilt, then focused, making the ethereal blade appear again. I see, Elton nodded, managing to hide the greed in his eyes. Did that driver, Alex, survive? Elton asked finally. Of course not, she replied angrily. After another few questions, Zoe's interrogation ended. I need to know what your class is, Elton finally said after some hesitation.
Oh, it is. Stop.
A commanding voice sounded as an old man entered the tent, then punched Elton without saying another word. The poor Inquisitor tumbled to the floor with his hand over his stomach moments later. He almost fell on Victor's feet.
Uncle Falcone! Zoe exclaimed.
Didn't I tell you to not reveal a thing? Falcon scolded her as he looked at Elton.
Elton. It's been a while.
Did you forget the lesson I taught you 20 years ago? Don't you know the rules? He asked as glared at the sergeant who was trying to call for help, making him fall to the ground in seconds. The smart man didn't faint but acted as if
he knew his place.
Elton spat blood, then stood up slowly. Falcon, don't overestimate your power. You are no longer with the council. The brass had already requested that all relevant data shall be collected. The family would see to that. Falcon said as he grabbed the shocked Zoe's hand and then walked out. Victor, who was watching this, almost cursed loudly. What the fuck was wrong here? Why was Zoe's luck so good? She was truly a scion. Looking at the injured Elton, who could barely throw himself into a nearby chair, Victor smiled. Sorry, Uncle Falcon, you will have to take the blame for this, he said, adjusting his position to make sure that the sergeant who was still playing dead would be able to witness the Nutcracker in action. Rebecca's turn came 3 hours later. There was a delay after some chaos ensued due to one of the high-ranking Inquisitors getting kidnapped by some monster. Investigators found nothing but a hallucinating sergeant. There were talks about delaying the questioning, but after multiple complaints from the teachers, the questioning resumed briefly. Thankfully, Rebecca didn't need Victor's help as the Inquisitor who questioned her didn't have a lie detection skill. She told her story perfectly, totally skipping the part where she met Victor. At the end of the day, Victor was utterly exhausted as he sneaked out of the base. Using the disguise skill while on high alert was a very hard job. Too bad that his day was not over yet. He still had one very important thing to do. What else did you reveal? Falcon asked in a tired tone as he inspected the sword hilt. He always knew that Zoe was lucky, but now he was suspecting whether she was a scion. Nothing. Victor had already instructed me.
Oops. Victor. Falcon exclaimed.
He mentioned nothing of this sort when she told him what happened earlier. Please don't be angry.
But
it is like this. Zoe slowly began to speak. She chose to tell the truth this time. Falcon was like her father after all.
I see.
Falcon squinted his eyes after hearing the full story. His evaluation of Victor has just reached a new degree.
You did well.
Did that man Elton ask any questions about the family secrets? He asked. He had long suspected that Elton secretly worked for the von Zwei family when they worked together in the council forces. Too bad that before he could find sufficient evidence, Falcon, who was a commander back then, was kicked out because he helped Zoe's father escape. No, but he kept asking some very inappropriate questions. Zoe, who was totally unaware of some old secrets, said, puffing her cheeks.
Inappropriate? Like? She blushed.
He asked if I had any STDs. He also asked if I was a virgin, and if I would like to sleep with him. She whispered shyly. That bastard. Falcon flared. I will make sure to break his balls the next time I see him. Too bad, Falcon had no idea that the Nutcracker had already done that. Tom, you are amazing. How did you manage to hide your storage ring? Peter asked as he walked out of the camp with Tom, Madeline, and 2 other girls who had just become Tom's new lovers. This is one of my secret skills. Tom said smugly, silently praising the system for helping him hide his ring, which contained not only his but his group's entire loot.
Let's go party.
Madeline said, winking and Tom in the process.
Yes, Tom. A shout made them stop.
It was Teacher Isabella who finally managed to finish the mountain of paperwork she had to do.
Teacher,
Tom said nervously.
are you okay? She asked.
She was planning to go search for him in the dungeon, but it was cleared before she could manage to reach the lower floors. Thankfully, he survived. Yes, he said nervously, he didn't want his friends to know that he was banging the teacher.
Not yet anyway.
I will not be able to attend the private lesson tonight. Maybe we can arrange it tomorrow?
He asked.
Oh yes, she said seriously, hiding her blush. See you then. A friend of mine wants to meet you though, so can you come a little early? Of course, he said with a dashing smile. I am very happy that you survived too, teacher. He said, making her nod, then turn and return to the camp. She still had work to do. Let's go have a bite. Tom told his friends as he chuckled, making Peter, who totally notices the chemistry between his teacher and best friend, almost burst out cursing. Why can't he have a girlfriend like this womanizer? He tried to approach some girls from the normal class in the academy, but those girls were too smart for him. Warning. The Nutcracker is approaching. It is targeting you. It will kill anyone who stands in its wretched way. Run, 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 and survive. Survival probability 11.14%. A sudden warning caused Tom to stop walking.
What? Peter asked.
I need to go fetch something. Why don't you guys go open a room in the Blackfish Bar? I will catch up with you later, he said as he began to run off the road. Where are you going? Shall I come with you? Madeline asked, thinking that this was one of their usual games. No, I am good, he said as he began to run faster, totally ignoring the strange look in his friend's eyes. He ran and ran, purposely choosing to go off the main road. The dungeon was in a remote mountainous area anyway.
System.
Did I lose him?
Warning. It is here.
It is too late to run. Praise the Nutcracker. May it have mercy on your balls. *T. Tom cursed and wanted to turn and run again, but suddenly he lost all the power in his body. He just collapsed to the ground, totally unable to move. The world slowly turned dark around him. In his mind, he could hear many howling, overlapping voices. Hail the Nutcracker. Praise the Nutcracker. Fear the Nutcracker. A demon soon appeared, walking out of the darkness. It was a tall, muscular humanoid creature. It had 2 long black horns, 2 long wings, and white hair that covered a pitch-black face. Only the eyes were shining with a red, ominous light. It opened its wide mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, then howled as it reached him. It was planning to eat him. Tom could see the hunger in its eyes. He wanted to move or use his skills, but he failed. His body was not responding. Suddenly a blue screen appeared in front of Tom. It was the system defending him. He could see it from the back. The Nutcracker, who was preparing his meal, paused as he read the ancient letters engraved on the blue screen. He sighed, then looked at Tom with admiration. Chosen one, I cannot kill yous. However, the ancient pact must be withheld. An offering is a must. With that, the Nutcracker reached for Tom's finger, making the hidden ring appear again. Under Tom's astonished eyes, the demon simply unlocked the ring and then began to browse through it, taking out treasures one by one. Thankfully, it stopped after taking 3 artifacts that Tom didn't recognize and was planning to get appraised later. The Nutcracker threw the ring back at Tom, then began to laugh crazily as it vanished. Minutes later, Tom could move again. He just sat there questioning life. What the hell was that thing? Why did his pants feel wet? Mission complete. Congratulations on surviving an encounter with the Nutcracker. The reward had been issued. It was a couple of hours before dawn when Victor finally reached his mansion. That bastard Tom sure knew how to run, but the Nutcracker caught with him eventually. No one could escape from his clutches. Victor casually greeted the 2 chicks dressed in suits who were guarding the front gate, then walked in. He noticed that there were quite a few cement bags here and there in the front yard, proof of recent construction works. It seemed like Hilda had already started renovating the basement. Entering the mansion, Victor was immediately assaulted by Lily, who was of course the only one waiting for him. She hugged him hard. Did the girls sleep? Victor asked after he dragged his body and hers, which were now glued onto him, to the study. He just threw himself on the leather chair and relaxed. He was utterly exhausted. They were tired after all the stuff that happened in the dungeon and the interrogation yesterday. Hilda wanted to wait for you, but I told her to go get some sleep, Lily said as she adjusted herself on his lap as if this was the most natural thing to do. She put her head on his chest, relaxing to the sound of his heartbeats. She was feeling very frustrated because she wasn't of any help in the dungeon. That vixen Lynn was more helpful than her. Even that idiot Alex played a role. Name, Lily Von Krone. Level, 33.
Titles.
Hero Party Member. Defeat a boss as a part of the hero's team. Status. Authority, 5.
Health 1510/1510.
Stamina 1520/1520. Mana 920/920. Strength 100. Agility 102. Intelligence 92.
Luck 13. Charm 52. Order points, 79. Class, Shadow Dancer. Subclass, None.
Class skills.
Area Inspect, S. Shadow Cloak, A.
Mesmerizing Dance, A. Recognized skills.
Cleaning, B. Pain Tolerance, B. Seduction, C. Sixth Sense, D. Gourmet, F. Sword Arts, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Martial Arts, E. Acting, F. Poison Brewing, F. Hiding, F. Lying, F. Evading, F. Quick Reading, F. Dismantling, F. Poison Resistance, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Mace Arts, F. System Skills. Penetrating Dagger, A. Air/A Wind. Quick Step, B. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Health Regeneration, E. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Magic Affinity, Wind.
Bloodline. Crowned Crow SS, 19% awakened.
Fate Strength, E. Define Fate, None.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil.
Equipment.
The Soul Pearl of Io SSS. Blood Gem Storage Ring, S.
Defense Talisman, A.
Levitation Necklace, A.
Hidden Silk Armor, C. Trusty Hidden Dagger, E.
Victor sighed as he watched her attributes. She gained a lot in this dungeon as part of the team who took out the boss. She even got a magical affinity. Unfortunately, although both Victor and Zoe were holding the sword that delivered the final strike, the system had given most of the EXP points were grabbed by Zoe. She was now at level 110. Her authority had even risen to 13. The family would surely be having a festival at the moment. That's if Falcon allowed her to tell the truth. Victor only managed to raise a handful of levels, while Lynn and Lily got to raise by 30 or so. This was to be expected though. The Scion always got the largest piece of the pie. Even that stupid Tom got to level up by 20 levels. That's how the world worked. It was totally unfair. Is there anything wrong, young master? Lily suddenly said, startling him. Oh. Why are you saying that? He asked, raising his eyebrow. Your heart is telling me, she said. It usually beats smoothly when I am near you, but today it sounds troubled. She said, making Victor sigh. This girl was getting more and more sensitive as her level grew and her blood awakened. Don't worry about it, it is just that everything happening recently is very troubling, he said but didn't elaborate. For the last 2 months, he was running around without rest. Now he had a shitload of problems that he had yet to decide how to solve.
The first one was Nova.
That girl was a time bomb, he knew that. If he gave her to Tom, she would definitely end up dead one way or another. Destiny does not lie. Victor was conflicted about whether to just send her to her death or use her. Tom, who was psychologically scarred after he met with the Nutcracker, was at the moment busy getting healed by his teacher. In the morning he would surely hear about the wedding though, and would surely begin to cause problems. That was another dilemma that Victor needed to fix. After that, there was trouble with Alex. Victor was initially thinking of finding a way to clear the fate that caused her to be a dark scion. But there was no fate like that. The world was after her because she was a princess from a very strong alien race. This painted a huge target mark on her sorry butt. There was also a myriad of troubles ranging from the Dark Chamber to the Fate sect. There was also that Caspian of the Heavenly sect who would definitely appear at the wedding. Victor didn't think that just changing his destiny a little had caused all sorts of echoes. The biggest trouble of all was Lily. She would have to leave him sooner or later, he knew that. He could try hiding her, but that would not be good for her. She needed to be baptized in her family. But after that, he was wondering how to take her back. Her family would surely value her a lot, but she would also have to face a lot of enemies from within. With the purity of her bloodline, she would be a candidate to hold a very prestigious position in the Von Krone family, and some parties would not like that at all. He knew that well after living in the shadow of the royal family in his past life. No matter what, she was destined to rule the world. No wonder that scions kept popping like mushrooms. It had nothing to do with him, it was just that their fates were dragging them to worship their ultimate mistress. Being with Lily had proved to be a very dangerous position. Far more dangerous than Alex and Nova. Victor frowned, wondering what he should do. If only he could manage to be like Caspian with his deep background, Von Krone would surely welcome him as a son-in-law, though reluctantly.
Wait.
He smiled in a very evil way.
What if he did that?
It would be dangerous. Very dangerous. But with his current skills, it was possible. He would be able to move many elements. He might need to collect a few things though. He might get a chance at the wedding. He might even be able to solve Nova's problem once and for all. A new very evil plan sprouted in Victor's mind.
Young master.
What are you thinking about? Lily asked as she saw the wretched smile on his face.
Nothing.
Just thinking about our wedding night, he lied, making her blush heavily as she buried her face in his chest. Pervert young master, she mumbled as she hugged him harder, making him slowly pat her head and kiss her forehead. A phone rang, breaking the romantic atmosphere. It was Theodore, Victor's father. Victor gave Lily a troubled look and then answered.
Father. I am.
Shut up, you piece of sh*t. Do you know how much mess I went through to clean that stinky ass of yours? If you want to satisfy your fetches, do it privately next time.
Theodore scolded.
He had just finished cleaning the brothel scandal.
Sorry.
Victor was really awkward. He couldn't tell his father about Alex, as that would raise more questions. No, you are not.
Anyway, don't worry about it.
We used AI to replace all the videos online with similar ones but featuring another guy. The world now thinks that you were misidentified.
Be careful next time. Theodore sighed.
This cover-up had cost him a lot of money and favors. It also cost the 20 journalists, who refused to cooperate, their jobs. They were now at the bottom of the ocean having intimate conversations with the sharks.
Oh, okay.
Victor already knew that his father would clean his ass. In his previous life, there was a similar accident with his half-brother John. But it involved SES instead of grannies. I managed to fool your mother this time, so don't tell her anything. The poor lass almost had a heart attack.
Tell her I said hi. I will.
Now, how was your dungeon raid? Didn't you already read the report?
No.
Falcon had seemingly killed the Inquisitor who questioned you and then grabbed all the reports. Although he denied it, we know that he did that to protect Zoe's secret.
What a good man. Would he be all right?
Victor asked with a troubled look. It was he who stole the reports. He had already sent them to Alpha to go through them and search for any interesting things. He will be questioned later, but as long as there is no evidence, no one can pin anything on him. Now, about the dungeon.
Are you okay?
Yes, perfectly fine. One of my maids lost a hand, but that's it. That's a very good result for an S dungeon. You guys were lucky Zoe was there. Did you level up? Yes, I am now at 33.
I see. What?
*T.
Even you?
Zoe is already at 45.
Theodore was shocked.
He was currently at level 57, but when he was Victor's age he was only at level 14 or 15. He was not sad though, he was extra glad. Victor had proved to be as good as Mike, who was at level 40 the last time he checked, and Alice was at level 37. He was suspecting that this had something to do with Alina, as his sons from his other wives were still at level 20. Maybe he should try to get another child with her.
Yeah, I got lucky.
Victor, who didn't know what his perverted father was thinking, replied.
Lucky my ass.
You just rubbed some of Zoe's luck. Did you get any good loot?
Yes.
Good, keep it a secret. Theodore said. Unfortunately, the Von Zwei had put their hands on the dungeon. Seemingly they owned the land around it, but didn't know it, he said with a sigh. I see, Victor squinted his eyes. This definitely had something to do with that necromancer Gustave. Now, according to the regulation, I will need you to come to the family island for an assessment to mark your progress. But you can do that after the wedding. Maybe at your grandmother's wedding. Wasn't it cancelled?
Victor asked.
We will be doing a small gathering. Nothing major. The elders can't stop this. I understand, I will be there.
Anything else? Yes.
As you might know, your cousin Titus used to be the manager of Vane City. That position has been transferred to you after his incident. The procedure with the council had been finalized 3 days ago. So you need to do missions for the council and the family as the manager of Vane City from now on.
Oh right.
I almost forgot about that.
Victor frowned. This was a little troublesome.
Good, most of those things are random and can be delegated to your men. I sent Kai the details, just call him and ask.
I will.
Now, there was something else. I already prepared the wedding venue in the White Grand Hotel. This is an important family, so it would be managed by the family. Just make sure to pass by and check if things are to your liking.
I understand.
Victor nodded and then said goodbye to his father before ending the call. Is everything okay, young master?
Lily asked.
More trouble, he said as he called Kai, who took a while to answer. Young master,
Kai yawned. He was asleep.
Are there any missions for me? Victor asked directly.
Ah, yes.
There were 3. 2 of them were just routine checks, which have already been fixed remotely by me. The last one is a little troublesome.
It comes from the council.
I will send it to you directly, Kai said.
Okay.
Good. Anything else?
No.
Victor hung out directly and then looked at the message Kai sent. Council mission /rank E/urgent. Location, Wyron Principality, Vane City. Jurisdiction, Vane/Von Weiss. Manager, Von Weiss, Victor, Elite. On 24/6 there was an incident in the slums of Vane City. 9 men aged 17 to 21 were burnt alive. Their initial tests suggest the use of otherworldly electric energy with an unknown signature. Witnesses had sighted a girl running away in the perimeter. No security footage was recorded due to the location circumstances. Suspected, unregistered players with a power level of 15.
Mission.
Identify and locate the rogue player. Integrate or eliminate.
The Players' Council.
Players' Management. Players' Crimes Office.
Director. Azana Triple Gold.
Victor frowned as he showed the message to
Lily. Let me do it, she said.
She wanted to prove herself.
No. I will do this myself, he said.
Lily was not suitable for such missions. The Players' Council usually left the mission to uphold the rules and the status of secrecy to the managing players in the areas where they don't have a local office. So there was nothing strange about this request. When players got discovered, the council usually would send someone to register them and explain the rules to them. After that, if they were deemed powerful, they would usually offer them a chance to join one of the powers. They can't force them though. This was one of the rules of the council. In fact, this was how many family heirs built their focus. They found those loose awakened players and then offered them a lot of benefits, employing them into their own teams. The same way Victor employed Margaret initially. The only exception to this was when newly awakened players commit crimes using their powers or undermining the status of secrecy that the council supervised. In that case, they would lose their freedom, and he would only have 2 choices, to join one of the families or get wiped out. This case was a good example of such circumstances. Victor had never heard about this in his previous life, as he was just a random pawn at this period of time. But the words electrical energy reminded him of a certain incident that would happen about 4 months from now. It was a massive blackout during a thunderstorm. Back then he remembered accidentally meeting his father who was in town. Theodore was injured back then, but he said nothing when Victor asked him about it. Could it have something to do with this? No matter what, he planned to see to this in a couple of days when he went to check on the wedding venue. He was too lazy for this now. Today he just wanted to relax and check his loot. Victor casually took out 3 treasuries from his ring and put them on the table as Lily, who was still on his lap, watched. Are those from the dungeon, young master? Yup, I got a good dog to fetch them for me, Victor said as he drooled. He had other things too, but they were not as precious as those. What are those? Lily asked as she took a handkerchief and carefully wiped his mouth.
First of all,
Victor said as he held a black little box, about an inch tall. This is called the Light Eater box. It is an S-ranked artifact. When this box opens, it absorbs all the light in the area around it, leaving it pitch black. Even with a strong flashlight, you would only be able to see 2 feet ahead. He said, its range depends on how much energy you can supply it. On the 6th floor of the dungeon, this was used as a part of an array to cause the entire floor to grow very dark, he added. Too bad that stupid greedy dog didn't stop to study the formation below it as he destroyed everything to snatch the treasure very quickly. The whimsical system had no time to warn him. Victor still managed to get a glimpse of it though, but he would need time to study it and maybe fill any damaged parts. Oh, can I have it? Lily asked with a pleading look. This thing would help her to kill and castrate a lot of poor souls. Yes, but be careful though, if the area you are trying to block is too bright, this thing would not work, it might even be damaged because of all the energy it would be absorbing. Victor warned as he gave it to Lily. Don't use it now. I don't want to alarm the entire mansion, he scolded when he saw her try to open it. Ah, sorry, she said as she put the box in her storage ring. She would try it later to startle the sh*t out of Margaret. Next we have this. Victor said as he grabbed a jade key. This is the second one I have got, he said, taking out the one he grabbed from Sebastian earlier and putting them together. They were very similar except for the symbol on its head. Each symbol represents a number. Victor got numbers 4, Sebastian's, and 177, Tom's. Victor was not sure what those meant though.
What does this open? Lily asked.
A door obviously, he answered, making her pout a little.
Don't worry about it.
In the right time, you will know, he added, rubbing her hair. It was too early to tell the girls about the Jade Gate, he would have time for that after the tournament. Lily frowned, but could only hold her curiosity for now. Finally, is this? Victor said, showing Lily a block of silvery metal. He looked at it with very greedy eyes and drooled again. This thing was inside the casket of the Lich King. The casket was scrapped, but this didn't even get a scratch. Will you tell me what this is?
Lily asked. She was still pouting.
If I do, you will take it away from me, he said, carefully caressing the block as if it was a naked girl. I promise I won't, she said casually. She was beginning to really suspect the possibility that her young master did suffer from some brain damage in the dungeon. He got blown away by a lot of explosions lately. She would love him regardless though. This is called Hell Iron. It's not iron though, but people use that name for it. As its name implies, it is a type of metal that only appears in Hell, the main world of the demons.
Victor said.
It is super rare. This metal block is extra large.
What can it be used for? Lily asked.
Is it like those very strong fantasy metals in stories? She was tempted to take it from him. Not exactly, it is strong, but there are much stronger metals. This one is special, it... Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him. Come in, he said before a pretty girl in red pajamas walked in. It was none other than Margaret, who seemed to be quite awake. Good morning, she said as closed the door behind her. She casually inspected Lily's ambiguous position as she walked and then sat on a chair near the desk, stretching her legs on the coffee table to the side. Did you just wake up?
Victor asked. Yup.
I knew you would be late flirting with some hooker, so I went to sleep as soon as we got here, she said, yawning and totally ignoring Lily's threatening glares. Sadly, there were no hookers this time, just a stupid dog. What exactly happened in the dungeon? Victor asked. He didn't have the opportunity to ask her. As I said in the debriefing, I was transported to this strange vault. It was just full of treasures, and there was that stupid gay door that refused to budge. Margaret slowly began to tell him exactly what happened, from entering, till she defeated that demon soul. She didn't mention anything about what happened next. She planned to tell Victor about it privately later. Oh, Victor frowned after hearing her story. Are you guys checking your loot? She asked as she saw the things on the table. Her eyes sparkled when she spotted the metallic brick that looked very familiar. Yes. There are other random things, but those things here are the really precious stuff, he said. That brick, is it precious? Margaret asked, squinting her eyes. What does it do? Yes, I was just telling Lily. This thing is called Hell Iron. It has the power to conduct mana like copper conducted electricity, he explained. What is that good for? Lily didn't really understand. Everything. Basically, you can create tools that need mana to work with them. Something like magical tools, mana computers, and puppets, he said with a wretched smile as his eyes sparkled. Are you going to build some kind of magical S*X robot with it? Margaret asked as Lily looked at him coldly, not even bothering to wipe his drool this time. It is called a puppet warrior, he didn't deny it, as he watched Margaret raise one eyebrow. Would this thing be even enough? Margaret asked again. This might be sufficient for a... She paused and pointed downward with a mysterious smile. 1 block of metal is enough to create 5 full puppets. This metal would only be used as wires. I can use other materials for the other parts, he explained. And, young master, what would this puppet warrior do exactly? Lily asked very coldly as she looked very dangerously at the block of metal. Everything. It can even achieve humanly impossible positions, he said, teasing Lily. It can fight. It would be perfect for dangerous missions. He quickly corrected himself, feeling the drop in the room's temperature. I totally understand, young master, she said. She was clearly not convinced, and was definitely planning to assassinate this block of metal. Don't worry, it can't move on its own, it would need someone controlling it. I will need some other precious metals to build it though. And it is not easy to build, I will need a good engineer, he explained. How much is this thing worth precisely? Margaret suddenly asked, liking her lips. It depends. If you don't know how to use it, it's not that precious. But if you have the key technology, it is priceless. It can fetch 100,000 coins per gram. *T, she cursed, this was a very hot potato. How much would you pay for those then? Margaret said as she threw her ring at the table. Victor didn't have the chance to check it earlier. Victor grabbed the ring she placed on the table and began to inspect it. Then he froze. His mind simply stopped responding as he began to drool. There was a mounting of hell iron bricks in there, not to mention the other random treasures and carcasses of demonic beasts. It would take him days to sort those things out. Margaret did tell him she got a treasure, but this was not just a treasure, but an entire vault of treasures. Victor's astonished look made Lily frown. "How much metal did Margaret get you?" Lily asked, pressing her lips to his ears.
Ah.
Her soft breath woke him up, but he didn't know how to answer.
About a mountain.
"I would need you to pay cash," Margaret, who was very interested, interjected, demanding her reward. She didn't give him those for free. She also wanted her private army of puppets. "Don't worry, I will give you a few puppets when they are finished," Victor said after swallowing. He really wanted to hug and kiss her now, but Lily, who was hugging him, made this impossible.
Not enough.
Margaret flatly rejected. "Fine, you can have Alex too. No, keep that jinx to yourself. How about this, keep those things for now, and I will gain the right to ride you anytime I want," she said after thinking, causing Lily to gasp in shock as she looked at Victor and awaited his answer.
Fine.
"I would even give you my chastity for it. But you have to take care not to upset anyone who is watching," Victor said, making Lily pinch her young master's thigh very hard, not realizing that the two perverts were not only teasing her but talking in code. Margaret had just told him that she would be using the finances in her hand more freely, and Victor responded by telling her that she could do that, but she had to be extra careful. "Do you plan to make an army of puppets now?" Lily asked finally after discovering that her feeble strength was not affecting her young master at all. She has just imagined Vector laughing like a maniac in a sea of S*X robots. "With the amount Margaret got me, it would be a waste. There would be some robots, but I want to build something better. I will tell you about it when I finish the plans," he said mysteriously. "What's better than an army of S*X robots? Does such a thing exist?" Margaret asked with a mischievous smile, but Victor didn't reply, he only smiled mysteriously. What he was planning to build was something that even after the reckoning, was deemed impossible because of the enormous cost. But before the reckoning, there was a bug that he could exploit. He really needed a good mana engineer though, and he had no idea where to get one. Even after the reckoning, those guys were hard to find. Let alone that. The mana transfer theory he needed has not been discovered, yet?
Yes.
Can't he just get that scientist who established that theory?
But, is she a girl? Lilt suddenly asked. What? Who?
The one you were thinking about just now, she coldly spat as Margaret squinted her eyes. Yes, Victor confessed before looking at Margaret. "Margaret, I will need you to travel to the Orange Pearl Islands, there create a ship construction company, and buy a certain laboratory."
Oh, ship construction?
That means a shipyard.
And a laboratory? What is it for?
Margaret asked, "Is this urgent?" "Yes, the earlier the better. I would need this for the future. Do it under a shell company, it should have nothing to do with me," he said. "And make sure that a scientist who goes by the name Zolan is there.
If not, hire her,"
he added with a complex look, making Lily sigh in relief. It seemed that this Zolan girl was ugly, otherwise, Victor would have decided to go there himself.
"Young master."
The art Miss Lara was practicing in the morning. Ian suddenly interjected. "Don't worry, it is something I taught her. I already wanted her not to practice that art, but it was too late. Her potential was nearly exhausted," he said smiling at Ian. He really liked this girl, she took her job seriously. That awakening scroll was totally not wasted on her. Maybe he should try teaching her some business knowledge to test her. He needed to help Lara build her team before her awakening. That girl was too naive for her own good. "You want me to craft a drug to heal her?" Hannah asked after pondering for a moment. "I don't have that knowledge," she began to complain when Victor suddenly took 3 sealed barrels and put them in front of her.
"Blood."
Hannah immediately recognized the smell. "Baby's blood," she yelled, making Ian frown. Hannah looked at Victor with anger and disgust. Making him surprised, she was more knowledgeable than he expected. "It's not mine, I took it from a bad guy who was secretly murdering babies in my family. That's why you need to be perfect with it. I don't have a lot," he explained. "I want you to make a pill with it. It is called the True Blood Pill," he said, taking out a small booklet and putting it on the barrel. This recipe was very simple, yet very complicated. Hannah quickly snatched it and began to leaf through it. "Do you have all the ingredients here?" she asked. "Yes," he added, taking out another sack and throwing it to the table. "It would be very complex," she said finally after reading through the entire recipe.
"I know, let Theta help you,"
he said. "That girl has some really good luck."
"Oh, I understand,"
Hannah said coldly, but her eyes began to sparkle. She really liked doing alchemy. Especially this kind that saved people's lives. And Victor was really taking care of her according to their deal. No, her pride would not let her work for free. What would I get as my payment? She suddenly asked as she watched him walk toward the door. Although she was his slave now, she wanted some payment. How about a book of super rare alchemy recipes? He asked. Isn't that benefiting you? She said coldly. She was very tempted though. Don't worry, the things I plan to give you later would benefit you greatly, he said mysteriously with a smile as he walked out. Ian quickly followed after nodding to Hannah. Tom, who was having an omelette for breakfast in Isabella's apartment, froze as he read the news feed on his phone. It was there in bold print. Victor White boldly announces to the world that he will marry Lynn Cross and Nova Astra at the same wedding.
A noble marriage?
In this day and age?
The scandal.
2 at a time.
What's next? 3 at a time.
In the Granny's incident, IT was another guy.
We asked him why he did it. What were those toys?
Many asked, we can't tell you, but we found out who sells them. The toys. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Here we asked the experts.
And they replied, +18.
We are making our phones slow to make them better, White Technology states at a press conference.
Spider Boy, who was he?
Here's what I think.
+18.
The auction of the year had just ended. What fashion lessons did we learn? Victor White proposes to Nova Astra's parents.
They accept.
Dragon Hero 4 is in cinemas next week. Would John Sigma save Mira again? Mira, the highest paid actress of all time, is now in The World Is Your Dungeon. Filming now, in the cinema next year. Jane Armstrong had escaped from the asylum. Wanted dead or alive. Attempts to rectify marriage law failed after congressman was arrested for abusing a minor. How to take care of your harem. 3 pieces of advice from an expert. Brothels near your house. Are grannies the new fad? The princely funeral that no one attended. How did Prince Troy really die? 20 journalists died in a boating accident. They were having an O***y with the captain. Tom's hand began to shake as he read the first article carefully. He then began to scroll around reading the other disturbing news.
Victor.
He spat coldly just as Isabella walked into the kitchen with another girl. Tom, this is Naomi, she wanted to meet you. She paused as she noticed Tom's pale white complexion. Tom, are you all right? She asked. She was a little worried about him. Last night he kept mumbling incomprehensible things and wasn't even able to finish the job. I need to go. Call you later. He took his jacket and then walked out, bumping into Naomi on his way out, completely failing to realize that she was naked. That's how much he was distressed.
Tom.
Isabella yelled after him, but he didn't reply as he closed the door behind him. King, son of a system. What the hell is happening? Didn't tell me that you will protect Nova for me. Tom cursed loudly as he left Isabella's apartment and began to walk aimlessly.
Caution.
Watch your language with the system. This whimsical system comes from a reputable whimsical family that does not condone the use of such vulgar words. A quick electric shock ran through Tom, making him regain his senses. He wanted to start yelling again, but he quickly noticed the other system message. Nova was well protected. The system did disable Victor von Weiss's power as a man, but fate intervened.
What do you mean? Tom asked as he frowned.
Due to Nova's dark fate, she fell under a love curse.
She doesn't love you anymore.
Damn that Victor. I swear I will fuck him, Aid. An electric shock to the balls sent him howling to the ground. Watch it with the language.
It was not Victor's fault. It was yours.
Why? Tom yelled like a madman, startling a few pedestrians who were passing by his side. Mommy, why is that guy clutching his crotch? Does he want to pee? A little girl asked. Don't look at him, her mother scolded as she dragged her away. Tom totally ignored them as his bloodshot eye glared at the emptiness in front of him where the system was showing his massage. By stopping Victor from getting to Nova, a demon has set his eyes on her. She is that pretty after all. The whimsical system could not interfere with the causality of the world. That guy is very troublesome.
What? Who? Tom asked in shock.
This whimsical system can't reveal anymore, but it can help you find out on your own. Before we continue, you have to make a choice. The system will give you 3 options. Fight the world and save Nova, then get her to love you.
Very hard.
Fight the world, save Nova, then let her go to her loved one.
Hard.
Ignore this problem and find another girl. Easy, system recommended.
I choose the first.
Tom said without even thinking. The whimsical system will now calculate a path for saving Nova. Please wait.
Tom waited.
Calculation finished. Saving Nova is possible.
Nova mission number 1.
Nova is under a demonic curse. Find out more. Sneak into Victor von Weiss's mansion at midnight after 3 days and search for clues. Find out who is Nova's secret evil lover is. Success. The next step in saving Nova would be revealed. Failure. Nova will marry the demon.
Dear Monica,
Victor said as he looked at the nervous girl who was waiting patiently behind him as he finished his very constructive conversation with Tom. Yes, she asked nervously while looking around, wondering why he brought her here to this dungeon. Why was there a dungeon in his basement to begin with? She didn't dare to ask. Have you adjusted to living here yet? He asked. Such a question would have been completely normal if they were not surrounded by cages.
She nodded nervously as she looked down.
She was trying hard not to look at Victor. Whenever she sees his handsome face, strange things start happening in her body. Good, he said as he checked the sturdiness of the iron bars and turned to look at her. Did you get a strange package or letter recently? He asked directly.
Ah, she frowned. I got a letter from one of my friends 3 days ago, she said. That Connor?
Victor asked, remembering that he told Alpha to keep an eye on that demonized guy, but she lost track of him as he strangely disappeared.
Yes.
He invited me to go on a cruise trip. Don't get me wrong, I will not go. I wanted to tell him that though, but he was not answering his phone and the message didn't have a return address. Just a ticket. Can I see the ticket and the message? It's in the trash, she said nervously, earning herself a smile and pinch on the cheek. His touch was like electricity, it made her start to breathe faster. Why was her body reacting like this? Good girl, he said with a smile. The meaning of throwing the ticket was that she didn't want anything with Connor, she had decided to devote herself to Victor. She was about to moan but she held it in as she squeezed her legs together. In 2 weeks, I will be holding a wedding, Victor, who was amazed by her looks, suddenly said.
She nodded, somewhat annoyed.
Why was he telling her this now?
Prepare yourself.
I plan to announce to the world that I will be accepting you as a concubine at that time, he explained.
Oh.
What? Her heart began to bounce as she looked at him. Aren't you marrying Miss Lin and that other girl? She asked as she fought the desire to jump on him.
I am.
I will also surprise the world by accepting a few concubines. You are among them.
Ah.
Monica froze, a
concubine. What? She gasped. This was too sudden.
She felt that she should be angry. He was talking about some really absurd things after all. He was even proposing to a girl while telling her that he will marry her with others.
Break up with him.
Escape, that was what her rational mind was telling her, but the feeling in her stomach was something else entirely. She was excited. No, beyond excited, she was in heat.
She was happy. She didn't know how to respond.
Are you against this? He asked. She didn't know how to answer. If you have some friends, make sure to invite them. Don't worry about what other people would think. When they see how happy you are, those idiots will die of jealousy. He spoke casually as her approval was granted, slowly brainwashing her. She didn't respond, and he stopped talking, slowly brushing the hair that was now covering her deeply blushing face. I need some time to think, she said after 5 minutes of awkward silence.
This was too sudden.
She didn't even know what to think. Talk all the time you need, he said as he walked to the door. But if you take too long, the other girls wouldn't even leave scabs for you, he said with an evil smile as he walked out. Will I be one of those surprise brides too? Margaret asked in a low voice just as Victor walked out of the basement. She was eavesdropping from the outside.
Yes. Don't tell Lily yet.
I don't have a death wish, she said as she looked away, hiding her blush while cursing in her heart. This Victor was a big bastard.
Couldn't he be more romantic?
Did he have to confess like this in the basement?
Wait. Who else would you marry too? She asked.
I am not sure yet. I need to ask the girls for their approval after all.
You didn't ask me, she protested.
There is no need, you are already mine. And I already got your answer that day in the hotel.
She didn't answer. He was right.
She wanted him to go on his knees for once though, bastard. Margaret followed as Victor casually walked toward the kitchen where Hilda was washing the dishes with Mana. Mina, who couldn't help, was sitting to the side reading something. Young master, she said and quickly stood up when she spotted Victor and Margaret. Sit down, Victor said, then turned to Hilda. Hilda, do you have Monica's letter? Yes, young master. I plan to give it to you in the evening, Hilda said as she quickly wiped her wet hands with her apron, then ran to a side room before returning with a ripped envelope. As the house manager, this was her task to take care of such things. She had been keeping an eye on Monica ever since she entered this house. Victor casually opened the letter, where only a few casual lines were written, inviting Monica to attend a birthday party. There was a ticket attached to a luxurious cruise trip. Send a photo of the ticket to Kai and let him find everything about it. Already did, he didn't respond yet.
Good.
Give the letter to Ian, let her remember the smell, Victor said as he gave the massage back to Hilda. It had nothing interesting. I understand. Anything else? Nothing really, he said as he turned around heading to the door. Oh, and pick 2 good dresses for the twins. We already chose the maids' dresses.
Not that.
They will not attend the wedding as maids, but as brides.
Bang.
A dish shattered on the floor. What? Both of the twins gasped, ignoring the broken dish.
What?
I will be doing a grand wedding. I need all the pretty brides I can get, he said casually, too casually. Don't you want to marry me? Victor turned and asked with a frown. The girls didn't know how to answer such a question. Of course, they wanted to marry him. They have already confessed that they were his.
But this was too sudden.
It was only yesterday when they were being a little salty about the upcoming wedding, cursing at the brides. Now there were the brides. The girls will be ready. Hilda, who was trying hard to hide her smile, said as she noticed the twins' red tomato faces.
They were in shock. Good.
If they have any relatives, make sure to invite them too, he said as he walked out, not waiting for an answer. You call that a confession? Margaret smiled fiendishly as soon as they left the kitchen. No, that was a statement, he replied. The girls are already mine, to begin with. I have nothing to confess. He. She shook her head as she snickered.
What? He asked.
I just realized something about you, she said in an amused voice.
What?
You are a coward, she said while nodding to herself, earning a glare from Victor. Don't get me wrong, I mean in love affairs. You could have easily told the girls at the dining table, but you chose to do it like this. She quickly defended herself. He didn't answer. She was partially right. Although he lived a long life, he didn't really like to completely expose his feelings. This was a habit from the past. In his previous life, after his wife died, he had to live in fear of that guy finding him again. And he also hid his past from Yulian. So he hid his feelings deeply to move on. All the girls he knew after that were prostitutes and slaves. Margaret sighed when she noticed that Victor stopped talking. She really wanted to know what happened to him in his previous life. Do I need to invite my relatives too? She suddenly changes the subject to break the awkward silence. Yes. Invite Peter and Tom. And don't forget about your aunt and the 2 piglets you call cousins. You are trying to create a mess at the wedding? Yes. The bigger the chaos, the easier it is to hide things, he said calmly. His plan had many variables, and the larger the cast, the more pieces he might be able to move. Will you tell me what your full plan is? She asked. Later. He said mysteriously, revealing nothing. She just sighed and silently followed him into the garage, where he took the keys to one of the new cars, a black smoking penguin that Margaret bought just to fill the garage. This car was not very luxurious, but had a big trunk that gave it a gangster car air. So, you at the wedding. How many more brides do you plan to add? Margaret suddenly asked after noticing something out of the window. I told you we will see. I have yet to ask Arya and Mira. Will you also propose to Beta and the others? No. I really like them and want to marry them too, but I don't want the world to know about them yet, he sighed. He wanted them to act as his hidden hands. Didn't you already show the world that you are with Theta at the auction? She is a minor. Do you want me to go to jail for that kind of crime? He exclaimed as he opened the car door. Like that would ever happen. Where are you going now? She asked as watched him climb into the driver's seat, then followed to sit beside him. To take care of things. Too many things, he said as he turned the car on. Now tell me, what exactly happened in the vault? Alex, who had just finished her spar with Beta, sighed as she watched Victor drive away with Margaret. Thankfully, she was not punished after returning to the mansion, but somehow she was feeling a little depressed. Victor had been totally ignoring her. Couldn't he at least spank her a little? No. What was she thinking? Damn it, a cursing voice alerted Alex and Beta. It was Theta who was cleaning the shrubberies beside the garage, and happened to hear Victor's statement. Are you okay? Beta asked. I am fine. Theta yelled as she walked away. She was really annoyed. Why couldn't she be a few years older? In a dark cell, Yulian cursed as he crushed his cellmate's balls with the plastic slipper in his foot. I told you that I only wanted to finish my sentence. Did you really have to go and try to kill me? Yulian yelled. Please spare me. HHH, the man whose hands and legs were already twisted out of shape screamed in pain. Shut up. Who told you to stab me? Yulian asked. It was the boss, Big John from the yard. He said that you have bad paperwork.
Ah?
Did he tell you why I am here?
Yes.
There are rumors that you were planning to assault some female students. The man fainted in pain as the guards hurried into the cell.
Yulian.
Do you want your sentence to be extended? The guard asked as he checked the injured inmate. He saw everything through the cameras and hurried here.
Don't worry, he will live.
He tried to kill me. You can find the dagger he used in his butt, Yulian said as he sat on his bed. He was all friendly until yesterday. I don't know what went into his head. Thankfully, due to Yulian's strong body, he successfully managed to protect his chastity until now. His family's test was really brutal. Couldn't they find him some competent lawyer at least? This one went crazy too. The guard sighed as he flipped the collapsed man and then checked the bloody dagger in his ass with worried eyes. He quickly called another inmate to help deliver the man to the infirmary. Were there similar accidents?
Yulian asked.
He was staying in his cell lately, because of his really bad reputation of being a pedophile. It was all because he refused to provide services to a certain man who fancied him when he entered here and took a shower. Under all of the dirt, Yulian was really pretty after all. That man, after gaining a brand new broken nose, used the fact that Yulian sneaked into the academy as leverage to spread rumors about him.
You don't know.
It is like a curse of bad luck had been cast on this place. The inmates are killing each other like maniacs. 13 dies just last week, the guard sighed.
Oh.
You only have 10 days left, right? The guard asked as he closed the cell door and locked it.
Yeah.
I just want to pass it peacefully, Yulian replied as he laid back down. He took a small notebook list from his pocket and added the name Big John to the long list on it. Those were the names of the people he planned to take revenge on when he regained his status.
So that's what happened.
Victor, who was driving, said after hearing Margaret's narrative of her dungeon dive, "It was a gay door indeed," he nodded. He really wanted that door. That's what you care about? Can you tell me exactly what those souls were? She asked.
No. But I can guess, he said.
Those skeletons must have been experts who were sealed in that dungeon. They must have been sealed even before it became a dungeon. It is one of the demonic punishments. They lock someone up and even after he dies, their souls would not dissipate, but suffer in a dead body for eternity, he explained while keeping his eyes on the road.
Oh.
The seal on them must have weakened with time, and those guys took the chance to attack you when you went there. They were intending to take your body. But since your soul already belonged to me, they couldn't break my mark and ended up being eaten. Thankfully, I renowned the seal that day at the Ho.
You did what?
Margaret screamed in surprise, making him momentarily lose control of the car. He almost ran over a cat.
Don't scream.
Victor said casually. That day, I was not sure if you were a friend or foe, so I strengthened the seal on your body with my authority. If not, the seal would have not been strong enough to repel them. Making excuses, she pouted as she looked to the side. What happened next? Why did I feel pain? You just ate more than you can digest. If not for the seal, your soul would have exploded, he said, making her look back at him with some fear in her eyes. Really?
Yup.
You got super lucky. After we return, I will teach you some advanced soul arts to let you slowly harvest the energy that was absorbed in my seal. Don't you want it? She asked with surprise.
Nah.
One can't eat too many souls at once, and I ate a lot lately. Those ones are your trophy, he said. What are souls good for anyway? She asked. The souls are everything, he said. It is too early for you to learn this. Soul arts are really scary though, and a strong soul is never a bad thing, he added mysteriously. You didn't tell me though. Why didn't I get any experience points after defeating those? They were already dead. The system does not recognize souls as things. So you did nothing according to your log.
Oh, what a bummer, she puffed her cheeks.
She was jealous of Lily and the twins, who had leveled up a lot. You were super lucky though, you got a shit ton of authority, Victor said, as he carefully looked at her.
No, I didn't.
My authority didn't change at all. Margaret interjected. You did. But you need to level up for the changes to apply. She could not see it, but through his inspection, he could see it in the log.
Really?
Did I get other things? She asked with a smile.
You want more?
That 10478 authority points are not enough for you. You must understand that whenever a soul devours others if it doesn't use any divine arts, there is only a 0.0001% chance that one of the 5 soul attributes can be transferred.
Victor said.
That thing must have had so much authority that some of it leaked to you.
Oh.
Soul attributes. Authority, memories, fates, afflictions and karma. Calling her lately to ask for money, and she was totally ignoring her.
Did you break up?
Did he realize your true nature and dump you? Or did he finish with you and kick you to some other man? Her aunt quickly changed her tone, reverting to her true snobbish nature. Did you get pregnant?
None of that. He trusts me now.
He wants to accept me as his concubine. He told me to invite you to the wedding.
Oh.
As I expected.
No. What?
A concubine, her aunt asked in shock. She could not understand what the word concubine might mean in a normal conversation. She only heard it in historical dramas.
Yes. A concubine, one of many.
I will be part of the grand wedding. What grand wedding?
Mom. It's that one. Victor White. The double wedding.
Lulu's jealous voice could be heard. She must have been listening to Margaret too.
What?
Margaret's aunt asked. Margaret, are you one of the brides?
No.
I already told you. He plans to take a few side concubines in addition to the two main brides. He chose me, Margaret said with some annoyance.
If you can't come, it's okay. We will come.
Make sure to send us money for the dresses and accessories. Margaret hung up directly while silently cursing just as she heard a knocking on the window. She expected it to be Victor, but it turned out to be a stupid guy with a few piercings and dyed hair.
What?
Margaret, who was in a bad mood, snapped at him as she unrolled the window.
Hey, beauty.
How about you come with me? Look at that red fire rat car. It is mine. My daddy works for White Tech as a director. I am better than that stupid boyfriend.
Ah?
The man howled as the nutcracker who was holding a large bag of goods got to him from the back.
Don't touch my toys.
Victor scolded coldly as he threw the bag into the back seat and then hopped into the front.
Finished already?
Margaret asked as she pitted the gangster. He shouldn't have touched Victor's car. She was not a toy. She refused to be. Not really. Let's go to our second destination, Victor said. The second destination was, of course, the Grand White Hotel, the wedding venue. The Grand White Hotel was hosting the biggest event since its establishment 80 years ago. It was the wedding of the century, so even now, 2 weeks prior, when Victor reached there, he could easily notice how busy the workers were bringing objects in and out in preparation for the big event.
Young master.
The security guard at the door quickly welcomed Victor as he stepped inside with Margaret.
Is Aria here?
Yes, Miss Aria arrived 2 hours ago, the guard quickly replied. Good, Victor said, stuffing a tip in the guard's hand as walked into the grand lobby and looked around. This place always brought him so many memories, both good and bad. He even had to work as a receptionist here once. The family really treated its heirs differently depending on their rank. Many of the guests began to gossip when they noticed him as he waited for the elevator. He didn't care though, that's the effect he wanted. He just smirked as he took the elevator with Margaret toward the top floor, the same place where the party he attended a month ago was. That's when Victor's phone rang.
It was Kai.
What? Victor asked impatiently. Young master, there is trouble, Kai said.
Trouble? Speak, Victor asked.
Lately, everything around him was troublesome. Yulian, the guy you asked me to keep an eye on. The guard who was on our payroll just called. Yulian seemed to have beaten a man, and that guy just died in the infirmary.
Bad luck.
Find another man to kill the corpse and take the fall. Yulian must not be affected, and his name must not be mentioned anywhere. This must be done very discreetly. Victor said, Yulian must be out of prison by the time of the wedding no matter what.
Victor said. Understood.
I already prepared things.
Kai replied. Good. Anything else?
Victor asked as he stepped out of the elevator and spotted Arya, who was scolding some workers.
Yes.
About the ticket Miss Hilda sent me. It is for a cruise trip after 3 months on the grand ship the Three-Horned Dragon. It is in the South Sea. The event is sponsored by a company called Past Holdings registered in the Bluebird Islands. Get me a few tickets. Not directly, but discreetly, I must be there naturally. If you can't find some unlucky idiot, steal his card and identity, then let him enjoy a permanent residence in the middle of the sea.
Victor said.
Understood, Kai said before Victor hung up. Arya, how are the preparations here? Victor asked as he looked around, observing the workers who were busy adjusting the decorations. As you can see, everything is on schedule. She said, why are you here? As far as I know, you are too lazy to take care of trivial things, she said jokingly. After knowing Victor for more than a month, she confirmed that her first impression of him was true. He was a lazy bastard. A handsome, brave, and cool lazy bastard. Did you print the invitations? He asked.
Not yet, she said.
Good, I sent a design to your email this morning with a list.
Did you see it? He asked.
No, she quickly checked her mail and there it was. The message contained a drawing of a strange gilded design with floating dragons. It was very domineering. A list was attached to it with many names.
That many?
Yup, make sure to print and deliver them ASAP. For the names marked with an asterisk, I will deliver the invitations personally, he said.
Okay. Anything else?
I need you to make a small change in the wedding theme, he said as he looked around.
What?
Are you telling me this now? Do you know how much work we have already done?
It's not my fault.
I just had an inspiring moment in the dungeon when I saw the greatness of the old murals.
He told a partial lie.
After witnessing the great misfortune curse, he realized that his initial plan was too naive. He needed something more secure. That's why he was changing things to build plans upon plans, scattering red herrings all around for spies to latch on. What kind of excuse is that? She asked as she gestured to the workers to stop. Whatever it is your wedding, what do you want to do? You are doing a Wyron-style, royal wedding here.
Right? That won't work for me, he said.
It is totally not my style.
What do you want then?
What is your style? She asked with a frown, hoping that it would not be anything perverted. I want you to plan the wedding more exotically. I need a grand stage to show off.
Arya frowned.
Do you want a nude wedding? She asked coldly as Margaret looked at him with expecting eyes.
This sounded fun.
Not that exotic, he answered firmly after some contemplation, disappointing at least one girl and a few dozen workers who were listening in. I meant to do an old wedding ceremony, he said.
How old? Ancient.
I heard it was a trend lately to perform weddings using old ceremonies, he said carefully.
A trend between perverts, she scolded.
She heard about a wedding that was performed about a year ago where the couple sat on a volcano to imitate an old sacrifice ritual. The volcano, probably being jealous, exploded as the wedding wrapped up. I want to try that ceremony I read about in the history journal.
What was it called?
Yes, the Black Mountain Dragon Ceremony, he said as he struck his hands together.
Black Mountain.
Arya frowned before she began to search her phone to look it up, then she started to read as Victor watched with some amusement, carefully manipulating what she was reading to make her say what he wanted her to say. This ceremony is too old, based on an ancient folklore tale of brides being offered to a dragon. She breathed in relief when she didn't see the word nude anywhere as she completed the first page. Did Victor think of himself as a dragon perhaps?
Yeah, probably.
She continued to read a few more lines before suddenly stopping. This wouldn't work. Even if we ignored the restriction on the number of brides. The law of the Wyron Principality requires a priest to be present to validate the marriage. If you used none, that would be a political scandal. Arya said as she read the article. Father would not approve, especially after the... She didn't continue. I can throw a priest in the mix, no one would care. He just has to stand to the side, and that guy would probably sleep during most of the event anyway.
Victor shrugged his shoulders. Whatever.
Are you planning to take concubines too? The ceremony requires a dragon, and at least 7 brides to complete. She suddenly asked in shock. This ceremony could accommodate up to 33 brides. What pervert designed this?
Yes.
I will be the dragon, he said, confirming her assumption. In addition to the 2 main wives Lynn and Nova, I will also marry the twins Margaret Yu and maybe Mira or someone else. I still haven't decided yet. I see.
Pervert. Wait. What?
Can you repeat that last sentence? Arya frowned and raised her head from her phone to look him in the eye.
She was unsure she heard him right.
I said that, I still haven't decided yet, he said loudly.
The one before it. Mira or someone else.
Yes, I plan to tell Mira later.
The one prior. Arya interrupted. Oh, that.
The twins Margaret and you. Yes, you will be one of the brides. He clarified, making her gasp. Didn't you always dream of marrying me? He added as if this was an established fact. Who said that I want to marry you? She asked angrily. As Margaret shook her head. All the girls were having the same reaction. Did Victor need to do it like this, in front of all the eavesdropping workers who had nothing better to do but listen and gossip?
Ha!
Margaret, who was frowning, gasped as she realized something, then kept her silence.
It is all your fault.
You have to take responsibility, Victor said stubbornly. You told me that every time you kicked my poor balls in bed.
No, I didn't.
She lied with a blush. She knew that she talked a lot in her sleep, but she was not sure what she could have said.
You did.
You have no choice in this matter anyway. I already decided for you and told father. Victor lied as he turned around to make his escape.
Margaret quickly followed. Bastard.
Victor could hear Arya yell behind him as he reached the elevator. Her voice was not angry though, it was a little high-pitched with many expectations mixed into it. Many of the workers began to look at her with strange eyes after that.
Find a good dress.
Victor said with a smug smile as the elevator door began to close, totally enjoying Aria's appearance as she tried to look angry with her blushing pretty face. Margaret sighed. In the end, you were really using us. You only wanted to marry us now so that you can do that perverted ceremony, she said with some annoyance as they left the hotel. She didn't notice how Victor was carefully observing the doors and windows during their flash visit here. Not really, I would have married you all later no matter what, but this ceremony has two main points. The first one is that it allows the brides to cover their faces, which will help me cover my tracks, and the second point is that all of the brides would be official brides, regardless of what the paper says.
Oh.
Margaret was surprised, totally unaware that Victor didn't tell her two additional crucial points that only a few knew in this day and age. This ceremony was not just a show. Like many ancient ceremonies, it had ancient roots. This one was based on a system binding marriage ceremonies. It was so binding that breaking it was impossible if it were to be done correctly. The second point to choosing this ceremony, among myriad others, was the fact that it was meant for dragons. In ancient times, dragons were walking in this world, and this ceremony was one of the things that survived the ages. I should probably be shopping for a dress too, Margaret said after some thinking. You can do that tomorrow, Victor said casually. Today you must help me with my mission, he added with an evil smile. After leaving the hotel, Victor looked at his watch and confirmed that it was still 10:20 a.m., so he quickly hurried to his car, intending to go visit the crime scene and finish the stupid council mission as soon as possible. Reaching the hotel's parking lot with Margaret, he was confronted by a group of 10 hooligans hammering his car with metal bats as two young men were watching to the side. One of them was the guy with dyed blonde hair that the nutcracker kicked earlier. Several hotel security guards were standing nervously to the side watching, seemingly threatened by the other young man who wore an expensive white tuxedo. Thank you, big brother. The blonde guy said to the young men respectfully. That bastard deserves this for kicking me after I told him to give his girl to you. Is that girl really that pretty? Is she any good? The young man asked casually. The last time, the girl you got was very inexperienced. Her face is 8 out of 10, but the slutty air around that girl is absolutely something Big Brother would like.
We will see. See what? A very cool voice asked from behind. The girl.
The Big Brother began to speak, then stopped and looked behind to see Victor's smiling face.
You why? Young Ma.
Master Vi Victor. The young man began to speak, then started to stutter nervously when he recognized Victor's face. This guy was the son of the newly appointed CEO of White Investments Ltd. A few days ago, his newly appointed father told him the reason for his new appointment. The old boss Alvin had seemingly been cut into pieces and fed to the fish after his stupid son offended someone from the family. After that, the new CEO showed his son the photos of two handsome youths, young Master Victor and Mistress Iris, telling him to avoid angering those two at all costs, and to find a way to gain their favor if he could. The one and only, Victor replied, confirming the young man's thoughts. Why are you beating my toy? He asked in a very casual voice as he looked at the poor car that was wailing non-stop for her young master to help her. Is that car? Before the nervous Big Brother could reply, the blonde guy began to yell. It's his big brother.
The one who kicked me. He even cursed at you,
saying that you are a piece of sh*t. He screamed in pain as his big brother kicked him in the freshly healed balls. Big brother, it is him, not me.
Ah.
The big brother didn't respond. He just took a metal bat from one of his stunned men's hands and began hitting the blonde guy until he stopped moving, totally ignoring his fading out pleas and the thick stream of blood that began to seep under him. Young master. The big brother turned to Victor and began to speak but was stopped by a gun barrel pointed at his head. Freeze and drop the metal bat. A group of police officers seemed to have arrived just in time and drew their guns. They were headed by none other than Officer Leah. Sorry about that, Leah said awkwardly as she uncuffed Victor. Yes, she just tried to arrest him, but that big brother who just killed his friend quickly cleared things up, confessing that it was all his fault. He was the one who assaulted the poor car and his now dead friend. Victor was a victim. He wanted Victor to forgive him and hoped that his father would not end up like his predecessor. It is okay, Officer Leah, you were just doing your duty, Victor said as he casually took back his phone from one embarrassed police officer and quickly sent Kai a message to lightly punish a certain CEO, and to fire the security personnel of the hotel who failed to protect their young master's car. The young man did the right thing by acknowledging his wrongdoing. Victor liked smart bootlickers. Anything else, officer? Victor asked as he noticed that Leah was still standing next to him with a hesitant look on her face. Ah. Just a question. I heard you were getting married, Leah said as she put her hand behind her back. Yes. My family is forcing me. I tried to ruin it by trying to make a scandal in that brothel, but it failed.
He sighed as a victim.
Oh. So that's what it was about. Sorry for doubting you, she said with some embarrassment. It's okay, officer.
He sighed.
So? She hesitated. Are you still into men? She asked as Margaret, who just finished inspecting the car, held her stomach and looked away to avoid laughing.
I don't know anymore. He sighed as he shook his head.
He was wondering how to get rid of this stupid girl softly. She seemed strangely persistent today. His father would definitely cut him into pieces if anything funny happened here. Theodore liked his offspring in proportion to how much he liked their mothers after all. And he really liked Nicole, despite her not being his wife. I decided to try different things before deciding, he said after some thinking.
Different is good, she said while nodding.
That's what everyone is telling me,
he said. Then,
how about we have lunch together and talk about it? She asked after some hesitation. As long as he didn't have his wedding, he was fair game.
She convinced herself.
She would definitely let him fall for her.
Ah, I don't mind. Really? She was surprised.
Yeah. How about tomorrow? Can you bring your mother too? He asked after some thought. That would be.
My mother?
Why? She was taken aback. I think Aunt Nicole is a very charming, mature, and knowledgeable woman. I want to get to talk to her again. I may ask her about how she met my father, and maybe about her preferences. Victor began to speak with a dirty smile that Leah didn't like at all. My mother is a married woman. Really? He asked with a bigger smile. So, can you invite her? My mother is busy tomorrow, she said in a hurry after finally realizing what Victor meant by trying new things. That Granny's incident was not fake after all. This guy was already beyond redemption. Then how about the day after? Where are you going? I just remembered that I have an important task, Leah said as she mounted her motorbike and drove away in a hurry. This conversation went in a direction that she didn't like at all. What about the launch?
She didn't answer.
Victor shook his head while smiling as he watched her go. He should probably find her a good husband pretty soon, someone with enough power to satisfy her fetishes. But not too much. What are you smirking about? Margaret asked as Victor walked toward her and looked at his poor car being towed.
Nothing.
He sighed as he approached the damaged car and softly patted it. Don't worry, I will fix you up soon. I never give up my toys, he told it softly, as he sighed in relief that he had already put the things he purchased earlier in his ring before entering the hotel. With a misfortune curse in the air, he needed to be careful or he would end up like this poor car. He slowly turned to Margaret. Let's go. Where? To buy a new car, of course, he said, making the just-appeased car behind him start to beep in jealousy. Not really, the man who was fastening it to the towing truck just made a mistake. Being in the middle of the city, Victor didn't take long to find a suitable car dealership nearby. Unfortunately, this place didn't belong to his family, but he didn't really care and he was in a hurry. A sultry pretty woman ran to his side as soon as he stepped into the shop. She had noticed the quality of his clothes and the handsomeness of his face. He seemed familiar, but she couldn't really remember where she saw him before. Little did she know that this one was the rumored pervert groom, but all of the images circulating in the media were slightly altered to hide his identity. This was the family protocol for elite heirs. What can I do for you? She began to speak, then paused when she noticed Margaret, who was purposely grabbing her young master's hand. Margaret? The woman asked, making Margaret frown as she recognized this woman. She met her in the past at a party sponsored by her late uncle. Nadia, Margaret said with a frown as she looked at the woman. I heard that your uncle is in prison.
Nadia said.
Is he still running his business from there?
He is dead, Margaret said.
She discovered this a week ago when she secretly used the family resources Victor gave her to try and put a bounty on her uncle's head. Surprisingly, she was a moment too late. Someone seemed to have assaulted him in prison. It was very ugly, and it involved a group of no less than 9 burly men who took turns playing with him. According to Kai, it was Victor who ordered this. No one was allowed to touch his toys after all.
Oh.
I am sorry to hear that. Are you still taking customers? Nadia asked. She was not sorry at all though. Is that your new pimp? She asked, looking at Victor with a fluttering look. Carefully adjusting her open collar to reveal some flesh. Margaret, who was super annoyed at the moment, was about to say yes, but Victor beat her to it.
Hello.
I am Victor, Lady Margaret's exclusive sugar baby, he said, rubbing himself into the surprised Margaret. She promised to buy me a new expensive car as a reward for my performance yesterday. That's why we are here, he said with a stupid smile. He really enjoyed slapping stupid bitches' faces. This has something to do with his misfortune past life.
Ah. What?
Nadia was shocked. She thought that this handsome man was Margaret's new rich boyfriend. She intended to indirectly reveal Margaret's dirty past to make him dump her so that she would have a chance to cling to him.
Yes.
I am a rich lady now. Margaret smiled sweetly as she played along, puffing her chest. She also squeezed Victor's, but from the back. She knew she would have to pay for this later, but she couldn't resist teasing him. Ah, impossible, you are just a slut. Nadia was shocked. Who did you sleep with to get all that money? She asked, totally unaware that Victor's were looking at her very coldly. Only he can call Margaret a slut. I am no longer in that line of business, Margaret said coldly as Victor held her hand, calming her. What do you do nowadays? She asked Margaret in a hurry.
I run a business.
I took the money my uncle gave me and entered the stock market.
I made a fortune there, she said.
This was truly the official story she was weaving. Victor told her to separate her finances from his so that she would be able to move more freely in the future.
Oh, oi.
Nadia didn't know how to respond. She didn't like the fact that Margaret, who was way better than her in bed, was even better than her in real life. Now take us to see the cars. Victor suddenly demanded impatiently, making Nadia squint her eyes before deciding to play a little game with Margaret to put her in her place. Please follow me, she said, walking straight until she reached the middle of the store where a sleek high-tech car was on display. This is a silver rose. It is $8 million, she said, waiting for Victor to beg Margaret for it and Margaret to refuse. But that didn't happen. This wouldn't work, Victor said, surprising even Margaret, who liked the car and was ready to slap the woman's face and pay directly.
What? Nadia asked.
Show us the next one, Victor said, directly, looking away as if this pretty car was not up to his standard. Then, how about this fire rat is? She began to explain about the next supercar. No, Victor said just as she finished. It does not suit my image. How about the flash driver?
Ugly. The skyholder. Too small.
I want something bigger. Mountain breaker.
Too big.
Victor, who was super evil, only said no to the cars Nadia was showing him after waiting for her to fully explain everything about them one by one. It took them 2 hours until they finished going around the shop. Nadia was literally out of breath.
I want this one,
Victor said finally, as they approached a cheap black van right next to the door.
The ebony turtle? This one is for poor people.
It is only $9,000. It is on sale right now for $5,000. Are you sure you want this? Said Nadia, who not only wanted to make Margaret pay a lot, but gain a big commission. Selling this ugly car would only get her about $25. She didn't like that at all. She was even beginning to suspect that Margaret had been playing her all along.
Yes.
It has a sufficiently large trunk and a strong engine, Victor said as he examined the car. And most importantly, it is so cheaply made that its entire frame is mostly made out of plastic.
It is the one I need,
he said with a smug smile. We will take it, Margaret said as she threw her credit card in Nadia's face. Process it quickly. This young lady has a busy schedule, she demanded in a loud voice, playing her part perfectly. She had no idea though why Victor chose this car. Nadia wanted to play some tricks, but noticing the card, she didn't dare to. It was a white platinum Dragon Bank card. How did that slut get this? She wondered as she hurried to process the purchase. She didn't even suspect that the card was fake or stolen. No one would dare to be that stupid. The process ended in just 10 minutes. Nadia worked very efficiently. If Margaret lodged a complaint against her, she would be fired in a heartbeat. The boss, who was her sugar daddy, might even cut her into pieces. The car is yours, Nadia said as she gave the keys to Victor with a sigh. She was wondering if this sugar baby has something wrong in his mind.
Good.
Now we can talk about the other business, Victor said as Margaret, who climbed into the car, looked back.
What other business? What other business?
Nadia wanted to inquire too, but the answer arrived before she could ask. A bloody slap to her pretty face sent her rolling to the opposite side of the store, crashing into an expensive car and breaking its windshield. Never call my girl a slut, Victor coldly said as he slowly wiped his hand with a paper napkin, then climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. That's how you slap faces, he told the shocked Margaret as he stepped on the gas pedal and drove out of the store arrogantly, nearly running over the stupid security guard who tried to stop him. At noon, a very suspicious black van slowly parked in front of a dark side alley that was designated off-limits by a few shredded yellow tapes. This area was in the middle of the slums, so the black van was not a strange thing. The strange thing was the purple-haired handsome young man and the pretty red-haired girl who descended moments later. They obviously didn't fit in this neighborhood.
Hey pretty.
A gangster who was hanging with a few others on the side of the alley looked at each other with smirks before heading toward Victor and Margaret.
Honey.
That man is hitting on me. Margaret quickly grabbed Victor's arm in fear, as if she couldn't just castrate those men in seconds. Victor chuckled and looked at the man, intending to scold him, but he was interrupted. I am not hitting on you, ugly bitch, the youth cursed at the stunned Margaret as he turned to Victor. I meant you, pretty boy, he said, licking his lips. His friends in the back also licked their lips, and some passerby who also noticed Victor licked his lips. Finally, Victor licked his lips. Bang! A gunshot passed by the man's ear. It was Victor who took out his grand silver gun in a split second and shot. He wanted to aim for the man's crouch, but this was a crime scene after all, and he didn't want to contaminate it. If you don't want a third but, you better leave. Victor said coldly as the man stepped back and then looked at his friends who looked at each other. Then one of them turned around, then turned back as he took his own gun and aimed it at Victor and shot without hesitation. Bang! 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 He shot, and shot but only hit the air as Victor, who appeared as if the bullets passed through him, looked coldly at the terrified men. Bang! Another shot sounded, but this time it was Victor who fired. The man lost his hand a moment later. "Aw!" the man screamed as he held his bloodied hand. "Run," someone said, and the men began to run away. They have no idea what just happened, but they knew they shouldn't be here. As they got far enough, their brains began to turn and think about what Victor told them. What did that young man mean by a third butthole? They only had one. Bang! 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 Victor, who was far from them at the moment, swiftly fixed the problem with surgical precision aim. Now each of the men, who were swimming in their own blood and urine on the ground, got a second butthole. Bang! The man who took out the gun and shot earlier got a third.
Ah? Mama wararewe. No.
The 5 men began to scream in pain as Victor took back his gun. He was waiting for them to get enough from the crime scene. Isn't this a little excessive? Margaret was not feeling sorry for them, but she had to ask as she felt a little shaken by Victor's decisiveness. No. Those men are lucky I spared them. They were the ones who shredded the tape sealing the crime scene. They obstructed my work, he said coldly. They must be a part of the gang whom the guys who died here belonged to. The tattoos matched the ones found on the bodies. They must have been hanging here, wanting to find the culprit who killed their colleagues. Oh, Margaret didn't really understand why this was a crime, but she just nodded and followed Victor into the alleyway, where he slowly flashed his family token toward a strange plate on the wall. It was a high-tech camera that had been placed there to monitor the crime scene. "What are we going to do here now?" she asked. "Council mission." Some brat who had just become a player, seemingly wanted to play a superhero. 9 gangsters were killed here a week ago, Victor said as he clicked on the plate, turning it into a screen that began to play everything that had happened since the council agent placed it here. As he expected, some gangsters seemed to have come sniffing around and had already ruined the crime scene. The plate also had the photos and reports of the crime, from the photos of the victims' charred bodies to the autopsy report. Other than that, there was nothing of value. Is being a superhero a crime? Margaret asked as she also watched the photos on the plate. She was not familiar with the council's rules. She was given a book about them in the academy, but she didn't remember every rule. No, being seen playing a superhero is. Especially if you were a player, he added as he turned off the plate. "Oh, did you find anything then?" Margaret asked. "No," he said, "but I know a few things about this case from my past life. So the investigation is just a formality," he said as he began to look around. Oh, she didn't expect him to tell her that. "My father took this case back then, seemingly, he fought some girl who wore a mask. He was severely injured because of her, but in the end, he managed to execute her," Victor pondered. This was only her first appearance. Back then his father kept tracking her for 6 months as she grew strong very fast. Her powers seemed to be his nemesis. "Do you know her identity?" "I never saw the report, all the information I got was from the curses my father threw at me when I went to check on him in the hospital," Victor sighed. His father really treated him rudely back then, but now he understood that this was to protect him. Theodore didn't want his enemies to try to use his powerless son against him. Oh, Margaret nodded as she pondered that Victor must have been through a lot too in his previous life. Although he refused to tell her his story, she had noticed that he would reveal some things to her every now and then, and that made her very glad, as she knew that she was the only one who knew his secret. Even Lily, whom Victor adores more than anything, had no idea about her young master's secret. "So what are we going to do now?" Margaret asked. "Follow the threads," he said mysteriously. "Watch my back," he added as he activated his Fate Eye skill, and the inside of his eyes turned slowly into black and white concentric circles that began to revolve around. The world turned dim with glowing lines all around. Fate threads. Victor slowly looked at the ground, watching the threads intertwine and fade. One, in particular, got his interest. It was a little dim, but he could see that it was seemingly severing the fading ones. It was probably the one he was after. As he could see no other interesting one, he quickly activated his fate tracking skill, locking it at the line, then turned off the Fate Eye skills and collapsed on the ground to rest. "Are you okay?"
Margaret asked.
Yeah, he said as he got to his feet a moment later. Thankfully, with his level now, he could somehow control his fate skills without a backlash. Did you find what you were looking for?
Positive.
Let's go, he said as he walked out of the alley with her. The men were still there wailing. Victor ignored them as he climbed into the car with Margaret and then drove away. Victor slowly drove, following the black thread in his vision. This was a thread connecting a killer to his victim and the crime scene. Margaret said nothing as she watched the car go through the streets. This place was the poorest area in the city. She lived in such places for a while back then, before she met that bastard Mr. X. Victor drove causally until it stopped next to a middle school where the students were slowly walking out after a long day of doing nothing in the name of education. HSSSSSSSSSSS. Margaret hissed as she looked at Victor in shock. You are going to kidnap a girl, she said. No wonder he bought this car.
Shush.
He glared at her angrily, then turned back to look at the road waiting for his prey. Found it. The pretty girl with a ponytail and red ribbon, he said as he began to drive the car slowly, following the girl who was walking home. She obviously had no friends. And from the worn bag on her back, she was clearly from a poor family. Victor waited until she was far away from school to drive near her slowly. Hey little girl, he spoke to her as he drove beside her. She looked at him vigilantly, stepping a little away from the car, then asked, What? Are you interested in working as an idol? I am recruiting for Horizons Media, he said as he inspected her.
Name, Run Stinger.
Level, 0. Class, Thunder Avatar, SSS. Authority, 5.
Strength, 61. Agility, 63.
Intelligence, 25.
Luck, 17. Charm, 37. Order, 10. Skills. Avatar Insignia, SSS. Thunderbolt, S. Thunder Escape, S. Electrify, A. Thunder Affinity, A. Threatening Aura, E. Cooking, F. Dance, F. Fate Status. Fate's Power, C. No defined fate.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. No wonder his father suffered at her hands. This girl was an avatar. Avatars are a certain type of class where their owners have complete mastery over a certain element. They are a very troublesome bunch as they could use their element to attack and escape. That's not the most important thing. The really crazy thing about them is that their strength, intelligence, and agility attributes didn't depend on the system to go up, they had their own growth requirements. This really explained why his father was almost killed by a little girl back then. This brat was using the electrical wires to move around me. I have almost been killed by her if George didn't use his fire to melt everything in sight. That's what his father said. Victor really wanted this one. She would be a great addition to his lowly collection. Rin looked at him but didn't respond, then turned back to the road and began to continue her trip. She was not in a hurry though. She planned to test him to see if he was a bad guy. And that's what Victor wanted. If this girl escaped, capturing her would be a pain in the ass.
Come on, girl.
Don't let that beauty of yours go to waste. Victor began to speak to her as he drove beside her. He also secretly took a photo of her and sent it to Kai with her name. Everything about her was transferred to Victor's phone moments later as she totally ignored him and continued to walk without responding. Can you hear me? Do you know how pretty you are? I have some lollipops here, do you want one?
Listen here.
I plan to assemble an idol group, you will be number 4. You must hurry and take this offer before I find someone else. He began to speak as Margaret, who sat beside him, wondered if he had done this before. Did he have experience in kidnapping little girls?
Probably.
Idol group. There are others. Rin finally spoke as she looked at him.
Yes.
They are as pretty as you. I am sure you would be good friends, he said with a perverted smile that fooled no one. Do you want to join them? I will give you a lot of money as a down payment. You can buy all the pretty and expensive things you want, he added as he stopped his car.
Rin paused, then looked at him. Okay.
But I want to see the money first, she said as she approached the van fearlessly. She really thought of herself as a superhero.
Hope on.
Victor said as he unlocked the back door and opened it to show her that there were no other people there.
Money first,
she said as she stood her ground. She didn't plan to escape with the money though. Victor knew that she was planning to fry him with her thunder, so she was planning to secure the money beforehand. Fine, Victor said after some hesitation. He took out $5,000 from the dashboard and threw it to her. She was shocked. She had never seen this much money in her life.
Can you come in now?
The others are waiting, Victor said. Yes, she said after taking a deep breath and encouraging herself. She already defeated 3 groups of gangs and bullies and saved some people. This one will not be the exception. She slowly climbed into the van's back seat and sat down and looked around, planning her attack plan. This would be her second time attacking a kidnapper in a car. The inexperienced girl had no idea that this cheap van was made out of plastic. There were only a few disjointed metal parts made of aluminum. It would be very hard to escape or utilize her power in this place. Watching Rin climb into the car, Victor smiled as he started the engine, then his phone rang. It was his mother. He could only sigh and answer as he shot the ready-to-attack run, an apologizing look that stopped her in her tracks.
"Hi Mom," he said awkwardly. "Victor."
"Why weren't you answering the phone this past week?" Elena asked immediately. Sorry, I was busy doing some business. Some pervert who looked like me had ruined my reputation, so I had a lot of explaining to do," he said with a sigh, ignoring Ren's curious eyes. "Your father has already told me. I almost had a heart attack when I saw that video," she sighed too. "I can't believe such evil people exist." "Don't worry, Mother, I will find that pervert and punish him thoroughly. You don't need to touch such a disgusting fellow, your father is already searching for him."
"I know."
"Is there anything you want?"
"Of course there is."
"Why the hell are you marrying two girls at the same time? Don't you have any shame?" she asked angrily. "Why the girls are not Lily and Mira," she added. "Family orders," he sighed as if this was not his idea.
"Oh.
Did you really have to announce it like that though? Couldn't you do it secretly like your father?" "Family orders too. I don't know what those old guys in the Elders' Council are thinking," he lied. "Damn it," Elena cursed, as she had no power in the family. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Victor suddenly said, reassuring his mother. "I will send you some invitation cards. Be sure to give them to Grandpa and my uncles and aunts," he said. "Do you really want to invite those?" she said, boldly calling her family those. "Like some species of lowly insects." "Yeah, we are family after all," Victor said. "I will call you later tonight. Now I am busy scamming, no, doing business," he said before saying goodbye to his mother and hanging up. Rin carefully watched as the handsome youth hung up his phone and then slowed the car down. She was wondering at the moment if this guy was really a recruiter or not. He didn't sound like a bad guy, except for that scamming world she might have misheard when he said goodbye to his mother. She was not sure though. She looked out of the window and realized something was wrong. She was so preoccupied eavesdropping on his conversation that she didn't realize that they were now out of the city on a dirt road. When did that happen? She quickly tensed up. This was definitely a bad guy. Could it be the one she had been searching for? She had been investigating the circumstances of the disappearance of one of her friends for the last 8 months. It all started at that time when she followed her friend's trail into an abandoned alleyway. There she was knocked unconscious by some evil guy and then thrown inside a car trunk. It just so happened that the blood trickling from her forehead seemed to have touched a strange wooden carving, causing her to gain her powers, which she accidentally used to fry the car and the 4 bad men in it. She was in shock at first. She was even terrified of her own power and the look of burning people. When she returned home, she didn't tell her parents a thing and just hid in her room. It took her a few days to realize that she had superpowers like those superheroes. Although she survived, she lost the only lead to finding her friend, so she decided to try to find her friend once again, and this time a bad man tried to assault her. She was sniffing around in some very shady places after all. Having no other choice, she unleashed her wrath on that man. She didn't mean to kill him, but he ended up as a mummy after taking only one of her attacks. She ran away as she was terrified. She expected him to be hurt, but not like that. She learned the truth the hard way. Cartoons didn't tell the truth. No one can walk unharmed after suffering a lightning strike. Feeling horrified, she decided to never use her power again. She didn't want to be a murderer. She was very terrified of her own strength. That's when another one of her classmates disappeared. After some hesitation, she had to put on the cloak again to search for him. With great power comes great responsibility. Right? So ever since that time, she had been investigating the kidnapping gangs around the city and seeking out the bad guys. She didn't really have to actively do that, she only needed to stop being careful. Those guys seemed to be seeking her on their own, especially in the past few weeks. It was like they were on steroids. She nodded to herself as she felt the car slowly stop. The red-haired girl descended from the car and then walk away while cursing. Why was she leaving? Why was she cursing? She turned to look at the handsome young man who looked at her with an evil smile, then moments later he began to slowly turn into a demon. 2 long horns began to rise from his forehead and long sharp teeth began appearing in his mouth. His eyes were glowing red as he looked at her. Damn it! This was a villain. She was utterly terrified. Without thinking, she quickly tried to leave, but the door was locked. Damn it! She had no choice but to activate her power, zapping the thing with a bolt of thunder. The lowly attacked. That thing howled in pain, turning into smoke, but before Rin could sigh in relief, it reformed next to her, but it was somehow smaller. The attack was not very effective. She knew what she needed to do. She zapped it again. The same thing happened. It grew even smaller. She started to attack that thing again and again with electricity, while directing some to the car's door, intending to unlock the door. The demon kept howling in pain as it tried to go near her, but the car was not affected. Rin didn't know why though. She had no time to think as she focused on the demon. She slowly began to feel tired, and her vision was getting blurry, but she kept attacking as the demon, which was now furiously trying to snap her neck or bite her, was only a few feet tall, jumping on the front seat. It took her another 15 minutes of attacking before the damn thing was dead and she collapsed panting. That's when out of nowhere, she felt something touch her forehead. It was that young man who was standing next to her with the car door open.
Didn't he just turn into a demon?
She tried to zap him, but no electricity came out of her. In fact, she couldn't move at all. The lowly was exhausted. "Spare your energy," he said. "Your mana is exhausted, and I have already locked your strength," he said as he passed another talisman on her, just to make sure. Bad luck was in the air. The lowly had been paralyzed. She was horrified. She wanted to fight back or at least curse at him, but soon she felt the world turn around her and she lost consciousness.
Gotcha.
The lowly was successfully captured. Do you want to give her a nickname? As the elevator moved down, Rin was trying hard to think about her current situation. She was really tempted by this idol cover thing, but she began to have other thoughts as the pain from breaching the contract receded. She was considering her options, as if she had any. Victor, who was obviously aware of her stupid thoughts, sighed. He realized one simple thing when he was questioning her earlier. Rin was an airhead. She was a natural super-lethal airhead. This made her somewhat easy to control if he could figure out her button layout, but at the same time, this doubled the effort needed to teach and train her to fight in a better way. The way she was using her skills was way too stupid and wasteful. She was just discharging her power at her targets blindly. If she could fine-tune it and aim it, not only would she be able to deliver precise and maybe not so lethal strikes using a fraction of the mana she was wasting, she might even be able to generate a magnetic field around her to move metal objects. This lowly had potential, but she was too stupid to realize that and needed a lot of training. He needed to increase her loyalty though, and this took time and a little bit of star power. Suddenly the elevator's door opened. Rin wanted to dash out, but Victor grabbed her and pulled her back, as two pretty women slowly stepped in.
"Ah, young master,"
Mira exclaimed as her agent Minerva nodded to him respectfully.
"Mira. What a coincidence."
"You are just the one I wanted to meet." Victor lied with a big smile. Arya had already sent him Myra's entire schedule and he came here specifically for her. Ren's business was just a side hustle. "Are you busy now?" he asked Mira as if he didn't know that she was. Mira was at a loss. She was definitely busy, but as Victor's servant, according to the family rule, he had to be her priority at all times. "Miss Mira has a photo shoot session on the second floor for a magazine cover," Minerva interjected when she noticed Myra's hesitation. "The international photographer Mr. Kitzler would be doing the shooting. He came here on a plane just for that," she added proudly. Mira had become a very big star thanks to Victor's support, and although she had no idea about the family drama behind his relationship with Mira, she respected his big wallet greatly.
No, she respected him.
"Then it is nothing important. I need you to come with me," Victor interjected before turning to the frowning Minerva. "Reschedule the shooting. If anyone complained, tell them it was my call. If they make trouble, tell Arya to send the goons after them," he said. Minerva could only nod in response. She heard about his reputation, how he slapped their old CEO Mr. Clara to death as soon as he got here. That woman was so ashamed of herself that she committed suicide a week later. Not only her, but half of the company's directors also committed suicide during the last month. Not only that, not only did they crack their own balls before dying, they even submitted all the dirty things they did throughout the years to the police.
"Minerva."
"I will be with young Master Victor for the day then," Mira said in an apologizing tune.
"It's okay.
"I will handle the rest." Minerva sighed as the elevator stopped on the second floor. She quickly walked out, then gestured to Mira to service her young master well, mahjong her blush. Victor chuckled as the elevator doors closed. He really liked this agent. She would definitely have a very successful career in the future. "Who is this cute child?" Mira suddenly asked, making Victor turn to look at the stupid lowly who was standing beside him. She was frozen in place while looking at Mira in shock. "This is Run. She is a new idol candidate that I found," he said. "I plan to form an idol group of young girls," he said before smacking Ren's head.
"Introduce yourself," he said. Hello, Miss Mira. I am Run," she said.
"Can I have your autograph?"
"Yes,"
Mira said as she watched Rin fumble around for a paper.
"Don't worry about it,"
Victor said, Mira will come with us to your house, she will help me scam. Convince your parents, he said, making Rin open her eyes in shock as Mira smiled and nodded to hide her disappointment. She thought he wanted to take her on a date. By the time the elevator reached the underground parking lot, 27 seconds later, Rin, who was still looking at Mira like a fanatic, had already forgotten any idea of resisting Victor or running away. She had fully surrendered. Anyone who was friends with Miss Mira can't be a bad guy. Victor didn't care about her stupid thoughts. The moment he got her parents' signature, she would be his, whether she liked it or not. She was already his. Walking through the parking lot, Victor finally reached the place Margaret was standing next to a new car. He had just sent her to throw the borrowed car away and get a new shiny one. It was a white Dragon sedan. The family business standard. Did you finish the tasks I gave you? He asked as he noticed that she seemed to have changed the casual dress she was wearing earlier to an expensive suit. Margaret nodded as she threw a stack of documents at him.
Yeah.
Now you can enjoy your date, she said as she sneaked a glance at Mira.
You are not coming? He asked.
Nope, she said, I need to go do some shopping. So I will be taking the rest of the day off.
She said tactfully.
She knew that Victor planned to propose to Mira, so she planned to leave. She had enough of his stupid causal proposals. She didn't want to see another cringy scene where the girl gasped as Victor escaped after casually stating his intentions to marry her. Margaret was not feeling jealous.
Not at all.
Not even a little bit. She just intended to go shopping for some nice accessories for the wedding. Maybe a couple of sexy underwear and some new toys for her wedding night. Do whatever you want, Victor said with an awkward smile as if he was reading her mind, then watched as he put on a pair of gilded sunglasses, before climbing into a brand new red fire rat car that she must have just bought. She waved her hand at him as she drove away like a rich young lady saying goodbye to her sugar baby. Wait, wasn't that car the one from the store they were at earlier? Did she return there to slap that woman's face again?
Not his business.
Victor shook his head as he looked back at the frowning Ren and Mira.
Let's go,
he said as he climbed into the sedan's front seat, inviting Mira Tazit beside him and leaving Ren to sit in the back. Starting the car, Victor watched as Ren fastened her seatbelt in the rear mirror. Listen, Ren, when we meet your parents later, this is exactly what you have to say, he began to speak. Rin was utterly shocked when Victor parked the car near the apartment building she lived in with her parents.
How did he know her address? Come on,
Victor told her as he opened the car door and then descended, followed by Mira, who didn't really know why she was there. She just wore her thick sunglasses to hide her identity. Victor sighed in relief after making sure that Rin was secured. Just as a red car stopped next to him, it was Margaret who was sent to borrow a car. The black van was out of fuel. Victor made sure of that as he didn't want anything to explode when that girl began shooting thunderbolts from her fingers. Although the car appeared undamaged, every metal piece in it melted under the lowly's wrath, including the cheaply made engine.
Let's go,
Victor said as he carried the unconscious little girl softly in his arms.
Where to?
Margaret asked with some annoyance. To some very shady place where young boys and girls get scammed all the time.
Rin woke up.
She was tied to a wooden chair in an empty large room, and that handsome young man was sitting behind the wooden table that was in front of her.
They were alone.
She immediately tried to break free and attack, but nothing happened, her powers were disabled.
Did she lose her powers?
No, she could still see the strange game menu in the corner of her vision, but she couldn't attack. Save your strength, the young man said. Your powers are sealed, he said.
She glared at him.
Do you know why you are here?
Because you kidnapped me, she stated.
Not really. You are under arrest for violating the state of secrecy, he said as he put his family token on the table in front of her with a thick document that had pictures of a burnt alleyway. She recognized this as the one she burnt with the bad guys 2 weeks ago. You are a police officer, she asked as she began to sweat. I did nothing. She lied. She had killed no less than 41 bad guys during the last couple of months. It was not her fault, they kept throwing themselves at her. Not really. But in a way, I am scarier. He shook his head and then flicked his fingers, making a small flame appear on the tips of his fingertips, making her squint her eyes. You are not the only one with superpowers, you see. There are a lot more. I work for the guys who make sure that no one misuses their power. Think of it as super people's police. But you can call us a management committee too.
She didn't understand. Weren't you a demon? She asked.
That was an illusion that I cast to exhaust your powers, he said. You see, there are a lot of people like you, who gain superpowers. Some of them are good, and some are bad. We don't care, our job is to make sure that those people do not reveal a thing. And you committed a crime by using your powers to kill normal men, he said. Think of it as superhero police. Those men were evil. They were kidnapping children to cut them up. She quickly began defending herself. That's not the point. The point was someone saw you. We don't care why and how, we only care about being discovered, he explained. Your crime is getting seen shooting thunder from your hands, he said.
Ah, she finally got it.
You are not angry about those men? No, why would I, he shrugged. Now, if you didn't use your powers, I would have let you go after some punishment. But since this case reached the police, I have no choice but to proceed according to the protocol, he said. What do you mean? She asked as she tried repeatedly to use her powers to no avail. You have two choices, he said slowly. You can either become my slave and work for me, or I would have to let you go, he said, slashing his neck.
Then let me go. She didn't get it.
I meant killing you, you idiot, he scolded, making her gasp. You have 5 minutes to think this over, he said as he relaxed in his seat. I will work for you then, she lied directly. She planned to betray him as soon as she was able to use her powers. This was thinking that this guy was as dumb as those villains in the comics. Good choice, he said as he took another document that was placed at the side of the table.
Sign this.
It is a servitude contract. From now on you will work for me, he said.
It was a system contract.
Fine, she said. Can you untie me first? You can already use your hands, he said while smiling, causing her to realize that her hands were truly free. Weren't they tied to the chair a moment ago? She quickly tried zapping the young man, but her powers didn't work.
Damn it.
Sign or die, he said coldly as he watched her make stupid movements.
I don't have a pen, she said.
Use your blood, he replied as she felt a needle prick her finger. It began to bleed.
Ouch, she flinched as she looked around, but there was no needle.
What happened just now?
Sign it,
Victor said, pushing the contract forward. Rin hesitated for a second, then signed it. She had heard before that minors wouldn't be held responsible for the contracts signed without their parents, so she didn't really read it.
She thought she was smart.
The moment the contract was signed, it suddenly shone with a strange light and then disappeared. What was that? She asked in shock. A system-abiding contract, of course. If you betray me now, you would die a very gruesome death. Think of it like a contract with the devil, he smiled evilly. Now there are some things I would need to explain.
What?
Rin asked in shock as she felt the ropes around her come loose. She was free to move. Without waiting for a second, and totally ignoring the young man, she ran to the door. It was locked. She turned and tried to throw a thunderbolt at the young man, and it worked. However, the thunder dissipated the moment it touched the young man, and from the depth of her soul she felt a pain she had never felt before.
Ah, ha. She screamed as she fell to the ground.
That's what happens when you attack your master, the young man said coldly as the pain resided.
You are now mine,
he added as Rin sat up on the floor and began to breathe heavily.
You. Don't you me.
Call me young master, he said as she felt the pain attack again.
Ah, please stop, young master,
she uttered with difficulty, making the pain stop.
You will be obedient from now on, right?
He asked as he watched her relax.
She quickly nodded.
She never wanted to experience that pain ever again.
Say it.
Call me by my title.
Yes.
Young master. She really learned her place. Good, then follow me. I will drive you home, he said as he opened the door. It was not locked. Rin hesitated, then followed him out. I can go alone. She didn't want him to know the location of her house. Idiot, I already know everything about you. Victor scolded. I need to speak to your parents about our contract. He said. He also needed to explain a few things to her after all. My parents. Yes, I will need to make them sign a few papers. They don't know about your powers, do they?
No. I didn't tell them, she quickly explained.
Please don't hurt them. Don't worry, he said as he guided her through a long corridor toward a glass elevator. She finally realized that they were in a tall building. This place is Horizon Media. It's a media production company I own. From now on you will work as an idol here.
This would be your cover, he explained. Cover. She was shocked.
Was the idol thing real after all? Yes, it would be a waste not to use a powerful player like you. But you are still too young, so you would need a cover to move freely. He said, you will be like a real superhero with a hidden identity. In the morning you will be a schoolgirl and a famous idol, and at night, you will be a secret agent. Ren on the other hand began to realize that she might be in a big mess as she quietly followed Victor and smoothly climbed 3 flights of stairs to reach the apartment as if he lived there. He paused for a moment to check the apartment number before he rang the bell. A few moments later a pretty woman wearing a pink apron opened the door. Then looked strangely at Victor before noticing Ren and Mira who was behind him. She was Ren's mother.
Ren?
What's going on here? She asked with a frown on her face. Did her stupid daughter cause trouble again?
Ah, Mom.
Ren had no idea how to respond. She totally forgot what Victor told her to say in the car. No, she didn't forget, she was not listening to him in the first place. Mrs. Stinger, my name is Victor White. Victor said, flashing his brightest smile. I am the CEO of Horizons Media. I am here because your daughter Ren had destroyed our company's car.
Can I go in? He asked.
Ren wanted to deny his accusations, but she couldn't talk at all. She just looked at him in shock. Ren's mother frowned, wondering if he was some scammer, just as Mira removed her sunglasses and showed her pretty face.
OMG. It is Mira.
Please come in, she said quickly as she dusted her apron and opened the door to invite them in toward the living room. Victor nodded, then quickly made himself home and inspected the house.
It was not too shabby.
He casually sat on a wide couch, then dragged Mira to sit beside him as Ren's mother dragged her daughter to the kitchen to question her. Ren began to tell her mother how she stumbled in the road and scratched Victor's very expensive car, and how he asked her to pay for the repairs before Mira pleaded for her, begging Victor to accept Ren in his new idol group. Telling him that she had a lot of hidden the aura of a star. It was not Ren doing the talking though, but her illusion created by Victor. Victor didn't trust her at all. The real Ren heard nothing of this, she was just standing there flabbergasted as her mother scolded the broom and then began to nod to it. She often eavesdropped when her mother scolded her father, telling him that she was going to go mad if he couldn't find a way to get more money to cover their mortgage. Ren wondered if her mother finally lost her mind. Ren wanted to go ask her mother what was going on, but Victor grabbed her and then gestured to her to wait until her mother finished her scolding, then dragged her daughter to sit beside her, facing Victor on the couch on the other side of a coffee table.
Master Victor.
Ren just told me that you want her to work for your company, joining an idol group. Ren was shocked, she said nothing. She wanted to clarify some things with her mother, but Victor beat her to it. Yes, Mira here thinks she has the potential to be a star. Victor said, looking at Ren, who was sitting next to her mother and the broom. It is not that we are doubting you. Ren's mother said as she looked at Mira, wondering if she could take a photo with her later. But I think Ren is not really fit to be an idol, she added with some hesitation, making her daughter look at her with a frown. I mean, she needs to continue her studies and become a lawyer in the future. I don't want her to stop pursuing her dreams, she explained with a sleazy smile as she pinched the brooms but to force it to keep its silence. Victor nodded as he fully understood the woman's intentions. Then how about we wait for your husband? My husband will have no say in this, she clarified.
He truly didn't. Oh, I see. Then.
Victor hesitated as if he was making some calculations, then took out a briefcase from under his feet and put it on the coffee table, slowly opening it to reveal a shitload of shiny cash.
Rin and her mother were stunned.
This is $1,000,000. It was supposed to be Ren's down payment for signing the contract. I plan to pay her $5 million per year. Too bad you want her to continue her education. Victor said with a disappointed tone as he began to close the briefcase. Double it, and the girl is yours, the mother quickly said as she held the briefcase open with her hands and looked at the money. Rin sighed as she saw her mother's true nature show itself. Victor took another bag from between his legs and put it on the table, then put a document on top of it. Sign this, and those two briefcases containing a total of $2,000,000 will be yours. The rest would be paid throughout the year, he said. I need to ask my husband. The offer ends in 60 seconds.
59.
I will sign it immediately. Ren's mother sold her daughter in seconds, then as soon as Victor got the contract, she grabbed the money bags and ran toward her room to count them, leaving the poor broom alone in the living room to face its grim fate. She left a stupefied Rin too. Your mother is a real money grabber, Victor said with a smirk as Mira sighed. She had seen this scenario in the industry too many times.
Aha.
Ren, not knowing what to say, reluctantly nodded just as the apartment's door suddenly opened and a handsome middle-aged man in a firefighter uniform and a yellow helmet under his arm walked in with a tired face.
Daddy.
Ren ran to her father's embrace.
Ren.
Be careful, the tunic is dirty. We have guests, he asked as he looked at Victor and at Mira, whom he didn't recognize. He was so busy being driven to earn money by his wife all year round that he didn't have time to look at idols. He just focused on the handsome Victor, who made him feel threatened. Yes, he is. Before Rin could explain, her mother appeared out of nowhere running into the room.
Oh, husband.
You are here, she said. Come with me, she added as she dragged her stunned husband to the kitchen and closed the door while giving Victor a flattering smile. Victor squinted his eyes as Rin nervously looked at the white kitchen door. Moments later they heard a yell. B*TCH, you sold our daughter?
But honey, the money is.
And that guy and that?
What, Mira?
It is that pretty.
How much? What?
Victor decided to just ignore the arguing couples and wait while hugging the embarrassed Mira. It didn't take long for Ren's mother to rein in her husband. It was obvious what method she used from the fake tears she was wiping away as she entered the room behind him with a smug smile. "Can I see the contract?" the man said as he sat facing Victor.
"TSHD.
HHH. The man screamed as the wooden broom that was resting on the couch broke under his weight, then retaliated by sticking its sharp end in his ass. Thankfully, he was wearing thick firefighter pants, so nothing major happened. He just stood up in a hurry and then threw the poor broom behind the couch while glaring at his stupid wife, who was wondering what was the broom doing there.
"Here you go,"
Victor said, giving the contract to the man as he totally ignored what just happened. The man sat again after rubbing his butt and making sure there was nothing else, then began to read the contract slowly. The more he read, the more he liked it. It was not bad at all. This thing was prepared by Margaret after all. She suffered from bad contracts from her previous life, so when she ordered the company lawyers to write it under Victor's instructions, she made sure this one was clear and fair. "This will require my daughter to change schools?" he asked after flipping the first page.
"Yes.
"I fear for her security in her current school, so I will register her at an aristocratic school. My little sister goes there, so she will be fine," Victor said as the man searched for the school's website on his phone and then gasped after seeing its tuition fee. It was enough to buy his daughter's entire old school 3 times. "You will pay for this, right?" he asked nervously as he noticed his stupid wife's signature on the contract. That woman definitely didn't read this. "Yes, all covered by the company, but your daughter will have to work for us for at least 10 years. But don't worry, not only will she get her agreed salary, but she will also get a cut of all the profits we make using her image and performances," Victor said with a salesman's smile. The man confirmed these conditions in the contract slowly, one by one, asking Victor about every little thing, then nodded after 15 minutes. He had nothing to edit.
"It is tempting.
But, Run," he turned to his daughter and asked, "Are you okay with this?"
It is your choice," he said.
I am okay with it," she said after some hesitation, especially when she noticed Victor's threatening eyes and the ball of black flames that appeared over her parents' heads. "Then I am fine with it," the man said, signing next to his wife's name as the ball of flames dissipated.
"Perfect,"
Victor said, collecting the documents. "You will be contacted by my assistant in the next couple of days. We will talk about your work arrangements later," he said, winking at Run and then standing up. "Now, I have a lot of business. Sorry for disturbing your day," he said politely as he slowly walked out with Mira. Watching Victor walk out, Run sighed in relief.
He finally left.
She wanted to tell her father about her powers, but remembering Victor's warnings, she decided not to do a thing. "It is okay," her father said, watching the worried look on her face. "It is not a bad thing. The new school is way better than your current one," he said.
She nodded.
"That guy doesn't seem bad too, but I keep having the feeling that I saw him somewhere, but I can't remember where," he said to his daughter, who suddenly jumped from the couch.
"No.
"I forgot to get Miss Myra's signature," she yelled as she ran to the window where she watched as the couple got into the car and then drove away. Ren's father sighed as he watched. His daughter was definitely taking after her stupid mother, who also ran to the window when her daughter mentioned the signature. "Young master. Where are we going now?" Mira asked nervously after she noticed that Victor was driving her out of the city to a suburban area. "Just searching for a place to talk peacefully," he said as he drove slowly until they reached a small grove on the side of the road where he pulled to the side. "Let's go down here." "Wait a moment," he said as he stepped down in a hurry, then ran to the other side and opened the door to Mira, holding her hand as she stepped down as a servant. Mira blushed as she took his hand while wondering why he was acting like this. Little did she know that this was the place where he planned to propose to her in his previous life. It was on the same day when Rex learned about Victor's relationship with her and took her away as Victor was setting it up. This left a deep scar in Victor's heart, and it never truly healed. Rex would pay, but it was too early for this. In his previous life, after the ceremony, Victor was sent to the company by his father to work part-time and earn his living expenses. He was supposed to work his way up from a small clerk to a CEO, not only to gain life experience but also to investigate the corruption in the company.
He was good at it.
Not only did he find out many disturbing things about the media industry, but he was also able to uncover a human trafficking ring that used the company as a facilitator, and the one behind it was Titus. At that time and by chance he saved the life of Mira, who was about to be attacked by one of the company's idiot directors, and that's how they became good friends. It only took them a few months after that to become a couple after that, despite the fact of him being just a minor assistant. They were very compatible with each other, as they both liked the same things to some extent and they both longed for freedom. Unfortunately, this relationship was a disaster for Mira, who ended up in Rex's hands before Victor was allowed to reveal his real identity to her. He was not even aware that she was a family servant until it was too late, or he would have asked his father for help. "This way, my lady," Victor said as he slowly held her hand, guiding her up a small grassy hill. Mira had no idea why he was treating her like this, but it didn't feel bad, so she decided to play along with a blush. Reaching the top of the hill, Mira realized that this hill overlooked the entirety of Vane City. The view was mesmerizing. She could see everything from here clearly. When she looked back to Victor, she realized that he was busy setting up a mat on the grass. He even brought a basket. Was he setting up a picnic? Was this a date? She wondered in shock how Victor knew that she liked picnics.
"Please have a seat, my lady,"
Victor said with an amused tune. Mira blushed as she nodded and then sat down. Victor quickly gave her a napkin, some juice, and a sandwich, then sat beside her, stretching his legs. There was an awkward silence after that. Mira slowly looked at Victor's face beside her. He was looking at the city below them with clear eyes. He looked really dashing. How can a man be this handsome? Even after becoming a player, and knowing about the charm attribute, she still believed that Victor was better than any man she had known. Maybe falling in his hands was not a bad thing after all. She blushed at that thought. Mira hesitated for a few moments, then decided not to speak and just relax and enjoy the view with him. Strangely enough, she quickly realized that she liked being near him. He gave her a strange sense of peace, and this sandwich was percent 100 to her liking. Did he know that she liked strawberry jam? They stayed sitting like this for about 10 minutes, and that's when Victor spoke. "Did you get familiar with the usage of your skills?" he asked. After she became a player in the Snake's dungeon, he didn't have an opportunity to speak with her alone.
She nodded.
At first, she was shocked when she became a player, but now after she read the data Victor sent her, she realized how big the world was. She couldn't believe that such a secret as the existence of players was kept a secret for thousands of years. Thankfully, her class as an illusionist was a perfect fit for her media career, so she was able to secretly use some skills during filming to enhance her performance.
"Good.
You will be able to be a great help in the future," he said as his hand slowly crawled on her back as he hugged her closer to him, making her blush heavily. "Do you dislike me?" he asked suddenly. "I forced myself into you after all."
"No," she said in a barely audible voice.
She hated him a little at first, but after he explained his intentions to her and let her be free, she no longer held such feelings. "On the contrary." "Then you like me then?" He interrupted her thoughts. She blushed heavily as she looked down. At first, when she met him and he declared that she would be his, she thought that he was another one of those bullies' young masters and that her life was over. But after she spent some time with him, then went dungeon diving in the dungeon and stayed with him and the girls for a few days, she realized how nice he was. Love was a different thing though. She had no choice in that. She was officially his servant after all. If he told her to love him, she would have no choice but to try her best to do that. But if they were not a master and servant, she would have probably fallen for him. He was perfectly her type after all. She was never going to tell him that though. Little did she know that Victor knew all of this. "I will take that as a yes," Victor said softly as he watched her blush. "You heard that I will marry in a week, right?"
he asked.
She nodded while pouting a little. She knew that she couldn't dream of such a wedding. Her father had already explained her position in the family to her. She would be lucky if Victor took her for a nice dinner before he decided to marry her. "I decided that I will not only take 2 wives. I will take 8, and you will be one of them,"
he said.
She nodded, then paused and slowly looked up, locking her clear eyes with his. "What did he just say?"
"In a week."
"Would you marry me?"
he asked softly. But, I am just a servant," she shattered.
She knew the rules better than anyone. Her father made sure of that. The family would not like an elite heir marrying a lowly servant like her publicly. She was told stories about such incidents before. It didn't end well for most of the poor girls. "Don't worry about such formalities. I plan to trick the family and make a grand wedding. This might be our only chance to get a formal wedding." He lied as he held her hand. "If you hate me, I would understand that."
"No." She shook her head.
"But you don't want to marry me?" he asked with a hurt voice that made her heart skip a beat.
I didn't mean that."
"I meant that I don't hate you," she fumbled as she corrected him with a blush. "Then will you marry me?" he asked, looking softly at her.
"But,
yes or no?" He looked her in the eyes. "Yes," she said in a very soft voice as she looked down again, not daring to look at him anymore and not realizing that he was carefully pushing her right buttons. "I didn't hear that." "You refuse. I can understand," he began to speak with a hurt tone. "I said yes." She yelled with a blush as she looked up at him, but before she could realize what happened she felt something soft touch her lips. It was Victor softly kissing her. She wanted to back off, but his hand, which was gently holding her head, stopped her. Moments later she stopped resisting, deciding to surrender to her fate. Then something strange happened. She didn't know why, but the more she felt his lips, the more strange she felt, like a thirsty man finding water. She began to want to taste it more. Moments later, she completely lost control of herself as she hugged him back for the first time, forcefully pushing her lips into his, forgetting everything else. The kissing session ended 14 minutes later when Mira fell to the ground panting with swollen lips. She was barely able to keep up with him. She bashfully sneaked a look at Victor, then looked away with a blush. He slowly laid to her side, watching her as she caught her breath and making her feel very embraced. She wanted to rebuke him not to look, but she didn't dare to. She could only keep looking away, but suddenly she felt his soft hand caress her head, forcing her to look back at him as he slowly began to brush her fair hair with his fingers.
Sorry.
She didn't know why she felt the need to explain herself. That kiss earlier was amazing, and she might have crossed some lines. She couldn't believe she kissed him back like that. I really love you, you know, he said softly as if he didn't notice what she was thinking. I did from the first moment I saw you, he added, making her blush heavily as she tried hard to look away but couldn't because he started pinching her puffed cheek. We didn't know each other for that long, she said with some embarrassment as she slowly controlled herself. It is not that she didn't like him, but love was a totally different thing. It needed time. I always knew everything about you. I had a poster of you in my room on the family island, he told her, leaving her speechless. He was telling the truth. He has liked her ever since she became a star after watching one of her movies that his father brought home once to review. She was younger back then, but so was he.
You can't know me from a poster, she complained.
We will have time to get to know each other more in the future, he added as he twirled her hair in his finger. I already gave you a ring, so this time I will give you something else, he said as he sat up and an obsidian pendant appeared in his hand. This is called the Pendant of Dawn. It is an S-ranked artifact, he said, making her open her eyes wide in shock as she also sat up in a hurry. From now on this would be yours. This thing is a defensive artifact. It would protect you even if a nuclear bomb detonated next to you, he said as he slowly put it on her neck. This one he got from the vault, from his ancestors' stash.
But,
do you refuse my gift? He asked, interrupting her.
No.
But I think it is very expensive. She read online how much an S artifact could cost. No money could buy such a thing. That's why you can't tell anyone about it, he said. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, he said, ever again, he added silently.
She nodded with a sense of warmth in her heart.
Now, let's continue, he said with an evil smirk that made her heart skip a beat before she felt his lips again. It was a very long day, and Victor planned to teach this beginner girl a lot of new kissing techniques. It was 9:00 p.m. when a tired Victor returned to the mansion. He smirked as he reached the door, remembering how flustered was Mira when he drove her to her apartment. She seemed to have been planning to invite him up, but she didn't dare to voice it. He just kissed her again and then slapped her butt. It was not time for that. After that, he went shopping for some different things on the black market. Some merchants only work at night. It took him a while to finish his preparation and return here. Young master, you are late. Lily was the first one to welcome him as she hugged him, then buried her head in his chest, then frowned. She recognized the smell.
Mira.
And the smell was too strong. What the hell did they do? Victory casually patted the pouting girl's hair as he dragged her into the lavish living room where the girls were having a conversation. Margaret seemed to have finished her shopping and was showing the girls some new accessories that she got. They were normal accessories, the naughty ones were hidden and reserved for the wedding night. Maybe Alex would get to see them before that though. Victor casually threw himself onto a couch, then let Lily make herself comfortable on his lap. This girl had stopped being shy at some point. Young master, the one who spoke was Hilda. The girls want to go tomorrow to shop for matching wedding dresses. Is it okay for me to take the day off and accompany them? She asked. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to talk to you about that. You will have to wear traditional bridal dresses, not normal ones. He said, tomorrow, go choose the materials and let the seamstress take your measurements at the White Mall. Arya should have already contacted the designer. Mira and Lynn will meet you there, he said after noticing that Arya didn't return home yet. Margaret shot him a nasty glare, then took out her phone to cancel the wedding dress she ordered in the afternoon.
After some thought, she put her phone away.
Why should she cancel it? Victor is the one paying the bill anyway. She can always use it later for Miss Mira too? Hilda suddenly asked after a moment as the girls looked at Victor, especially Beta and her sisters who were feeling somehow jealous, especially Theta. But they understood that they had to stay hidden.
Yes.
It is a mass wedding after all,
Victor said.
Young master, can we have the exact list of the brides?
Hilda asked.
Victor, followed by Lily, reached the basement quickly and knocked on the door, then opened it. Hannah was there busy looking with interest at a glass beaker that had a red liquid bubbling within. She was adjusting the temperature. You reached this stage already? Victor asked in surprise. Hannah was more gifted than he expected. This was the last step of formulating the blood pill. He expected her to take at least a couple of days.
Yeah.
Once the purification is finished, the pill will be finished, she said. This will have to boil for another day though. I don't mind, this means you would have some free time to look at this, he said as he gave her a notepad which she took and began to leaf through immediately. She was already amazed by the pill recipe he gave her in the morning. It overturned everything she knew. Oh, this is just a shapeshifter pill, she said with disappointment as she read it, making Victor begin to wonder how common this thing was. Wait, why are you using black windflowers and gold dust? This makes no sense.
Hannah looked at him.
The black windflowers were a kind of poison. This is a special kind with a much longer effect time. He said as he took 2 bulging sacks from his ring and put them to the side. I need you to make me 300 pills, and it has to be done tomorrow, he said.
It can't be done.
Take this, it is your reward. It has the recipes for 35 rare pills, he interrupted as he gave her another notebook. Your pills will be done by noon tomorrow, she said as she snatched it from his hand. For alchemists, recipes were everything as they were usually kept secrets by their owners, and only taught to very specific trustworthy people. The rarer a recipe was, the more expensive the pill would be, even if making it cost nothing. That's good, he said as he took a bottle of blood from his ring. This is the target's blood, make sure not to mix it with the ones you are using for the blood pill. He warned as he gave Hannah Nova's blood that he took the night he kidnapped her. What target blood? Didn't the shapeshifter pill require hair strands? She said as she carefully inspected the blood and then stored it in a separate compartment. This one is special, he said, as he took an additional small blood bottle. Make a couple of pills with this too.
Fine.
I know what to do, she said. Do you want anything else? She asked as she began to flip through her new recipes, not even caring why he needed that many pills. Not really, he hesitated. Oh, you might have not heard, but I am planning a mass wedding. And? She looked at him with a frown. Do you want to be a bride too? I don't mind taking you as a concubine, he asked, making Lily bite her little lip. Nope. We already have a deal, she interrupted coldly. I only do alchemy work for you, she added, making Lily sigh in relief as she began to look at Hannah in a positive light. She liked this girl. Oh, don't be angry, I just wanted to ask. You never know, I am that handsome after all, he said, raising his shoulders. This is irrelevant. I would never marry you, even if you were the last man on earth, she spat, making Lily angry again. Are you into women then? No. Why would you ask that? Just wondering, he said as he walked out without saying what was on his mind. It seemed that Hannah still needed a lot of cooking to be ready. He needed another approach to get her. Would she like him if he turned himself into a young boy? Nah, it would be very hard, and maybe borderline illegal. But this was not a bad idea. Lily frowned. Why was her young master smiling like an idiot? In a dimly lit menacing meeting room, 9 masters were sitting around a black marble table for their semi-yearly meeting. Now that we finished discussing the budget for fixing the lights in this rotten base and no longer need to literally be a dark chamber, we can move on to the next subject at hand, the case of Victor von Weiss's degenerate marriage. A pretty secretary who was standing to the side said sarcastically as many assistants moved a stake of 10 files, distributing them around the table in front of each of the masters, and one in front of an empty chair. Yeah, I heard about that pervert Victor in the news. Didn't we already agree to let him be? Why are we raising this? A giant man who was at the bottom of the table said. Complications. From what we know, the bride escaped, the secretary said, and just today, Victor went to an alchemist and bought ingredients for a shape-shifting pill. We think he will make the alchemist he bought at the auction, Hannah, prepare it for him. Oh, I didn't notice that. Now I understand what he is after, one of the 2 women at the table said. This little rat is smarter than he appears to be. Fourth, you are the one responsible for the Wyron Principality? What's going on? The young man at the head of the table said in a stoic voice. Ah. Yes. To tell the truth, this is very complicated. As you heard, Nova, the bride, ran away on the night Victor planned to propose to her. We have been searching for her but to no avail, but that girl simply vanished, she explained. Nova? Nova von Astrom? Isn't she one of the girls on Caspian's secret list? The other woman asked as she flipped to a certain page in the file in front of her, confirming her knowledge. Could it be that Caspian took her away? No, Caspian has nothing to do with this. An old man shook his head. He had been busy conquering an A-rank dungeon since last month and only returned to the sect yesterday. His mansion did get a message from her asking for help though. Oh. Victor seemed to have changed the wedding plan so that he would marry at least 5 women at once. The secretary explained. He described it as a dragon ceremonial wedding. And now with the addition of the shape-shifting pills, we know why. He is definitely planning to change the bride and hide this in the chaos. The 4th explained, he plans to marry Nova, even if it were in name only. He was probably told about Caspian by his sister. Would her family let him? A man who was silent until now asked. Liliana, Nova's mother, is already under too much pressure, she would be helpless to stop him. If news got out about her daughter's escape, her son would lose all leverage in the family. And maybe even her stupid husband would be implicated, the fourth said. Oh, and are we going to let Victor get away with this? The giant man said with a smirk. He likes ruining other plans.
Do we need to?
Caspian will definitely be there to crash the wedding, the old man said. You guys already know that he can't simply let go of that girl. Yeah, Caspian will definitely make trouble, but he is not the only one, the fourth said. Linda, that bitch is planning to cast a curse on Victor. She already asked our agent Kiki to buy some materials for her. From what I get, she plans to cast a nasty curse. From the material she ordered, we believe that she will summon a netherworld succubus.
Oh.
This is a mess, the first said coldly as he pondered.
An utter mess.
I already sent Master Amon to Vane City, he should be able to. Interesting, a man with thick glasses sitting to the side suddenly said, interrupting Master Fourth as he looked at the file in his hand. What's the problem, second? The first said. I have been wondering who would be Nova's replacement. And from the data we have, it can be one of 7 girls. I would bet that it would be that girl Lily, he said. She is Victor's favorite.
And? Isn't she a maid?
He can just *CK her all he wants, the giant said. Watch it with your language, 10th, the first said. We already looked at her. Victor probably wants to marry her as his main wife despite his family's objection, the fourth said casually. That's not the point, the second interjected. Did you see what she looks like? The fourth frowned, then opened the file in her hand, finding nothing. She began to touch the screen in front of her searching for data, then frowned. Exactly. The second said, there are 2 photos for her. One was captured at school, where she appeared ugly, and the other is from the data we got from the von Weiss archives. Although she looks younger, she is definitely a beauty, he explained. Now, why would Victor be ordering her to disguise herself? He makes her wear a veil all the time. There is definitely something here. Oh, he is hiding a beauty beside him, the other woman at the table chuckled. It's not unheard of for a man to be a little protective. I heard too many stories about the elders snatching their offspring brides.
The first and second nodded. Impossible.
It was the old man who yelled and stood up after being startled. He even knocked his chair to the ground as he pointed to the screen as if seeing a ghost. What's the problem, old fifth? The first said. This girl, she looks just like Venus when she was young.
Venus.
Venus von Krone, he said. No wonder Victor is hiding her, that bastard definitely knows. This girl is definitely a hidden von Krone princess. What? Everyone said at the same time as they began to poke at their respective screens searching for the relative data.
They do look similar indeed. Someone said.
The head of the academy, that fat man John Trove, is a suspect of being a von Krone agent, the second said after a few minutes. Then that means, let's not jump to conclusions. The first said, we are not sure yet. Even if she is a von Krone, Victor could be simply hiding her because she is very beautiful, he proposed. It's definitely possible, but what if he knows her background, and wants to use the wedding to marry her in secret? The second suggested. We already know that Victor is smarter than he reveals. The von Krone family went into hiding 20 years ago. Victor would have no way of knowing about them, another middle-aged man who kept silent until now said. Victor is definitely not to be underestimated. We already suspect that he has a hand in killing Dick, another said. What to do then?
The third asked.
Let's just watch the fun for now. We don't have to do anything. The von Krone would definitely let their princess marry Victor. They might show their tail at the wedding, the first said. And little Caspian would differently be there. It would surely be an utter mess, and everything would be revealed, he explained coldly. The von Weiss family's reputation would be in an utter mess and Victor would have to bear all the responsibility, the giant said. And what if he succeeded? The fifth asked with a frown. Victor would be in a very strong position with a marriage alliance with the von Rosen, the von Astrom, and maybe even the von Krone. That would be bad for our agents, the second said. Victor already has a good relationship with the von Geldstadt family. He is friends with that Gary, and they plan to send that crippled girl Elise to marry him very soon. He is too powerful to be left alone. Then we have to kill Victor. The wedding would be a perfect chance. If it ended successfully, I would order Master Amon to strike, the third said. I think we should let Linda do it. Tobias von Geldstadt would be a good candidate to pull the trigger. No. We will do nothing about that, the first said suddenly, silencing everyone. It would be a huge waste to kill such a perfect piece, he added. Then, if against all odds, the wedding was a success, let Master Amon check that Lily, then do a complete analysis on Victor. We might just do a little switch and promote a pawn, he said, making everyone frown and then open their eyes wide as they understood his plan. It was an old plan that they abandoned a few years ago. This time it might just work. Jeanette, begin screening for candidates to implement the frozen A5419 plan. The target is Victor von Weiss, the first said to his secretary.
Understood. And keep this hidden from old 9.
That pervert might ruin it. The mall was crowded when a group of 10 pretty girls in casual clothing made their way inside. Not precisely, there was an Alex among them. Many brave young men wanted to try and strike up a conversation with them, but sadly, the girls were surrounded by 20 bald burly men in black suits. So no one dared to approach, especially as the men used an electrical taser to vaporize the balls of a thug who wanted to try his luck. The girls casually made their way into the VIP elevator where they headed to the off-limits 7th floor, to a private studio where Madame Turquoise, the legendary seamstress, was waiting. Originally she came here to supervise the preparation of a fashion show that was planned for next week, but a sudden call yesterday changed her schedule. It made her super happy, especially when she heard that the enormous bill would be paid by the famous Theodore White. At the wooden door of the private studio, there was a girl making trouble. I said, I want to meet Madame Turquoise. Miss, you need an appointment, a stern assistant who had ambiguous gender replied.
Fuck.
I am the one who invited her to Vane City, to begin with, the girl scolded.
Oh. You are Miss Mia.
Sorry, but the madam had to change her plans. She will meet you tomorrow. Today she has an appointment with some VIPs. What VIPs? She asked just as the girls stepped into the floor, making her turn and look at them in surprise. She recognized some of the girls, especially Mira and Margaret. Are those girls the VIPs? Was that evil guy Victor with them?
Oh Mia. You are here too.
Margaret said, did you also come here to order a wedding dress? She asked then frowned, aren't you too young to marry?
What wedding dress?
I am here for the fashion show. You were the ones meeting with Madame Turquoise. Mia replied with a frown as she sighed in relief that Victor was not there. Ever since he strangled her that day in Waterfall Town, she was a little afraid of him. Yeah, the young master is planning to marry us. Most of us in one big wedding. Margaret corrected herself as she glared at Alex. So we are here to take our measurements. Madame Turquoise would be doing the dresses by herself, she added. Is the madam ready for us? Margaret turned and asked the assistant at the door. Yes, this way, the assistant said with a shallow smile. Mia watched in shock as the girls entered one by one while looking at her apologizingly. You're a male, you can't enter, the assistant suddenly yelled, stopping Alex. It's okay, the young master requested a dress for him too. Margaret explained, pulling the poor Alex in under the astonished eyes of Mia and the assistant. Watching the studio doors close behind the girls, Mia turned around and then dashed toward the 8th floor where she pushed the office door open, startling her sister Iris, who was relaxing and sipping some coffee as she reviewed some business papers.
Mia, didn't I tell you to knock first?
Iris scolded as she took a silky napkin and wiped the coffee that spilled on her skirt.
Sorry, sis.
But, Mia tried hard to catch her breath. Victor, that bastard. He is holding a mass wedding.
Watch your words. And yes.
I already know that he will be marrying 2 girls at the same time, Iris said with some annoyance. She was not yet used to the family way of doing things. Such things are possible for nobles, she explained.
It is not just 2. Mia yelled.
He is marrying 10.
No 9, she corrected herself.
The girls are downstairs in Madame Torque's studio to take their measurements for the dresses, she said, making Iris shocked.
What?
Let's go and have a look, Iris said as she quickly stood up and then dashed out of the office. She needed to confirm this. It was in the morning. No, it was late afternoon when Victor woke up. He was alone in bed. He remembered Lily saying something about leaving with the girls, but he was too sleepy to care. He didn't get much sleep in the last couple of weeks and it all came crashing last night. Looking at the time on his phone, Victor decided it was not really worth it to get up now. Wait. There were a few missed calls from his father. He sighed then pressed the call button. This was going to be troublesome. Victor, you piece of shit.
Oh, hi Daddy, Victor said awkwardly.
Daddy, your own shit, you bastard.
Theodore cursed.
Are you planning a mass wedding? Who told you?
Victor faked a shock. Iris.
Did you forget that the White Mall belonged to her now? Theodore said, she met your girls who were shopping for some custom bridal dresses.
Oh.
Well, I am planning a ceremonial wedding, Victor said awkwardly, as if he had no idea that his plan would be uncovered so soon. It is because we had a little problem. What little problem makes you marry 10 number 9 girls at once?
Well,
I didn't want to tell you before, but,
you see, it is Nova.
When I went to propose, I discovered that she had escaped the prior day. Victor said after some hesitation, feeling pressured by all of the journalists outside the house that day. I decided to marry her regardless. I gave her parents until the wedding to get her back, or I would marry her by using a double. I already announced to the world about the wedding after all. You can ask Mike, he was there. So if Nova is not found, you plan to replace the bride and marry Nova in name only? Theodore quickly got his son's plan. Yes. We will have all the time to find her after that. What does this have to do with the mass wedding? Theodore asked. He was not fooled. You plan to use the chaos to marry Lily in secret, right? Didn't I warn you to delay this? It is not the right time. This has nothing to do with Lily, Victor lied. It's about Nova. In a ceremonial wedding, the brides will all wear ceremonial masks. Replacing her would be much easier. That's a good excuse, and a very convincing one too. But I don't believe you. What else are you hiding? Speak. Well, I didn't want to scare you. But I am afraid that Caspian might come. Caspian? Who is Caspian? The one from the heavenly sect. You mean Alice's old fiancé? The son of the heavenly sect's patriarch? Yes. He might have a secret relationship with Nova. So according to Alice, he might come to the wedding. What? We have to cancel the wedding. Theodore gasped. He was usually easy to disturb, but this was really troublesome. It is already too late, father. We already announced this to the world. If we cancel it now, the Von Astrom family would start accusing us of breaking the deal. We would definitely be punished by the Elders' Council if the wedding was cancelled. They will use it against you and Brother Mike even if it is not our fault. Victor stated the facts. This might even ruin our relationship with the Von Rosen family. As if Caspian breaking into your wedding would be any better. What is your plan? Theodore sighed. Victor was right. In the family, someone was definitely working against him in the dark, and no matter whose fault it was, they would use this against him. They would not accept any excuses. Simple, if the wedding was ruined then, it would not be our fault. And a mass wedding would easily go on, even if one bride was not there. Victor explained. And I already prepared a countermeasurement for Caspian. What? Even if the real Nova was found, I will replace her on stage regardless. If my guess is correct, Caspian will not start a thing. I believe he will just show up and let Nova beg for him to take her away. Victor explained. He will not dare to ruin the reputation of the heavenly sect after all. And even if he did, the fake Nova would just curse at him, forcing him to leave. Makes sense, but what if Caspian decided to play rogue and kidnapped Nova anyway? Theodore said. He will not do it. But I will be prepared if that happens. I ordered some shape-shifting pills. So by the time Caspian figures out that he has a fake, it will all be over. Victor said. Oh. This might work. But I am not convinced. What else? Theodore was not easy to fool. That's it. You fucking ordered 11 wedding dresses. Speak. Theodore began to scold. Victor hesitated as he delivered the next piece of news. Oh. Well. The truth is, I made a secret deal with Gary von Geldstadt. I will also be marrying his sister Elise. It would be easy to add an unannounced bride to a mass wedding. One more would not hurt. What? Theodore asked. When did that happen? Why didn't you tell me? And I have never heard of a girl named Elise in the von Geldstadt family. She is Valerie's illegitimate half-sister. It was at the auction. I was scheming to marry Valerie, but that old fox Harvey scammed me and made me sign a pledge to marry his other granddaughter. What? You met Harvey too? Theodore was shocked. His son had surpassed his every expectation of him. At this moment he was sure that Victor was hiding his true powers. He felt both proud and a little conflicted. Yeah. I was not sure if she would be attending the wedding at first, but a week ago, Gary sent me a message telling me that they would attend the wedding and entrust Elise to me afterward. That's when I decided to hold a mass wedding. I plan to surprise even them and marry Elise at that moment before anyone in the family can interfere and try to change the groom. At that point, even if all hell breaks loose, I can use the face of the von Geldstadt family so that the wedding will go on. Oh, this sounds convincing. Theodore posed. That is if I am an idiot. Do you think I am an idiot? He asked coldly. No, Dad, Victor said, realizing that his father was not fooled. His excuses were good but not solid enough. You are making excuses here. Although marrying Elise is a good thing, you could have done it differently. What are you truly planning? What are you after? I can't tell you, Victor finally told the truth. Oh, Theodore paused in surprise. Sorry, Victor apologized as his father kept his silence for a few moments. Who will the brides be? Theodore asked solemnly. Lynn, Nova, Arya, Mira, Monica, Mana,
Mina, Margaret and Elise.
Oh, what are you cooking here? What's wrong with Lily?
Theodore asked again.
He already knew the list from Iris, but he just wanted to make sure. He was just wondering why Lily was not on the list.
Was it because of his warning?
Not likely, as Victor was already marrying Mina and Manna, who were lowly maids, and Margaret that slut. Something didn't add up.
No reply. You know what? I will trust you for once,
Theodore finally said, but you better not disappoint me or I will make sure to break every bone in your sorry body, Theodore said.
I understand, Victor said. I hope you do.
And take care of Arya. Although she is not my daughter, I will always consider her one. If you make her suffer, I will make you feel the same. Theodore threw one last wanting, then hung up. He was extra annoyed, but from Victor's tone, he realized that this must be something very important, so he decided to trust his son this time. Not really. He quickly called Mike after that to confirm Victor's story about Elise. After that he would have to break the news of the mass wedding to Elena. That would be troublesome. Victor sighed as he looked at the ceiling. Should he go find something to eat downstairs? Nah, he was too lazy for that, so he just took an energy bar from his ring and began to eat it as he closed his eyes again and began to inspect his blood slaves, totally disguising the bar's taste.
The first was Tom.
He was busy accompanying teacher Isabella shopping for some sneaking gear. That girl Naomi was with them too, and she was still wearing nothing. Wasn't she afraid of being discovered?
Or was she wishing for it?
Victor didn't care for now. Tom's appointment with him was tomorrow, so he needed to prepare the stage for the play. Next was Poe. No, his name was Paul now. He was still at the hospital, but he requested to be transferred to the family island. Victor planned to wait and watch what this demon was planning to do for now. Maybe he can lead him to other demons. After that was Alex. She was secretly trying on a cute dress in the mall. It looked good on her.
She seemed happy. No.
Victor quickly messaged Margaret to find her and ruin her day. Happiness was not allowed at such a delicate time.
Finally, Rita.
She had finally finished her soul training, and it was time for her to act. The Von Zwei will be moving soon probably. The office was peacefully quiet as the fat CEO carefully inspected the company's quarterly plan. The revenue from car sales has not been good lately. He was sighing when the door opened and a woman who looked slightly better than a pig walked in. "Honey," the woman cried as he ran toward him, making him quickly step back in fright. "Who the hell are you and what are you doing here?" he asked sternly. "Security. I am Nadia," the woman said just as two burly guards appeared at the door.
Nadia? Nadia. It's you.
"What happened to you?" the CEO asked as he gestured to the guards to leave after confirming that this woman was indeed the slut he had been raising lately. He arranged for her to work for a car dealership lately as he intended to slowly promote her to his side, pulling the wool over his bossy wife's eyes. What happened to her face? Why were her cheeks so purple, and why was her nose pointing in the wrong direction? Didn't the surgeon assure him that it will never go that way ever again? Ah. It was that bitch Margaret. You remember her, right? The one who worked for Uncle Lemon.
Lemon? Oh.
Yes, that poor guy. Margaret was his niece. He liked his lips as he remembered. He still regretted not getting her back then as her pimp uncle was arrested right after their deal was arranged. Did she do this to you?
Yeah.
Today she came to the dealership with her sugar baby, a spineless guy. She seemed to have become a rich woman after fucking some big stockbroker and getting inside information. She stated her conclusions with an envious tone.
Oh.
That's one way to use her gifts. Anyway, she came to buy a car, and even though I acted professionally, that guy with her slapped me for no reason before they left. She began to cry. And before I could find someone to fix them up, Margaret returned to the store, then began to show off and hit me with a thick stack of money. I was beaten so hard that my silicone implants you paid for were displaced, she said in a pitiful tone, puffing her now asymmetrical breasts. Please take revenge for me. I want to cut that slut into pieces, then stuff her into a S*X doll and let her get fucked by pigs for all eternity.
Oh, the CEO frowned.
This was too sick, even for him. But he was really tempted to taste that Margaret. I will send someone to investigate her. But this will have to wait until later. Nowadays there is a big wedding in town, and the police are on high alert, he said. Oh, a wedding? Nadia said as she wiped her tears. Yes. It is very big, and I have been invited to attend, he said proudly as he looked at the invitation card that had just arrived. Please take me with you, she begged immediately, totally forgetting about Margaret. My wife would be there, so I can't, he lied. His wife didn't want to attend such a perverted wedding, so he planned to go there alone. He couldn't simply take a slut with him to such an important event. But, I really want to attend such a wedding, she said in a spoiled tone as she began to massage his shoulders with her long fingers, hitting the right spots. On such a grand occasion, she might be able to find a bigger and more generous sugar daddy than this one. Maybe someone in the stock market. If I were to go there, I might be in the mood to try some new things afterward, she whispered in the CEO's ear while blushing.
New things? He was enticed.
Something I have been keeping for my loved one,
she said.
Oh, that thing, he was super tempted as he asked about this before.
I will see what I can do, he said.
This was a tactful agreement. Really? She asked with a smile that didn't look good due to her mouth missing a few teeth.
Really?
Now go to the hospital and let them patch you up, he said with some annoyance. In the white void, Rita was silently meditating when Victor materialized in front of her. She didn't flinch at all, evidence that she had perfect control over her soul space.
Victor, she looked at him.
She had changed a lot and became a lot calmer after 2 months of meditative training. Did you finish the exercise I gave you? He said after noticing that she was wearing a white flowing dress.
She nodded.
Were you able to monitor the outside world?
Victor asked. Yes.
My body is in some kind of lab. It is now floating in a cylindrical glass container that is filled with some kind of bloody liquid. Levi has come to check on it a couple of times. The demon controlling my body only reacts with grunts. It is as if it hates interacting with humans, she said.
There are some snobbish demons like that, Victor commented.
They stopped adding that black liquid they were using before. And the container is becoming clearer.
She continued.
It means they are mostly finished. It will be our turn soon. He said, your body has changed, it is no longer human.
I realized that, she pouted.
Don't worry, once you finish I have a way to fix you. This might even be good for you, but we will only have one chance. I think I can beat that thing now, she expressed.
Are you sure?
Rita nodded, then slowly stood up, then closed her eyes as her body fluttered and slowly began to transform into a huge long purple dragon that began to float around Victor.
Perfect,
Victor said as he nodded, making her very pleased with herself. When shall we attack? She asked as she returned to her human form, including her flowing dress. Wait until the lab is empty, Victor said.
It is empty now.
After finishing changing the liquid one last time last week, those guys were transferred somewhere else. They seem to be working on some other project. So the lab only has 1 or 2 guys most of the time. Those guys are lazy and only appear to check on things every other day and when their master is visiting, she said.
Oh.
What other project? Something about blowing up a wedding.
I see. What? Victor asked in shock. What wedding? I don't know.
I heard one guy saying that some depraved pervert was performing a double wedding and that the patriarch wants to use the opportunity to vent some anger and kill all the attendants, she said as she watched Victor's face change color. This was the soul realm, and hiding someone's true feelings here was hard.
Are you okay? She asked.
Victor sighed in relief after making sure that Rin was secured. Just as a red car stopped next to him, it was Margaret who was sent to borrow a car. The black van was out of fuel. Victor made sure of that as he didn't want anything to explode when that girl began shooting thunderbolts from her fingers. Although the car appeared undamaged, every metal piece in it melted under the lowly's wrath, including the cheaply made engine.
Let's go,
Victor said as he carried the unconscious little girl softly in his arms.
Where to?
Margaret asked with some annoyance. To some very shady place where young boys and girls get scammed all the time.
Rin woke up.
She was tied to a wooden chair in an empty large room, and that handsome young man was sitting behind the wooden table that was in front of her.
They were alone.
She immediately tried to break free and attack, but nothing happened, her powers were disabled.
Did she lose her powers?
No, she could still see the strange game menu in the corner of her vision, but she couldn't attack. Save your strength, the young man said, your powers are sealed, he said.
She glared at him.
Do you know why you are here?
Because you kidnapped me, she stated.
Not really. You are under arrest for violating the state of secrecy, he said as he put his family token on the table in front of her with a thick document that had pictures of a burnt alleyway. She recognized this as the one she burnt with the bad guys 2 weeks ago. You are a police officer? She asked as she began to sweat. I did nothing. She lied. She had killed no less than 41 bad guys during the last couple of months. It was not her fault, they kept throwing themselves at her. Not really. But in a way, I am scarier. He shook his head and then flicked his fingers, making a small flame appear on the tips of his fingertips, making her squint her eyes. You are not the only one with superpowers, you see. There are a lot more. I work for the guys who make sure that no one misuses their power. Think of it as super people's police. But you can call us a management committee too.
She didn't understand. Weren't you a demon? She asked.
That was an illusion that I cast to exhaust your powers, he said. You see, there are a lot of people like you, who gain superpowers. Some of them are good, and some are bad. We don't care, our job is to make sure that those people do not reveal a thing. And you committed a crime by using your powers to kill normal men, he said. Think of it as superhero police. Those men were evil. They were kidnapping children to cut them up. She quickly began defending herself. That's not the point. The point was someone saw you. We don't care why and how, we only care about being discovered, he explained. Your crime is getting seen shooting thunder from your hands, he said.
Ah, she finally got it.
You are not angry about those men? No, why would I, he shrugged. Now, if you didn't use your powers, I would have let you go after some punishment. But since this case reached the police, I have no choice but to proceed according to the protocol, he said. What do you mean? She asked as she tried repeatedly to use her powers to no avail. You have two choices, he said slowly. You can either become my slave and work for me, or I would have to let you go, he said, slashing his neck.
Then let me go. She didn't get it.
I meant killing you, you idiot, he scolded, making her gasp. You have 5 minutes to think this over, he said as he relaxed in his seat. I will work for you then, she lied directly. She planned to betray him as soon as she was able to use her powers. This was thinking that this guy was as dumb as those villains in the comics. Good choice, he said as he took another document that was placed at the side of the table.
Sign this.
It is a servitude contract. From now on you will work for me, he said.
It was a system contract.
Fine, she said. Can you untie me first? You can already use your hands, he said while smiling, causing her to realize that her hands were truly free. Weren't they tied to the chair a moment ago? She quickly tried zapping the young man, but her powers didn't work.
Damn it.
Sign or die, he said coldly as he watched her make stupid movements.
I don't have a pen, she said.
Use your blood, he replied as she felt a needle prick her finger. It began to bleed.
Ouch, she flinched as she looked around, but there was no needle.
What happened just now?
Sign it,
Victor said, pushing the contract forward. Rin hesitated for a second, then signed it. She had heard before that minors wouldn't be held responsible for the contracts signed without their parents, so she didn't really read it.
She thought she was smart.
The moment the contract was signed, it suddenly shone with a strange light and then disappeared. What was that? She asked in shock. A system-abiding contract, of course. If you betray me now, you would die a very gruesome death. Think of it like a contract with the devil, he smiled evilly. Now there are some things I would need to explain.
What?
Rin asked in shock as she felt the ropes around her come loose. She was free to move. Without waiting for a second, and totally ignoring the young man, she ran to the door. It was locked. She turned and tried to throw a thunderbolt at the young man, and it worked. However, the thunder dissipated the moment it touched the young man, and from the depth of her soul she felt a pain she had never felt before.
Ah, ha. She screamed as she fell to the ground.
That's what happens when you attack your master, the young man said coldly as the pain resided.
You are now mine,
he added as Rin sat up on the floor and began to breathe heavily.
You. Don't you me.
Call me young master, he said as she felt the pain attack again.
Ah, please stop, young master,
she uttered with difficulty, making the pain stop.
You will be obedient from now on, right?
He asked as he watched her relax.
She quickly nodded.
She never wanted to experience that pain ever again.
Say it.
Call me by my title.
Yes.
Young master. She really learned her place. Good, then follow me. I will drive you home, he said as he opened the door. It was not locked. Rin hesitated, then followed him out. I can go alone. She didn't want him to know the location of her house. Idiot, I already know everything about you. Victor scolded. I need to speak to your parents about our contract. He said. He also needed to explain a few things to her after all. My parents. Yes, I will need to make them sign a few papers. They don't know about your powers, do they?
No. I didn't tell them, she quickly explained.
Please don't hurt them. Don't worry, he said as he guided her through a long corridor toward a glass elevator. She finally realized that they were in a tall building. This place is Horizon Media. It's a media production company I own. From now on you will work as an idol here.
This would be your cover, he explained. Cover. She was shocked.
Was the idol thing real after all? Yes, it would be a waste not to use a powerful player like you. But you are still too young, so you would need a cover to move freely. He said, you will be like a real superhero with a hidden identity. In the morning you will be a schoolgirl and a famous idol, and at night, you will be a secret agent. Victor sighed in relief after making sure that Rin was secured. Just as a red car stopped next to him, it was Margaret who was sent to borrow a car. The black van was out of fuel. Victor made sure of that as he didn't want anything to explode when that girl began shooting thunderbolts from her fingers. Although the car appeared undamaged, every metal piece in it melted under the lowly's wrath, including the cheaply made engine.
Let's go,
Victor said as he carried the unconscious little girl softly in his arms.
Where to?
Margaret asked with some annoyance. To some very shady place where young boys and girls get scammed all the time.
Rin woke up.
She was tied to a wooden chair in an empty large room, and that handsome young man was sitting behind the wooden table that was in front of her.
They were alone.
She immediately tried to break free and attack, but nothing happened. Her powers were disabled.
Did she lose her powers?
No, she could still see the strange game menu in the corner of her vision, but she couldn't attack. Save your strength, the young man said. Your powers are sealed, he said.
She glared at him.
Do you know why you are here?
Because you kidnapped me, she stated.
Not really. You are under arrest for violating the state of secrecy, he said as he put his family token on the table in front of her with a thick document that had pictures of a burnt alleyway. She recognized this as the one she burnt with the bad guys 2 weeks ago. You are a police officer? She asked as she began to sweat. I did nothing. She lied. She had killed no less than 41 bad guys during the last couple of months. It was not her fault. They kept throwing themselves at her. Not really. But in a way, I am scarier. He shook his head and then flicked his fingers, making a small flame appear on the tips of his fingertips, making her squint her eyes. You are not the only one with superpowers, you see. There are a lot more. I work for the guys who make sure that no one misuses their power. Think of it as super people's police. But you can call us a management committee too.
She didn't understand. Weren't you a demon? She asked.
That was an illusion that I cast to exhaust your powers, he said. You see, there are a lot of people like you, who gain superpowers. Some of them are good, and some are bad. We don't care, our job is to make sure that those people do not reveal a thing. And you committed a crime by using your powers to kill normal men, he said. Think of it as superhero police. Those men were evil. They were kidnapping children to cut them up. She quickly began defending herself. That's not the point. The point was someone saw you. We don't care why and how, we only care about being discovered, he explained. Your crime is getting seen shooting thunder from your hands, he said.
Ah, she finally got it.
You are not angry about those men? No, why would I, he shrugged. Now, if you didn't use your powers, I would have let you go after some punishment. But since this case reached the police, I have no choice but to proceed according to the protocol, he said. What do you mean? She asked as she tried repeatedly to use her powers to no avail. You have 2 choices, he said slowly. You can either become my slave and work for me, or I would have to let you go, he said, slashing his neck.
Then let me go. She didn't get it.
I meant killing you, you idiot, he scolded, making her gasp. You have 5 minutes to think this over, he said as he relaxed in his seat. I will work for you then, she lied directly. She planned to betray him as soon as she was able to use her powers. This was thinking that this guy was as dumb as those villains in the comics. Good choice, he said as he took another document that was placed at the side of the table.
Sign this.
It is a servitude contract. From now on you will work for me, he said.
It was a system contract.
Fine, she said. Can you untie me first? You can already use your hands, he said while smiling, causing her to realize that her hands were truly free. Weren't they tied to the chair a moment ago? She quickly tried zapping the young man, but her powers didn't work.
Damn it.
Sign or die, he said coldly as he watched her make stupid movements.
I don't have a pen, she said.
Use your blood, he replied as she felt a needle prick her finger. It began to bleed.
Ouch, she flinched as she looked around, but there was no needle.
What happened just now?
Sign it,
Victor said, pushing the contract forward. Rin hesitated for a second, then signed it. She had heard before that minors wouldn't be held responsible for the contracts signed without their parents, so she didn't really read it.
She thought she was smart.
The moment the contract was signed, it suddenly shone with a strange light and then disappeared. What was that? She asked in shock. A system-abiding contract, of course. If you betray me now, you would die a very gruesome death. Think of it like a contract with the devil, he smiled evilly. Now there are some things I would need to explain.
What?
Rin asked in shock as she felt the ropes around her come loose. She was free to move. Without waiting for a second, and totally ignoring the young man, she ran to the door. It was locked. She turned and tried to throw a thunderbolt at the young man, and it worked, however. The thunder dissipated the moment it touched the young man, and from the depth of her soul she felt a pain she had never felt before.
Ah, ha. She screamed as she fell to the ground.
That's what happens when you attack your master, the young man said coldly as the pain resided.
You are now mine.
he added as Rin sat up on the floor and began to breathe heavily.
You. Don't you me.
Call me young master, he said as she felt the pain attack again.
Ah, please stop, young master.
She uttered with difficulty, making the pain stop.
You will be obedient from now on, right?
He asked as he watched her relax.
She quickly nodded.
She never wanted to experience that pain ever again.
Say it.
Call me by my title.
Yes.
Young master. She really learned her place. Good, then follow me. I will drive you home, he said as he opened the door. It was not locked. Rin hesitated, then followed him out. I can go alone. She didn't want him to know the location of her house. Idiot, I already know everything about you. Victor scolded. I need to speak to your parents about our contract. He said. He also needed to explain a few things to her after all. My parents. Yes, I will need to make them sign a few papers. They don't know about your powers, do they?
No. I didn't tell them, she quickly explained.
Please don't hurt them. Don't worry, he said as he guided her through a long corridor toward a glass elevator. She finally realized that they were in a tall building. This place is Horizon Media. It's a media production company I own. From now on you will work as an idol here.
This would be your cover, he explained. Cover. She was shocked.
Was the idol thing real after all? Yes, it would be a waste not to use a powerful player like you. But you are still too young, so you would need a cover to move freely. He said, you will be like a real superhero with a hidden identity. In the morning you will be a schoolgirl and a famous idol, and at night, you will be a secret agent. Victor sighed in relief after making sure that Rin was secured. Just as a red car stopped next to him, it was Margaret who was sent to borrow a car. The black van was out of fuel. Victor made sure of that as he didn't want anything to explode when that girl began shooting thunderbolts from her fingers. Although the car appeared undamaged, every metal piece in it melted under the lowly's wrath, including the cheaply made engine.
Let's go,
Victor said as he carried the unconscious little girl softly in his arms.
Where to?
Margaret asked with some annoyance. To some very shady place where young boys and girls get scammed all the time.
Rin woke up.
She was tied to a wooden chair in an empty large room, and that handsome young man was sitting behind the wooden table that was in front of her.
They were alone.
She immediately tried to break free and attack, but nothing happened. Her powers were disabled.
Did she lose her powers?
No, she could still see the strange game menu in the corner of her vision, but she couldn't attack. Save your strength, the young man said. Your powers are sealed, he said.
She glared at him.
Do you know why you are here?
Because you kidnapped me, she stated.
Not really. You are under arrest for violating the state of secrecy, he said as he put his family token on the table in front of her with a thick document that had pictures of a burnt alleyway. She recognized this as the one she burnt with the bad guys 2 weeks ago. You are a police officer? She asked as she began to sweat. I did nothing. She lied. She had killed no less than 41 bad guys during the last couple of months. It was not her fault. They kept throwing themselves at her. Not really. But in a way, I am scarier. He shook his head and then flicked his fingers, making a small flame appear on the tips of his fingertips, making her squint her eyes. You are not the only one with superpowers, you see. There are a lot more. I work for the guys who make sure that no one misuses their power. Think of it as super people's police. But you can call us a management committee too.
She didn't understand. Weren't you a demon? She asked.
That was an illusion that I cast to exhaust your powers, he said. You see, there are a lot of people like you, who gain superpowers. Some of them are good, and some are bad. We don't care, our job is to make sure that those people do not reveal a thing. And you committed a crime by using your powers to kill normal men, he said. Think of it as superhero police. Those men were evil. They were kidnapping children to cut them up. She quickly began defending herself. That's not the point. The point was someone saw you. We don't care why and how, we only care about being discovered, he explained. Your crime is getting seen shooting thunder from your hands, he said.
Ah, she finally got it.
You are not angry about those men? No, why would I, he shrugged. Now, if you didn't use your powers, I would have let you go after some punishment. But since this case reached the police, I have no choice but to proceed according to the protocol, he said. What do you mean? She asked as she tried repeatedly to use her powers to no avail. You have two choices, he said slowly. You can either become my slave and work for me, or I would have to let you go, he said, slashing his neck.
Then let me go. She didn't get it.
I meant killing you, you idiot, he scolded, making her gasp. You have 5 minutes to think this over, he said as he relaxed in his seat. I will work for you then, she lied directly. She planned to betray him as soon as she was able to use her powers. This was thinking that this guy was as dumb as those villains in the comics. Good choice, he said as he took another document that was placed at the side of the table.
Sign this.
It is a servitude contract. From now on you will work for me, he said.
It was a system contract.
Fine, she said, can you untie me first? You can already use your hands, he said while smiling, causing her to realize that her hands were truly free. Weren't they tied to the chair a moment ago? She quickly tried zapping the young man, but her powers didn't work.
Damn it.
Sign or die, he said coldly as he watched her make stupid movements.
I don't have a pen, she said.
Use your blood, he replied as she felt a needle prick her finger. It began to bleed.
Ouch, she flinched as she looked around, but there was no needle.
What happened just now?
Sign it,
Victor said, pushing the contract forward. Rin hesitated for a second, then signed it. She had heard before that minors wouldn't be held responsible for the contracts signed without their parents, so she didn't really read it.
She thought she was smart.
The moment the contract was signed, it suddenly shone with a strange light and then disappeared. What was that? She asked in shock. A system-abiding contract, of course. If you betray me now, you would die a very gruesome death. Think of it like a contract with the devil, he smiled evilly. Now there are some things I would need to explain.
What?
Rin asked in shock as she felt the ropes around her come loose. She was free to move. Without waiting for a second, and totally ignoring the young man, she ran to the door. It was locked. She turned and tried to throw a thunderbolt at the young man, and it worked, however. The thunder dissipated the moment it touched the young man, and from the depth of her soul she felt a pain she had never felt before.
Ah, ha. She screamed as she fell to the ground.
That's what happens when you attack your master, the young man said coldly as the pain resided.
You are now mine,
he added as Rin sat up on the floor and began to breathe heavily.
You. Don't you me.
Call me young master, he said as she felt the pain attack again.
Ah, please stop, young master,
she uttered with difficulty, making the pain stop.
You will be obedient from now on, right?
He asked as he watched her relax.
She quickly nodded.
She never wanted to experience that pain ever again.
Say it.
Call me by my title.
Yes.
Young master. She really learned her place. Good, then follow me. I will drive you home, he said as he opened the door. It was not locked. Rin hesitated, then followed him out. I can go alone. She didn't want him to know the location of her house. Idiot, I already know everything about you. Victor scolded. I need to speak to your parents about our contract. He said. He also needed to explain a few things to her after all. My parents. Yes, I will need to make them sign a few papers. They don't know about your powers, do they?
No. I didn't tell them, she quickly explained.
Please don't hurt them. Don't worry, he said as he guided her through a long corridor toward a glass elevator. She finally realized that they were in a tall building. This place is Horizon Media. It's a media production company I own. From now on you will work as an idol here.
This would be your cover, he explained. Cover. She was shocked.
Was the idol thing real after all? Yes, it would be a waste not to use a powerful player like you. But you are still too young, so you would need a cover to move freely. He said, you will be like a real superhero with a hidden identity. In the morning you will be a schoolgirl and a famous idol, and at night, you will be a secret agent. Victor sighed in relief after making sure that Rin was secured. Just as a red car stopped next to him, it was Margaret who was sent to borrow a car. The black van was out of fuel. Victor made sure of that as he didn't want anything to explode when that girl began shooting thunderbolts from her fingers. Although the car appeared undamaged, every metal piece in it melted under the lowly's wrath, including the cheaply made engine.
Let's go,
Victor said as he carried the unconscious little girl softly in his arms.
Where to?
Margaret asked with some annoyance. To some very shady place where young boys and girls get scammed all the time.
Rin woke up.
She was tied to a wooden chair in an empty large room, and that handsome young man was sitting behind the wooden table that was in front of her.
They were alone.
She immediately tried to break free and attack, but nothing happened. Her powers were disabled.
Did she lose her powers?
No, she could still see the strange game menu in the corner of her vision, but she couldn't attack. Save your strength, the young man said. Your powers are sealed, he said.
She glared at him.
Do you know why you are here?
Because you kidnapped me, she stated.
Not really. You are under arrest for violating the state of secrecy, he said as he put his family token on the table in front of her with a thick document that had pictures of a burnt alleyway. She recognized this as the one she burnt with the bad guys 2 weeks ago. You are a police officer, she asked as she began to sweat. I did nothing. She lied. She had killed no less than 41 bad guys during the last couple of months. It was not her fault. They kept throwing themselves at her. Not really. But in a way, I am scarier. He shook his head and then flicked his fingers, making a small flame appear on the tips of his fingertips, making her squint her eyes. You are not the only one with superpowers, you see. There are a lot more. I work for the guys who make sure that no one misuses their power. Think of it as super people's police. But you can call us a management committee too.
She didn't understand. Weren't you a demon? She asked.
That was an illusion that I cast to exhaust your powers, he said. You see, there are a lot of people like you, who gain superpowers. Some of them are good, and some are bad. We don't care, our job is to make sure that those people do not reveal a thing. And you committed a crime by using your powers to kill normal men, he said. Think of it as superhero police. Those men were evil. They were kidnapping children to cut them up. She quickly began defending herself. That's not the point. The point was someone saw you. We don't care why and how, we only care about being discovered, he explained. Your crime is getting seen shooting thunder from your hands, he said.
Ah, she finally got it.
You are not angry about those men? No, why would I, he shrugged. Now, if you didn't use your powers, I would have let you go after some punishment. But since this case reached the police, I have no choice but to proceed according to the protocol, he said. What do you mean? She asked as she tried repeatedly to use her powers to no avail. You have two choices, he said slowly. You can either become my slave and work for me, or I would have to let you go, he said, slashing his neck.
Then let me go. She didn't get it.
I meant killing you, you idiot, he scolded, making her gasp. You have 5 minutes to think this over, he said as he relaxed in his seat. I will work for you then, she lied directly. She planned to betray him as soon as she was able to use her powers. This was thinking that this guy was as dumb as those villains in the comics. Good choice, he said as he took another document that was placed at the side of the table.
Sign this.
It is a servitude contract. From now on you will work for me, he said.
It was a system contract.
Fine, she said. Can you untie me first? You can already use your hands, he said while smiling, causing her to realize that her hands were truly free. Weren't they tied to the chair a moment ago? She quickly tried zapping the young man, but her powers didn't work.
Damn it.
Sign or die, he said coldly as he watched her make stupid movements.
I don't have a pen, she said.
Use your blood, he replied as she felt a needle prick her finger. It began to bleed.
Ouch, she flinched as she looked around, but there was no needle.
What happened just now?
Sign it,
Victor said, pushing the contract forward. Rin hesitated for a second, then signed it. She had heard before that minors wouldn't be held responsible for the contracts signed without their parents, so she didn't really read it.
She thought she was smart.
The moment the contract was signed, it suddenly shone with a strange light and then disappeared. What was that? She asked in shock. A system-abiding contract, of course. If you betray me now, you would die a very gruesome death. Think of it like a contract with the devil, he smiled evilly. Now there are some things I would need to explain.
What?
Rin asked in shock as she felt the ropes around her come loose. She was free to move. Without waiting for a second, and totally ignoring the young man, she ran to the door. It was locked. She turned and tried to throw a thunderbolt at the young man, and it worked. However, the thunder dissipated the moment it touched the young man, and from the depth of her soul she felt a pain she had never felt before.
Ah, ha. She screamed as she fell to the ground.
That's what happens when you attack your master, the young man said coldly as the pain resided.
You are now mine,
he added as Rin sat up on the floor and began to breathe heavily.
You. Don't you me.
Call me young master, he said as she felt the pain attack again.
Ah, please stop, young master,
she uttered with difficulty, making the pain stop.
You will be obedient from now on, right?
He asked as he watched her relax.
She quickly nodded.
She never wanted to experience that pain ever again.
Say it.
Call me by my title.
Yes.
Young master. She really learned her place. Good, then follow me. I will drive you home, he said as he opened the door. It was not locked. Rin hesitated, then followed him out. I can go alone. She didn't want him to know the location of her house. Idiot, I already know everything about you. Victor scolded. I need to speak to your parents about our contract. He said. He also needed to explain a few things to her after all. My parents. Yes, I will need to make them sign a few papers. They don't know about your powers, do they?
No. I didn't tell them, she quickly explained.
Please don't hurt them. Don't worry, he said as he guided her through a long corridor toward a glass elevator. She finally realized that they were in a tall building. This place is Horizon Media. It's a media production company I own. From now on you will work as an idol here.
This would be your cover, he explained. Cover. She was shocked.
Was the idol thing real after all? Yes, it would be a waste not to use a powerful player like you. But you are still too young, so you would need a cover to move freely. He said, you will be like a real superhero with a hidden identity. In the morning you will be a schoolgirl and a famous idol, and at night, you will be a secret agent. Victor sighed in relief after making sure that Rin was secured. Just as a red car stopped next to him, it was Margaret who was sent to borrow a car. The black van was out of fuel. Victor made sure of that as he didn't want anything to explode when that girl began shooting thunderbolts from her fingers. Although the car appeared undamaged, every metal piece in it melted under the lowly's wrath, including the cheaply made engine.
Let's go,
Victor said as he carried the unconscious little girl softly in his arms.
Where to?
Margaret asked with some annoyance. To some very shady place where young boys and girls get scammed all the time.
Rin woke up.
She was tied to a wooden chair in an empty large room, and that handsome young man was sitting behind the wooden table that was in front of her.
They were alone.
She immediately tried to break free and attack, but nothing happened. Her powers were disabled.
Did she lose her powers?
No, she could still see the strange game menu in the corner of her vision, but she couldn't attack. Save your strength, the young man said. Your powers are sealed, he said.
She glared at him.
Do you know why you are here?
Because you kidnapped me, she stated.
Not really. You are under arrest for violating the state of secrecy, he said as he put his family token on the table in front of her with a thick document that had pictures of a burnt alleyway. She recognized this as the one she burnt with the bad guys 2 weeks ago. You are a police officer? She asked as she began to sweat. I did nothing. She lied. She had killed no less than 41 bad guys during the last couple of months. It was not her fault. They kept throwing themselves at her. Not really. But in a way, I am scarier. He shook his head and then flicked his fingers, making a small flame appear on the tips of his fingertips, making her squint her eyes. You are not the only one with superpowers, you see. There are a lot more. I work for the guys who make sure that no one misuses their power. Think of it as super people's police. But you can call us a management committee too.
She didn't understand. Weren't you a demon? She asked.
That was an illusion that I cast to exhaust your powers, he said. You see, there are a lot of people like you, who gain superpowers. Some of them are good, and some are bad. We don't care, our job is to make sure that those people do not reveal a thing. And you committed a crime by using your powers to kill normal men, he said. Think of it as superhero police. Those men were evil. They were kidnapping children to cut them up. She quickly began defending herself. That's not the point. The point was someone saw you. We don't care why and how, we only care about being discovered, he explained. Your crime is getting seen shooting thunder from your hands, he said.
Ah, she finally got it.
You are not angry about those men? No, why would I, he shrugged. Now, if you didn't use your powers, I would have let you go after some punishment. But since this case reached the police, I have no choice but to proceed according to the protocol, he said. What do you mean? She asked as she tried repeatedly to use her powers to no avail. You have 2 choices, he said slowly. You can either become my slave and work for me, or I would have to let you go, he said, slashing his neck.
Then let me go. She didn't get it.
I meant killing you, you idiot, he scolded, making her gasp. You have 5 minutes to think this over, he said as he relaxed in his seat. I will work for you then, she lied directly. She planned to betray him as soon as she was able to use her powers. This was thinking that this guy was as dumb as those villains in the comics. Good choice, he said as he took another document that was placed at the side of the table.
Sign this.
It is a servitude contract. From now on you will work for me, he said.
It was a system contract.
Fine, she said. Can you untie me first? You can already use your hands, he said while smiling, causing her to realize that her hands were truly free. Weren't they tied to the chair a moment ago? She quickly tried zapping the young man, but her powers didn't work.
Damn it.
Sign or die, he said coldly as he watched her make stupid movements.
I don't have a pen, she said.
Use your blood, he replied as she felt a needle prick her finger. It began to bleed.
Ouch, she flinched as she looked around, but there was no needle.
What happened just now?
Sign it,
Victor said, pushing the contract forward. Rin hesitated for a second, then signed it. She had heard before that minors wouldn't be held responsible for the contracts signed without their parents, so she didn't really read it.
She thought she was smart.
The moment the contract was signed, it suddenly shone with a strange light and then disappeared. What was that? She asked in shock. A system-abiding contract, of course. If you betray me now, you would die a very gruesome death. Think of it like a contract with the devil, he smiled evilly. Now there are some things I would need to explain.
What?
Rin asked in shock as she felt the ropes around her come loose. She was free to move. Without waiting for a second, and totally ignoring the young man, she ran to the door. It was locked. She turned and tried to throw a thunderbolt at the young man, and it worked, however. The thunder dissipated the moment it touched the young man, and from the depth of her soul she felt a pain she had never felt before.
Ah, ha. She screamed as she fell to the ground.
That's what happens when you attack your master. The young man said coldly as the pain resided.
You are now mine.
He added as Rin sat up on the floor and began to breathe heavily.
You. Don't you me.
Call me young master, he said as she felt the pain attack again.
Ah, please stop, young master.
She uttered with difficulty, making the pain stop.
You will be obedient from now on, right?
He asked as he watched her relax.
She quickly nodded.
She never wanted to experience that pain ever again.
Say it.
Call me by my title.
Yes.
Young master. She really learned her place. Good, then follow me. I will drive you home, he said as he opened the door. It was not locked. Rin hesitated, then followed him out. I can go alone. She didn't want him to know the location of her house. Idiot, I already know everything about you. Victor scolded. I need to speak to your parents about our contract. He said. He also needed to explain a few things to her after all. My parents. Yes, I will need to make them sign a few papers. They don't know about your powers, do they?
No. I didn't tell them, she quickly explained.
Please don't hurt them. Don't worry, he said as he guided her through a long corridor toward a glass elevator. She finally realized that they were in a tall building. This place is Horizon Media. It's a media production company I own. From now on you will work as an idol here.
This would be your cover, he explained. Cover. She was shocked.
Was the idol thing real after all? Yes, it would be a waste not to use a powerful player like you. But you are still too young, so you would need a cover to move freely. He said, you will be like a real superhero with a hidden identity. In the morning you will be a schoolgirl and a famous idol, and at night, you will be a secret agent.
Oh. Is the one behind.
What was her name, Lily? Is she one of them? James couldn't help but ask. If Lily were to be married, he would need to extract her immediately. I only marry pretty girls. Victor rebuked angrily, not really denying it, but James, who sighed in relief, missed that. He was watching Lily, who looked with grief to the side. It is not good to judge people by their outer appearance. But I understand, James said as he looked at the invitation, getting surprised that the wedding was on the same day as Yulian's release. I will be there, he said after some thought. He needed to make sure that Victor does not change his mind. And that if Yulian somehow sneaked into the wedding, he would be able to save his life.
Perfect.
Victor said with a bright smile, just as his phone rang.
Lara?
Stephanie had to confess. She had never imagined, not even in her wildest imagination, how rich Lara could be. This was beyond rich. At first, when her cheap father dropped her at the base of the mountain near a small house, she began to complain, saying that Lara was lying to her. The house, although elegant, was only half the size of her house. That's when her father smacked her little head and explained that this was the doghouse. She confirmed that when she noticed a burly bald man take a group of very large mastiffs out for a walk moments later. Her father then pointed to a nearby gate that he didn't dare to approach. There was a trail behind it going up the mountain. He told her that the entire mountain belonged to Lara's brother. He then warned her not to touch or break anything inside and not to make any trouble. Just then, another car stopped by and a handsome young man stepped down, followed by another one. They were her classmates.
Danielle.
Stephanie quickly jumped from the car and ran to his side, making her father, who was about to drive back, sigh. This girl would definitely grow up to be like her mother. Stephanie, you are here, Danielle said with a stiff smile as he looked around. Yeah, I just arrived, she said in a sluttery manner, totally ignoring the other poor guy who she didn't even bother to remember his name. So this is Lara's house, Danielle said, looking at the doghouse with disdain.
Young master.
The house is the one on the top of the mountain. That one should be the doghouse. There is even a bone-shaped engraving at the door. The car driver corrected his young master solemnly.
Oh.
Then why the F***ck did you drop me here? Danielle scolded angrily, feeling ashamed of his mistake.
We can't move up the mountain.
There is a sign there. The driver pointed to a freshly painted small sign to the side of the gate. No cars or peeping toms allowed. Danielle frowned, wondering how to go up, just as from behind the gate a small golf cart stopped. And two girls stepped down and ran outside. It was Lara with Ian, who was keeping vigilant.
Stephanie, Danielle, Noah.
You guys are here at last. Lara said to them, sorry for making you walk, but my brother forbade cars from entering for security reasons. He even bought a lot of mastiffs last week. Please come in, she said as she bowed to Stephanie's father politely, making his eyes tear up. Why couldn't he have such a nice and obedient daughter? Maybe he should find some nice mistress and try to get one with her. His wife was incapable of producing cuteness of such quality.
Lara.
Danielle quickly switched to his cool mode as he smiled and ran to Lara's side. Especially after noticing that the annoying Elle was not there. Sorry that we are late, he said as he scratched the back of his head, showing his flowing hair. He was not sorry at all. Unlike the other brats who came here directly after school with Lara, he said that he had some things to do first, and went home. He wanted to arrive late on purpose to draw Lara's attention, but he didn't expect that Stephanie, under the instructions of her father, had the same stupid idea.
It's okay.
Lara smiled and said, "Let's go," she added as she guided her 3 late guests inside the gate where they rode on the high-tech golf cart that was being operated by a pretty maid. Danielle carefully inspected the maid driving the cart with perverted eyes, then gasped and was about to throw up after realizing that this maid was a cross-dressing male. "What's wrong with this place? What does your brother do for a living, Lara?" Danielle asked. He had some info about her father being from a very important family and running a major investment company, but no one said a thing about her brother. Stephanie squeezed her little hand, hearing him. She knew that his father was a rich man, and she had her eyes on him. Too bad he was smitten with Lara, not even sparing her a glance. "He runs a media production company. Horizons Media," Lara said with a proud smile, totally forgetting that she had 5 other brothers, the ones she knew about.
Oh.
"My father did work with some of those so-called media companies before. They all want to lick his boots,"
he explained. "Yeah."
Noah, the other guy, added, "They respect Danielle's father so badly that they sent their stars to make his bed every morning," he said with a nod. He was proud of being Danielle's friend. Stephanie, who had no idea about such a subject, was impressed. What a bunch of hard-working girls. That's why she wanted to marry rich. She had no interest in going to work from early morning. She had no idea that she had to work hard late at night to make her dream come true. Danielle, who was listening, said nothing. He just chuckled dryly. These stars spent their nights in that very same bed. But he would not clarify that to his naive friends. Ian, who was watching from the side, sighed. Those guys from rich families had grown up in walled gardens. They had yet to understand many things. "Maybe my father knows your brother," Danielle said elegantly after mumbling more about his father's company to change the subject.
"Yeah, probably.
My brother also has a lot of pretty maids making the bed for him every morning," Lara said as if this was the most natural thing in the entire world, making Ian to her side sigh again. So did Alex, who was driving the cart.
"Oh," Danielle nodded with a frown. "Wait. Horizons Media?
Isn't that the one behind the Dragon Princess movies?" Stephanie asked suddenly.
"Yeah."
Lara nodded. "Miss Mira was here yesterday. Too bad she was very busy finishing her movie shoot before the wedding and had no time to come today," she sighed, making Stephanie frown and wonder if Lara was just bragging or telling the truth. "Wait. What wedding?" Stephanie was, despite her age, a gossip lover like her stupid mother. "My brother is planning to marry Miss Mira next week," Lara said with a proud smile, happy that Mira will be her sister-in-law.
"What?"
Stephanie, Noah, and Danielle all asked in shock. Who does not know Mira? One of the biggest and most loved stars in recent years.
"It's true,"
Ian said, supporting her young mistress. "It will be in the news the day after tomorrow." She added, she heard Victor telling that to Arya, saying that the announcement would be incorporated into a hotel advertisement that featured his image with Mira. It would be broadcasted on every major channel 60 to 68 times a day. Especially in prisons. Victor was very clear about that. Why prisons? She had no idea. Victor sighed in relief after making sure that Rin was secured. Just as a red car stopped next to him, it was Margaret who was sent to borrow a car. The black van was out of fuel. Victor made sure of that as he didn't want anything to explode when that girl began shooting thunderbolts from her fingers. Although the car appeared undamaged, every metal piece in it melted under the lowly's wrath, including the cheaply made engine.
"Let's go,"
Victor said as he carried the unconscious little girl softly in his arms. "Where to?" Margaret asked with some annoyance. "To some very shady place where young boys and girls get scammed all the time."
Rin woke up.
She was tied to a wooden chair in an empty large room, and that handsome young man was sitting behind the wooden table that was in front of her.
They were alone.
She immediately tried to break free and attack, but nothing happened. Her powers were disabled. Did she lose her powers? No, she could still see the strange game menu in the corner of her vision, but she couldn't attack. "Save your strength," the young man said. "Your powers are sealed," he said.
She glared at him.
"Do you know why you are here?"
"Because you kidnapped me," she stated.
"Not really. You are under arrest for violating the state of secrecy," he said as he put his family token on the table in front of her with a thick document that had pictures of a burnt alleyway. She recognized this as the one she burnt with the bad guys 2 weeks ago. "You are a police officer?" she asked as she began to sweat. "I did nothing." She lied. She had killed no less than 41 bad guys during the last couple of months. It was not her fault. They kept throwing themselves at her. "Not really." But in a way, I am scarier. He shook his head and then flicked his fingers, making a small flame appear on the tips of his fingertips, making her squint her eyes. You are not the only one with superpowers, you see. There are a lot more. I work for the guys who make sure that no one misuses their power. Think of it as super people's police. But you can call us a management committee too.
She didn't understand. Weren't you a demon? She asked.
That was an illusion that I cast to exhaust your powers, he said. You see, there are a lot of people like you, who gain superpowers. Some of them are good, and some are bad. We don't care, our job is to make sure that those people do not reveal a thing. And you committed a crime by using your powers to kill normal men, he said. Think of it as superhero police. Those men were evil. They were kidnapping children to cut them up. She quickly began defending herself. That's not the point was someone saw you. We don't care why and how, we only care about being discovered, he explained. Your crime is getting seen shooting thunder from your hands, he said.
Ah, she finally got it.
You are not angry about those men? No, why would I, he shrugged. Now, if you didn't use your powers, I would have let you go after some punishment. But since this case reached the police, I have no choice but to proceed according to the protocol, he said. What do you mean? She asked as she tried repeatedly to use her powers to no avail. You have two choices, he said slowly. You can either become my slave and work for me, or I would have to let you go, he said, slashing his neck.
Then let me go. She didn't get it.
I meant killing you, you idiot, he scolded, making her gasp. You have 5 minutes to think this over, he said as he relaxed in his seat. I will work for you then, she lied directly. She planned to betray him as soon as she was able to use her powers. This was thinking that this guy was as dumb as those villains in the comics. Good choice, he said as he took another document that was placed at the side of the table.
Sign this.
It is a servitude contract. From now on you will work for me, he said.
It was a system contract.
Fine, she said. Can you untie me first? You can already use your hands, he said while smiling, causing her to realize that her hands were truly free. Weren't they tied to the chair a moment ago? She quickly tried zapping the young man, but her powers didn't work.
Damn it.
Sign or die, he said coldly as he watched her make stupid movements.
I don't have a pen, she said.
Use your blood, he replied as she felt a needle prick her finger. It began to bleed.
Ouch, she flinched as she looked around, but there was no needle.
What happened just now?
Sign it,
Victor said, pushing the contract forward. Rin hesitated for a second, then signed it. She had heard before that minors wouldn't be held responsible for the contracts signed without their parents, so she didn't really read it.
She thought she was smart.
The moment the contract was signed, it suddenly shone with a strange light and then disappeared. What was that? She asked in shock. A system-abiding contract, of course. If you betray me now, you would die a very gruesome death. Think of it like a contract with the devil, he smiled evilly. Now there are some things I would need to explain.
What?
Rin asked in shock as she felt the ropes around her come loose. She was free to move. Without waiting for a second, and totally ignoring the young man, she ran to the door. It was locked. She turned and tried to throw a thunderbolt at the young man, and it worked, however. The thunder dissipated the moment it touched the young man, and from the depth of her soul she felt a pain she had never felt before.
Ah, ha. She screamed as she fell to the ground.
That's what happens when you attack your master, the young man said coldly as the pain resided.
You are now mine,
he added as Rin sat up on the floor and began to breathe heavily.
You. Don't you me.
Call me young master, he said as she felt the pain attack again.
Ah, please stop, young master,
she uttered with difficulty, making the pain stop.
You will be obedient from now on, right?
He asked as he watched her relax.
She quickly nodded.
She never wanted to experience that pain ever again.
Say it.
Call me by my title.
Yes.
Young master. She really learned her place. Good, then follow me. I will drive you home, he said as he opened the door. It was not locked. Rin hesitated, then followed him out. I can go alone. She didn't want him to know the location of her house. Idiot, I already know everything about you. Victor scolded. I need to speak to your parents about our contract. He said. He also needed to explain a few things to her after all. My parents. Yes, I will need to make them sign a few papers. They don't know about your powers, do they?
No. I didn't tell them, she quickly explained.
Please don't hurt them. Don't worry, he said as he guided her through a long corridor toward a glass elevator. She finally realized that they were in a tall building. This place is Horizon Media. It's a media production company I own. From now on you will work as an idol here.
This would be your cover, he explained. Cover. She was shocked.
Was the idol thing real after all? Yes, it would be a waste not to use a powerful player like you. But you are still too young, so you would need a cover to move freely. He said, you will be like a real superhero with a hidden identity. In the morning you will be a schoolgirl and a famous idol, and at night, you will be a secret agent. It was not lame at all, Margaret said. He took her on a romantic picnic, and then they spent the entire day making out in the woods. She spat in an annoyed tone. What? All the girls asked in shock. Mira told you that?
Monica asked.
Yeah, I had to use some convincing methods though, Margaret chuckled dryly. You used the soul wine. Mina asked angrily.
Nah.
I don't want Victor to spank my ass to oblivion, not before some foreplay at the very least. I just touched her right spots. Every girl has those, she said mischievously. What points? The blushing Monica wanted to ask but was interrupted. So, did they spend the entire night together? Mina asked, focusing on the matter at hand. She knew Margaret for long enough to be familiar with her slutty methods. Nah, just like a stupid virgin, he just kissed her goodbye after driving her home, Margaret replied. That's good, the girls sighed.
Good my ass.
Mira is already one step ahead of us. Margaret struck the table with her palm.
We already slept with him, Mina said.
Being a hugging pillow does not count. Even Alex did that. Margaret interjected, there were no intimate actions, and we could only do that with Lily's permission or stealthy behind her back. Then what are you proposing? Monica asked with a blush.
Let's confront him.
Margaret said, tonight in front of Lily, I will demand that he make out with each of us for at least an hour. Will he accept? Mana asked nervously. Will Lily accept?
He will have to.
Margaret said, Lily will not be appeased otherwise. It is about time we make use of her. She is still feeling guilty for going out with us yesterday after all.
Oh.
The girls began to look at each other with worried looks. This might really work.
Ah.
I need to tell you something. Monica suddenly said as she remembered a very important fact.
What?
Today in the morning. Miss Lily told Victor everything about our trip yesterday, Monica explained nervously, making Hilda, who was still behind the door, nod.
What?
Mina and Mana asked nervously. Relax. Margaret said with a sneaky smile. I already knew that she would tell him. That possessive girl only has Victor in her little mind. How can she lie to him, she said. But what if he got angry with us?
He will not be.
Monica, was Victor angry when Lily told him?
Not at all, she said with a frown.
He even said that he already knew.
Oh. See.
I have a firm grasp on Victor's character. Margaret explained, although we will be punished a bit, he would not mind us having some fun and using it to show off later, as long as no one touches his toys, that is.
His toys? Monica asked.
Us, the twins answered at the same time with a nod. Hilda, who was still eavesdropping, nodded too. After leaving the academy, Victor made a tour with Lily around the city sending invitations. Many of the recipients had no idea why they were invited, but still, none refused. This was the chance of their life after all. At the wedding, they might make some really powerful connections. Little did they know that Victor held a grudge against most of them from his previous life and planned to use the chaos at the wedding to neutralize them. He gave them the letters personally to make sure that they would attend. After that, Victor took Lily shopping for some very strange stuff for someone who is about to get married.
Erotic magazines.
He bought a lot of erotic magazines of a special kind that can only be found in some very dark places. The kind that features things that can't be even written about online. Lily didn't dare enter with him to the stores after visiting the first shop. She truly wanted to spend every minute with him, but she simply couldn't force herself. The shock was a little too big for her, as these places were so immoral and depraved that she couldn't even imagine that such places existed before. WTF was wrong with people here? Would someone really be turned on by such things? Why were they even producing this shit, and to what audience? What was her young master buying those anyway? She had too many questions but no answers. Victor provided nothing but a sleazy smile and an assurance that these things were not to be used by him. He also had no idea why they produced this *T after all, but he had a use for it. It was late in the afternoon when Victor finished shopping and returned to the mansion, where it was very lively with 12 little girls and 2 boys dancing to a piece of very trendy pop music in the dining room that was redecorated with some flash neon lights. They didn't even notice him when he walked through the door. Rin was there too, enjoying her time. Although she was a klutz, she had some real social skills, as she already made friends with all of the girls, especially Lara. Victor smiled and nodded. He wanted his little sister to enjoy a normal teenage life to some extent, at least before her ceremony. Let's go, he told Lily, intending to make his way to the basement to store the goods. But suddenly he paused, causing Lily to bump into him as he gave the 2 boys who were also dancing an examining look. One of them was trying to flatter Lara and was failing miserably as Elle kept interrupting him by stepping on his toes. He seemed strangely familiar with his flowing blonde hair, arrogant appearance, and that star-shaped mole on his chin. He seemed familiar. Too familiar.
Danielle.
Victor gasped, then quickly grabbed Lily and moved to a side corner of the room while he gushed his teeth. Do you want him dead or castrated, young master? Lily, who noticed her young master's excessive reaction, asked as she prepared a very sharp knife. She rarely saw her young master react like this. She could even feel his anger despite him using his disguise skill to mask it. Lately, she discovered that she could subtly feel his feelings, no matter how he hid them. She was just that good at reading his feelings. And she used this to her advantage when hugging him in bed, to make him as comfortable as possible. That's why he usually prefers her to the others. Nah, he spat with disgust. He is just a depraved pervert, Victor said as he looked hatefully at Danielle while he dug his nails into his palm to control himself. This guy was one of the men of the Scion who killed his family in his previous life. Danielle Lovestone was his name. He belonged to the Lovestone family, a minor third-rate players' family who could only produce 1 or 2 players every generation. They had a very strange way of awakening, as they had to sleep with exactly as many virgin girls as possible before reaching the age of 20. The higher quality of the girls, the more power and authority they get. They would also give them some crazy charm and that would render the coldest of girls horny as bitches when they saw them. I will make it swift, Lily said again, feeling her young master's desire for revenge, but Victor held her hand. It is too early for that, he said as he calmed down a little. Not really, but he was able to control himself. At that time, this bastard was none other than the one who was tasked with killing Victor's wife and children. And this bastard did after enjoying himself to the fullest. After Victor began working in the Royal Library, he began investigating all the culprits. While he couldn't find anything about some of them, many of them were public figures, like Levi von Zwei and this bastard who grew up to be a very famous pop star that even after the reckoning was considered a legend. In his previous life, Victor planned to kill all the culprits one by one. That was before uncovering many secrets and falling in despair after realizing the gap of power between him and that guy. Between them was a ravine so immeasurable that even today, using all the power of his family, he would only have a 1% chance of succeeding. As for Danielle, Victor didn't have to do a thing for him back then. He was brutally killed and fed to the dogs by that scion after cuckolding him with 3 of his wives at the same time. That's what Victor heard anyway.
Lily.
Make sure that the blonde guy drinks this, Victor said, taking a little vial of blood and giving it to Lily, who frowned as she nodded and then blended into the shadows behind her young master. For an assassin like her, this was easy. Victor frowned as he watched. Although he didn't want to waste a slave spot on this guy, Danielle was now his most direct way to get to that scion, whom Victor had no idea if he was born yet or not. That guy always hid his tracks perfectly, and even the royal family had no idea about his origins. By turning this brat into a blood slave, Victor would be able to monitor him and wait. Fate was a strange thing after all, and Danielle was destined to meet with that guy sooner or later. Now he had to get him away from Lara, and that was super easy. Tom made his way uphill, while wondering why did that damn Victor have to live up a hill. Couldn't he find a small apartment in the city like everyone else? Nova, you just wait and I will find you, he said with determination. As he reached the lower gate of the mansion, he stopped and hid behind the dog's house, right behind the freshly painted sign, and watched as 3 police cars were parked there and a policewoman was dragging 3 brats who were proclaiming their innocence. Don't worry, we will take care of this, the pretty officer said as she looked around with a sigh.
I know, Officer Leah.
I just can't believe that this little beast dared to slip drugs into my sister's drinks. He is not even 15 years old, Victor said in an aggrieved voice. When did young people become so nasty, he added, making Leah look at him strangely.
I am innocent,
Danielle shouted, earning himself a smack on the back of his head from another police officer.
Shut up.
Everyone saw you.
I didn't. Danielle complained. Shut up. Don't lie.
What about the aphrodisiac we found in your pocket? Leah shouted at him. I am sure your fingerprints are all over them.
Ah.
Those were his. His brother gave those to him, telling him to try his luck in the sleepover. Too bad he didn't even get to use them. Take them away, Leah said sternly. But we did nothing, the other boys shouted. And I am innocent too, the other boy, who was a little haggard after hanging from a pole for an entire day, also said.
We will see about that,
Leah said as she turned to Victor. So you live here, she said awkwardly, totally ignoring the brats and changing the subject.
Yeah.
Did you get the wedding invitation? He asked.
She nodded awkwardly.
She was very surprised when it arrived this morning. She didn't know what to do with it. I want you to be there, he said as he looked her in the eyes. I will need your support.
Ah, she blushed. What did he mean? But,
And don't forget to bring your mother too, he interrupted her.
ah,
I have to go, she turned and darted away, heading to the car angrily. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Why was he so focused on her mother? Tom, who watched the entire scene, sighed. Why was Victor so popular? He felt a little jealous. Tom pondered on his luck as he waited for Victor to turn around and enter the mansion grounds before stealthily slipping past the closing gates after him. Entering the mansion grounds, he hid and watched as Victor drove a golf cart up the hill before he began to climb while avoiding the dogs. Thankfully, they seemed to have been having some party outside, so the hounds were not released. That's what the system told him. Reaching up the hill, Tom was surprised as he saw a group of 12 little girls sitting around a campfire in a clearing near the mansion eating marshmallows. I can't believe that Danielle would do something like this, one girl said with a sigh. Stephanie, don't try to defend him, you saw him yourself, another girl said.
what do you think, Lara?
I think the police will judge that, a purple-haired girl said after some hesitation. I think that too, an orange-haired girl said.
See.
Stephanie, you should find a better guy.
I know.
I just can't believe it, Stephanie sighed. Now what do you girls think about Lara's brother? Another girl changed the subject. I was a little surprised when he suddenly ordered the music to be stopped, but I thought he looked really cool when he grabbed Daniel's hand, revealing the drugs inside of it.
Yeah.
He looked very dashing, another loli said.
He looks just like a movie star. Ah.
He is here, a loli exclaimed just as Victor walked from inside the house, making all the girls look at him with dreamy eyes. Even that girl, Stephanie. She seemed to have become a little fidgety as she looked at him while drooling. She seemed to have decided on her better guy. Esteemed brother, is there anything? The young purple-haired girl Lara stood up and bowed respectfully to Victor with a blushed face, making Tom sigh. He thought that the little girls here were a part of some of Victor's depraved hobbies. It turned out to be a sleepover for his little sister. This girl was simply too cute though. Why couldn't he have a little sister like that too? I just wanted to check on you girls, are you enjoying your time? Victor asked the dreamy girls.
Yeah, they all nodded. Good.
I am here to tell you the good news. I will be forming an idol group and I decided that you would be the main star. Victor said as he patted his shocked sister's head. She always dreamed of being an idol. What? All the girls asked as they jumped from their seats and looked at Victor. But father, Lara said nervously. Father had already agreed, the idol group will launch next spring. Victor said with a stiff smile, convincing his father was the most tiresome thing in the world. It will be supervised by Miss Mira and Miss Monica here. Do any of you girls want to be in too? Victor asked casually as he put his hand around Monica, who was at his side. She began to blush and breathe fast. I do, all the girls replied naturally at the same time. Good, Victor said as he began to pass on some forms. Make your parents see these, then sign them. Give them to Lara by next week, Victor said as three pretty maids whom Tom didn't recognize began to pass around some papers to the girls. Now I will let you enjoy your evening, Victor said, winking at a girl who was standing nervously to the side. She nodded back. Can't you stay with us? Stephanie asked like a nymph. The other girls nodded. I will only make the atmosphere awkward. This is a girls' sleepover after all, Victor said with a chuckle as he turned around. He was obviously enjoying toying with this loli's feelings. This made Tom very jealous. He wanted to toy with loli's feelings too. Why did he just think that? Was that even legal? Tom watched as Victor departed and the girls returned to their seats and began to talk excitedly about being an idol. Tom sighed, then turned away and began to inspect the mansion, looking for a way in. Under the instructions of the whimsical system, which was strangely cooperative, he quickly found an unlocked window and sneaked inside. The system must be aware of the seriousness of the situation. Once his feet touched the mansion's floor, Tom slowly activated his boots artifact and jumped to the wall, sticking to it before applying a hiding talisman. Then he began to move like a spider on the ceiling. The system only told him to explore around for clues about Nova, so he had no idea where to go. There was a very sensitive loli maid who almost caught him as she looked back suddenly, but thankfully she could not see him when she looked at the place he was hiding in as the system helped him. Tom found the study after a few minutes. The door's lock there seemed to have been broken by some pervert, and it would not stay firmly closed no matter how someone tried. There was a voice from inside. And Tom could easily recognize that flirting tone. It was that slut Margaret. You have to make out with us, she demanded as a slut would. Have to? Victor asked in an amused voice as he raised one eyebrow. Yeah. Mira told us what you guys did. We demand the same treatment. Margaret said just as Tom peeked inside. Margaret, Monica, Mina, and Mana were standing to one side, confronting Victor, who was sitting at the desk with Lily pinching his shoulders. She seemed to be pinching them a little too hard. Tom could swear that her fingers were almost piercing their way through Victor's flesh. What did she tell you? Victor asked with a lewd smile. That you spent yesterday with her, making out in a lawn out of town. Margaret said.
Ouch.
Careful, Lily, Victor said to the pouting girl behind him, then looked back at the girls.
Oh boy.
Now, will you make out with us? Well, I can't simply make out with all of you at once.
You have to take turns. Victor said.
We already decided on that. Margaret said, Lily would be first, then Monica, Mina, Manna, and I will be the last one, she said, making Tom growl.
Slut.
Oh, Victor said with a smile as he looked at the girls who had no idea they had just got scammed by Margaret. She kept herself for last on purpose. Her taste would be the one lasting in his mouth for the rest of the night after that.
Are you sure?
Victor asked, even glancing at Lily behind him.
She nodded.
She wanted to be first.
Then you accept?
Monica was the one who asked in surprise. Why would I refuse? The truth is that I was a little embarrassed asking you before. I thought that Mira as a known star would have more experience kissing, you know. He lied straight in their faces while scratching his head. The truth was that he wanted them to ask for it. He was that kind of a villain. Tom could easily see that.
He would do the same.
The girls smiled sweetly at his response, expert for two. Margaret and Lily.
They were not fools.
Tom could tell this from their reactions. He could only sigh and ponder how the girls fell for Victor.
Wait.
Did they just say make out? Didn't Victor sleep with them?
System.
What's wrong here?
Tom asked. Don't be fooled.
Victor had already slept with them all and more than once. But the girls are yearning for a more exotic play. The word make out is the code they are using to act virtuous.
The truth is much darker. Really. Tom was not convinced.
The key word is in the woods. Go to the basement and you will find out the truth. The system said mysteriously. Tom nodded, and just as he wanted to turn around, he heard Margaret speak again. About the wedding, she said, making Tom stop in his tracks. Arya told me that she found a cooperative young priest who was swayed by money. We just need to start doing rehearsals. It is a mass wedding after all, and we can't afford mistakes in the ceremony, she said, making Tom turn around and frown. Wasn't this a double wedding?
Oh.
You can do the rehearsals yourselves. I will be busy for the next few days.
Victor said.
You have 8 girls, missing 1 or 2 would not hurt, he added, making Tom gasp.
8 at once?
When did that happen? Was that even allowed? We can't do it without the groom.
Mina clarified.
Nova is already missing. 1 more missing person would not hurt. Victor repeated as Tom squinted his eyes and crept closer to listen better. As Mina said, you are the groom. Margaret shouted as if she was trying to drill this into his thick skull. And no one is missing. Lily will play Nova's part in the rehearsals. The dance is very intricate. Let Alex play my part then. You want us to kiss Alex? Margaret asked mischievously.
No, wait.
You have a point there. Let Alex play Nova's part then, Lily will play my part. The girls were speechless.
Tom was too. Young master.
I wanted to ask this. Why aren't you marrying Lily too? Manna suddenly asked. I already married Lily.
Victor said.
What? All the girls asked, even Lily. We already did it in secret a month ago when both of us went missing, but I didn't want to announce it. I wanted her to be my first wife, he said looking back at her and squeezing her little hand as he lied.
Lily nodded with a blush, joining his play.
That's why I am the one who always sleeps at his side, she said, swiftly using her imaginary power as the first wife.
The girls were clearly shocked.
Keep it a secret, he said to the speechless girls.
No one should know.
Now let's talk about something else. Did you hear about the idol group I am planning to form? Victor quickly changed the subject and slowly began to explain the idol project he had in mind to the girls. Tom realized that Victor was making some big plan. He didn't need to listen more as he didn't care about this idol stuff. He gave the study one last look, then turned around and began searching for the basement. According to the system, he would learn the truth there. Passing through the mansion's corridors, Tom had to stop more than once as maids carrying all kinds of delicacies moved in and out around the mansion. Were they hosting a girls' sleepover or a reception party? Rich people were very strange. Along the way, Tom stumbled upon 2 lowlies who were arguing. The orange-haired one wanted the other one to help her hunt some criminals, saying that with great powers comes great responsibility. The pale lowly refuted her, arguing that protecting their mistress was their priority. The argument quickly escalated into a fistfight that quickly turned very dangerous as one of them began shooting electricity from her fingers while the other seemed to be able to blend in the shadows and used a strange dagger to deflect the lightning. Then an old maid appeared out of nowhere and smacked both of their little heads before dragging their lifeless corpses away to be punished. This was not his business. He finally found the basement stairway moments later. Sneaking downstairs, Tom found himself in a small hallway with 7 new iron doors. The third door to the left might contain some answers. The system suddenly said. Tom frowned, then nodded and sneaked there. The door was also unlocked.
Inside, he stood in shock.
Entering the third room in the basement, Tom froze with a gaping mouth. He always knew that rich people had perverted hobbies, but this was extreme.
What the fuck?
Tom asked as he looked around at the hall full of iron cages. It was like some over-designed porn filming set, if not for the 90-foot TVs that didn't fit the atmosphere hanging on the walls all around.
What was this place for?
Did Victor imprison the girls here and brainwash them? Why were the cages this big anyway? How many girls would they fit in? Are they really for girls? Tom wondered as he looked around, finally noticing the newly bought magazines on the side of one cage. He had never seen anything like those before. At first, he couldn't understand what he was seeing when he looked at the cover.
Was that a horse?
What was that below it? Its rider?
No. It's a woman.
What was she doing to that poor horse? Inspecting it with some instrument?
No.
*T. Tom gasped, as he threw the magazine away in disgust. The poor magazine fell to the ground and then opened its filthy pages to reveal a picture of another pretty woman and her hound. Man's best friend is the new trend. *T. Tom felt like throwing up as he kicked the magazine away. The photos were something he would never forget. Was this thing even legal?
Of course not. Don't tell me. Tom gasped.
He realized what those cages were for. Don't tell me that this is the exotic play the girls were after, he asked. The one with Mira in the woods. Exactly, it was that girl Margaret's idea. Victor von Weiss is slowly getting corrupted by her. The system said, making Tom gasp in shock. *T.
No wonder.
Thankfully, he was not swayed by Margaret's attempts when they first met in middle school. Back then he was a little annoyed by the slutty air around her, and decided to keep her just a friend. He was right, this was a close call. Suddenly Tom noticed something. On the floor, there was a complex engraved shape very similar to the ones he saw in dungeons. System, what are those?
Tom asked.
High-ranking isolation array. Whatever happens here will not be seen or felt by the world outside.
Oh, how could...
Tom began to inquire, but he was interrupted.
Hide. They are here.
The system suddenly alerted him, making the shocked Tom quickly look around, then jump over one of the cages where he blended with the darkness just as the door swung open. Moments later Victor walked in with Lily, and Margaret then closed the door, making sure that no one was listening. What did you want to tell us? Margaret asked impatiently as she looked around. She noticed the magazine on the floor, making her gasp and look at Victor. Will this be our bridal chamber? She asked as if she was interested, earning herself a smack at the back of her head. This room will be used after the wedding, but not by you, he said mysteriously. He plans to trap Nova here. The system told Tom, making him shiver a little as he continued to eavesdrop on Victor's conversation. Now we need to talk in private, and this is the most secure place in the house. No one must know what I will tell you next.
Victor explained. Oh.
So, Margaret asked as she casually glanced at the magazines. Do you intend to reveal your true depraved nature to us at last?
Not yet.
It's about the wedding, he said, making Margaret frown and Tom squint his eyes.
What?
Nova is not coming. She ran away.
What? When? She asked. What happened?
Did she realize your true nature and decided to escape?
Seems like it.
That bitch, on the day I went to propose, she escaped before I reached her house.
He said.
I have no idea how she did it, as her parents were locking her up in her room. I told them to search for her as I announced our wedding anyway, but those idiots failed to locate her until now. I am sure they will never find her by the time of the wedding. That would be humiliating after all the announcements you made.
Exactly.
What's the plan then?
Lily asked.
I am planning to go on with the wedding. Nova will be my wife one way or another, and when I catch that bitch, I will take my time fucking her. Victor said hatefully, making Tom gush his teeth in anger while Margaret raised one eyebrow as she realized something. You will just replace her with a fake? Margaret asked with some uncertainty. Exactly. Lily here will take Nova's part. He said, this will be a ceremonial wedding, so all of you will be wearing veils after all, and a ceremonial wedding can't be easily annulled afterward. Nova will forever be my wife, even if only by name, he added with an evil smile.
Oh.
Margaret said as Tom gnashed his teeth in anger. His hand almost crushed the metal beam he was holding onto. Even if she tried to marry another guy later, no one would help or take her in. He explained again that he would take Nova no matter what.
I see, Margaret nodded.
So we just have to act a little.
That's easy.
Not exactly, there might be a compilation, so we need to be careful.
Victor said.
There is a not insignificant chance that the guy Nova likes will show up.
Tom perked his ears. Who? Margaret asked.
His name is Caspian, the prince of the heavenly sect.
Victor said. Tom squinted his eyes.
And does that supposed to mean anything? Margaret asked casually. I sometimes forget that you don't know a lot about the player's hidden world. The heavenly sect is the biggest in the world. That guy not only has a very strong father and background, but he is also a strong player himself. They control half of the council. And Nova likes that guy. He is handsome, but from what I know, he must have used some evil skill to charm Nova and make her love him. My big sister Alice was supposed to be one of his brides, and she told me about his evil ways. The only way she could escape his clutches was by turning into a slut, making the guy hate her guts as she slept with men left and right.
Oh.
Then Nova ran to him. It's possible, but it's a very slim chance. Victor said, the heavenly sect is in a remote mountain on another continent. Nova is definitely hiding nearby. She couldn't have easily escaped far under the surveillance net of the family after all. If she was not already on her way there, I suspect that she might appear at the wedding. Then, if she appears, I have my ways. As I told you, Caspian might be there to ruin the wedding. He can't allow anyone to marry Nova other than him after all. Due to his position, his father would never allow him to marry an already married woman. Victor said, then looked around making sure that no one was listening. Truth be told, no one would believe this, but I have some concrete info that he is secretly a demon in disguise. He has set his eyes on Nova to make her one of his blood slaves. He will surely disturb the wedding, expecting Nova to jump into his embrace. The families would be embarrassed, but they would not be able to say anything as he didn't force the bride. What? Both of the girls asked, as if this was the first time they were hearing this.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
Is Nova really worth all the hassle? Margaret asked with disdain. Definitely. I would never let her escape, or that would ruin my reputation. I will *CK that woman to death for humiliating me. Victor said, angering Tom a little more.
Then what's your plan? Margaret asked.
I will use this. Victor said, showing the girls a glassy blue pill. This is a high-quality shape-shifting pill created by using Nova's blood that I got from her family. Lily will take one during the ceremony, so after we silence the real Nova if she appears, when Caspian comes out to confront me, Lily, acting as Nova, will curse at him then kiss me, declaring her eternal love. He said with a smug smile, making both of the girls nod and Tom gasp.
What an evil plan.
Caspian would be utterly humiliated. Caspian would have to leave like a beaten dog. Victor said with a smug smile that made Tom furious. The mission, find out the truth, has been finished successfully. Reward has been granted.
Secret info. Tom squinted his eyes. Top secret info.
Nova is on her way to the heavenly sect with the help of a secret organization. She will be there in 97.7 days. Caspian has a 97% to crash the wedding. The system said, throwing some random numbers around for ingenuity and making Tom open his eyes wide as he believed all its bullshit. Do you want to continue? Save Nova, grand mission? The target difficulty is extremely hard, with a success probability of 8.41%. The system asked Tom as Victor turned and left the room. Lily paused and looked back with a frown at the filthy magazine on the floor, then quickly followed Margaret out. Yes, Tom said with determination as he watched the girls close the door behind them. Let's do this. Calculating fate. CACLCULTIN causality. Error found. Due to fate manipulation by a third party, a static mission was deemed impossible to formulate. A dynamic mission format will be used. Missions might change on the fly to achieve the desired target.
Accept?
Yes/no. Tom quickly said yes. Calculating. A way was found amid chaos. Warning: if player Tom attempted to cancel the ongoing mission, he would suffer a great backlash. Your and Nova's fates are at stake. Are you absolutely sure? Tom hesitated, but looking at the filthy magazine on the floor, he cursed and said yes. Approval had been secured. Fate had been overwritten. New dynamic missions had been issued. Ruin Victor von Weiss's wedding and crazy plan to marry Nova. Steal all the shapeshifting pills to stop Victor from replacing Nova and fooling the audience. Steal the Flames Master amulet in Victor's desk, it's in the second drawer. Steal the spare invitation cards hidden in the study to use them to sneak into the wedding. Investigate Caspian. Not initiated yet.
Find Nova. Not initiated yet.
More instructions would be revealed in the coming days depending on the plot's progress and the whimsical system's mood. Tom frowned as he began to read the system mission's steps. He decided to trust the system with this. It was his only way to find Nova after all. And he didn't mind ruining Victor's plan. On the contrary, he was looking forward to this. He couldn't let Nova's reputation get tarnished by marrying that pervert after all.
Are you okay, young master?
Lily asked as they left the basement. Her young master was walking absent-mindedly, almost bumping into Gamma, who was helping serve the little girls with the others. Yeah, I am fine. Just enjoying the feeling of manipulating my enemies to fuck each other, he said with a smirk.
Oh.
Margaret looked at him with a frown, while wondering why he made them go through with this play. And the way he said that last sentence was very strange.
It felt too literal.
Margaret, as of tomorrow, you will be taking care of the rest of the wedding preparation with Arya. I will be busy out of town, Victor said as he noticed her expression.
Doing what?
I have many other responsibilities, you know.
Margaret complained.
I know, but some unknown variables might affect the overall plan and some dead bugs might show up at the wedding. I have to go borrow something to prepare for the battle, he said with an evil tired smile. Now if you excuse us, I will take my Lily up the roof so that we make out a little in private. It is her turn after all. Victor said as he grabbed the unprepared Lily and carried her with his arm, then headed upstairs. Margaret stood there in surprise. She totally forgot about this. She wondered if her choice to stay for last was a good one.
Of course, it was a good one. Young master.
What if this caused our bloodline to awaken? Lily, who was in Victor's arms, asked with a blushing face. Although she had been asking for more attention, when it was time for action, she was feeling a little bit shy. Don't worry, we will only kiss, and the wedding is only a week away. We can indulge a little, he said with a smile. On the roof of a certain grand mansion, two lovebirds were making out passionately while totally ignoring the amazing scenery below them. Victor was sitting on the roof's ledge dangling his legs downward, and Lily, who was nested naturally in his lap, sucked on his lips as she hugged his neck. The kiss lasted exactly 19 minutes and 21 seconds and only ended when Lily shrank in embarrassment after a stupid loli suddenly screamed as she pointed to the roof. Look, the moon is huge tonight, she said, making all the other little girls who were camping outside look up and began to discuss astronomy using their shallow knowledge. Is that the one they call a blue moon? It is clearly yellow. Is it connected to the blue balls? What are the blue balls? I heard my cousin mention them, saying that the novel he was reading had to be called Blue Balls, the novel. Victor, who totally ignored the ruckus below, licked his lips and chuckled as he looked at Lily.
Don't worry, no one can see us, he said.
It seems like exposure play was not Lily's thing. So it was only Monica for now. Would that nudist girl Naomi like it? Why was he thinking about her?
Victor shook his head.
You are thinking about some other girl, aren't you? Lily pouted as perked up her body over him and rested her forehead against his, looking him in the eye as she supported herself by hugging his neck.
Ah, no, Victor stuttered. You are mine tonight,
Lily said with a blush, as she forcibly grabbed the surprised Victor's head, pushing her slender fingers into his slick hair, as she dived into his lips again more forcibly this time. He tried to hug her back, but his hands were tied by her thighs as she hugged his waist with her slender legs, not giving him a chance to escape. She planned to test all of the kissing techniques that she had been studying lately. Getting downstairs 4 hours later, Victor, who had somewhat sore lips and a hazy memory, found Margaret and the rest of the girls having a late dinner. The little girls had already finished their meal and went to their grand bedroom to pillow fight after brushing their teeth, so the old ones could relax now. Did you finish your mating session? Margaret asked, using the exact same words Victor used when he met her.
Not yet,
Victor clarified, spanking the blushing Lily's butt. She didn't want it to end, but he was really getting hungry and he couldn't simply eat a shit-tasting energy bar and continue to kiss a girl after that. Oh, Margaret frowned. She didn't expect that answer. Then when can the next girl take her turn? She asked, making Alex, who was trying to be as invisible as possible as she ate her dinner, look up with a questioning gaze. What turn? They were taking turns?
On what? Was she in?
After I return, Victor said.
Return.
I will be leaving after dinner,
Victor said.
And it is still Lily's turn after that. He added with an evil smile, making Margaret gasp as she discovered the critical error in her plan.
She didn't set a timeline.
No, wait, she did set a half an hour for each girl, but when she told Victor, he manipulated the conversation to make her forget to say that.
Damn.
She knew something was wrong when Victor accepted so readily.
She should have put herself first.
The girls also were a little annoyed. They glared hatefully at Margaret, who assured them earlier of the plan's success. Where are you going this time? To throw a bachelor party. Margaret asked Victor awkwardly, changing the subject. I don't have the time to have fun. I will be going somewhere so far that I will have to sneak into a plane to get to it. Victor said mysteriously.
More than one.
For how long are you planning to leave? Hilda was the one who asked. 2 or 3 days, maybe. I should be back a day or two before the wedding. Hilda nodded with a sigh. Are you taking someone with you? Theta was the one who asked nervously. No. I can finish this on my own, he said, disappointing the girls. He was strong enough now. And the Nutcracker was a loner. Is this really important? Monica asked, feeling a little lonely. Definitely, some bugs might make trouble to disturb the wedding. I need to go prepare a countermeasure, he said.
Trouble? Beta asked.
Yup. I can't say anything at the moment, but Alpha should arrive here tomorrow. The assassin girls would be here too. I trusted them with the security. Victor explained, making Beta and the girls cheer up a little. It has been a while since they met their elder sister. What kind of countermeasures are you preparing?
Margaret asked.
It's a secret for now, Victor said with an evil smile, making the girls sigh. He was always so secretive. Does it involve some girls? Margaret asked again. She was really annoyed that he tricked her, and wanted to find faults with him. She also wanted to show the girls that he was the evil one, not her. Not as far as I can tell. He said casually, if the Nutcracker found a girl that he liked, he might kidnap, sweep her off her feet. But he couldn't tell the girls that.
I see.
Margaret glared at him. She wanted Lily to snap at him, but to her disappointment, Lily had been fully satisfied by her young master earlier, and she was now fully confident of her dominance over him. Where is Arya? Is she late again? Victor asked suddenly. She called an hour ago, saying that she would sleep in the office tonight and wondered why did you order all of those custom stone-cut engravings to be cut around the hotel. Mana was the one who replied. Oh. I forgot about that. I am really working her to the bone, Victor nodded. You should have given her a turn. He told Margaret, changing the subject.
Blah. As if this queue would ever move on.
She mumbled angrily. She didn't like the fact that she lost.
Excuse me.
What turns were you talking about earlier? Alex finally asked after she waited, but no other girls asked this crucial question. Were all of them in on this? What does this have to do with you? This is a girl thing. The annoyed Margaret snapped at her. You just need to get ready for the rehearsals tomorrow.
What rehearsal?
Alex asked with annoyance. She was a girl too. Sadly, she couldn't say that. The wedding rehearsal. You will be playing one of the brides. Margaret said.
What?
It was Hilda who exclaimed. Alex was simply too shocked to utter anything. Victor left the mansion that night after giving the reluctant girls their goodbye kisses with some instructions on what to do to hide his absence. They just had to tell anyone who asked about him that he was having a wild bachelor party at some secret location. After that, Victor secretly headed to the airport and sneaked into a certain plane using his disguise skill. He planned to travel to 3 or 4 locations. It all depended on whether he could find the items he was searching for. And he also had to leave a trail of the Nutcracker appearing in cities nearby to give the illusion that it was moving on foot away from Vane City. He wanted the player council to believe that it was a true demon that escaped the dungeon. Nova cursed as she opened her eyes and looked around. She was still chained to the wall in a dark cell.
Who the hell kidnapped her?
Was it that bastard Victor? That's what she thought at first, but later, after they locked her here when she pretended to be asleep, she heard them talking about their nefarious plan. They called themselves Dark Chamber, a secret organization that wanted to dominate the world and let all humans be their slaves.
It was all a big setup.
The Victor she met was a fake. They planned to make use of him to make trouble between the families, making them fight each other.
What an evil plan.
They kidnapped her because she didn't approve of the plan the fake Victor proposed. She was supposed to marry him, then he planned to drug the other girl, the one from the Von Rosen family, then he will make them kill each other at the wedding in front of all the elders. This would definitely spark a family war.
Damn it.
She needed to escape this place. Looking at the strange shackles in her hands and feet, she knew she could only sigh and do nothing. Those things were disabling all of her powers. And even if she escaped, she knew that she would not have the energy to fight. They were feeding her that disgusting goo only one time every 2 days. It tasted like shit. That's what she believed. She never tasted real shit after all. Why was she so unlucky? Maybe Caspian would come open the door any moment now and save her like a hero. She smiled as she imagined him in his heroic manner. Suddenly the dungeon gate opened. It was not Caspian, but a masked guard who walked in like a prostitute. He dragged in a shackled woman and then pinned her to the wall right beside Nova. Stay here for now. Don't worry, we need you alive. the guard said in a harsh voice before leaving as the woman who seemed injured glared at him hatefully. The steel door closed with a bang, and the dungeon darkened again. Hey, are you okay?
Nova asked.
The woman seemed badly injured.
I am fine.
The woman answered as she spat some blood.
You don't seem fine.
It doesn't matter. Did they also grab you to hide their little secret?
Yeah.
Those people probably want to control the world.
Nova answered.
I think so too. How long have you been here?
The woman asked.
I don't know, Nova answered. What date is it today? It is the 16th of the 8th month.
What?
This means I have been here for almost a month.
Nova was shocked. A month? What's your name? The woman asked.
You should introduce yourself before asking that, Nova answered warily. My name is Jane Armstrong.
The woman said. A reporter. Oh, Nova had no idea who Jane was. I am Nova Vaughn. No, Nova Astra. I come from... What?
The bride. Jane yelled in shock and interrupted Nova.
What bride?
Aren't you marrying Victor White? The double wedding is in a few days. Jane said as the energy returned to her eyes. It is all over the news. Even while I was on the run, I could see its depraved advertisement everywhere. What double wedding? Late that night, just before dawn, in an unimportant city in another unimportant country that borders the Wyron Principality, the National Museum was robbed. The thief stole more than 70 priceless art pieces and some random things that were left in the warehouse. After the police investigated the museum, questioning the only surviving guard, they could only learn that a demon was the one who did it, and they could only get one name.
The Nutcracker.
The guard said it as he peed his pants. According to him, that demon came through the walls and subdued the guards by just moving his long pointy finger, making them fall to the ground in pain. After that, he ordered each one of them to list all the bad things they have done in their lives. Strangely enough, they did tell him and no one could lie. It turned out that all of his 5 colleagues were thieves who had been stealing from the museum for years and putting the blame on the kids from a nearby orphanage. The Nutcracker nodded after hearing them, then swiftly killed them and cut their genitals to keep as souvenirs. He was the only one who survived after the Nutcracker found him innocent. But he had to pay a price by giving the Nutcracker the photo of his youngest daughter, which he kept in his wallet. That's all he remembered as he passed out after that. The police searched the security camera's footage after that, but it had all strangely been erased. The case was put on hold after concluding that the culprit must have used some kind of hallucination gas. It was suspected that this was an inside job and the other guards were part of it until they were betrayed by the perpetrator. No one knew that an identical secret report had been filed 3 times after that by 3 different agents. It contained the same sentence. The Nutcracker's trace had been found. West Tree City. The next afternoon, in the faraway mansion of a friendly neighborhood drug dealer, there were reports of a gunfight. When the police arrived at dawn and reluctantly knocked on the door, they discovered that all the men were dead with their genitals removed. The woman, who seemed to have gone crazy, only repeated one sentence. The Nutcracker is coming for all of us. They cried and kept begging for forgiveness, and no matter what the police asked, they didn't respond. They have gone crazy. A lab test on them found traces of some kind of strange drug, but the traces were so minuscule that no further investigations could be conducted. After searching the mansion, it was found that the vault was broken into, and many gold trinkets and expensive historical artifacts had been stolen. The cash was left intact. An empty secret warehouse was found hours later. It had traces of drugs that seemed to have been taken. The main suspect in this crime was a rival gang, so the investigation was dropped out of concern for the police's safety. A few reports were filed secretly after that. The Nutcracker struck again. Mirror Lake City, what is it after? It seems to focus on gold, drugs, historic artifacts, and nuts. The girls also were a little annoyed. They glared hatefully at Margaret, who assured them earlier of the plan's success. Where are you going this time? To throw a bachelor party? Margaret asked Victor awkwardly, changing the subject. I don't have the time to have fun. I will be going somewhere so far that I will have to sneak into a plane to get to it. Victor said mysteriously.
More than one.
For how long are you planning to leave? Hilda was the one who asked. 2 or 3 days, maybe. I should be back a day or 2 before the wedding. Hilda nodded with a sigh. Are you taking someone with you? Theta was the one who asked nervously. No. I can finish this on my own, he said, disappointing the girls. He was strong enough now. And the Nutcracker was a loner. Is this really important? Monica asked, feeling a little lonely. Definitely, some bugs might make trouble to disturb the wedding. I need to go prepare a countermeasure, he said.
Trouble? Beta asked.
Yup. I can't say anything at the moment, But Alpha should arrive here tomorrow. The assassin girls would be here too, I trusted them with the security. Victor explained, making Beta and the girls cheer up a little. It has been a while since they met their elder sister. What kind of countermeasures are you preparing?
Margaret asked.
It's a secret for now, Victor said with an evil smile, making the girls sigh. He was always so secretive. Does it involve some girls? Margaret asked again. She was really annoyed that he tricked her, and wanted to find faults with him. She also wanted to show the girls that he was the evil one, not her. Not as far as I can tell. He said casually, if the Nutcracker found a girl that he liked, he might sweep her off her feet. But he couldn't tell the girls that.
I see.
Margaret glared at him. She wanted Lily to snap at him, but to her disappointment, Lily had been fully satisfied by her young master earlier, and she was now fully confident of her dominance over him.
Where is Arya?
Is she late again? Victor asked suddenly. She called an hour ago, saying that she would sleep in the office tonight and wondered why did you order all of those custom stone-cut engravings to be cut around the hotel. Mana was the one who replied.
Oh.
I forgot about that, I am really working her to the bone, Victor nodded. You should have given her a turn. He told Margaret, changing the subject.
Blah. As if this queue would ever move on.
She mumbled angrily. She didn't like the fact that she lost.
Excuse me.
What turns were you talking about earlier? Alex finally asked after she waited, but no other girls asked this crucial question. Were all of them in on this? What does this have to do with you? This is a girl thing. The annoyed Margaret snapped at her. You just need to get ready for the rehearsals tomorrow.
What rehearsal?
Alex asked with annoyance. She was a girl too. Sadly, she couldn't say that. The wedding rehearsal. You will be playing one of the brides. Margaret said.
What?
It was Hilda who exclaimed. Alex was simply too shocked to utter anything. Victor left the mansion that night after giving the reluctant girls their goodbye kisses with some instructions on what to do to hide his absence. They just had to tell anyone who asked about him that he was having a wild bachelor party at some secret location. After that, Victor secretly headed to the airport and sneaked into a certain plane using his disguise skill. He planned to travel to 3 or 4 locations. It all depended on whether he could find the items he was searching for. And he also had to leave a trail of the Nutcracker appearing in cities nearby to give the illusion that it was moving on foot away from Vane City. He wanted the player council to believe that it was a true demon that escaped the dungeon. Nova cursed as she opened her eyes and looked around. She was still chained to the wall in a dark cell.
Who the hell kidnapped her?
Was it that bastard Victor? That's what she thought at first, but later, after they locked her here when she pretended to be asleep, she heard them talking about their nefarious plan. They called themselves Dark Chamber, a secret organization that wanted to dominate the world and let all humans be their slaves.
It was all a big setup. The Victor she met was a fake.
They planned to make use of him to make trouble between the families, making them fight each other.
What an evil plan.
They kidnapped her because she didn't approve of the plan the fake Victor proposed. She was supposed to marry him, then he planned to drug the other girl, the one from the Von Rosen family, then he will make them kill each other at the wedding in front of all the elders. This would definitely spark a family war.
Damn it.
She needed to escape this place. Looking at the strange shackles in her hands and feet, she knew she could only sigh and do nothing. Those things were disabling all of her powers. And even if she escaped, she knew that she would not have the energy to fight. They were feeding her that disgusting goo only one time every 2 days. It tasted like shit. That's what she believed. She never tasted real shit after all. Why was she so unlucky? Maybe Caspian would come open the door any moment now and save her like a hero. She smiled as she imagined him in his heroic manner. Suddenly the dungeon gate opened. It was not Caspian, but a masked guard who walked in like a prostitute. He dragged in a shackled woman and then pinned her to the wall right beside Nova. Stay here for now. Don't worry, we need you alive, the guard said in a harsh voice before leaving as the woman who seemed injured glared at him hatefully. The steel door closed with a bang, and the dungeon darkened again. Hey, are you okay?
Nova asked.
The woman seemed badly injured.
I am fine.
The woman answered as she spat some blood.
You don't seem fine.
It doesn't matter. Did they also grab you to hide their little secret?
Yeah.
Those people probably want to control the world. Nova answered. I think so too. How long have you been here? The woman asked. I don't know, Nova answered. What date is it today? It is the 16th of the 8th month.
What?
This means I have been here for almost a month.
Nova was shocked. A month? What's your name? The woman asked.
You should introduce yourself before asking that, Nova answered warily. My name is Jane Armstrong.
The woman said. A reporter. Oh, Nova had no idea who Jane was. I am Nova Vaughn. No, Nova Astra. I come from... What?
The bride. Jane yelled in shock and interrupted Nova.
What bride?
Aren't you marrying Victor White? The double wedding is in a few days. Jane said as the energy returned to her eyes. It is all over the news. Even while I was on the run, I could see its depraved advertisement everywhere. What double wedding? Late that night, just before dawn, in an unimportant city in another unimportant country that borders the Wyron Principality, the National Museum was robbed. The thief stole more than 70 priceless art pieces and some random things that were left in the warehouse. After the police investigated the museum, questioning the only surviving guard, they could only learn that a demon was the one who did it, and they could only get one name.
The Nutcracker.
The guard said it as he peed his pants. According to him, that demon came through the walls and subdued the guards by just moving his long pointy finger, making them fall to the ground in pain. After that, he ordered each one of them to list all the bad things they have done in their lives. Strangely enough, they did tell him and no one could lie. It turned out that all of his 5 colleagues were thieves who had been stealing from the museum for years and putting the blame on the kids from a nearby orphanage. The Nutcracker nodded after hearing them, then swiftly killed them and cut their genitals to keep as souvenirs. He was the only one who survived after the Nutcracker found him innocent. But he had to pay a price by giving the Nutcracker the photo of his youngest daughter, which he kept in his wallet. That's all he remembered as he passed out after that. The police searched the security camera's footage after that, but it had all strangely been erased. The case was put on hold after concluding that the culprit must have used some kind of hallucination gas. It was suspected that this was an inside job and the other guards were part of it until they were betrayed by the perpetrator. No one knew that an identical secret report had been filed 3 times after that by 3 different agents. It contained the same sentence. The Nutcracker's trace had been found. West Tree City. The next afternoon, in the faraway mansion of a friendly neighborhood drug dealer, there were reports of a gunfight. When the police arrived at dawn and reluctantly knocked on the door, they discovered that all the men were dead with their genitals removed. The woman, who seemed to have gone crazy, only repeated one sentence. The Nutcracker is coming for all of us. They cried and kept begging for forgiveness, and no matter what the police asked, they didn't respond. They have gone crazy. A lab test on them found traces of some kind of strange drug, but the traces were so minuscule that no further investigations could be conducted. After searching the mansion, it was found that the vault was broken into, and many gold trinkets and expensive historical artifacts had been stolen. The cash was left intact. An empty secret warehouse was found hours later. It had traces of drugs that seemed to have been taken. The main suspect in this crime was a rival gang, so the investigation was dropped out of concern for the police's safety. A few reports were filed secretly after that. The Nutcracker struck again. Mirror Lake City, what is it after? It seems to focus on gold, drugs, historic artifacts, and nuts. At a garbage dump in another city, in another country, there were sightings of a demon digging through heaps of trash while cursing. A thug tried to harass him, but he was swiftly castrated.
Reports were filed.
The Nutcracker was spotted. It is searching for something.
We don't know what.
It is still heading west. On the far outskirts of an old city next to the sea, in a small village in the midst of the mountains, a grandiose temple surrounded by forests stood solemnly as the tiles of its shingled roof pondered on when they should fall.
Probably soon.
This place had been out of repair for a while now. You should really close this place and move to the city. I can't believe you are still hanging on here, a young woman with flashy neon pink dyed hair and a very short pink leather skirt said as she sat on a wooden chair in the kitchen. Candy, this place is our roots. A middle-aged woman rebuked her. This temple houses the sacred stone. We can't leave, we are bound to it by oath and tradition. We are the servants of this place. The pilgrims who come here expect us to guide them. Spare me the rhetoric. When did the last pilgrim come to visit this stone? Do you really worship this thing as a god?
Candy spat.
Do you still believe in these superstitions in this day and age? No wonder the world is going so bonkers that a stupid guy can hold a double wedding without repercussions.
She added, the stone is not a god.
A teenage girl who was sweeping the floor behind the two answered. She was wearing an old linen white robe that didn't suit her age and had a petite face that was covered by long unkempt bangs. The stone is only a sacred object, she explained stoically. And what's the difference? Candy said sarcastically, don't people come to pray in front of it? Didn't your parents send you here to be a temple maiden for life after your big brother's dick was magically healed? It's all bullshit if you asked me.
She added, Candy,
being the daughter of the last temple priest does not excuse your rude and vulgar language. The middle-aged woman scolded, Now, why are you here? I already told you, we don't have any money left from what your father left.
I know.
I am here with a good proposal for you. I just met a young man, he works in antiques and is interested in buying the stone.
What?
The middle-aged woman snapped angrily. Do you realize what you are saying, you bitch?
How dare you? Come on.
It is just some kind of mineral that glows in the dark. It might even be some radioactive shit that is all harmful and bad for your health. Why do you think the ancestors put it behind closed doors otherwise? Candy said, I showed my boyfriend its image and he told me that he had seen the carving on it before and that it is a very ancient artifact. He is ready to pay good money for it. Shut up, bitch, this thing is blessed by the gods. How dare you utter such blasphemy, the middle-aged woman screamed.
But,
I am just saying,
Candy said.
You claim that the stone can expel evil demons and cure curses. When was the last time you saw a demon or a curse? She asked sarcastically. If you don't see it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
The middle-aged woman said.
Many people get healed here every year. For the last 20 years, you only got 51 desperate pilgrims total. There were 52, a handsome young man came yesterday. Too bad his arrogant girlfriend refused to go up the mountain, or we would have had 53.
Regardless,
only 3 pilgrims were healed. It was obviously a fluke, those guys healed on their own.
It was God's will.
Seriously? Do you prefer serving some shiny rock rather than rebuilding the village? The money would be enough to turn this place into a tourist attraction, getting you out of poverty. The stone is not for sale. A solemn voice suddenly said, it was the girl sweeping in the back. Ray, this is not up to you, I already talked to the mayor. It's up to Ray. The middle-aged woman interrupted with a sigh. As the shrine maiden, she is the sole custodian of the stone. It has always been like that, she said.
But,
you are the priestess. The priest serves the temple and the shrine maiden serves the stone. These are 2 different inheritance lines. The priestess said, you were offered the role of the shrine maiden when you were young. But you just refused it.
It was the best choice I made, Candy said.
That crazy old hag wanted me to waste my life, guarding a stupid stone after her death. Thankfully Ray was sent here at the right time, or my old man would have been fooled by her. Then the stone has nothing to do with you anymore.
The priestess coldly said.
Since old Aunt Agatha passed away, the position had been transferred to Ray.
But, the money.
I told you to ask Ray.
Ray, come on. No way.
You will be able to escape this shit hole if you accept.
I refuse. But. You keep saying but.
Were you trying to summon me by any chance? A cold, solemn voice suddenly asked, startling the 3 women. It sounded as if it came straight from hell. All of the women in the room looked at the voice's origin, but there was no one there. They looked around again, but they still saw nothing.
Was that voice a hallucination? No, it wasn't.
The women gasped as the walls around them slowly began to get dim and crackle. The air itself seemed to be freezing. The light bulb dangling from the ceiling began to slightly flicker and swing as if it was being haunted. It only shook a little at first, but it didn't take it long to start moving and rotating to form strange patterns of light, casting harsh shifting shadows around the room. The old priestess and Candy looked at each other and then began to slowly walk toward the door. They stopped moments later. Where was the F***king door?
Demon begone.
The teenage girl, Ray, suddenly yelled, surprising the others. She was forming a strange seal with her fingers. There was a flash of light and a bang. The light bulb shattered, turning the room dark. The only light sources were now the full moon shining through the window and 2 flickering red eyes that had been hidden until now. The priestess and Candy gasped in surprise, but before they could speak, the demon that was seemingly still alive did. If I were someone else, that would have really hurt, you know, the cold sound said solemnly as the 3 women began to feel cold, freezing cold as they looked into his eyes. Now, they could see the demon at last. It crawled from the darkest corner of the kitchen, where they usually keep the garlic. It was a tall demon with white flowing silky hair and 2 long horns. It stepped lightly on the wooden floor tiles without making a sound, as if it was floating in midair. It looked at the women coldly as the already dim room turned dimmer. Candy screamed seconds later and then passed out after wetting herself. She dared to look him straight in the eyes.
Duh.
Demon what be?
B brings you here?
The middle-aged priestess asked, stuttering as she shook in fear. She was scared shitless. Are you the shrine's maiden?
The demon asked. No, it's her, the priestess said, pointing to Ray. She didn't even hesitate to sell out the teenage girl. Then why are you still awake? The demon asked. The priestess didn't reply,
She just gasped in shock before passing out and falling into the newly formed pool on the ground. The demon turned and looked at Ray, who was trying hard and failing not to shake in fear. She was more composed than the other two. Not by a lot though. "Take me to the stone, girl," the demon ordered. She expected him to say that, but she was not sure what to do. "Do you really want to make the nutcracker repeat itself?" the nutcracker asked. Ray frowned. "This would be risky." Follow me," she said carefully as she bit her rosy lip, then turned around without caring for the demons and reached out for the door in the dark. It was there as she expected. Demons couldn't alter the physical world this easily after all. Despite her lack of experience, she had the knowledge. She had long realized that it was an illusion. She just needed to find the demon's real body. "Lead the way. If you dare play any tricks, everyone in the village will die a horrible death." "The nutcracker death," the demon said as the light bulb turned alive again, making Ray carefully look back. The demon had disappeared. Looking at the two collapsed women, Ray made sure that they were breathing before clenching her fist and walking out. She would be made to clean their disgusting mess if she survived this. Walking out, she felt that no one followed her, but she was not a fool to believe that he was gone. She knew a lot more than anyone else in the temple did. The old shrine maiden who raised her taught her well and explained many secrets to her. Although she had seen no demons before she knew that they existed. In the secret chamber where she spent most of her time, there were a few demons' remains kept with old books and parchment that she studied in her spare time. A shrine maiden didn't have anything to do, to begin with. Other than cleaning the temple, that is. It was not her job, but that stinky priestess told her that if she wanted to eat, she needed to work. According to the old maiden whom Ray inherited, this place has an extremely ancient history. She told Ray that no demon was sighted for the last 11,700 years. The last demon in the records was a strange three-horned creature that tried to attack the temple to steal the sacred rock, but it was shattered to oblivion by the shrine maiden who used the same attack she did earlier. After that, demons who were a very common sight in the mountains, completely disappeared. According to the old records, a mighty god used grand magic to burn all the demons in the world so the humans can live in peace. After that, even if a demon managed to sneak into this world, it would not be able to use its powers or it would face the god's wrath. Not in her wildest imagination did Ray believe that she would meet a demon in this day and age. The one question she had now was what kind of demons was this? The fact that it escaped her attack easily and didn't kill anyone until now was proof that it was not a low-ranking one, but probably a very high-ranking demon who disdained to eat human flesh. This was troublesome, but as the shrine maiden, she had a duty to guard the stone. Are you to take the stone and use it to do harm?" Ray asked sneakily, trying to figure out the demon's purpose. "Harm would be done, but only to those who earn it with hard work," the nutcracker answered. Its voice was as ethereal and rootless as ever as it spouted some nonsense. Ray, who left the temple's building and was walking toward a small hill to the side, was surprised. He answered. What should she do now? Would he fall for the trap prepared by her predecessors? She had no choice but to try and lure him there. Maybe she might try to get more info out of it. What if there were others? "Are you alone here?" It didn't answer. "How were you able to avoid being burnt by the god's wrath?" she asked again, not expecting an answer. "I will answer that. It is not the god's wrath that burns demons, but the world will," he explained. "There are 3 methods to enter this world. They represent the 3 fabric elements. Anyone who enters with another method will be erased." 3 elements? The first is space, entering by forcibly crossing the world barrier. This way was opened by an accident a long time ago, and from it many had entered this world. But it was closed after that, locking them in. Now only dungeons and death await the intruders. The demon said. This way is the one closed by the gods? Those idiots were only very strong players who were at the right place at the right time. They took all the credit. The world's boundaries closed naturally. Players. Ray didn't really get it. But the nutcracker continued regardless. The second way is the soul way, through the ethereal plane. It is impossible to close, yet nearly impossible to cross, it said. Many had already came here using it, but the price they paid was steep. They sacrificed their physical bodies and now they exist as demonic souls possessing innocence as they lay dormant in the dark. Waiting, he continued as if it was a teacher giving her a lesson. Waiting for what? For the last. The last way, the way of time, it is firmly guarded, but is about to be opened on time. The reckoning is coming, he said. The demons will flood this world and feast on human flesh. What? When? There was no answer. The nutcracker remained silent. It didn't answer any questions after that. It took them 3 minutes to reach an old rough stone-built room that had a barred metal door. On the door, Many old colorful pieces of fabric were tied. They were prayers offered to the stone inside. Ray hesitated, then took a key from a string around her neck and unlocked the door. She looked back, but there was no one there. She bit her lip and slowly opened the gate while keeping her vigilance. Nothing moved around her.
It is inside, she said.
Then why are you standing there?
The Nutcracker asked.
His voice was still impossible to track.
Go
in, the demon said, not falling for her trick. Ray cursed inwardly and slowly walked inside the small room, where an opal-colored, fist-sized shiny round stone was placed on a velvet pedestal. It had a strange shimmering green light around it and was carved with intricate ancient symbols. Ray just walked and stood next to it, swallowing as she secretly made a certain shape with her hand just as a black shadow slowly materialized in one corner of the room.
Bang!
A blue bolt of lightning suddenly formed above the stone and hit the shadow, causing it to vanish, but nothing else happened. Ray didn't care as she kept her fingers crossed, and a barrage of more than 100 bolts of red lightning began to flash around the room. This was the protection array arranged by her ancestors thousands of years ago. Every shrine maiden had to learn to perfectly control it to protect this place. The artificial thunderstorm stopped 15 minutes later, leaving a room full of smoke and the smell of burnt meat. She could see it now, the demon's shared skeleton that fell from the roof a few minutes ago. It was like a small arm-sized snake with 3 eyes. A shadow snake, she said as she approached it carefully, but seconds later the snake came to life. It jumped at Ray, making her flinch and release a bolt of lightning, but the snake dodged as it passed Ray and reached for the stone. Ray smiled inwardly, then cursed as the snake didn't fall for the fake stone, but made a strange movement, switching direction and heading down. It drilled into the ground under the pedestal. *T. Ray gasped and ran toward the wooden pedestal. She flipped it, knocking the fake stone away to reveal the hidden ancient stairway underneath. Ray quickly descended downstairs, nearly jumping over the stone steps that she crossed hundreds of times to reach an iron gate at the bottom. As expected, it had a small hole freshly drilled into it. That thing was already in. She quickly placed her hand on the gate. It shone with purple light and then swung open. The room inside was intact. The real sacred stone, shaped like a glass cube prism, was still in its place. *T. Ray cursed again as she realized that she was fooled. She didn't hesitate as she pushed the gate behind her to close and then activated her ultimate attack. She would surely die now, as there were no safe spots in the formation here. But the stone must never fall into the hands of demons or many people would die. She was dead anyway if the stone got taken, as she would perish the moment she got 10 miles away from the stone. Ray expected an explosion, but nothing happened. Ray activated the formation again. Still nothing. Did she lose her powers? You are interesting, the demon said in his cold voice. Turning around, she saw him behind her, looking at her with his burning eyes. He was back to his large demonic shape. The sacred rock was in his hand. His purplish blood shone on its surface. Thanks for guiding me here. He began to speak but was interrupted as Ray took out a dagger and attacked him, aiming for his heart, then shifting her target and slashing at his throat. She had realized why she lost her powers. That thing has gotten the stone. Her powers came from the stone, as she was its servant after all. The sound of metal hitting metal could be heard after that as sparks flew everywhere. The holy dagger was barely scratching the demon's neck. Interesting, he said. Ray attacked again and again, aiming at every part of the demon's body from his eyes to his butthole, but no matter where she struck, it was as if there was a thin film guarding his body. It's getting boring now, he said. Let's make it more interesting, he added as he jumped on her, intending to. It paused and looked toward the door. Bang! The demon exploded. It was hit by a ball of black fire that came from the gate. It was slightly open as a young man stood there. He was wearing simple clothes and had short disheveled hair. Yet the heroic air around him was undeniable. It's you, Ray said. It was the young man who came this afternoon to pray at the temple. You can shoot fire? Are you a demon too? I am perfectly human. And I already told you to call me Rain, he said, sneakily reminding her of his name. Think of me like a wizard. Are you okay? Yes. Why did you return? She didn't fully believe him. You told me that you never tasted cupcakes before, so I brought you some, he said, raising a plastic bag in his hand as he slowly approached her while keeping his vigilance. Watch out. The demon. It can use illusions. It may still be alive, Ray warned as she stepped back. She was still alert. I know. I can still feel its presence. But it was badly hurt, the young man said with a smug smile as he took out 3 talismans and activated them. A screeching sound filled the room, making Ray put her hands on her ears as she felt them hurt. The pain was temporary as Rain quickly put a talisman on her back, making her stop hearing that sound. Ray wanted to thank Rain, but stopped and focused on the corner of the room where a shadow began to form. It was the Nutcracker. It was standing with difficulty, and from the look in its eyes, she knew that it was not pleased with them at all.
Tip.
FUCK, that guy should have been me. Where the F***CK did he come from stealing the limelight? Victor cursed inwardly. What **T luck was this to meet two scions at a place like this? When did these guys become so common? Yes, not only Rain but even Ray was a scion. At first, when he came here, he was shocked to discover that the shrine maiden, Ray, was a scion, an unawakened one. Too bad, he couldn't take his time subduing her as he was in a hurry. He needed to scam her and force her to open the artifacts room for him, as decoding the protection array without her help would have taken him ages. He also really wanted another scion servant like her, as he planned for Tom to be sent away after the wedding. After getting the stone, the girl lost her borrowed powers, so Victor planned to thoroughly defeat her. Then when she was most desperate, he planned to break the door with his real body and defeat the demon to save her. Too bad his plan was shattered when this other scion, Rain, suddenly appeared and took the place of a hero after nearly shooting him to death. That ball of black fire had death energy in it, and it would have hit his head spot on if he didn't dodge it in time thanks to a black fate thread appearing seconds earlier and warning him. That's what he got for being overconfident. Victor kept reminding himself of that. But he couldn't be blamed. For the past couple of days things were progressing smoothly after all. But on the other hand, meeting a scion was a given at some point. Well, he should have expected that something would go wrong. He has been hunting for supreme treasures, the Edict shards after all. Those things involved many fates. But he needed to get those things sooner or later. They were on the top of his list. Building an array of those things was the swiftest way to make sure that nothing bad happens at the wedding. Victor feigned being hurt as the Nutcracker and looked at the two scions using his inspection skill while considering his options.
Name, Ray Cloudy.
Abnormal status, Artifact Servant, X.
STR 21, 50. Int 22, 50. Luck 7. Charm 27.
Fate status,
Fate's power S.
Summary, Scion. Define fate, Scion, collect all the Edict shards and protect them. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil.
Victor clicked his tongue.
He really wanted this girl, Ray. Using her, he would be able to easily collect the rest of the stones, even the ones that were impossible to get. She had the fate for that after all.
Name, Rain Cleaver. Level, 49. Class, Arcane Knight.
Abnormal status. Cursed, SS, the Devil's Elixir, demons will desire your flesh. And if they eat you they would grow stronger. Death Lord's Blessing, all magic skills have an insta-death chance. Authority, 11. Strength, 162. Agility, 149. Intelligence, 170.
Luck, 27. Charm, 42. Order, 25. Skills. Life Sense, SS.
Death Fireball, SS, insta-death chance 0.1%. Death Windblade, S, insta-death chance 0.1%. Death Heal, S, insta-death chance 10%. Master Talisman Maker, A.
Barbecue, A. Sword Arts, A. Fist Arts, A. Spear Arts, B.
Survival Instinct, B.
Pain Resistance, C. Poison Resistance, D. Blacksmith, E. Womanizer, FFF. Equipment. Storage Ring, A. Hidden Dagger, A.
Hidden Leather Armor, C. Heavenly Sect Outer Disciple Token.
Cancelled. Bloodline.
Fate status.
Fate's power, SS.
Summary, Scion. Define fate, Scion, bring death to all demons who face you. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Victor never heard of this guy in his previous life, but it was clear that he was bad news. What should he do now? Fight Rain and get the chick? Not a chance, he does not have a death wish. Although he can easily overpower Rain with his skills and level. With that guy's scary fate, Victor was not sure of the result. This was a risky business and Victor couldn't take risks before the wedding.
Damn it.
Wait. Reading Ree's status, Victor got an idea. This can still be managed. Rain and Ray looked at the Nutcracker nervously as they prepared their weapons to attack. The demon looked at them, then suddenly it vanished. They prepared for the upcoming attack, but it was too late. The Nutcracker attacked from an angle they didn't expect as it appeared right behind them, slashing with a large jagged sword that looked extremely dangerous and targeting Ree's head. The attack did not land as it was parried by Rain's own broad two-handed sword.
Die, demon.
Rain yelled as he slid his blade against the Nutcracker's sword, and shot a wind blade from its end, targeting the demon's head. The demon easily dodged as he vanished like a puff of smoke, appearing right behind Ray this time, clearly intending to kill her. Rain, who was anticipating this, shot a fireball at him as Ray stabbed her dagger behind. The demon vanished again, failing to achieve its goal. This time he appeared right beside Rain and kicked him in the ribs, sending him crashing toward the wall, then aimed at Ray again, but Rain, seemingly moving in midair, made an impossible backflip, then threw a thunder talisman at the demon, making it back away. For the next few minutes, the demon kept trying to attack Rain, who was forced to only defend. The moment he tried to attack, the Nutcracker would aim for Ray, forcing him to defend again. It was clear that no side could win this without going all out. And both of them were getting tired. Suddenly there was a chance. The demon who was heading for Ray for another attack turned around and started heading to the gate.
No! Ray yelled.
It's trying to escape. Rain said nothing as he just smiled as an array suddenly activated, forcing the demon away from the gate, forcing it to frown and look at Rain to speak for the first time.
A dueling marker.
Human, do you have a death wish? The demon said angrily. Rain didn't respond, he just looked at Ray. You can escape here, I am locked with this demon, none can leave before one of us dies. It could also be annulled if both parties agreed that it was a tie, but Rain didn't say that.
What? Ray asked in shock. Cursed chosen one.
This has nothing to do with you. The Nutcracker yelled, feigning to be hurt. I might not be able to defeat you easily after your cowardly sneak attack, but you will not survive a fight with me and the girl will surely die. If it is Ree's business, it is mine. Rain said. He was wondering how the demon knew about his curse.
Oh.
The girl is fated to die no matter what. She is the stone's slave, she would perish in seconds if she got away from the stone, the Nutcracker said in the evilest tone he could muster.
What?
Rain asked, looking at Ray with shock. He didn't expect that. It's true, she said with a downcast tone. Then we will just have to take the stone with us after killing him. Rain said. He came here in the first place to steal the stone, but he couldn't tell that to Ray.
Who said I will go with you? Ray complained. We will see about that.
How about we make a deal? The Nutcracker suddenly said. It was clear he was getting sick hearing the conversation between them. I don't make deals with demons. Rain flatly rejected as he prepared his sword stance. I can break your curse, and you will leave her and leave. He intended to break them apart.
I said no.
Rain flatly refused.
He didn't trust demons.
The curse he got was because he trusted one a long time ago. Then how about I break her curse? Victor said in an annoyed tone, going for his second option. Can you do that?
Rain asked. Don't believe him.
Don't worry, Rain said, then looked back at the Nutcracker waiting for his answer. I can, to a certain degree. The stone will be go with me though. Rain paused and considered his options. Then release Ray and I will let you go. Rain finally said. He already realized that he had already lost his best shot at defeating this demon by himself after the first surprise attack didn't finish him off. Illusion demons were always the trickiest. Ray had a high chance of dying if the demon decided to go all out. Rain knew quite well that the only reason the demon was negotiating was that it was hurt. And the demon was not the only one who could scheme.
You? Letting me go? Ha ha ha. Stop bullshitting.
What do you propose? Rain asked flatly.
An agreement.
Victor said as out of thin air a golden parchment materialized. A contract with the Nutcracker. The first party shall immediately remove all the stone restrictions on Ree's location. The second party shall declare the duel a tie. The second party will not hunt for the first party for 30 years. Rain frowned as he read it. What is this? Ray, who was not sure what was going on, asked. It's a binding deal. Rain explained, then looked back at the Nutcracker. I need you to revoke all of Ree's bindings, not just her location, he added with a hidden smirk. That is impossible, even for me. I can just manipulate the restriction to let her leave and not be bound by the stone. Victor lied. The binding can only be removed by someone with an authority of 87, the same as the stone. He gave them false hope.
Oh.
That's a good excuse. It's a deal then, Rain said after some thinking. Add a condition that you will not attack me or Ray then.
That is impossible. You hurt me after all.
The Nutcracker always takes his revenge. Nuts shall roll, the demon said, then thought for a moment. I can give you both a year though. Make the time restriction 1 year for us too and it is a deal, Rain said confidently.
Oh fine. No. The stone. Ray complained.
Is it more important than your life?
Rain held her. It is.
For me, you are the most important though, Rain said, making Ray look away with a blush. This guy was as good at scamming little girls as Victor. We can get it later, he whispered in Ree's blushing ear. If his plan today failed, He planned to use Ray to track the stone a year later using her connection to it, and he knew that the demon wanted to track them using that method too. That's why none of them truly wanted Ray's connection to the stone to be fully annulled. They were just acting in front of her. We get each other, the Nutcracker complimented. Sign with your blood. Ray nodded. He didn't ask the demon about removing his own curse, because he didn't trust that it would not play any tricks and because he was sure that he would solve it himself someday. Who knew, maybe this demon would give him the method by himself as he begged for its life. This was not the first time things like this happened to him. Rain smiled as he bit his finger and marked the contract, making it vanish moments later in a flash of light.
Contract approved. The deal was sealed.
Both the Nutcracker and Rain got a system notification. Now release her restrictions.
Rain said, I will.
The Nutcracker said, flicking his finger and removing the location restriction that was placed by the stone. As the stone master now, Ray was also his slave. Although it was not as strong as blood slaves, he could easily kill her and find her location if he wanted to. He could also play some evil tricks. The restriction had been modified. Aria shall be free to move, but if she ever courts a man, she shall die. That is the price of freedom, the Nutcracker said with a smug smile. He had already set his eyes on this one, and she was not escaping his grasp.
Oh, I see.
Then I declare the duel a tie, said Rain as he cursed inwardly. Taming a girl like Ray without banging her was hard. This demon was a bastard. But dealing with demons always involved some trick. And this was good, it meant that the demon had some other plan for Ray. Tie it is, the demon said, making the array around them blink and then vanish. Goodbye then. Until we meet again in your worst nightmare. The demon said as it began to disappear.
I will. Fuck. Ah. Bang.
A big explosion suddenly sounded where the demon was moments ago, throwing Ray and Rain to the ground. Stupid Rain, did you die yet? A girl suddenly said with a haughty voice.
Tulip, you bitch. You are late. You almost killed us.
Rain, who was on the ground with a mouth full of dirt, asked as he looked at the newcomer, a short girl with long curly hair and noble air. She was dressed in a black lace-frilled luxurious gown that didn't suit the current environment. She was also holding a blue umbrella, which didn't suit the current weather. Why should I care about the life of a commoner like you? If you died under my attack, that would have been your honor, she said as she twirled her umbrella with a frown while looking around. And I am never late. Don't you dare say such words ever again.
Honer my ass.
Rain said as he stood up and then helped Ray, who was warily looking at Tulip. Rain was not afraid that the Nutcracker would attack him as he had already signed a deal with it. As for the demon attacking Tulip, he wouldn't mind that bitch suffering a little bit. Then couldn't you have waited until the demon left this place before attacking it? He asked, already knowing the answer. In fact, he was counting on Tulip getting the demon and the stone when he signed the deal with it. This young mistress never waits, she said. And that thing seemed to have escaped, she said as she closed her umbrella.
What? Damn it.
Illusion demons are always tricky. Can you track it?
Are you ordering me? Tulip frowned.
No, just inquiring, Rain said as he cursed inwardly. Dealing with this bitch was a pain in the ass. That thing escaped with the artifact.
Oh.
Let's see, Tulip said as she took out a strange copper compass from her storage ring and activated it. What is? Ray wanted to ask, but Rain held her hand and shook his head. Tulip didn't like to be interrupted. I see no signs, strange. We lost it, Tulip said coldly after a few minutes as she put the compass away, making sure not to reveal her astonishment. For a second there, she could swear that the demon felt her as she attacked him.
But she was not sure. How could it sense her?
What was its rank?
Oh. No matter.
We will meet with it again, sooner or later. Rain said, totally unaware of his colleague's thoughts. Now, can you make Ray a player?
Are you ordering me? Ah.
In his cell, Yulian was casually watching a family drama movie with a few other inmates when another annoying advertisement began to play. He dismissively glanced at it after hearing the catchy song and then gasped when he saw what was on screen. He jumped from his seat and pushed his face into the old CRT TV to make sure he was seeing right.
In 2 days.
The wedding of the century in the White Hotel.
The White Hotel. The White Hotel.
8 girls at once. 8 girls at once. 8 girls at once. Maybe you can do that too.
Just visit our hotel. Visit our hotel. Visit our hotel. Visit our hotel. For reservation. XXXXXXX. Yulian?
What's wrong?
An old man asked.
Did you lose your mind over those girls in the commercial? Are they your type?
He is just jealous.
I heard you needed a title of nobility to marry that many wives, another mate said. Weren't they only 2? Another new one said. He got out of solitary today and didn't catch up with the latest news. I heard that the groom decided to marry all of his maids after that. Those rich people, an old man said as he shook his head. Yulian, what do you think? That girl is my sister. Yulian said in shock as he sat down. Earlier they displayed a photo of Victor Von Weiss surrounded by pretty girls. One of them was Lily with her veil standing behind him respectfully. Oh. Is she one of the brides? I am not sure. Yulian said nervously as he began to bite his fingernails. You got lucky. Your sister will be rich now. Maybe your brother-in-law would help you a little after fucking her. Yulian glared at that man. He really wanted to hit his smug face, but he held himself as he calculated. He would be released on the morning of the wedding date. Was this a coincidence? How many siblings do you have, Yulian? An old man asked, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. I have 1 elder brother, and 2 little sisters. Lily and Tulip, he said with a complex expression as he sat down. He had never got the chance to meet Tulip as she was born after he was sent away. He couldn't wait to reunite with her. He was sure she would welcome him with open arms and call him Big Brother with a sweet smile. Which one of the girls was your sister? A burly guy asked, waking Yulian up from his fantasy. The red-headed one? He added as he licked his lips. None. I will return to my cell to get some sleep. Yulian said as he stood up. In his heart, he swore to kill the guy after he regained his status. Now, he needed to find a way to get to the wedding in time. He should be able to make it there before they take their vows if he hurried. He just had to stay out of trouble. Victor cursed as he left the mountain in a hurry with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. This was close, too close. What kind of shit luck was this? No, this was beyond shit. 3 scions at once? And one of them had to be that fucking bitch Tulip. What was this? An RPG hero party with a hero, a princess, and now a priestess? Bitch, bitch, stupid bitch. Victor kept cursing on his way down, scaring away many of the wildlife there, especially a poor bear that almost had a heart attack when the nutcracker passed beside it. All the animals would decide to move to the city after this. Victor sighed, remembering Tulip's status. It was completely different from what he knew from his past life. This bitch was hiding her power. Name, Tulip von Krohn. Level, 99. Class, Void Rider. Abnormal status. Void Lord's Greater Blessing. All attacks have a chance to break space, 10-70% of any. Damage can be diverted into the void. Cannot be affected by space locking. Authority, 15. Strength, 323. Agility, 348. Intelligence, 355. Luck, 37. Charm, 49. Order, 69. Skills. Void Strike, SSS. Banishment, SS. Void Dance, SS. Soul Instillment, S. Hiding, S. Soul Suck, S. Death Shrill, S. Swimming, A. Elemental Energy Strike, A. Limited Dive, A. Limited Flight, A. Charm, A. Camouflage, A. Survival Instinct, A. Sweet Tooth, A. Sword Arts, A. Trident Arts, A. Needle Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Perfect Memory, A. Dancing, A. Painting, A. Piano, A. Strategy, B. Regeneration, B. Minor Teleport, B. Hate Resistance, B. Mocking, C. Acting, C. All Elements Resistance, D. Poison Resistance, E. Sewing, E. Stun Resistance, E. Talisman Making, E. Pain Resistance, F. Leadership, F. Cooking, FFF. Equipment. Omni Umbrella, SSS plus S. Royal Storage Ring, S. Death Shadow Hairpin, S. 0.1% Instadeath. Hidden Neither Armor, A. Hidden Void Armor, A. Master Protection Talisman, A. Master Protection Talisman, B. Master Protection Talisman, C. Sunken Empire Imperial Token, A. Bloodline. Crowned Craw, Awakened. Awakened. Fate Status. Name, Tulip von Krohn. Level, 99. Class, Void Rider. Abnormal status. Void Lord's Greater Blessing. All attacks have a chance to break space, 10-70% of any. Damage can be diverted into the void. Cannot be affected by space locking. Authority, 15. Strength, 323. Agility, 348. Intelligence, 355.
Luck, 37. Charm, 49. Order, 69. Skills. Void Strike, SSS. Banishment, SS. Void Dance, SS. Soul Instillment, S. Hiding, S. Soul Suck, S. Death Shrill, S. Swimming, A. Elemental Energy Strike, A. Limited Dive, A. Limited Flight, A. Charm, A. Camouflage, A. Survival Instinct, A. Sweet Tooth, A. Sword Arts, A. Trident Arts, A. Needle Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Perfect Memory, A. Dancing, A. Painting, A. Piano, A. Strategy, B.
Regeneration, B.
Minor Teleport, B. Hate Resistance, B. Mocking, C. Acting, C.
All Elements Resistance, D.
Poison Resistance, E. Sewing, E. Stun Resistance, E.
Talisman Making, E.
Pain Resistance, F. Leadership, F. Cooking, FFF. Equipment. Omni Umbrella, SSS plus S.
Royal Storage Ring, S. Death Shadow Hairpin, S. 0.1% Instadeath.
Hidden Neither Armor,
A.
Hidden Void Armor, A.
Master Protection Talisman, A. Master Protection Talisman, B. Master Protection Talisman, C. Sunken Empire Imperial Token,
A. Bloodline.
Crowned Craw, Awakened.
Awakened.
Fate Status.
Fate's Power, SSS.
Summary, Scion. Define fate, Scion, the world bends to your will. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil.
Fuck.
What a B asterisk TCH.
Victor cursed.
He had no idea that she was a Scion too. She had surely hidden this fact well in his previous life. As for what was her destiny, he knew perfectly well. It was like Zoe, to be one of the world's 5 saints. The one who protected the world order. Many things fit now. Back then she was the most arrogant thing he had ever seen. Even her father, the emperor, had to smile and scratch his beard when she cursed at him. Her attack earlier was extremely dangerous. He only managed to spot her at the last moment. Thankfully his fate instinct had saved him again. As for Rey, seemingly now he had to leave her until later. He would have to wait until he got some skill or artifact to deal with Scions. *T. No matter what, he had enough Edict Shards now to make a rudimentary control formation.
Edict Shards, X.
Override System Rules.
Effect range 1 yard. Depends on authority.
Bound Servants, 1/4. Current Edicts, 2. All permanent effects of rank F and below would be eliminated. 10 authority, 10 order points to edit Oregon remove. All curses of rank F and below would be annulled. 200 authority, 200 order points to edit Oregon remove.
Add, remove, edit?
Victor smiled as he looked at the stone he got. He got all 4 he could get for now. The others are either far away or in heavily guarded locations. With an array, those things' range can be extended depending on how many he had. In his past life, no one could understand what those stones were. In fact, no one knew that they were the same thing, as each stone was programmed to do different things. They had only one job: override and write additional rules to the system, affecting the behavior of any skills in their area of effect. The first one he got from a museum had the effect of nullifying fire attacks. That's why it was considered a lucky charm there. The second one was from a drug lord's mansion and was programmed to calm the mind and increase libido. It worked wonders with the right drugs. The third was in a trash dump. Its effect to attract misfortune was affecting it. He had to disable its effect before traveling with it, but it seemed to have affected him a little before he could do that. The fourth was the one at the shrine, being treated as a sacred stone to lift curses and expel demons. The truth about them was discovered by one of the alchemists of the royal family after getting a tip from a friend from another world. After that, they were used to develop the Imperial Palace's Grand Protection Array. No skills could be used in the Imperial Palace after that without the Emperor's permission. Victor learned about their history and where they were found from the book The Imperial Array, A Dark History. Victor planned to use those in the wedding to stop certain exploding and poisoning skills. He was confident that he would be able to locate any demonized agents that the Von Zwei could have summoned using Yin's power and an extensive array. He just had to stop them from exploding before the girls got to them. This would cost him all of his order points though.
Damn it.
Victor casually cursed as he made his way toward the nearest city's airport, intending to return to Vane City ASAP. The wedding was the next day. Hopefully, Arya would have already prepared the groundwork for the defense formation. Warning. Artifact /.15887tr/ is trying to locate your bound artifact /FA00 arc 07 position using a connection to /player 48777448789000/.
Allow?
Yes/no. Victor frowned and pressed no in a hurry. Did they already turn Ray into a player?
Damn it.
That bitch Tulip surely acted fast. She knew how to hold a grudge and didn't like unknown things at all. Thankfully, due to his authority, they would never be able to find him using those stupid methods. When Victor reached Vane City late at night, he quickly unlocked his phone and looked at the barrage of messages and missed calls waiting for him. He wanted to finish some business and reach the mansion before checking them, but a sudden call from Kai, his faithful butler, stopped him. "Young master, I found you at last. Is there anything? Your father has been searching for you."
Only that. Yes?
Okay, I have been notified. Did you get that guy Yulian and guide him to the hotel?
Ah.
I forgot to tell you, young master, but Yulian's release date had been delayed until tomorrow due to a clerical error. Kai said, "I learned of it a week ago."
What?
At what hour will he be released? Victor asked as he cursed inwardly. Damn that misfortune curse. Early in the morning.
Good.
Victor sighed in relief. Then make sure that he can find a ride to the wedding tomorrow. He ordered before he hung up and then hurried to his mansion. He planned to go install the array at the hotel, but knowing his parents were looking for him, he realized that they were already waiting at the mansion. Installing the array had to be delayed until the morning. Things were getting messy even before the wedding started. Victor quickly took a taxi after that, while calling Mike and Alice to ask about their schedule and to arrange a meeting at the hotel in the morning before the wedding so that they could take about what to do if Caspian appeared. Reaching his mansion, Victor quickly noticed the strange atmosphere from the bottom of the mountain. The two chicks who guarded the gate were on edge. Even the hounds were restless, as if they had just been scolded. "What's wrong?" Victor asked as he walked down from the taxi.
Ah. Young master.
"You are here at last." They cried in relief. "Your esteemed father and mother had been waiting for you inside since noon."
Oh.
Victor nodded in acknowledgement, then walked and then took a cart up the mountain and reached the top in 15 minutes. When he walked inside, he was welcomed by the stern gaze of his father and mother who were sitting in the living room with the girls, interrogating them about Victor's habits.
Victor.
Theodore said coldly.
Esteemed father.
Victor bowed respectfully.
Mother.
"Where have you been for the last 3 days?"
Elena, his mother, asked.
"Didn't the girls tell you?" Victor asked, looking at Lily who was sitting beside his mother. She wanted to jump and hug him, but she didn't dare to. "They said you went to attend some bachelor party." Elena said, "What kind of parties take 3 days?" she asked as Theodore looked away. Back before he married his first wife Marta, he had a 25-day bachelor party. It was a blast. 33 hot models got pregnant that month. In fact, this was when he met Elena for the first time. It was supposed to be a one-night thing, but the girls there wanted to take turns, so I was locked until they were satisfied, he said as he glanced at Margaret. No need for further details, his mother scolded. "Sit down now," she said, then turned to her daughter.
Dear Lara.
"Go to your room, it is already past your sleeping time," Elena said to Lara as she watched her son sit down. "Ah, yes mother," Lara reluctantly said as she stood up, bowed then headed upstairs followed by Elle who gave Victor a look of sympathy. Victor, who knew what this was about, threw his father a blaming look. He should have appeased Elena before coming here. Theodore just shrugged his shoulders. He was not going to lie to his wife and take the heat for his son. Not for something like this anyway. "Now," Elena said, turning to Victor after making sure that Lara had left. "Why the hell are you marrying 8 girls?" Elena began to scold him.
Ah.
"Should I marry 9 then?" Victor asked, almost giving his mother a heart attack.
Don't try to be funny. She cursed at him. Ah. Well, you see.
"I like them all, and I couldn't choose," he began to mumble, making the girls blush.
Victor.
"Tell the truth," his mother said coldly. "Well, keep it a secret, it is because of the family rules. They usually only approve of holding a marriage ceremony if the girl already gave birth to an heir. This time they approved because of the political situation and I just wanted to use it to marry all the girls I like," he explained.
Oh, Elena was convinced.
"Then why didn't you include Lily?" she asked. "Well," Victor hesitated then looked at his father. "I already married Lily," he said. "What?" both Theodore and Elena asked. "Yes, we did it in secret in a temple in the mountains. I know this would be troublesome, but I wanted her to be my first wife before Lynn and Nova, And I didn't want the family to know, he explained as he blushed and scratched the back of his head. Lily blushed too as the rest of the girls looked at her in shock. Theodore sighed and looked away as Elena looked at Lily. Why didn't you tell me? The young master told me not to. You still call him young master? Isn't he your husband? I like to be called young master, Victor answered his mother awkwardly. Oh, Elena said, realizing that this was one of her son's fetishes. She better keep out of this. You understand that the family, despite approving the wedding, would not really recognize these marriages. And as long as the girls do not give birth to heirs, they would be considered concubines.
Theodore warned. I do.
I just want them to have a wedding, Victor said, making his mother sigh. Do you know how embraced I was when my family knew about the mass wedding? Everyone in town was making fun of me. Elena finally said with a sigh, you should have warned me beforehand.
It was an abrupt decision, Victor lied.
And they will stop making fun of us when they see how grand the wedding is.
Yeah.
Hopefully, nothing bad will happen, Elena said, jinxing it. I almost lost my mind after that video with the old prostitutes. I am ashamed of myself for thinking it was you, she added, making Theodore to the side clear his throat.
I know.
We will catch that imposter and spank his butt to oblivion, Victor said, glaring at Alex who was standing as a butler near the wall. She unconsciously rubbed her butt.
I don't care about that.
I just want him to confess so that I can gain my lost reputation back. Elena said dismissively, now let's talk about something else. Why didn't you invite your half-brothers? Your first mother Marta was so angry that she began shouting on the phone.
Elena said.
She was not blaming him. This has nothing to do with her. When brother Max got married, they didn't invite you, he said. He didn't really want his half-brothers to be there. And he knew that even if he invited them, they would not come. They just wanted to make trouble.
You were young back then.
I couldn't leave you and go, Elena said as Theodore sighed. His tactic for dealing with his household problems was the policy of non-interference. He left them to sort it out themselves. Although it was far from perfect, for a man with hundreds of children and mistresses, this was the best way he had to avoid headaches. Little did he know that his stupid approach created a huge mess in the darkness.
Regardless,
Brother Mike and sister Alice will be there, Victor said, changing the subject. What, Alice will be there too? Elena asked in shock as Lara, who was eavesdropping on Elle from outside, shivered. Would she be able to meet her mysterious esteemed sister Alice at long last? When Alice left the house, she was too young to remember her.
Yeah, Victor said.
Will she come with her entourage?
Probably. Then I will not attend.
Elena interrupted decisively. She was not going to be humiliated in front of her entire family. Don't worry, mother. I will talk to her, Victor said as the conversation was heading in the way he wanted. And Alice already has a boyfriend. They are deeply in love, so she is no longer into wired hobbies. Victor explained it in a way suitable to be heard by little girls.
What? A boyfriend? Really?
When did you learn of that? Elena asked as Theodore frowned. He knew about Caspian, so Alice having a boyfriend felt strange. She told me a few weeks ago when I called to invite her. She can't wait to introduce you to him, Victor said as he crossed his fingers. This step was very important as he planned to arrange for a certain stupid siscon to be Alice's fake boyfriend. This had to be played tight though.
Now.
Your father and I have to tell you something, Elena said with a smile after clarifying the wedding issue.
What? Victor asked.
We will be moving to Vane City, Elena said with a smile as she looked at Theodore. After seeing how Lara is improving here, we affirmed our decision. She expressed it like this was a pleasant surprise.
What?
Do you plan to live here by any chance? Victor asked as he sweated a little. His parents being here would be a disaster. Not in this mansion, it was Theodore who replied. We will be staying with Luna. I bought her a plot of land in the west of the city a while back, and the mansion we built there had just been finished. Theodore, who totally got his son, explained. Aren't you returning to the archipelago?
Victor asked.
This was a bit unusual. The situation in the family is a little troublesome currently. And I don't want Luna to stay alone. She is pregnant, you know, he explained. Victor nodded. In other words, his perverted father couldn't fully enjoy himself with a pregnant Luna, so Elena was there for that. I understand. Lara will be staying with you, I presume? Victor asked as he thought about something. Yes, Elena excitedly said. Theodore had decided to supervise her training by himself, she said with a smile. In the family, only Max and Mike got direct tutoring from Theodore, and both of them held prominent positions in the family. Oh, Victor frowned a little, but quickly hid it. We planned for Lara to go with us today, but Lily suggested that Lara should stay here tonight as she got a lot of luggage to pack. She sure has bought a lot of things since she moved in with you.
Theodore chuckled.
The luggage will get transported first thing in the morning, and Lara will leave with us when the wedding is over. He didn't expect his baby girl to enjoy herself this much. She told him about her grand sleepover earlier, and it made him feel a little guilty for not allowing her a normal childhood before. But he didn't want her to end up like Alice.
Oh, I see.
That would make things more convenient, Victor said, giving Lily a secret nod. At first, Victor delayed the issue of fixing Lara's bloodline because of her sleepover and fearing the effect of the misfortune curse. But later he totally forgot about it as he went out treasure hunting. He should have returned earlier.
Damn.
Her blood regeneration operation needed to be done tonight. Doing it later after his father began training Lara would be a problem, as she would improve suddenly and that would raise a lot of questions. That's it then, we should be on our way, we have a lot of things to sort out in the new mansion, Theodore said as he stood up followed by Elena. I wanted to check on the wedding preparation, but Arya told me she took care of things. But I still have to warn you, don't mess this up, Theodore said, looking at Arya who was sitting beside him earlier. She nodded with a slight blush.
I understand,
Victor said, then kissed his mother goodbye before quickly accompanying his parents to the door as if he was afraid that they would change their minds and decide to stay. Theodore suddenly stopped.
Victor.
Is there anything you want to tell me? He turned and asked Victor.
No. Not at all,
Victor said with a smile. He just couldn't wait for his parents to leave.
Good,
Theodore said as he walked out. Just when the extravagant car exited the mansion's gate, Victor turned back and looked at the seemingly empty stairway behind him.
Lara.
Go change to the training suit I got you last week, then bring Elle and meet me down in the basement, he said, making the hiding girls poke their heads out.
How did he find them?
What are you waiting for? Victor asked, as the girls quickly nodded and then ran to Lara's room. Victor shook his head as he knew what the girls were thinking about, then turned to Lily. Sorry, I will be busy tonight,
he said. It's okay.
We will have tomorrow night to make up for it, she whispered with a blush that made the rest of the girls sigh. Tomorrow, the wedding night would surely not be their turn. It was either Lily, Lynn, or Nova. The question was, who would be next? Would there be a real queue this time, or would he take them all at the same time? The girls, who were feeling relieved after getting their in-laws' blessing earlier, got nervous again as they began to think about various things. They had many questions, and only Margaret, who had to suffer under Elena's hateful glares all day long, had some answers. Perverted and depraved answers.
Alex,
Victor suddenly said, looking at the poor girl who had to stand up like a butler all day.
Yes,
she asked nervously. Prepare to leave tonight, I have a mission for you. You better not screw this up, or I swear I would literally screw that sorry ass of yours, Victor said mysteriously. What? She asked nervously.
Come with me,
he said, then dragged the frowning Alex to the study where she was instructed on what to do. When she left, she was so absent-minded that she almost bumped into Hilda. What is wrong with you?
Hilda asked. No.
Nothing, Alex said with a blush as she ran away like a shy bride. After giving a nod to Lily, who was guarding the door, and entering the room behind the second door in the basement, both Lara and Elle began to look around in wonder.
The room was strange.
It was as if it was taken from some low-budget fantasy movie. It had a big strange wooden bathtub filled with some liquid. It had been pushed to the side with some chairs to make space in the center of the room where a mat was placed on the floor. Other than that, walls were full of strange inscriptions as if it were a lair for some wizard.
Sit here,
Victor, who was waiting for them, told Lara as soon as she walked in, pointing for her to sit on the mat as another girl entered the room behind them with a jade box in her hand.
It was Hannah. What's its grade?
Victor asked in anticipation. He made sure that the materials were of the highest quality. It's not bad for a first try, Hannah said in a professional tone, but the stupid smile that was plastered on her usually grumpy face revealed the truth. She was really proud of her creation. Victor nodded and opened the jade box. Inside, a bright purple marble-sized pill was placed carefully. It had a glass sheen to it, proof of its very high quality.
Supreme Blood Pill, S.
Fix depleted blood and increase lifespan. Effects are dependent on ingredients and suitability. What is this, esteemed brother? Lara asked curiously as she sat on the mat as ordered.
Lara,
what I am about to tell you shall stay a secret. No one, not even father or mother, shall know about it, Victor said, making Lara frown and then nod. She was clearly not convinced. Elle to the side just watched. Do you remember when I told you about the secret art Rex taught you?
Victor asked. Yes.
It was faulty and it made me sick. I only got better after. My esteemed brother gave me the new art, she said with sparkling eyes. That's the problem. The art I taught you only stabilized your situation, it didn't fully cure you. Although you are no longer feeling sick. If you stayed like this, you would surely have failed your ceremony. Victor said, making the little girl gasp. Someone failing the ceremony was the greatest shame in the family. A few days ago, I got this rare cure made from a rare flower. Hannah here is an alchemist, and she was the one who prepared it. Victor said carefully, taking the pill from the box as Hannah silently cursed at him. She wondered if Lara would take it if she knew that it was made from baby's blood combined with some very rare materials. Hannah had no idea where Victor got those things, but they made the pill surpass her expectations, and that was a feat by itself as Hannah had the knowledge base of an entire family in her mind. Lara was surprised. Then I am still sick now, she asked looking at her little tender white hand. Yes. You can't feel it normally, but didn't you notice how you can only swing your spear for an hour before you get tired? So that's the reason. Lara exclaimed as Elle put her hand on her face. Couldn't Victor find a better lie? Who wouldn't be tired after swinging a spear for an entire hour? She tried it when she accompanied Lara for her morning sword and spear swinging routine a few days ago, and she was totally exhausted in just 10 minutes. Ian, who was there, was able to survive for 45 minutes. That's why I tricked our father to let you stay with me. I wanted to take care of you. Victor continued to scam the little girl, telling the truth this time.
Lara was surprised. You didn't want to tell our esteemed father?
Yes, if father knew about what happened to you, he would ask questions. He would quickly find out that it was because of our brother's incompetence. Victor sighed. He didn't want to help Rex and Luke, but he didn't want his father to question him about how he cured Lara. And those two still had a role to play, a very painful role. Luke has already been sent to the mines, and father is already angry with Rex. Can you imagine what would happen to them?
He would probably kill them, Lara whispered.
She really feared angering her father. She saw it a few years ago when Victor was seduced by that evil maid. Her father was super angry. She was not supposed to see it, but she was sneaking around the mansion when she saw that woman getting fed to the dogs as the other servants watched. It would not be that severe. They are his sons after all. Victor replied, but they would lose a yard or two worth of skin before he gets satisfied. I just don't want our brothers to be punished over an innocent mistake. I am sure they didn't know they were hurting you back then.
Victor lied.
Elle could tell, but she said nothing. She had long figured out that Victor really cared about Lara.
I see. Lara nodded.
She would never believe that her own brothers wanted to hurt her. Then what if father asked me about the new art I am practicing? She asked. She was getting smarter lately under Elle's influence.
Don't tell him.
Just practice the modified art I taught you, he will never notice. And after taking this you would be much stronger and would surely impress him when he starts supervising you tomorrow.
Victor explained.
Lara was not happy with this, but she nodded regardless. Good, now I want you to take the pill, then sit on the mat and begin to practice the 11th energy circulation routine of the art I taught you. Victor explained as he handed them to her. Just put the pill in your mouth when you reach the peak state. It will melt on its own, and you will feel some pain afterward that, maybe feel a little hot too, but this is natural. You just continue practicing as the pain increases. The longer you withstand the pain, the more powerful you will get afterward.
He explained.
I understand, Lara said as she held the pill carefully. If it gets too unbearable, just stop the art. Although you would not get the full benefits, you would have been cured by that moment no matter what. I will be guarding here with Elle, so if you feel anything strange just tell me.
Victor said.
Lara said as she frowned a little, then shook her head and began to relax in a meditative pose, then slowly put the pill in her mouth and closed her eyes. Victor slowly found a chair and sat down with Elle and Hannah, who wanted to watch the effects of her creation. Lara slowly relaxed on the mat in a meditative pose and then began to breathe in a set rhythm. What is the strange bathtub for? It is as if it was hastily built from old doors. Hannah asked as they waited for Lara. I can smell the scent of the serpent clove from it. Are you giving your sister a herbal bath afterward?
Kinda, he said.
Isn't that bathtub too big for her? It was originally built for me, not her. I plan to use it for some R-rated action after the wedding, Victor said mysteriously, making Elle blush a little. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to join me in it afterward, he added to Hannah.
Blah.
Like I would ever want that. Hannah spat as she looked away, not realizing that she just refused the offer of her life. Elle, who was listening carefully, eyed the bathtub. Her late mother also had one of those. The villagers said she used it to receive business.
She blushed.
She was no longer the naive girl Victor met a couple of months ago. She now knew what a hooker was. She learned it the hard way in class. That stupid principal made sure to explain the hooker principle to her thoroughly after she got in more than one fight because of this. It took Lara, who was so focused that she totally ignored the conversation around her, only 10 minutes to reach the peak state of meditation, making her blood circulation go smoothly and evenly throughout her entire body. Victor was surprised. Lara was more gifted than he expected. He was really curious about what result she would achieve in the ceremony. That's if Rita managed to steal the artifact in the von Zweig's family palace. Getting that artifact was the reason Victor kept Rita's card well hidden even in this turbulent time. Victor sighed, then focused on Lara again. It was about time. She slowly opened her eyes and then carefully placed the pill in her mouth before continuing her practice. Victor nodded as he watched while Hannah and Elle, who were standing to the side, tensed up. "Don't worry, if anything bad happens, I can help Lara immediately," Victor assured the little girl, who nodded in response. It didn't take long for the pill to start working as Lara began to breathe roughly. Her depleted blood was at the moment getting replaced by a higher-ranked one. Her damaged bone marrow was getting rebuilt. And Victor knew that it was as painful as hell. Lara didn't speak nor make a sound as she bit her lip and continued to meditate. This was her only way to fight the pain, and she instinctively knew that the moment she lost concentration was the moment she would surely pass out. Victor sighed as he began to carefully use his illusion skill to reduce the pain Lara was feeling. He didn't stop it entirely as he didn't want Lara to lose focus, and this was a good chance to help her train her resolve. The pill was not harming her after all, but to rebuild something, you had to destroy the old and rotten. "She looks like she is in pain," Hannah said in a worried voice. "I shouldn't have included the dragon scale in the formula."
"It is all your fault."
"The girl is barely hanging on," she blamed Victor as Elle squeezed her little fist.
"A dragon?
Would Lara turn into a dragon after this?" "Don't worry," Victor said. "The dragon scale came from our ancestor, so it is fully compatible with Lara. After this, she would be much stronger, and this would help her immensely when she awakens her bloodline," he explained. "He took it from his ancestor's grave after all." "Oh," Hannah frowned but said nothing. Lara was not listening to Victor.
She couldn't.
The pain was so unbearable that she had to use every ounce of her strength to keep her focus. And she was feeling hot, burning hot. She could feel it though, her blood, her bones, her flesh. Everything was burning as it got regenerated. She could feel the strange power that began surging through her. Slowly at first, then suddenly she felt her boiling blood turn ice cold in one swoop. It was not easy to keep focus, but she miraculously did it. She could feel the explosive strength surge inside of her. She wanted to tap into that power, but strangely enough, she couldn't. It was as if there was a locked door stopping her. "Don't worry about that for now," she could suddenly hear Victor's voice.
He sounded shocked.
"You are still too young to awaken your bloodline. Just focus on your breathing," he said. She wanted to ask him what he meant, but she couldn't. She couldn't move at all.
"Now focus."
"I will tell you what you want when it is time for it," Victor, who seemed to have read her mind, said. "Now, the process is almost over. This last step will hurt. Be ready," he said just as a great surge of pain assaulted Lara. Her body was no longer freezing, it was burning even hotter than before. The burning spread from the tips of her fingers and finally reached her heart. That was the last thing she felt before she passed out.
"Is she okay?"
Hannah said worriedly as she watched Victor kneel on Lara's side. Moments ago he jumped to the little girl's side and put his hand on her back, and then she screamed and passed out. The stupid girl had exceeded all my expectations. She not only upgraded her bloodline, but she was also about to unlock it. Victor said as Elle to the side wanted to help, but quickly hissed and drew her hand away after realizing that Lara's body was scalding hot. If the clothes on her body were not made from a special material, they would have been burnt long ago.
"What? Upgraded? Really?"
Hannah was very pleased with herself. She made the pill after all. "Wait, isn't awakening bloodline a good thing?"
"Why did you stop her?" Hannah asked.
"She didn't have sufficient energy. If she forced it she would have died. And by suppressing the awakening, the excess energy of the pill would be used to strengthen her body, which is something she needed. And this is better too. I plan to upgrade her bloodline again using another method," he explained with an ambitious look as he carefully carried Lara, ignoring the flames around his hands, then slowly dropped her in the bathtub. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS was as if a sword was getting squished. Don't worry, she will be fine, Victor told the worried Elle. Then sighed and took a pill and pushed it into her pouting mouth moments later. Ah, she was shocked as the pill immediately melted in her mouth. Moments later, the burning sensation in her hand disappeared. She had hurt herself earlier when she touched Lara. Next time you hurt yourself, tell me, he scolded Elle, then looked back at his sister whose pale skin began to cool down and turn healthy as it absorbed the precious materials in the herbal bath. Her hair had already begun to change color to another shade of more saturated purple. The procedure was a success, he said with a smile as he looked at Lara's status.
Bloodline.
Dragon? S 100%. This was beyond his expectations. He truly didn't expect Lara's bloodline to upgrade. This only had a 0.0001% chance of happening, as the blood pill was not that amazing, except if. Hannah, did anything strange happen while you were preparing the pill?
Victor asked. Well.
Theta, who was helping me, added some of the rust blood you gave me to research instead of the dragon sand. It was just a minuscule amount, so I didn't think it would affect the pill. It shouldn't react with it.
What? Victor was shocked.
Theta was truly his lucky charm. It was probably effective, he said as he looked at his sister.
Really?
Hannah asked in surprise.
Seems like it.
Victor replied, then paused. Wait. He gasped all of a sudden as he watched Lara. Slowly another text began to appear in her status.
Bloodline.
Dragon? S 100%.
1%.
Why were there two bloodlines now? When did Lara get another one? Did she get it from the pill?
No.
The pill would never have that effect, and it would have appeared immediately after taking the pill if that was the case. This was something that was growing from inside Lara herself. This hidden bloodline must have been stimulated by the pill to show itself.
Did he also have it?
Was it from his mother's side or from his father's? What the F***ck was going on? Victor was not sure what it was, so he swiftly took out the blood book, then softly held Lara's hand, and carefully using a fine surgical needle he poked to her finger.
The needle broke. What?
Victor frowned and tried another needle, more carefully this time, but it also bent and then broke.
Oh. Victor was surprised.
Victor took a sharp wooden splinter from his ring and then tried again with it. It was one of the splinters he could take from one of the damaged wooden doors. This time Lara's skin was punctured. A single drop of purplish-pink blood fell on the book's cover before Lara's hand healed itself.
Interesting.
Victor looked at the book.
-1.
Blood ID 125480041251211535432154657767772.
Rank S.
Data status complete. Originator species noble dragon. Special blood effects:
Immortality, draconic aura, enhanced healing, enhanced libido, enhanced strength, enhanced magic power, enhanced charm, enhanced luck,
enhanced poison resistance,
enhanced shock resistance,
enhanced elemental resistance. Bloodline skills:
dragonification, SS,
regeneration,
SS, mana heart, SS,
dragon breath,
S,
dragon claw,
S, dragon bite, S, limitless flight, S,
limitless dive,
S, hiding, S, devouring, S, draconic howl. A, control libido. A, camouflage. A, charm. A, weakness.
netherstone restrains powers. Sunstone reveal INHIDING. Wow. It was a real upgrade over the Elder Dragon. Noble dragons were a very strong race that differs from elder dragons by having much longer lifespans and stronger magical affinity. The most interesting skill they got was Mana Heart, which allowed them to have a near infinite amount of mana. Well, getting it when awakening the bloodline was another matter by itself. Victor didn't expect the blood pill to be this effective. Now to see the problem at hand, H looked at the other bloodline.
-2. Blood ID. Rank.
Data status: NON existent /2%. No data in record. Interpolation failed.
No data?
What's wrong with that ID? Could it be a demonic bloodline? Not necessarily, as these symbols simply could mean there was some incompatibility with the system or that the blood couldn't be identified.
Wait.
It was now at 2%. It was growing. When will it stop, and what kind of bloodline was it? Victor had no idea. The main issue was to make sure that this thing was not doing anything bad to his sister.
Probably not.
If he guessed correctly, this bloodline was the one responsible for Lara's emerging regeneration ability. The dragon regeneration powers would not be this prominent before awakening. And Lara was not even a player yet. Victor was really hesitant about what to do at the moment. He could ask the Book of Knowledge about it, but that thing was still in cooldown.
Damn it.
Now there was another problem. Whether to tell his father. He would never do that. He didn't, that would make him reveal too much. Victor sighed as he looked at his unconscious sister. Wait. Did she just grow a little taller? The tight training suit she was wearing was perfectly tailored to fit her perfectly from the materials extracted from a certain boss lowly lamia. Now it seemed to be a little shorter around the ankles.
Shit.
Closely inspecting his sister, he noticed that all of the wounds and defects on her body were getting corrected. Even the marks and scars on her hands left from training with martial weapons for years were now being healed at an accelerated rate. This bloodline was not bad for her at all. Victor quickly took a pill from his ring and fed it to Lara. This pill was something he got when the Nutcracker enjoyed himself in the skeleton dungeon. He got many cheap things like this from the poor players who paid tributes to save their nuts. Stop, that healing pill is of a very low quality. Hannah warned, but it was too late. The pill had already dissolved in Lara's mouth. I know, Victor said, this pill is so bad, it has a side effect of slowing metabolism a little for a few months. I can't have Lara grow 3 inches in a couple of days. He said as carefully made sure that stopped growing. She had always been shorter than others her age, but she was now catching up.
Oh, Hannah didn't really get it.
The blood pill was more effective than I anticipated. We can't reveal a thing. Victor said after some thinking. I will let my father believe that Lara's growth was because of his supervision. He explained with an evil smile that made Elle, who was looking at him with admiration, nod. That's how one fools people's eyes. She was a fool to attempt to scam him when they first met. She must learn to be more like him. Victor, totally oblivious to the little girl's thoughts, carefully watched over Lara while kneeling at her side in silence for the next half hour, making sure she was fine. Hannah, he suddenly said as he stood up and turned back to look at Hannah, who was waiting in silence for him to ask. Prepare another blood pill like this for me. And let Theta help you, he added with a complex look. He didn't want to confess it, but he was feeling super jealous of his little sister at the moment.
Oh, I will do my best, Hannah said.
Now she was feeling that Victor is not that bad. Will you take Lara to her room now? Yeah, she will probably sleep till the morning. I will let her finish the herbal bath first though, he said, then looked at Elle. Go grab a towel for Lara, then call Hilda here. Ask her to bring her sewing set, we have a dress to fix. The tavern was the one that had both the worst atmosphere and the best dwarfish mead you could buy in the entirety of the imperial capital. The only reason it was not popular was that all of the waitresses were middle-aged dwarvish women with large thick beards. Most of the customers who lost their way and passed through the obscure alley this place was in, preferred to go and try the tavern next door that had elven maids, but that could not be said for everyone. 2 very suspicious-looking guys were sitting at a bronze-inlaid wooden table between 2 heaps of empty copper mugs. The 2 didn't look similar at all. One was a scarred middle-aged man with grey short hair wearing a scholar uniform, and the other was a handsome young man with dark black silky hair wearing a custom-made purple imperial knight suit that was so disheveled it could have been stuck in pigs but before he wore it.
You know, Victor, I must confess, hiccup.
Although I banged a lot of ladies throughout the years, few are the ones I really liked, the young man said before drowning another cup of mead in his throat. Easy on the drinks, Julien. Victor, who was still sipping on his first cup, said. It is not the end of the world being rejected for once. It happens to all of us, Victor encouraged his friend.
Not for me.
I'm usually the one rejecting girls, not the other way around. Julien banged the sturdy table. Then you shouldn't have tried to sneak into her bedroom. And if you wanted to do it, you should have done it right instead of ending up in her maid's room. That poor maid was more than glad to offer herself to you, but you had to go and refuse, saying that you don't date ugly girls.
That is a fact.
And she was a little on the fat side.
Regardless,
you deserve to get your ass kicked. That princess is from a hidden dragon lineage. Those guys are very picky about their partners and guests. They don't even meet with people who do not have bloodlines like myself. Victor explained, I tried to get an appointment to ask her a few things. But I rudely got rejected by that fat maid.
See, I told you she was fat. And yeah, you are right.
Her family is very snobbish like the entirety of the dragon race.
Ahm.
I think they are not that bad. Just very conservative, Victor said awkwardly.
Yeah, right.
If I didn't see Her Highness the Dragon Princess flash her but for my brother to seduce him, I would have believed you, Julien said sarcastically, interrupting Victor. It's a good thing he didn't like her.
He has some sense at least.
That girl is not suited for you. And your father had already ordered you to keep a low profile for a few years until that accident got forgotten. Victor said lightly. Julien's reputation became the worst in the entire imperial city after a certain smuggling accident involving purple lamias. Now, only gold diggers and hillbilly girls, who had no idea what they were going into, sleep with him. Yeah, I know. But that chick is really pretty. And I am really into that purple hair of hers. It is nearly the perfect shade. Julien said with dreamy eyes. Most of the girls in your harem have purple hair.
Victor criticized. How do you know that?
Are you spying on my harem? The drunk Julien suddenly snapped and asked angrily as he reached out for his sword. I was at your weddings. All of them, Victor said without even flinching. Julien didn't have his sword. Victor made sure to give it to the tavern owner before they sat down. It was one of the owner's conditions for allowing Julian here after the mess he made the last time. This guy was not good at drinking.
Oh.
That's right. Julian nodded as he sat down again after gesturing to a flirty waitress for a few more cups.
Now. Where were we?
Your girl's purple hair.
Yeah.
Most of them are just dyeing it to my liking. They thought I didn't know, but I always do. Natural purple hair is a different thing. Julian stated. His regeneration skill had already neutralized most of the alcohol, so he quickly drowned another cup that had just arrived. Princess Puipui's hair was a dark shade of pink, not purple though, Victor said. It just looks purple under certain lights.
It is close enough.
Julian flared again the quilted down and looked around to make sure no one was listening. No one was. The table had an engraved sound isolation array.
Dwarven technology. Listen.
I will tell you a secret. Julian said. What? Victor asked without care as he looked at his mug which was still half full. Most of Julian's secrets were plain stupid.
It's about a crush I had.
Julian said, the first girl I had a crush on.
Hiccup.
She was a trans. You already told me that before. She crushed your heart when she turned into a lesbian after a night with you. What does this have to do with our conversation? Victor asked dismissively. It's not about her, but about the second girl I fell in love with.
No.
Was it the third or the fourth?
And how should I know?
You fall in love once or twice every month. Victor sighed and took a sip from his mug. Too bad he had very low alcohol tolerance after losing his bloodline, and couldn't really enjoy this thing.
True.
Anyway, hiccup that girl. She was perfect. Why didn't you grab her then?
Victor asked.
My mother refused. You know my mother.
Yeah.
But when did that ever stop you? You could have gotten her secretly.
Impossible.
Alice von Weiss was not someone I could get easily back then. My father was not the emperor at that time. Victor almost gasped. Too bad that sneaky bastard Casbane went ahead and burnt her alive to please the young Light Lord. Aha, Victor pinched his calf under the table to stay calm. He only had one secret hidden from Julian, and it was his true identity. Serves him well, getting cut into pieces after that.
What a waste.
I knew she was a pervert, but so what, aren't we all? I should have found a way to convince my mother to accept her, Julian said with a sigh, totally oblivious to his drinking partner's complex emotions. It's not your fault. But I do remember seeing her photo somewhere. That girl was really hot. If she was my sister, I would have betrothed her to you, Victor said after some awkward silence. Julian would have protected her well. Maybe he was getting drunk, this stuff was strong. I know. I would also betroth my sister to you. You are my best friend, you know. Don't speak too loudly, Victor said as he ducked his head and looked around in fear. Do you know how many times I would die if that bitch heard you? My mother would only flog you. And I know she is nasty, but you shouldn't be calling her a bitch. Only my imperial father can do that. It was one of his first decrees, you know.
I meant tulip.
Why would I want to marry that arrogant piece of... Victor held his words and looked around again, making sure that the table's sound isolation array was functioning well. I didn't mean that arrogant bitch. You just presumed that, Julian said, making his friend glare at him. I meant my other sister. The one we buried together, he corrected.
Oh.
Sorry, Victor said with a complex tone.
It's okay.
I am already reconciled with that. I couldn't have done anything to help back then. It was all those traitors' fault. Julian said hatefully, not noticing Victor's guilty expression. But still, it would have been cool if we were brothers-in-law, he told Victor as he leaned back on his chair and looked up. He could see under the skirts of the waitresses on the second floor from his position.
It was Harry.
I already consider you my brothers, Victor said with a guilty conscience. Julian truly saved his life many times.
I do too, Julian said.
If only that stupid book of time worked as promised. I would have returned in time and made things right, he added. You still didn't figure it out?
Nah.
It is as good as my father's biography. Only good for swatting mosquitoes. You promised to take me to have a look at it, Victor said.
Yeah.
I know, but those bitches from the Fate sect are still drooling over it. It is about time they realize that it is useless, Julian said with a drowsy tone before he finally passed out, forcing Victor to foot the bill and then drag his sorry ass back to the Imperial Palace. Victor woke up abruptly. Looking around, he sighed in relief when he noticed Lily, who was using him as her pillow and drooling all over his chest. It was just an old memory from his past life. Looking at the clock, it was 5 a.m., and he only got 3 hours of sleep after placing Lara in her bed, but they were sufficient. Lily. I know you are awake, Victor said, poking the sleepy girl's cheek. Get a little sleep, Then catch up with me at the hotel after having breakfast with the girls. Make sure to bring Lara, she should wake up by then. Lara is already awake. I heard her walking out with Elle half an hour ago. Lily, who opened her eyes, said.
Oh. She should be going to do her training, he said. Probably.
Are you going to the hotel to supervise the preparation?
Lily asked.
Yes, I need to prepare the defense array, he said, then frowned. Can you let go of me now? I need to get dressed? Tell me first about the girl you met yesterday. No, it was the day before, she said as she sniffed him a little while strengthening her grip. Oh. I met a lot of girls. Why are you asking? He asked. There is one strange smell. It is like Julian's but stronger. Oh. I just met a girl that I believe might be your sister, Victor said.
What?
She sat up immediately and looked her young master in the eye.
What happened?
I was scamming someone to borrow an artifact. And that girl appeared out of nowhere and started throwing attacks at me while acting arrogantly. I barely escaped, he sighed. Thankfully, I managed to hide my identity, or I am sure she would have followed me here. Why are you saying that she might be my sister? I will tell you at the right time, Victor said mysteriously as he escaped from bed. Lily, who realized he escaped her grasp, puffed her cheeks and threw a punch at a poor pillow, making it explode. Why couldn't her young master be more honest? After getting ready and managing to escape his room in one piece, Victor quickly headed toward Lara's usual practicing spot where she was swinging her spear with Elle. Alex would have been training with them if she was not getting questioned by Nova's mother, Liliana, in a very dim basement at the moment.
Regardless. Esteemed brother.
Lara exclaimed as soon as she saw Victor. Who are you feeling today? Victor nodded to Elle, making her relax a bit.
Amazing.
Lara exclaimed as she held her spear and made her twirl around her, then grabbed it in one smooth movement. I have gotten stronger.
Brother.
Thank you, she added with a slight blush. Elle told her most of what happened yesterday after she lost consciousness.
Good. Victor nodded.
Her mysterious bloodline had stopped at 5%. Carefully explore your potential, and if you feel anything strange, feel free to tell me, he said.
I will.
There is one thing, she said, making Victor frown.
What? He asked.
I seem to be stumbling a lot today. Could it be that I have not been cured? She asked nervously. Oh. No, you are good. The pill was very effective in curing all your problems, so naturally, you have just gotten a little taller, Victor said as he relaxed.
What?
It's nothing major, you will get used to.
Oh.
The dress will not fit now, Lara said as she finally realized that she had truly grown taller. No wonder the spear felt a little shorter. She quickly bowed to her esteemed brother and then ran to her room in distress to check on her dress for the wedding without waiting for Victor to say anything. Didn't you tell her that I already told Hilda to modify her dress? He asked Elle. You didn't tell me about that, Elle said as she ran after her little mistress.
No. I did.
You were there?
Victor frowned.
He perfectly remembers telling Hilda with Elle before last night.
Was she playing dumb?
If it was any other day he would have assumed that, but today was not any other day. He carefully inspected Elle, who was running, but her status didn't have anything strange. Weird. Just to make sure, he ran back to the mansion and headed to the kitchen where Hilda was singing some stupid tone as she prepared a light breakfast for the girls.
Hilda.
Do you remember what I told you yesterday? He asked as soon as he ran through the door.
About Lara's dress?
I already fixed it, she said dismissively, making him sigh in relief. Was Elle there when I told you about it yesterday? He asked just to make sure.
Yeah.
You told her that Lara had gotten a little taller and asked her to inform her when she woke up. She replied with affirmative, Hilda said, imitating Elle's tone.
She was in a good mood. Victor was not. He frowned.
He was right, something was wrong with Elle. This better not be what he was assuming. He quickly inspected his system log, but there was nothing there. Was it Elle alone? No, this might be only affecting non-players? When did Monica go to sleep last night? I remember the girls planning to sleep together. Exactly. She was with the twins in her room gossiping all night. I had to scold them to go to bed after finishing with the dress, she said, but no one was listening as Victor had already dashed upstairs. He quickly reached Monica's room, then pushed the door and walked inside without knocking.
Kya? Oh, it is you, young master.
Mina, who was standing in her underwear, said with a blush.
He surprised her.
Where is Monica? In the bathroom with Mana. Wait a moment, Mana said as she ran to the side bathroom connected to the bedroom, then returned a moment later without even caring to cover herself. She looked good. She will be right here, Mana said as she crossed her hands under her chest, puffing it a little. She was displaying her body to him on purpose. He could tell from her blushing face. Was she trying to seduce him to take her first tonight?
Probably.
But she was destined to be disappointed. You slept here with Monica and Mana last night?
Yes.
We were discussing some womanly things, she said with a blush.
Oh.
Did you notice anything strange about Monica this morning?
No. Ah.
Probably, but it's nothing.
What?
It's just Monica acting like a klutz and forgetting what we agreed on last night, she said, puffing her cheek. It took them an entire hour to convince her of their planned play last night.
And that is?
It's a secret. She would never tell Victor that. What would he think of them? I see, Victor said as he squinted his eyes, just as Monica walked out of the bath warped in a pink towel followed by Mana who was helping her. I am here, did you want to see me? Monica said with a blush, then began to hyperventilate as usual when she saw Victor looking at her with an inspecting gaze. You, he said as walked close to her and then began to sniff her before he walked behind her and then pulled her towel to check her butt. It was so fast that her mind didn't register what happened until he said, thankfully it is not that, and returned the towel to her.
Kaya, she screamed, not what?
What's wrong? She asked nervously after putting the towel back on while squeezing her legs together. She was trying hard to convince herself that the liquid dripping on her thigh was just water, normal water. A brain-eating worm, he sighed in relief as he put his hand on her head and brushed her wet hair with his finger, making sure that there was nothing up there. You and Elle have memory gaps since last night, probably after 12. So I thought that you might be infected. Thankfully you are not, he said, making the girls look at each other with a frown. What do you mean memory gaps? The twins asked.
Monica didn't.
She was suffering from a brain meltdown at the moment. It was dripping to the floor.
Literally.
What did you talk with the girls about last night? Victor asked Monica.
She didn't respond.
He had to snap his finger a couple of times in front of her face for her to return to earth.
Ah. What?
What did you talk about yesterday with the girls? He repeated.
Talk?
Nothing really, we just went to sleep. Are you telling the truth? Victor asked, putting his hand on her bare shoulder.
She nodded as she began to wiggle her butt.
She was definitely not lying.
See, he told the shocked twins.
Did you feel anything strange yesterday before you slept?
Around 12, he asked.
No, on the contrary, it was a very peaceful night.
Oh, he said with a frown.
He found nothing. That only left one possibility.
No, 2 to be exact.
He looked at Monica and activated his fate vision, paying 10 order points.
Fate A+. Destiny list. Birth fate kill demons S.
Birth fate marry Tom and give birth to his children. Self set marry Victor. Self set sleep with Victor. Self set learn about my family.
Interesting.
Was he technically cuckolding Tom by marrying Monica? Yeah, definitely. Regardless, Victor wondered. Would this fate affect the wedding? He shook his head, deciding to focus on the important things at hand. There were no strange fates. This leaves one possibility. He sighed in relief, he could fix this.
What?
Monica asked as she saw him look at her for a long time.
Nothing.
Get dressed and meet me in the dining room, he said as he turned around and ran downstairs without an explanation. I need to take a quick shower first, Monica said in a low voice, then ran back to the bathroom. When Margaret, who just finished her morning shower, reached the dining room, she was shocked to see that it was packed full. Every non-player who worked in the mansion was there, including the chicks and their mastiffs. They were sitting around on the floor in a circle around Victor, who was sitting on his chair eyeing everyone. It was as if they were taking a lesson.
Now.
Is everyone here? Yes, young master. Everyone who spent last night in the mansion is here.
Hilda said. Good. First, take these pills.
Victor said, making Beta go around giving the hounds, Monica, Lara, and Elle 2 pills each, not forgetting the mastiffs. The chicks would feed them their pills.
Take the pills.
Victor said as Margaret watched with interest. Everyone did as they were ordered.
Well, let the wedding start, he said.
Margaret frowned as she watched everyone start to look around. It was obvious that they were in an illusion. What was Victor doing? For the next half an hour nothing happened. The chicks would only clap their hands every once in a while. Lara also seemed to be enjoying her time. Monica was blushing.
Then it happened.
Enemies. One of the chicks screamed, followed by the other, then they began to fight. Monica began to scream as she jumped into Victor's embrace. Lara did nothing as Elle began to kick the balls of the poor mastiffs who were also agitated around her. What is this? Hilda asked as Victor activated his master ring, making the chicks fall to the ground as they froze. The mastiffs were subdued by Hilda and the twins. Monica was held by Victor, while Elle, who was kicking around, was held by Lily. Lara was totally unaffected. A moment later Victor snapped his finger, making everyone look around in shock. What just happened? Big brother, weren't we at the wedding?
Lara asked in shock.
The pill I gave you is hallucinogenic, he lied. Someone has, used hypnosis on you. They wanted you to make trouble at the wedding. Now it should be fixed, he said as he helped Monica on his lap stand up. When did that happen? Hilda asked with a frown. Last night. We will talk about this later. Go prepare for the wedding, he said, then headed to the study. What was that, young master? Lily asked as Victor sat on his desk and then began to take out some herbs from his ring. Yes, what was that? Margaret asked as she walked inside the study. Hilda was there too. They call it a dreamworm. It is a kind of demon that implements ideas in people's heads. It does not affect players that easily, but for mortals, it is very dangerous. He said, at the moment an idea is implemented, the person's short memories would be overwritten. In case they were asleep, this included the last things they did before. Oh. Did it make them think there was an enemy attack at the wedding? Margaret asked. Is this some kind of mind control? Not exactly. It is not that strong as it can't make you do something you would not usually do, he said. Think of it as a delayed idea. The moment the wedding is called, they will begin to see the people around them as enemies. It will only last for a few minutes. Oh. Then what is it good for? Someone wanted to make chaos, and maybe use the opportunity to try and kill someone. Who? Who knows? The wedding would have quite a few VIPs. Did you fix it? Hilda asked. Yes. One of the pills I gave them would clear their minds, and even if there were any other hidden thoughts they would be purged as they would be connected to the first ones. What was the other pill for? Margaret asked. It was made from the soul wine. It made them easy to fool. They wouldn't really believe that they were at the wedding without it. Victor said. I see. Now, what are those herbs? Hilda asked. Mind-calming spices, he said as he separated them into bundles. Weed? Margaret asked. Superweeds. Give them to everyone and let them eat them at the wedding if they suddenly get agitated, he told Hilda. Even Lara and Elle? Hilda asked. They were minors. Lara doesn't need it. But give Elle half a dose. Victor said. Lara really was not affected. He was now really curious about that other bloodline. I understand. Now I will have to go and see things at the hotel, he said. Report if you find anything unnatural. Anything at all. He warned. After finishing with the trouble at the mansion, Victor headed out alone after instructing Hilda and the girls to wait for Mira and then leave the mansion together with Lily after getting ready. He headed toward the White Hotel, which was on full security lockdown since last week. Even the managers and employees were only allowed inside under extreme supervision. As soon as Victor stepped out of the parking lot, his phone rang. It was a call he was expecting all morning. Mother-in-law. Did you find the bride? Nova has not been found, Liliana confessed. And you probably already know that. How could I? I am just well prepared, he lied. Shall we proceed with plan B then? You don't seem annoyed. Why would I? You saw the ads. I will be marrying all the girls I love today. I never knew Nova anyway, and I already found a replacement. She is already here. You did a good job on her makeup, but she does not fully resemble Nova. Someone might notice. She will be wearing a mask at the wedding, Victor said. A mask? Yes. Now bring her here, and act your part. According to my sister, Caspian might be here to make trouble, so we better not screw this up. He added, giving Liliana, who was hesitant, a subtle push. Oh. I understand, she said before hanging up. Victor chuckled, then gave the security guards outside the hotel a nod as entered the main lobby. There, he was greeted by none other than Alpha, whom he hadn't seen for a while. She was getting prettier and somewhat younger. This was probably the effect of the eternal bead. She was wearing a casual manager suit with a tight skirt that looked stunning on her. She had a black mask on her mouth to hide her identity. She had two female assistants walking behind her. Victor recognized them as some of the brothel girls. Alpha, he said with a smile as he tried to hug her. She dogged him. Young master. She greeted him coldly, keeping a professional distance. I have an empty spot in the wedding, are you interested? He immediately asked, making her two assistants blush as they looked at their mistress, the head of their secret organization. No, she flatly rejected his offer without even blushing. I would never marry you even if you were the last man on the planet. She stated as a fact. I know. We would go straight to bed. He said, making the two assistants chuckle secretly. Like hell. She cursed then glared at her poor assistants. You don't have to be so decisive. Your cousin Hannah said the same thing last night. Now I am tempted to. He held his silence as he felt her glares burning holes in him. Apparently, she didn't want to appear weak in front of her subordinates, and he was embarrassing her.
Ahem. He cleared his throat.
Did you prepare everything I asked for? He asked her as he moved to a side table and sat down. It was really nice to have the entire hotel lobby for himself.
Yes.
Arya had to leave yesterday to get some sleep before the wedding. So I was in charge, she said. The entire place had been secured. Your father's men on the outside and our agents on the inside. Good, he said as he took out 4 glass cubes from his ring and set them on the table.
The edict shards.
What are those? Alpha asked. Even with her extensive knowledge, she knew nothing about those. They were too ancient and obscure for her family's database. Very special and expensive array cores. That's all you need to know. He said after some hesitation. They need tuning, he said. This would cost him most of his order points. He needed to keep some for emergencies though.
Oh, Alpha was intrigued as she looked at them.
She wanted to inquire more from him, but she decided to leave it for later. She was sure he would use the opportunity to flirt with her and ask her again to marry him in exchange for the answer.
She was right.
Is the Een here yet?
Victor asked.
She has been here on the top floor since last night. Doesn't she live with you? Didn't you notice that she was missing?
Alpha said. Of course I knew.
Victor lied as he scratched his head. He did notice that she was not there last night, but he got preoccupied with curing Lara and forgot to check on her. Did she get familiar with the scouting array?
Yes.
She is already using it to monitor the hotel, Alpha said. Where did you get such a good girl from? Stole her from Lily. Victor said, I better go and say hi, he added just as his phone rang. Victor smiled and then quickly answered.
Mike. It was Mike. His big brother.
We are at the hotel's gate. Your men are blocking us. Mike said with a chuckle before Victor could respond. I will be right there. Victor said before hanging up and then collecting the shards. Go get Een some breakfast and tell her to rest and wait for me, he told Alpha before pausing. Then you go find some hole and hide in it. I don't want my brother to see you. Are you afraid that he would fall in love with me and then take me away from your filthy hands? She asked. She didn't know why, but she really felt the need to talk back to him. Nah, first, my hands are not filthy. Second, I always share things with my elder brother. If he fell for you, I would just have to cut you in half as I love you a lot too, he said, then put his hand on his chin as if he was thinking deeply. That would leave me with a very hard question to answer though. Which part of you shall I keep, he said as he pondered, making Alpha silently curse at him. Both of the halves would be the same young master. Our mistress has a perfectly symmetrical body. One of the girls with Alpha said with a chuckle, subtly complimenting her mistress' beauty. She didn't get to be Alpha's right hand by chance. She was using her shamelessness as a former prostitute to climb up the career ladder.
No, they are not.
Or are you saying that Alpha's ass is equal to her face? Victor asked with a frown as he began to inspect Alpha's back with interest. No one said he was going to cut her vertically.
Oh.
The girl gasped as Alpha glared at her hatefully while covering her butt with her hands. The poor girl's attempt to suck up to her mistress had backfired and she was officially screwed. After heading to the hotel's back door where Mike was waiting, Victor, who was wondering why his brother was so secretive, was surprised to discover that his elder brother was not alone.
Alice was with him.
This was the first time Victor saw her after his return.
And he really missed her. Name, Alice von Weiss.
Level, 103. Class, Dragon Knight, S. Authority, 11. Strength, 300. Agility, 281. Intelligence, 279.
Luck, 31. Charm, 51. Order, 70. Skills.
Draconian Surge, SS.
Swift Strike, S. Taming Roar, S. Charm, S.
Dragon's Howl, S.
Hiding, S. Taming, A.
Regeneration, A.
Dragon's Claw, A. Limitless Flight, A. Swimming, B. Camouflage, A. Survival Instinct, A. Sword Arts, A. Whip Arts, A. Cooking, B++. Needle Arts, B. Strategy, B. Spear Arts, B. Teaching, B. Perfect Memory, B. Dancing, B. Acting, B. Painting, C. Mocking, C. Leadership, C. Sewing, D. Stun Resistance, D. Charm Resistance, C. Poison Resistance, E. All Elements Resistance, F. Pain Resistance, F. Piano, F. Hate Resistance, F. Equipment.
Rider Sword, SS. Great Storage Ring, A. Dark Dragon Armor, A. Protection Talisman, A. Heavenly Sect Elite Disciple Token, A.
Bloodline.
Elder Dragon, awakened, 100%.
Fate status. Fate's power, A. Summary, A+. Define fate, unset.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil.
Holy shit. This girl was strong.
And her bloodline was awakened. This must be the benefit of being a student of a grand sect. Victor didn't show his emotions, so he just acted cool as he hugged his sister tightly, before inviting both of his siblings inside. "You have grown up," Alice finally said while checking Victor from head to toe as they sat in an office on the top floor. She also didn't display any emotions outside, trying to play her part of a dominatrix. But Victor knew that she was pleased to meet her little brother.
"Yeah, you did too," Victor said.
Alice was a total stunner. Ever since she was a small child, she was the beauty of the family. She had a top-grade pretty mature face coupled with violet-colored long hair. On her eyes, she wore a slime pair of glasses that had a purple jade rim, matching her iris's color. She was dressed in a black silky long dress that had a cut shoulder and shiny black high-heeled shoes. Her looks projected a sense of power. As for Mike, he was just another handsome dude in a suit. Sitting to the side, he was totally overshadowed by his sister's domineering presence, appearing more like a manservant. "Weren't you coming with your entourage?" Victor asked Alice as one of the girls brought them some extra premium coffee. "They are here, but I didn't want to draw attention, so I left them in the SUVs. They have grown to enjoy bondage in closed spaces." She made a comment that no one really needed to hear as she grabbed a cup and gave the coffee a taste. "That's good, I guess," Victor said. "Would Yulian be really okay with her?" "That's his business." "I see that you have expanded your wedding," Mike asked to alleviate the awkward atmosphere.
"Yeah.
"I thought this was a good chance to do that. The family wanted me to marry a bitch, so I had to do it on my own terms. You are really pushing them with this, but it would be fine as long as you don't break any rules." "I think it's time to show those bastards our power," Alice said.
"Yup."
Victor nodded. His sister really got him. "Have you heard anything from the Von Rosens?" Mike sighed and asked. If he really became a patriarch one day, those two would be a disaster.
"Yeah.
Nova is still on the run, but they found a replacement girl. I told Kai, my butler, to keep an eye if the real one appeared anywhere near the hotel," Victor said. "So we are going on with this." Mike was not convinced. "I already informed father," Victor said.
"Yeah.
He did call to grill me about what happened that day," Mike replied. This didn't make him at ease. "So what's your plan about Caspian? What do you want us to do?" Alice asked nervously. Caspian was one of the things that she had zero confidence in. That guy didn't play by the book, that's why she had to come up with her crazy play to fool him. "Nothing. I already prepared everything, and you will know what to do in time." "Oh, why did you ask us to come here this early then?" she asked. "Well, it's about our mother. When I told her that you will be here, she decided that she didn't want to attend." "Oh," Alice frowned as she looked down. "So I made a little lie and told her that you found a boyfriend."
"You said what?"
Alice asked angrily as she looked at him.
"Come on, sis."
"It is just a little lie. And by having a boyfriend, you would be able to divert some of Caspian's attention." "I don't have a boyfriend," she spat coldly, changing her attitude completely and displaying her dominatrix side. "I already found a good man. He is from a reputable family," Victor said as Mike, who knew better than to anger his sister, shrank to the side.
"No way in hell.
He is a perfect fit for you."
I said no. "But sis."
"Mother will." "I am not playing your game," Alice said as she stood up angrily. "Don't think I am a fool, I know you want to set me up with someone. I am not getting a boyfriend anytime soon," she said as she turned and left the room. "You really angered her there," Mike said as he sipped on his coffee. "Nah, she is just throwing a tantrum. She will return in time," Victor said with an evil smile. Mike didn't know what to say. He was not that familiar with Alice, as she left home at a very young age after an elder from the heavenly sect chose her as a disciple.
"Brother, can you follow her?"
"Just to make sure she doesn't do anything stupid," Victor suddenly said. Mike nodded with a sigh, then gulped his coffee in one go before chasing after his sister. Yulian was supposed to be here last night, and Victor planned to convince him to be Alice's boyfriend for some money. As if he was hiring him. Now the plan had to be abruptly changed, but it was still possible. Victor just needed to play a different game. He already had 3 backup plans for that. He knew his sister better than anyone, and he knew exactly what she would do now. After making an inspection tour around the wedding venue, Victor headed to the roof, where a grand white tent made out of special material was erected. It had many cables connected inside, where a myriad of screens projected every corner of the hotel. Every corner. Victor walked inside and nodded after he eyed the massive array that Alpha had drawn according to his instructions. The Jewel of Horrors was in its center. It was transferred from the mansion 2 days ago. This was the reason that the dream worm demon was able to find its way inside last night. Around at the jewel, there were more than 100 copper sheets with engravings of every one of the hotel's floors with the gardening outside. They were placed on the array lines using certain geometric shapes. A keen-eyed person would notice that the wedding venue had 2 versions of it. This array was a multi-layered array, made from 5 different connected parts. A concealment array to hide the array itself and the secret processing and control chambers. A skill transfer array made of a network encompassing the entire hotel. This was the critical part of the setup. A monitoring array. The shard's activation array. A general control array. The arrays were connected in various parts so that the shards would interact with the skill sharing and the monitoring parts. If someone from the future were to say this, their jaws would simply drop, as it goes against every common sense in array building. This array employed much of Victor's expertise. He had to build a sparse wrapping array when he returned in time after all. Although he couldn't claim that he was a master array builder, he could proudly say that he knew some secrets that no one did. Even Alpha, who had sufficient knowledge to build this thing, had no idea how it worked. She was at the moment, sitting around the array and waiting for her young master with 2 other girls. Ian and Camellia, whom Victor didn't see in a while. She seemed more confident in herself. Her analyst class would play a major role in the plan today. They seemed to have just finished eating their breakfast when Victor walked in.
Why, young
master, Ian saluted as she swallowed. Camellia did the same. Alpha, on the other hand, just glared at her young master. She was holding a grudge. Relax, Victor said as he took out the 4 edict shards and then began placing them on their spots in the array under the girl's curious eyes.
Now, Ian.
Come here and apply your demon scene to this one, he said after finishing.
Apply it.
Just touch the stone and activate your skill, Victor said casually. Ian slowly jumped from her chair, wiped her hands with her jeans, then carefully approached the stone and put her hand on it. S-ranked skill demon sense is getting applied to edict shard. Shard has 0 edicts, cost adjusted. Choose operation rank. S cost 10 million authority / 10 million order. A cost 1 million authority / 1 million order. B cost 100,000 authority / 100,000 order. C cost 10,000 authority / 10,000 order. D cost 1,000 authority / 1,000 order. E cost 100 authority / 100 order. F cost 10 authority / 10 order. Victor could only choose D, paid 1,000 points, and was now left with 311 points. The detection of demons was the most important thing to do now.
Edict added.
Within range, the skill demon sense, D, is in effect.
Good, he said.
For the second stone, which already had fire resistance, he added his disguise skill, at the F rank, costing him 200 orders. Now he has 111 points. For a skill to be added to the shard, he just needed someone to use it on it. For the last 2, he couldn't add any skills. He was out of order points, and they already had useful skills. He didn't like being poor at all, but money was meant to be spent. Now, with the array and the stone, your skill can be active all the time and would cost you nothing. You will be able to not only spy on everything. You will be able to get rid of any demon stealthily, Victor explained as Alpha watched and said nothing.
How to operate it? Ian asked.
She was nervous, but in a way looking forward to this. Let me show you, Victor said as he carefully set and then began to show the girls what to do using his disguise skill to make one of the shards feel the presence of a demon. The one that just got the demon sense skill suddenly shone and projected a light on one of the copper sheets, pointing to the upper floor where Victor was standing. Now, you can use the array to cast your skill exorcism. Cast it on that iron rod. It will transfer your skill to the set point, Victor explained, pointing to an engraved iron rod in the center of the array. Alpha will be here with you. If things get out of hand, you will be able to dispatch the chicks to check on the situation, he added. What are the rest of the stones for? This one will have the skill to stop fire. Its normal range is a few feet, but you can control and expand its effect to put out any fire in the array's range. He said, only use it secretly, we don't want to put off people's cigars. It also has a disguise skill, use it to hide the chicks' movements. It's not strong, but with the effect of the Horror's Jewel, we should be able to get rid of the intruders secretly. This next one will calm people down. I set it to be always in effect. Its second skill is to increase libido. I may need you to cast it on a certain intruder. Alpha will tell you in time, Victor said, pointing to the next shard.
Ah, libido, she blushed.
Yeah. Anyway, the last one would disable curses and permanent skills, we will use it as needed. He added, I don't want to use too many active skills or reveal what we have here. Remember to act secretly, many of the guests will have keen eyes.
I understand. Now.
There would be some intruders whom we don't have to act against immediately. Just let the receptionist move them with the extras to the duplicate wedding venue and use the disguise shard to project the wedding on the fake stage. Camellia is responsible for managing this.
Shards? Alpha asked.
Never mind that, just be sure to act as planned. Victor said just as his phone rang.
It was Kai.
Did Yulian leave prison? Victor asked. This was crucial.
He is on his way out.
I already prepared a car for him. Kai said, but that's not what I am calling for, we have a problem.
Already? What? Victor asked.
The priest we arranged. He died yesterday.
What? Dead?
Victor yelled, scaring the girls.
Yes.
He used the money we gave him to go to a top-tier brothel. He couldn't handle the girls there. His heart just gave up after finishing the third round. *T. Victor cursed, startling Ian. The local temple had no other available priests, so the old head of the temple will come by himself. Oh, I see, Victor said as his eyes suddenly turned sharp. He knew that guy. This was how they were going to infiltrate this place then. Regardless, tell them that I will send someone to drive the old man, Victor said, then hung up. This changed nothing, just some minor details that involved some very strong wine. I am out at last, a young man in wrinkled sportswear, a blue pair of flip-flops, and disheveled hair yelled loudly as he stretched his hands up while walking out of prison. It was none other than Julian von Krohn.
Free at last.
Get moving, lad. You can't hang out around here. An old guard at the gate said dismissively. And don't come back here next time, this is no good place for young people like you.
Oh.
Sorry, I can't promise you that, Gramps. Ha ha ha, he chuckled as he began walking away. He planned to return after the end of the year to harvest some heads. I am only 61. The old man scolded, then shook his head as he saw Julian walk away without a care. Young people these days. Hey, do you have someone to pick you up? The old man yelled at Julian from the back.
No. I will take a cab.
Julian said. He made a small fortune in prison after making some, not very legal, bets inside. So he didn't need to walk. We are in the middle of nowhere, there are no cabs. The old man began to speak, then paused as an empty yellow cab stopped right next to Julian. Need a ride, lad? The middle-aged driver with a receding hairline asked, making the old guard frown. They were out of town?
Where did that car come from?
They usually didn't come here even if they called for them.
Yeah.
I am going to town, Julian said as he jumped inside.
Be careful.
The old guard, who felt that something was wrong, suddenly warned Julian, but it was too late, the cab was already far away. So, what are you doing in such a remote place? Julian asked the driver as he inspected the perfectly normal car carefully. He was not a fool, but he needed a ride. I was tasked to drive some snobby granny to her house on a nearby farm. I thought it was a shame to return to the city empty-handed, so I figured I would try the prison. They always let people out in the morning. I served a sentence there myself a long time ago, the driver said with a sigh. Oh, Julian relaxed a bit. He could smell the unique scent of a long-expired perfume in the air, the sure sign of an old lady. Where to? The driver asked merrily, as if Julian would earn him a fortune. I just want to check the city. Why don't you take me to the White Hotel?
Oh.
You two want to see the wedding?
Too?
Yeah, since early morning I have been hauling people toward there. Some are there to protest, some want to take photos, some, who knows? The driver said with a disturbed expression. Anyway, no matter what, it is the wedding of the century.
I know, right?
Julian said. The security must be very strict. Yeah, police are all over the streets. They think some feminists plan to make trouble, the cab driver sighed.
Oh.
Yeah, they just can't handle the image of 8 brides getting laid at once. It goes against anything they believe in. There are some rumors that there exist other secret brides. I wonder how that groom will take care of them at night, the jealous driver said, hinting at certain things.
More brides.
Julian squinted his eyes.
Yeah.
My wife explained it to me this morning, she read it in some tabloid. Apparently, they have ordered 10 dresses, he said, think about it. 10 dresses for only 8 brides.
What?
Julian suddenly asked.
Who? Don't scream, kid.
I am telling you what I know. Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it.
I was wondering about the extra brides all morning too. It could be anyone from a movie star to a handmaid, he said, agitating Julian.
Oh.
Can you drive there faster? Double your speed and I will double your fare. Julian said.
Sure.
But pay half first, the driver said with a subtle smile. Yulian didn't hesitate as he directly put $200 in the man's hand. The man nodded, then pressed the gas pedal. He was hired to secretly drive Yulian there as fast as possible, to begin with. But he didn't want to alert him. The cab reached the hotel pretty fast, making Yulian a little shocked. "I was a race driver in my youth," the driver said proudly as he parked near the hotel. "That's how I got in trouble."
He told the truth.
Oh, Yulian thought that this was very plausible as he paid the rest of the fare and then stepped down the busy Grand Streets. Looking at a clock on a nearby storefront, he made sure it was still 10:47. The ceremony started at 12:00. Not knowing why he was there or if he could sneak in, he began to wander aimlessly, watching the people who were lining up to take photos or try to sneak in as the police officer and the men in black who surrounded the hotel ordered them to go away. He sighed as he rotated around the hotel, searching for a point of entry. There were a few ducks that he could try, but he knew that this was not feasible. Should he ask James Trove for help? Nah, that fat man would never help him. And he wouldn't be able to enter dressed like this anyway. Yulian, who was feeling hopeless, could feel that some of the guards around the hotel began to eye him, so he slowly moved to a nearby ally. "You want in?" someone suddenly said from behind him. Yulian turned around and saw a youth hiding his mouth with a common mask looking at him.
"What?
"I saw you earlier."
You want in?" the youth asked.
"To the wedding?"
"Can you help?"
"Follow me," the youth said, and then began to move deeper into the alley. Yulian hesitated for a second, then followed. They quickly reached another alley where 9 haggard young men were waiting. Yulian couldn't help noticing that they all had similar builds.
"Now,
"According to the system, the 10 of you should be sufficient," the youth mumbled. "What?" one of the men asked like a hooligan.
listen up. I want you on a mission."
"I will pay you 10,000 now and another 20,000 when we finish," the youth said, ignoring the hooligan. "It includes sneaking into the wedding.
If you can do it, accept.
If you don't have the balls, you can leave now."
None left.
Yulian just watched. He was a little suspicious, and his intuition was telling him that something was wrong. How could he be this lucky? Nevertheless, he needed to enter that wedding.
Good.
The youth then gave each of the men a pack of wet napkins and a suit. "This should fit you, clean yourself up then put it on," he said. Yulian nodded as he grabbed the suit and looked at it. He was surprised that it was of a high-quality brand, but he didn't let it show as he began to prepare himself with the others. "What do you want us to do?" he asked the youth. "Nothing dangerous. You just have to enjoy your time and wait. Someone would come and claim that one of the brides was fake. At that moment you just need to begin cheering for the bride's veil to be lifted," he said, "and after that, you will start cursing at the groom. Your mission is to agitate the attendants." Oh, Yulian squinted his eyes. This sounded interesting. "What's in it for you?" "That's not your F***king business," the youth said. "If you don't like it, you can leave."
"No.
"I will do it," Yulian said as he finished buttoning up his shirt, then took the comb the youth offered him and brushed his hair. To tell the truth, he looked handsome, making the youth look at him twice. "Now our money," one of the men said. The youth took 11 envelopes and gave them to the men. "I paid you now. If you don't do what I told you, I will pay others to break your necks," he warned. The men hesitated, then nodded. Yulian did too.
"Good,"
the youth said as he gave each of the men a silver invitation card. "You can use this to enter. It is meant for some low-ranking company managers, so no one would suspect you. Just act normal and eat your fill. Don't make trouble before it's your turn, and make sure to stay until the end to escape with the crowd as they move out." The men looked at each other and nodded. "Now go, what are you waiting for?" the youth asked, making the now fully dressed men look at each other and then move out. The youth smiled as he watched the beggar men leave, heading to the hotel. The system's plan was really ingenious. Those men had no idea what was coming. Now for the next step. He quickly headed to a nearby motel, where he put on a dashing suit, then walked out, headed to the wedding venue. Passing the pesky female protesters who couldn't help to stop to look at his dashing look, he reached the white hotel where he proudly flashed his golden invitation to the guards at the door. They bowed respectfully for him under the envious eyes of the crowds that were filling the streets outside. He felt a breath of fresh air as he walked on the red carpet inside. One day he would make a wedding better than this one. A wedding with 100 brides. No. Why stop at 100? He could make them 1,000 or even 1,000,000. "Sir," a pretty attendant approached him with a tray, waking him up from his stupid fantasies. "Please put your wedding present here."
"Present? What present?" "Ah.
Right," Tom quickly reacted and put his hand inside his jacket where he pulled out an empty envelope from his ring. He just put it on the tray. Like hell, he was going to give Victor any presents for marrying the twins or that slut Margaret. "Sir, please write your name on it," the attendant said with a not-so-friendly smile as she gave him a pen. Tom hesitated, then started to write a fake name when someone called for him.
Tom.
You are here too. Tom silently cursed and wrote his real name as he turned to see it was an old friend.
Anna.
It has been a while, he said as he sighed. So what if it was an empty envelope? Like Victor, that pervert could do anything to him.
Yes.
Anna said she gave the attendant a cloth bag that clearly had some herbs. Her name was calligraphed on it. Thank you very much.
This way please.
The attendant bowed then gestured for them to follow her with a smile. Strange. That smile reminded Tom of the one he usually gets in brothels. Never mind that. Where have you been lately? Why didn't you join the academy? Tom asked as they began to walk. Why weren't you answering your phone? Young Master Victor gave me the recommendation to enter the Medicine Valley where they don't allow phones. I am also busy all the time as I was accepted into medical school, she said with a sigh.
Oh.
It is very tiresome, but somehow fulfilling to heal people, she said with a smile. Now look at you. When did you become so handsome?
She said, eyeing him.
The white suit really suited him. I have always been handsome, he stated.
Yeah.
You men and your stupid ego, she dismissed him. Do you believe it, the twins and Margaret are getting married already, she sighed again. She was feeling a little jealous. The guy she was after in the Medicine Valley is as dense as a log.
Yeah.
But it was only a matter of time, especially for Margaret, Tom said awkwardly.
True.
But she really did achieve her dream and scored big. Anna said as they entered the VIP elevator that headed to the wedding venue. Look how rich the groom is. We will see if this marriage will last when Victor discovers that she is marrying him for his money,
Tom said.
That's rude. Anna said as the elevator door opened to the grand venue.
That's the truth. You know her.
Tom trailed off as he walked out of the elevator and a girl passed by him nearly bumping into him. She had long purple hair and a slim pair of glasses on her little nose. She seemed annoyed as another purple-haired guy that looked like her servant was appeasing her. They went inside the elevator.
Damn, she is hot. Tom,
are you okay?
Sorry. Don't worry about it. Anna said, look.
This place is really amazing. She added looking around the huge venue. It was a grand hall decorated with all kinds of exotic flowers. The roof was made out of screens projecting a sky scenery. All around, white round tables were scattered facing a grand stage that was built in the center of the hall. It had some strange dragon legend motifs all over it as if it were some kind of authentic temple.
Amazing.
I heard they will be making some kind of theatrical wedding, Anna said with her eyes sparkling.
Yeah.
It's called a ceremonial wedding, Tom corrected her with a sigh. His friend was always a star worshipper. But he had to confess this place was really amazing. There were still not many attendants, as they seemed to have arrived a little early. And this allowed them to see more of the hall's details. Look, it's Peter, Georgie and Sarah. They are already here. Anna suddenly waved to her friends who were sitting at a side table.
Oh. You go see them.
I will need to go to the bathroom before that. I will catch up with you later, Tom said with a frown. He was on a tight schedule and he needed to be ready for Caspian's arrival. Yulian didn't go inside the hotel immediately. He waited for a while. The wedding would not start for another hour anyway. He casually strolled around and then entered a nearby coffee shop where he ordered a cup of cappuccino before asking the blushing waitress if he could use the toilet. She couldn't say no to his dashing smile. After closing the toilet's door, he quickly undressed and then began to check the suit. As expected, in the inner lining of the jacket which he carefully cut using a knife, he found something. It was an envelope that had a strange talisman pasted on it. Yulian frowned. Although he didn't know how talismans worked, he saw some of them in his family. Opening the envelope, he found that it was filled by some strange power. Sniffing it, he realized that it was some kind of black powder mixed with some herbs.
A smoke bomb. He knew it.
That guy was a crook. No wonder he didn't like him. He sighed as he closed the envelope and then threw it with the talisman in the toilet. He quickly rechecked the pants and the shirt, then put them on with a jacket before walking out after wetting his hair a little and combing it to the back to reveal his handsome face. He drank his cappuccino casually, then after giving the waitress a generous tip, he borrowed an envelope and put a candy bar inside of it. He would never forget to bring a present.